Chapter 1 Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 1 August 10, 2020 Chapter 1 Rebirth Krillin. My head hurts. Krillin slowly opened his eyes and looked at this unfamiliar place. The sound of seagulls is heard outside the window, and the waves beat against the reef. Where am I? Colin's head was a little dizzy. Colin sat up slowly, his body aching. Wait, why is this arm so short? Colin hurriedly jumped out of bed and saw his shrunk limbs. Because the hair level is so low, it feels like the whole world has become taller. Colin hurriedly ran to the mirror. Cow, who is this shorty baldy? I have a headache. Colin felt that there were 10,000 thin needles stabbing himself in his mind, and Colin fell to the ground in pain. Thoughts flooded into my mind like a tide, constantly flashing pictures, worshipped Orin Temple since childhood, was constantly bullied, ran out of Orin Temple crying, wandered in search of God of martial arts, apprenticing to a Master Roshi, eating with Goku, playing together, training together to become stronger, winning the World Martial Arts Tournament, being killed by King Piccolo's tambourine, Goku avenging himself. Pieces keep emerging one by one, and finally become a line. Colin wiped the sweat from his head and stood up slowly. My Colin actually came to Dragon Ball World. My name is Colin and I became Krillin. In childhood, I was also a Dragon Ball fan. That little bald bastard. Colin was a little depressed. Looking at his body, he wanted to cry but had no tears, but 155 was definitely not there. AI, no wonder 18 always calls me shorty, it's uncomfortable. Saying that Lazuli is definitely a female god level, and it seems to be eternal energy. Now that I think about it, it seems really good, female god level is another daughter-in-law. Hee. Krillin walked out of the house slowly. Mom, it's really an island, I haven't seen an island in my life, bah, it's a previous life. There is an elderly chair not far away, on which I fell asleep, an old man with a bad publication on his face. This must be Master Roshi, Krillin thought to oneself. Krillin has a feeling of gratitude towards Master Roshi, not so much gratitude, but more like a son and a father. Right is a feeling of a son and a father. To the late stage, only Krillin accompanies Master Roshi, accompanying in another word, retirement. You take me as a son and I take you as a father, but this feeling can only be buried deep in my heart. The sun has reached the highest point, Krillin said. Master Roshi, you can't bask in the sun like this, the sun is so big, the sun is too poisonous. Krillin thought to himself. He wrote, if I get so tanned in the future, how will Lazuli look at me, and I must take good care of it in the future. Master Roshi, let me help you change the place. Krillin gently moved Master Roshi to the under a coconut tree. In fact, when Krillin approached, Master Roshi woke up. Hearing Krillin muttering, he moved a place for himself, thinking that he really didn't hurt this child in vain, he was really filial. The sea breeze is blowing, the air is so fresh, I have never seen the sea in my last life, and now I see the boundless blue sea, my mind is full of beautiful words. The sea, how many are you? Water. Krillin ran to the beach, and the golden sand, the lapping of the waves, the sound of seagulls, and someone's dog plaining made for a beautiful picture. Krillin dived into the seabed. With a power level of 100, he could last for half an hour. The seabed is so beautiful, with all kinds of coral and fish. Suddenly, several red shadows passed before my eyes. The big shrimp must be delicious. Catch a few and make spicy prawns for Master Roshi. Krillin slowly swam in his direction, but the shrimp's ejection speed was too fast. As it approached, it always flashed past, and Krillin grew impatient. You forced me, ha, turtle, send, energy wave. A small water column, how did this happen? I have at least 100 now the power level, even the energy wave cannot be released, try again. Ha, Kamehameha, Pu. I must be mistaken, there must be some skill. At this time, I suddenly recalled what Master Roshi said when he taught martial arts: want to release energy wave first to achieve a high degree of coordination between your own energy and your body. Highly coordinated, highly coordinated. Krillin beamed. Haha, I got it, I got it. Krillin took the Kamehameha pose again, with his hands together, rotated 90 degrees, ha, ha, turtle. Pi, energy wave. Pop pu. Mistake, come again, fail 99 plus. Krillin closed his eyes and felt that he did not move, every trace of ki, condensing the whole body power into his hands. Just now, Krillin's eyes snapped open, light flashed from his hands, Kamehameha hit the sea water behind him, and Krillin moved at high speed with his reverse thrust. I got it, the demo, run away and make trouble with young master, ha 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 ha. Krillin couldn't help but said with a big smile. According to the same method, caught 5 enough to eat. Go home, go home. Immediately, Krillin took off slowly, dancing sky art had already learned, and flew towards Kame House, but at a very slow speed. Master Roshi, look what I caught, Krillin yelled. Master Roshi teacher took the bad publications away and got up slowly. Oh, Krillin. Krillin ran to Master Roshi and threw the prawn in front of Master Roshi. The martial arts teacher said in a bit of surprise, the big red shrimp, the sea is full of them, hard and meatless, you really waste your efforts to catch them. Haha, Krillin smiled, Master Roshi also has a time when you don't know the goods. I'll cook you a delicious meal today. You can wait and see. When I found out that there was no garlic, no garlic, no garlic. Krillin ran to the main hall and asked Master Roshi, is there such a thing in our house? It's a big lump, peeled into pieces, and it tastes spicy. Master Roshi said, I seem to have seen it, let me think about it, I remember seeing it when I was training in the mountains 50 years ago, I picked up a small bag, ate some, and planted it if it didn't taste good. It's an island 50 miles away in the southwest direction of Kame House. Krillin cast dancing sky art and shouted, Teacher, I'll come when I go. Krillin I searched in the southwest direction, and found 5 small islands. It was almost dusk, and the sea was full of countless small islands. Fuck, this is too hard. Krillin landed on an island the size of 3 football fields, searched carefully, and was overjoyed, seeing it, familiar garlic? It's worthwhile to search hundreds of islands by yourself. Densely packed, it seems that there will be no shortage in the future. At Kame House, the moon is hanging. Master Roshi, I'll cook right away, Krillin said urgently. Let's go to a restaurant today, I still have some money left. Master Roshi said with a look of disbelief. Krillin hurriedly said, Teacher, trust me. Then Krillin ran to the kitchen, heated oil, and sautéed the garlic. The following is based on imagination. Master Roshi dinner. Krillin found Master Roshi half-sitting staring at the TV series, wretched eyes, drooling. Krillin stepped forward and shouted, Master Roshi has dinner. Oh Krillin, don't stand in my way, come and watch. Krillin sweats profusely, wait, Lazuli has too. What, so incense? Master Roshi said with both eyes shining. Master Roshi walked to the table and saw a large pot of red shrimp. Teacher, try it. Master Roshi screwed off a leg, licked a mouth, oh, both eyes shine, like seeing a beautiful girl, start gorge oneself up. Teacher, leave some for me. I have been busy for a long time, and now I am also hungry and my chest is sticking to my back. After a long time, 2 people lay on the sofa, looking very comfortable. By the way, Krillin, Ox King came over today and said that Goku and Chi-Chi are getting married 1 month later, and invited us over, Master Roshi said slowly. Oh? Is Goku going to get married? Then this year is AI 756, less than 5 years before Raditz comes to Earth, and after that is the era of Dragon Ball Z, time is running out, Krillin thought silently. Master Rashi, where's the launch? Maybe I'm going to robbery again. Oh, then I'm going to rest. Teacher, you get some rest early. Krillin walked to his room. Krillin, do you remember the turtle school essence? Master Rashi asked forcefully. Krillin paused and said, of course I remember. Krillin lay on the bed, not as suddenly as he did during the day, and had more questions to think about. There are still 5 years left, which is the era of Earth's chaos. Earth is like a powder keg that explodes when touched. I am just a normal Earthling, power level amplification is very slow. Can I do bitter training like Krillin? I'm not sure myself, I'm afraid it will be difficult. How can I protect 18 in the future? How can I protect my daughter? Should I rely on Goku to protect myself? Wife and daughter. Krillin clenched his fists. I'm just an Earthling, I can't get to the heights of Goku after all. Krillin fiercely sighed. Ding dong, is the host getting discouraged? Who is talking? Hello host, this system is strongest. Earthling Training Aid. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 2. August 10, 2020. Chapter 2 Strongest Training. Krillin immediately woke up with a smile on his face. I was indeed the strongest protagonist. I'm afraid you're too happy too early, the system said contemptuously. The strongest thing in this system is just to assist you. What kind of force is always with me? A knife 999. Don't think about those unrealistic hosts. The main purpose of this system is to start a sentence, and the strength depends on practice. Okay, do you have any questions? If not, this system will go to sleep. Krillin hurriedly said, wait. What are you trying to say? I don't know anything yet. Is there a system like you? System Con, please look at the big screen. Auxiliary System for Training. This system is dedicated to assisting Earthling training and improving Earthlings' presence. In addition, this system has no secrets and does not require host discovery. Please explain in detail. As follows. Date, AI 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 20 years old. Race, Earthling. P. Battle Power, 100. Skill, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, After Image Technique. Training Limit, 1500 Battle Power. Krillin full-faced doubt, what's the use of you? This system can allow you to improve endless and break the limit of Earthling. Compared with you, you have unlimited potential. For example, your current battle power is 100, and there is still potential left. Under 1500, you can only train up to about 1500 battle power in the absence of chance. Of course, this is only in theory. You must know that people have infinite possibilities. When you train to 1200 battle power, because you are close to the limit, your progress if you are struggling, the system can help you break the limit, then your potential value becomes 5000, and 5000 is your next limit. So you understand, system slow explained. Krillin was in a trance, followed by incomparable excitement and ecstasy. Krillin became Earthling, and he was most worried about Earthling's latent talent. Earthling had difficulty training more than 50,000 battle power, and the system solved the limit problem. The next step-by-step practice is. Next, you only need to formulate a detailed training plan. The essence of Turtle School's training is to study hard, train well, eat well, and rest well. The abbreviated 16 words cover the principles of training. 5 hours of training a day is enough, haste brings no success, and 2 hours of study a day, brother must be a person with cultural connotations. Krillin fell asleep while thinking. On the second day, a ray of sunlight came in and slowly moved to Krillin's face. Krillin was stabbed by the warm sunlight, slowly opened his eyes, yawned, and turned to get out of bed. Krillin came to the main hall. The gentle and euphemistic Launch had already prepared breakfast. Launch saw Krillin smiling and said, Krillin, good morning. Morning, Launch, Master Roshi, good morning. Sit down and get ready to eat. The martial arts teacher noticed that Krillin had changed a bit from the past, and seemed to be more confident, with a casual smile. Two eyes revealed rays of light. Krillin is a strong child. Since the 23rd martial arts tournament, he has been a little melancholy, but now it seems that everything is fine. Master Roshi smiled reassuringly. Teacher, I'm full, I'm going to training. After saying that, he walked away. This child has become diligent, Master Roshi nodded with relief. My battle power is now 100. I remember when Raditz came to Earth, my battle power was 206, while Goku was 334 to 416. Now Goku is about 280 points, the difference is not very big, and the gap in the future will be in units of 100 million. Now is the best time to catch up. Goku's battle power will not improve much in the next 4 years. Piccolo will have a new unique skill 4 years later, Special Beam Cannon. It seems that marriage is really restrictive. Goku. Krillin chuckled said. Now try to get used to your body and get used to the feeling of fighting, let's start with the basics. First come 2000 push UPS, 1, 2, 105, I still don't feel tired, it's really strong, Krillin can't help but sigh. 2000 push UPS are just a little sweat, then come on, 2000 burpees, 5001 push UPS, 10,000 push UPS. Krillin is supported by his arms, there is a pool of water on the ground, and the muscles all over his body are shaking. Krillin, you can do it, keep it up, the muscle tremors are even greater. Krillin gritted his teeth and crawled directly to the ground, hoo, panting, really reaching the limit. Ding dong, the host training has reached the limit, the system repair function is activated, a mysterious force moisturizes and restores Krillin's body. Recovery is activated whenever the host is being trained to its limit. Krillin was lying on the ground, his body warm and very comfortable. He slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed the pleasure of the training. 3. In childhood, I woke up and found that there was no physical discomfort, no muscle soreness, more refreshed, very good, and I can train without any scruples in the future. It's time to go back. Master Roshi was still basking in the sun, but this time it was slightly shaded by coconut trees, and Krillin stepped forward. Master Roshi, do you still have the turtle shell I used to train? I want to use it for training. Krillin asked. The turtle shell is in the warehouse at the back. Krillin uses you. The current horizontal turtle shell is not very useful to you, you have to get a heavier one, you can go to the market town to customize one. Master Roshi explained. I know, but I still want to try it now. Krillin explained, and I added to my heart, in fact, I have no money now. Good teacher, I'll look for it. I found it after a while, looking at the old turtle shell, the weight is okay, I'll train with it tomorrow. Now is the time to study, I have to find some books to read. Krillin walked to the bookcase, opened it, it was full, but what the hell is that on the cover? After a few glances, I felt something evil fire emerges. Oh, old bastard, there are quite a few treasures, collect everyone, not just in name only, but also in reality. It seems that the study has been postponed, and now there is no money to buy books. Life is so hard. On the second day, Krillin came to the training place with a 40 kilograms turtle shell on his back. Started training, push UPS 2000, obviously harder than yesterday, but this is more effective, Krillin is on the ground with 2 fingers, his arms are shaking, the ground has long been covered with sweat. Wet the first layer, whenever I feel like I can't hold it, think about 18's face, think of the late stage of Dragon Ball blowing up the planet with one punch, and power comes immediately. After a good rest, Krillin was lying on the ground in a particularly comfortable mood. The mysterious power of the system was slowly repairing his body. Just like Sion's repairing fluid. 2 hours later, I felt that my body had recovered to the peak, and I immediately got up to continue key training, but what Master Rashi taught was only vague concepts. If you really want to learn how to use it, you have to go to the lookout. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed, and Krillin is still training hard, with his eyes closed, condensing the strength of his body, loudly shouted, "Turtle, send, energy wave!" A blue light shot out from Krillin's hand, a small hill in the distance collapsed suddenly, haha, not just in name only, but also in reality, only now, with 100 power level, but still lack of actual combat experience, the feeling of memory makes me boil. Powerful, it's not bad, but being abused all the time is another feeling. How should I put it? I know that no matter how I train, I'm still being abused, and I'll never be able to catch up with my teammates. No wonder late-stage Krillin gave up the identity of the martial artist. I am now. Some can understand Krillin's mood at that time. The heart of martial arts has never changed, and the cruelty of reality always scares him all over. Now that I have a support, I know that I can always get stronger, and the feeling is unparalleled. Relax, I will be a real strongest earthling in my life. Krillin swears silently in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 3. August 10, 2020. Chapter 3. Training to Make Money. Krillin started training early as usual, and after a week of running in, Krillin gradually liked the break, the feeling of the limit. It will be Goku's wedding in 23 days, I have to hurry up and make money, and besides, I can't be a bitch. Just do it. But what should I do? Krillin mused. Being a milk courier like in childhood? No, no. This is too hopeless, with this praise wife book, oh, I can't imagine it. Didn't expect. I haven't had a single skill in my life. Do you want me to fight black boxing? The picture is too beautiful, sorry ah sorrow ah. It's dinner, Krillin, Launch shouted from his chair. Oh, coming soon. Krillin thought as he walked. This is the sudden smell of minced garlic. Krillin is happy, clapping his hands. He has a solution. Launch, have you ever eaten this before? Krillin asked, pointing to the minced garlic. No, I still eat this for the first time. The taste is really unique, Launch replied with a smile. It's really good. People in this world haven't tasted it yet. After the taste of minced garlic, make a lobster with minced garlic. Haha, it's time for me to make a fortune. Launch, I'll teach you how to make garlic lobster, and then let's go out and open a small restaurant. We're sure to make money. It's definitely more fun than you are at home, and it's too dangerous to go out and rob every day. Maybe you, when you see so much money, you won't go out and rob the blonde hair state. Launch said, it's a good way, but I'm afraid I can't do it well. It's okay, take it slow, come, I'll teach you how to make minced garlic first. Blue-haired Launch is definitely a good wife and mother, and you will master it in a while, among which essence. Now you only need a pair of carts, and a few sets of tables and chairs to officially open. First go to the woods to get some wood and build some tables and chairs. It's natural to be on the island. Those lacking trees, on the contrary, are very lush. When the trees are hugged, giants fall and birds leave their homes. One is enough. I used my bare hands as a saw. After a while, the round square wood was made. Ha! I made 5 sets in total. It is enough for now. Now I only need a car. Go to Master Rashi to borrow one. Teacher, lend me your number 5 capsule for a few days. Krillin? I seem to have put number 5 capsule in the cupboard, you can look for it. Okay, Master Rashi. Now that everything is in place, I'll go prepare some more ingredients. Krillin flew to the garlic base and prepared 1000 ingredients. Let's go to the sea to catch some shrimp. This time, Krillin is carrying a 40 kilograms turtle shell on his back. Yes, the resistance of the seabed is quite large. Coupled with the gravity, it is definitely a good place for training. It can not only make money, but also train and kill. Two birds with one stone. On the second day, Launch got up early and seemed a little excited and asked, "When are we going to make money, Krillin?" "No rush, no rush, wait for the sun to go down. We're going. We caught a knight last night, although the system on the physique has recovered, but I'm really tired mentally, and I won't go to sea at night if I kill them in the future. Launch needs a good rest now, tonight will be tiring." Launch seemed a little lost, "Oh well," and went back. As the sun neared the horizon, Krillin was awake, well, refreshed. Launch ready to go. Master Roshi was also a little curious and said he wanted to follow along. A huge wave swept across the sea, a small boat flew by, and 3 people laughed. Soon the destination arrives. This is a small town, high-rise buildings stand in great numbers, people coming, people going on the streets, all kinds and sorts of vehicles, werewolf with a wolf head, and Hanin bear big bear too. Dragon Ball World has a beautiful night market and a lot of delicious food. This is just a small city, hehe, make money first, and then make money to travel with your daughter-in-law. 3 people are looking for vacancies, but it seems to be a little late, and the good spots have been occupied, Launch said with some concern. Krillin chuckled, "The wine is not afraid of the deep alley, it doesn't matter, there is an vacant place over there, let's go over there." Then, 2 people went to set up the booth. "Hey? Where's the turtle grandpa?" "It was there just now," Launch asked. "Don't worry, I saw Master Roshi chatting with a young lady just now. I guess he can't walk." Started to work, and Krillin took it out at home randomly. The written signboard reads, "Garlic prawns, 5,000 yuan apiece." Of course, based on the price at the time, young Goku ate more than 400,000 yuan for a meal. After a while, the smell was bursting out, and the smell was fragrant. In an instant, it attracted many people to watch. The people around looked at the prawns in the pot and couldn't stop gulping, but no one took the initiative to eat, they were all watching. Krillin at this time, "I know that only one fuse can detonate the onlookers." Krillin yelled, "Taste it first and then buy it." Then he took out one and gave it to the crowd, and when he tasted it, it became a complete hit. Werewolf yelled with green light in his eyes, "I want 5. The bear next to him is blind and see this snorted coldly, "Little family, boss, I want 20. Werewolf seemed to be stimulated to the point of shouting, "Give me 15 more. Everyone, you push me to grab, I will get 5, I want 10, I want 20. It was sold out in just 2 hours, and I was unwilling to buy anything I didn't buy. Krillin shouted from the side that I ran out of ingredients today, and I will still be at the same place tomorrow, see you there. Some customers who didn't buy, foul-mouthed, went, humph, waited 2 hours, didn't buy anything. Launch, pack your things, I'm going to find Master Roshi, it's time for us to go back. Okay, Launch 2 dazed replied, is really very tired. Master Roshi, go, it's time to go back. Master Roshi was having a good time chatting, and apparently didn't care and said, wait a minute. Krillin said deliberately, then we are leaving, you can swim back by yourself. Roshi had no choice but to go back. I prepared 200 copies of materials today, one was 5,000 yuan, so I earned 1 million today, Krillin laughed, and saved it merry 18 in the future. Krillin gave Launch 500,000, and Launch was happy to accept his labor income. Launch was very happy, and he made his own money instead of robbery. Sleep to sleep, hee. When a ray of sunshine crossed the sea, Krillin was ready. Today's goal of 1,000 copies, with a thick turtle shell, started training on seabed. The sun sets, it's time to go out. This time Master Roshi was not out, but chose to watch the beauty pageant at home. Today is even more popular than yesterday, although it is 1,000 copies. But after a short while, it was out of stock. Launch was resting next to him, and Krillin was thinking about hiring 2 people to help Launch. After all, it was a girl. Krillin was thinking, when a man came over boy, looking at about 17 years old, wearing old clothes with a few holes, but very neat and clean, especially the bright eyes. He should be an upright person. You, hello, do you need to recruit? The boy asked stumblingly, with a hint of fear in his expression, the kind of fear of hearing rejection, not fear of someone. How do you know we need to recruit? Krillin asked rhetorically. At this time, the young man seemed to gain a little self-confidence, and said weakly, I see that you are so popular, and this older sister is obviously not busy, so. You're a smart child, but you're too thin. Don't look at me thin, but my strength is big, I don't believe you can try it. The boy seems a little anxious. Well, I believe you. In fact, Krillin has already seen the data of this boy. Time, AIG 756. Name, Fan Yu. Age, 16 years old. Race, Earthling. Battle power, 25. Skill, Crash. Training limit, 150-800 battle power. The battle power of 25 really surprised Krillin. In this Earthling, which is all power level 5 trash, the battle power of 25 is very strong. Why does Zioxy change his power level limit so much? Stupid, the former is the limit that unorthodox can reach without anyone's guidance, and if Master Roshi guides it, it can reach 800. Krillin understood all of a sudden. What a good seed. What's your name? Krillin asked, although I already know, but I have to go through the process again. My name is Fan Yu. Fan Yu looked at Krillin expectantly. Krillin chuckled, come to work this time tomorrow, you may be tired. I'm not afraid, thank you, said the boy gratefully, and then left quickly. Krillin smiled, this child is very real, I haven't asked for wages yet. Well, I'm also a real person, I'll give him 10,000 a day, he's too thin and needs to be replenished. Launch, I'm packing up and going back. Well, Launch replied. Sold 1,000 copies today and made 2.5 million, is not bad. Life will get better and better. Recommend a book to a good friend, fighting addiction with the addiction I quit, I became the god of this supreme sky, for my lover for hundreds of millions of years, I will destroy this false fairy. Howling up to the sky, the world all are mourning, sitting on the ground and chanting, all living beings laughing, one word shocked the world, one foot fixed the world, the old boy has finally become a divine spark, and one look can kill all those with killing intent. End of this chapter. Chapter 4. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 4. August 10, 2020. Start 4 shifts, the duration is to be determined, at least 1 week. The genius is busy today, I wish all those who do not fail the class, do not fail the class, it means that every technique is excellent, the recommendation votes and monthly tickets that readers have voted for me before, Ziasai saw it, and I really appreciate it. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 5. August 10, 2020. Chapter 5 Mount Baozu. Blue sky, white clouds, light wind blowing waves to the island. Hey, ha! I saw a sturdy shadow pass by, with a bare upper body, revealing toned muscles, shark lines, all strong and powerful, but a light purple turtle shell on the back destroys this beauty. Krillin landed on one foot first, the other slowly following, and everything seemed smooth and orderly. Hoo-hoo! Krillin took a few breaths and wiped the sweat from his head, finally got used to the 80 kilograms turtle shell. Krillin chuckled, the harvest in these 8 days is quite big. Date, age 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 20 years old. Race, Earthling. Battle power, 196. Skill, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, After Image Technique. Training limit, 1,500 battle power. Overspeed training is good, yourself the strength of the naked eye is improving every day, haha, I'm afraid it will catch up with Gaku soon. Krillin slaps himself, bah, what are you thinking, Gaku goes to planet Namek in 5 days to 90,000, then 90,000 becomes 150 million, what are you happy about, slap, give it again slap himself. Work hard for a long time. Krillin sighed deeply. In the blink of an eye, it's been a month since I came to Dragon Ball World. To be honest, I feel pretty good. If I want to fly, I can fly freely, and I can eat as much as I want. In the future, there will be a daughter-in-law waiting for me. Keep it up, Krillin, for the future. It's time to go back, good training, good rest, it's time to study. Master Roshi is still lying in front of the TV watching the women's version of the gymnastics broadcast. As usual, the corners of his mouth drool from time to time, which is really a vivid and thorough expression of obscene words. Master Roshi, Gaku is getting married the day after tomorrow, pack up, let's go to Mount Baozu tomorrow. Krillin said slowly. Master Roshi seemed too fascinated to hear it. Master Roshi! Master Roshi! Exclaimed Krillin. Hey! Master Roshi said casually, oh no, I won't participate in your youngster affairs. That's not good. How can you say that the Ox King family and Gaku are your disciples? How can the disciple marry the master not to go? The key is that there are so many beautiful women. Krillin said in a seductive tone. Ow! Master Roshi's eyes instantly turned to Fuan. When does Krillin leave? Yes. Krillin smiled lightly, still too young. What should I prepare for Gaku? This world is not popular for money, Gaku's so simple, and I don't care. Krillin's eyes moved slowly, and he saw a round stone on the bookcase with only one word on it. Krillin slowly trapped in memories, the corners of my mouth raised inadvertently, when we were apprenticing to a Master Roshi, Roshi's teacher training. Whoever finds the stone first will have food, but he cheated the stone from Gaku, causing Gaku there is no food to eat. And the stone in front of me is the best testimony, haha is him. Second day, 3 people are ready, Master Roshi is wearing a dress similar to a Chinese tunic, with a wig and combing has several points of spirit, while Launch is wearing a golden dress, and golden hair has several points of domineering. Krillin, protagonist, wearing a white dress, a shiny baldy, and matching it really has several points of resembles nature itself, but the height is really bad. Go, Master Roshi, I'll drive airship, but I still go to Mount Baozu for the first time. I don't know if this navigation is easy to use or not. It was finally time to meet Gaku, and Krillin was a little excited, wondering if he had the signature Sun family hairstyle like in anime. Krillin vaguely remembered that the previous life was rumored in one sentence, Krillin sacrifices to the sky, magic force is boundless. You can fight anyone, but you can't fight Krillin in front of Gaku. King Piccolo's men beat Krillin, but Gaku KO, Frieza beat Krillin, Gaku was angry to the extreme, and turned into a successful KO Frieza. Gaku had no friends since he was a child, and had very little contact with other people, but he trained with Krillin, grabbed food together, and grew up together. It can be said that, Krillin is Goku's best friend, no one. Gaku, here I come. The road was bumpy and the mountain road turned 18. After 5 hours, Krillin saw a landmark building, and it was Goku's home. After getting off the airship, I saw the giant robust man fell to the ground and shouted, Master Roshi, how are you? Master Roshi looked at him and said slowly, Ox King has been doing pretty well these past few years, not killing innocent people indiscriminately. Ox King said with a grin, I've been a good person since I heard what the teacher said. This is Ox King, although it looks a little rough, but what about the horns? Krillin thought to himself. Hee, Krillin, long time no see, said a sincere voice, then stepped forward and took Krillin's hand with both hands. Krillin raised the head, yes, looking up, first to see a pair of bright eyes, second to see I noticed what he was wearing. Gaku was wearing a blue heavy tank top, a turtle-style gi, blue boots, a yellow line in the center of the front and back, and blue wrist guards on his hands. Grinning looked at Krillin. "Hello Gaku, long time no see." Krillin also said with a smile on his face. Sure enough, this hairstyle is exclusive to Sun family, but Gaku seems to be tall again. Then the entire group entered the room. "Where's Gaku Chi-Chi?" "Chi-Chi is trying on a wedding dress." "Hehe, it's the nature of girls to be pretty." After a while, Chi-Chi came out. Chi-Chi was wearing a white wedding dress, the long hair of meticulous pitch black, often draped over the shoulders, is slightly soft, the white skin is like a freshly peeled egg, the big eyes twinkle as if they can talk, the small red lips and the white skin, it is more obvious, a pair of small dimples are evenly distributed on both sides of the cheeks, with a shallow smile, the dimples are faintly discernible on the cheeks, extremely cute. "Master Roshi is good, Krillin uncle is good," Chi-Chi is shy said. "Can't do anything about it, I'm a year older than Gaku, Chi-Chi has to call me uncle." Krillin rubbed his head saucy but moved towards it politely. Chi-Chi smiled lightly. "Chi-Chi is so beautiful, she really grew up." Master Roshi praised. Chi-Chi was a tender and shy girl before marriage, and Krillin couldn't help sighed. Son Gaku and Chi-Chi settled in Mount Baozu for 5 years in seclusion. After marriage, Chi-Chi played the role of good wife at Mount Baozu's home. At first Chi-Chi was the wife of an endearing little bird, but after the birth of eldest son Son Gohan, due to family factors and Goku's ruthless and disregarding personality, he placed expectations on Gohan, always hoping that Gohan could become a scholar. Discouraged Gohan from practicing martial arts and stepped into Goku's footsteps. "No matter what you do, life will eventually polish off your edges and corners, maybe only Gaku can always maintain a pure heart." Krillin thought silently. Anyway, they are very happy now, Chi-Chi has always loved Gaku, and now the Ox King family still has some money left, it will help Chi-Chi to directly invest in the restaurant after the worst Gaku. "Haha, I'm so smart." "Krillin, I think you've gotten a lot stronger, fight me." Goku's eyes shone brightly. "Hehe, you can't get it." Although his strength has increased a lot, he will only know after practice. "Come on Gaku, 2 people fly to the mountainside." System, check Gaku attribute. Time, AI 756. Name, Son Gaku, Kakarot. Age, 19. Race, Scion. Battle power, 260. Skill, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, After Image Technique. And Krillin at this time attribute. Time, AI 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 20 years old. Race, Earthling. Battle power, 205. Skill, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, After Image Technique. Krillin chuckled, the difference is not very big, haha come on. Both Krillin and Gaku are gathering their own chi, hey, Krillin's shadow flashes, moves behind Gaku at high speed, and kicks it out. Gaku glanced out of the corner of his eye, dodged the attack, and punched Krillin straight. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds like this. Krillin was accidentally shot and flew out, breaking several trees. Attacks at this level, both sides are testing. Suddenly the two people's ki pressure suddenly changed, and the two people showed their full strength, the ground sank, the mountain collapsed. Two people seemed to be caught in an intensive battle, but at this time Krillin's ki breath is more chaotic, after all, it is more than 50 points of battle power behind Gaku. Hey! Krillin, it's a battle, both sides are in the same pose, turtle, send, energy wave, 2 blue lights collide, sending out the ki pressure of destroying heavens and exterminating earth. The two sides were deadlocked for a while, and Krillin was knocked out due to lack of strength. Krillin remembered a sentence from previous life before passing out, don't fight against the Sun family. Energy blast. Krillin woke up slowly, Ooh, his body seemed to fall apart, tingling all over his body. The system started to repair, and then a mysterious force began to repair the broken body. Krillin, you've become really strong, Goku grinning said, as though Goku was only slightly tired and uninjured. Of course, I also did bitter training. I'm so hungry, Goku rubbing his belly. Krillin, let's find something to eat. After a while, a fire was set up next to it. 2 giant fish, a wild wolf, 3 wild boars, enough for 2 people to eat. Krillin, at this time the stomach is also a bottomless pit. System, open the energy panel, check the Goku attribute. Potential, infinity. Energy, 350. Training speed, high speed. Available energy, 300. Hehe, infinity. Krillin wonders why Goku's speed is only high speed. High speed means high speed with his current training speed. He will become a VIP as his strength improves in the future. The system is powerless explained. Well, check out the attribute for yourself. Potential, 1280. Energy, 49. Training speed, overdrive. Available energy, 40. Hehe, I have 220 battle power, it seems that I will fight more in the future, and Goku battle power is 275. Sion worthily is fighting race. The food was so full, the 2 people patted their stomachs. Goku should go back, or Chi-Chi will be angry. No, Goku he smile. You're still too young, you'll know later, the number 1 expert in the universe is in front of his wife, haha. End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 6. August 10, 2020. Chapter 6 How to Get Energy. Mount Baozu is usually deserted, and there are many beasts in the mountain, but at this time, I was a little more angry because of Goku's big wedding. It was still morning, and the wedding had been arranged. Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, why hasn't it arrived yet? Krillin asked eagerly. Goku scratched his head and said, but I didn't tell them. Hey? Krillin patted his head, I'm stupid, really, and it was Goku. Helpless, if it wasn't for Ox King to come to Kame House, I'm afraid I don't know, can't do anything about it. Goku is just this character. As time goes by, it's time to start. Master Roshi, please officiate the wedding of Goku and Chi-Chi, Ox King pleaded loudly, falling to the ground. Master Roshi said with a mysterious smile, of course someone will come, but it hasn't arrived yet. Tone barely fell, I saw a figure falling from the sky, wearing a martial arts uniform, wearing a melon rind hat, a big white beard on his mouth, and a golden halo on his head, is looking at Goku kindly. Grandpa! Grandpa! Goku shouted and ran over, suddenly threw himself into Gohan's arms, just as expected, and burst into tears like in childhood. The power of family affection is so powerful that it is incomparable, even a pure-hearted scion like Goku is unavoidable. Good child, don't cry, it's a pleasure to see you grow into an adult grandpa today. Gohan looked at Goku kindly and kindly. Grandpa, you're not, have you come back once? Isn't everyone only allowed to come back once? Goku asked in confusion. At this time, mother-in-law Crystal slowly floated down and said slowly, everyone, originally you can only come back once, but Goku, you defeated King Piccolo, saved the world, and greatly eased King Yema's workload. My junior brother told me in advance that you were going to get married, and my grandpa and I agreed to come back today. King Yema specifically approved it. Gohan is naturally the most qualified to host as the grandpa of Goku. As time passed, it was time for the wedding. At this time Goku, wearing a black dress and white tie, was slowly walking towards the crowd, while Chi-Chi was wearing a white dress. Wedding dress, with loose hair, hugging Goku's arms tightly, with a sweet smile on his face. The wedding is going well, with the commotion, the wedding has come to an end. Goku, Chi-Chi is a good daughter-in-law, you have to live a good life and try to give grandpa a fat grandson sooner, Gohan laughed. Chi-Chi is a little girl who has never been hired. Her face turned red and she whispered, Grandpa. Goku, I'm leaving. Goku stretched out his hands as if to hug the grandpa, but never reached out. How could this action escape Gohan's eyes? Gohan stepped forward and hugged Goku. Silly child, I know you can't bear Grandpa. Grandpa is watching you in heaven. Grandpa has never left you. Goku crying nodded. After a while, Grandpa was leaving, walked up to Master Roshi, bowed to Master Roshi, and said, Master Roshi, please take care of Goku. Master Roshi nods and doesn't say anything. Mother-in-law Crystal, let's go. In an instant, the figures of Gohan and mother-in-law Crystal disappeared from everyone's sight. Second day, Master Roshi, please go back first, I want to go to practice, staying in Kame house for a long time is always a bit boring. Krillin said seriously. Krillin, you little bastard. Don't run away, where there are beautiful women, I won't kill you. Krillin laughed heartily and said, Master Roshi, I don't, so can you come? Krillin stayed. Have to take advantage of the past few days to brush down the power level, Krillin chuckled, sorry Goku. Goku, let's fight. In this way, Krillin and Goku sparred for 3 consecutive days, went hunting in the mountains when they were hungry, and drank the spring water when they were thirsty. Krillin's strength is improving every day. All. Date, age 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 20 years old. Race, Earthling. Battle power, 300. And Goku is slightly better at this time. Time, AI 756. Name, Son Goku, Kakarot. Age, 19. Race, Scion. Battle power, 278. Skill, Kamehameha, Solar Flare, After Image Technique. Congratulations to the host, have passed the adaptation period smoothly, the energy acquisition method has changed, the normal prey energy has been greatly reduced, and the host needs to find a higher level of energy. Krillin suddenly panicked, will I be knocked down without energy? How can I get high-level energy? Krillin asked eagerly. The system pondered for a while and said, high-level energy or precious medicine ingredients with a long history, these are all fine, but Earth is currently derived, and there is very little high-level energy. Is there anything else? Senzu Bean, as the healing divide medicine that runs through the Dragon Ball, can permanently increase your energy by 500 no matter what realm you are in, and what's more, Essence the divine fruit is real, it can restore the essence, that is, prolong life, and it can also add 500 energy for you. In fact, there are higher levels of energy in the universe, such as Black Stone. What is Black Stone? Krillin asked. It's the source of the eternal power on 1718, I know you can't bear it, so I didn't say it, System chuckled. Don't mention this again in the future, Krillin some black face. The system muttered, did I say it's space-time now? When your strength reaches a certain level, you can extract the planet's core on the planet for use. Come to training, it's too early to tell you. Now that you know the goal, it's easy to handle. After all, it's not a headless fly flying around. Moving towards the goal can at least double the results for half the effort. Training is a long journey like rowing a boat upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Krillin keeps reminding himself not to slack off. The consequences of slack are not something he can bear. It's time to say goodbye to Goku, the training effect is not great here, after all, my battle power has surpassed Goku, and the energy of the system is only enough to train myself for 20 days, the energy provided by ordinary prey it's already very small, it's time to find energy, as long as the energy is enough, you can always maintain an efficient training state. Krillin finds Goku, who is currently training hard. Goku, I'm leaving, I've come to say goodbye to you, Goku was simply nodded. Krillin is fighting with me, you've gotten a lot stronger lately, Goku said, looking at Krillin expectantly. Krillin shook his head and asked, Goku, you don't have to train recently, so why don't you take Chi-Chi out and have fun? After all, you two just got married. It's called a honeymoon. Krillin shook his head and asked. Honeymoon? What's delicious? Goku asked with a foodie look. Don't worry about the delicious food, anyway. Just take Chi-Chi out and have fun, and you won't be allowed to come back for a month. But this will delay the training. Ah, Goku said with a tangled face. Goku, you have to know that a woman's youth is only a few years old, you have to know how to cherish it, your youth is far exceeding Earthling, don't wait until later. Krillin said seriously. Goku looked blank, obviously not understanding. Just listen to me. Hope that Goku, the elm-headed brain, can get enlightened sooner, Krillin smiled helplessly. Krillin said goodbye to Goku and left. Just as I came gently, I walked gently, carrying only a box of portable capsules. Haha, come on with your bare hands, the adventure of wants to walk. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 7. August 10, 2020. Chapter 7 about Earthling Power Level Limits. Because it is Earthling, it is limited by latent talent, and the battle power during Krillin Battle Nappa in original work 1083 and the highest is 1700, full strength, so setting a 1500 battle power limit for Krillin is not a conflict. At this time, Yamcha battle power is around 1400, so Earthling potential is limited. Namek Saga, improved Vegeta fight strength, and spent some time in spaceship and Gohan spirit training. Around 1500, Zarbon's Scouter detection. After the Grand Elder unlock potential, 13,000, official, the potential limit has been increased by about 100,000. Fight with Frieza, 75,000. And Tien Shinyan battle power is 1823, after all, Tien Shinyan has Triclops bloodline, not purebred Earthling. And Krillin with this support can continuously break his limit and eventually surpass Goku. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 8. August 10, 2020. Chapter 8 Messages to the Readers. Dear Dragon Ball hobbyists, the author has carefully conceived a Dragon Ball world, which Krillin created with Earthling the Rise of Capital. Friends who have seen it in the collection, can comment in the comment area and give their own reference opinions. The author will consider adding some settings. Finally work together, keep it up. Old irons who have recommended votes, vote for Xiaosai, the data is better, and Xiaosai's code words are more motivated. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 9. August 10, 2020. Chapter 9 Sage? What kind of stone is this? A tiger whine came, and a colorful tiger fell to the ground. Krillin was lying on the tiger's body, and a powerful fist was continuously swiped at the tiger's head. The tiger wailed and died in an instant. This evil beast is quite clever. Laozi has turned over 3 mountains in pursuit of you, Krillin said with sweat and hatred. System, detecting energy, ding, contains 5 points. Pay, scum. Since the plateau, the difficulty of obtained energy has become extremely high, the energy is almost bottomed out, it is too difficult, Krillin smiled wryly. Krillin went to deserted places on this adventure, and was even listed as a place of desperation by Central City, and in this desperation there were still some native people who lived by hunting. The hobby is kind and peaceful. When they meet Krillin, they are very happy. They all offer drinks and meals to Krillin. The tiger fell for a long time before Xiaoman arrived with everyone. Xiaoman is Lao Man's son, about 2 meters in length. Krillin made it himself. Xiaoman stepped forward, Krillin gu lu, Jilly gu lu. As if to praise Krillin, such a small body can burst out such amazing energy. Of course if Krillin understood it was another matter. Xiaoman instructed everyone to carry the tiger back. The tiger was heavy and seemed to be struggling. "Don't be so troublesome." Therefore, he knelt down and shouted loudly, as if he was praising God. In the end, the entire group returned to the gathering place. They did not have a fixed residence, but wandered with prey. At this time, the old man was waiting for everyone to return. When he saw that he returned empty-handed, his eyes showed a little disappointed. Xiaoman ran to Lao Man, shouting dances with joy. Lao Man seemed to have disbelief, but when Krillin opened the capsule, there was another burst of praise. Of course, the prey is not only a tiger, but also very rich. In order to have a good harvest, everyone specially held a bonfire party. As the most great achievement, Krillin must be the protagonist of the party. The sun shines through the forest, the birds chatter continuously, and everyone is busy with happiness on their faces. Krillin probably learned from Xiaoman that today is a monthly sacrificial event, and everyone has to participate, and kneel in prayer. Krillin intends to do when in Rome do as the Romans do since he's here. When Lao Man took out a lump of black, slightly hard ore, the system was not calm. Ding dong, high-level energy is detected, and the energy is higher. What? Where? Krillin said excitedly. Check it yourself, remind you, you have done your best in righteousness, he, system taunted. Fuck you uncle. Sooner or later, you will have to be uninstalled. Start the search, the target is full of hands, the target information is as follows. Sign stone, shard. Contained energy, 2500 points. Function description, carrying its radiated energy all year round can be absorbed by biological organisms and increase a certain power level, but it is only a fragment, function is greatly attenuated. Origin, Xianying Department, Xianying Planet. Krillin's eyes shine all at once, it contains so much energy, Krillin is moved, but it is really embarrassing, if you don't know it, it's fine they directly robbed and ran away, and even came to kill people to steal goods. But now they are familiar with each other, and they are so simple and kind, alas, it is difficult to do. Krillin helplessly said. I hope it's not something important, but it's obviously impossible. I haven't seen it for a month. I didn't take out the cautious and solemn until the sacrifice to Amon. Obviously, this is an extremely precious token. Get difficulty plus 99. After the sacrifice was over, Krillin hesitated for a while, so let's find old Amon and explain it. If I win, I will lose my life. This is just the beginning. If you transform because of this energy beasts, don't you deserve to be a powerhouse? There are thousands of ways to become a god, and it can still be difficult for me, only by sticking to my original heart can I succeed. Old Amon, I'm here to find you. Old Amon saw Krillin with a kind smile on his face, as if he was looking at his own child. Amon Grandpa, I'm here to ask you for something. Amon was a little confused and didn't seem to understand. Krillin took out the painted celestial stone painting, pointed at the celestial stone, and then pointed at himself. This action is obviously easy to understand. Old Amon understood all of a sudden, and seemed to become a little alert. Krillin laughed, try again? Then he took out another painting, it was full of prey. Krillin pointed to the painting again, and then pointed to the celestial stone, which means that I will exchange the prey with you for the broken stone. Old Amon soon nodded, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, apparently he believed Krillin had the strength to catch prey. Krillin secretly rejoiced. But before the old Amon saw prey, he obviously wouldn't give the celestial stone to Krillin, a typical don't act without some incentive, simple and honest, but not much treacherous. It's not very easy to hit these preys with Krillin's strength. Krillin just went out for a day and night to get the food that the old Amon clan needed in March. Old Amon saw prey, and reluctantly took out a small bag made of animal skin from his arms, opened it slowly, and took out the celestial stone and gave it to Krillin. Haha, got it, Krillin held the stone in his hand, immediately felt his extraordinary, warm, radiating heat, moisturizing the body. No wonder old Amon regarded it as a treasure, it turned out to be so extraordinary. This is just a piece of debris, you can imagine how strong it is. Zioxy, what kind of planet do you say Xianying is? Although Krillin is a reincarnator, he is full of curiosity about the mystery of the universe. The universe is much larger than imagined, it's boundless and boundless. It's just a pile of waste. Xianying Xing died 150 million years ago, System said in a tranquil voice. Krillin feels a little regretful and a little lucky, how long and heavy this piece of history bears, and now it's self-fated in his own hands. Look at your face, hurry up and train, and young master will take you to the universe in the future. The system is such a shub character, Krillin is too lazy to say anything. Absorb it, system. Ding, obtained energy 2500, check the energy panel. Potential, 1050. Energy, 89. Training speed, overspeed, remaining 5 days, please renew in time. Usable energy, 2589. Also, increase power level by 10 points every day. At this rate, you will be able to reach the Earthling limit in 105 days. Keep it up, Krillin, work hard for a long time to find the way of energy. 3 days after obtaining the Immortal Stone. It's time to leave. Staying here is of little use. Say goodbye to old Amon. Thief. Krillin is packing his things. After all, he has lived here for half a month, and he has all the necessary equipment. Old Amon came in with a little anticipation on his face. Just came in at that moment, the system sent out a signal, detected a large amount of high-level energy. Krillin complexion greatly changed, and shouted, Niang Zipai. I still have it, but I didn't take it out earlier. Fortunately, I haven't left yet. Old Amon came in and gestured with dances with joy. What does this mean? Krillin was a little stunned, and began to speculate that he must have wanted something when he came in, and it must not be prey, otherwise he would have come early. What did he want? He had no choice but to take it out and let him adjust it himself. When he took out the capsule, old Amon jumped up excitedly. It was him. Krillin chuckled, it's my turn for the old man. The old man took out a piece of celestial stone. Old Amon was in a hurry, and hurriedly took out another piece. Krillin was still unmoved, so old Amon had to take out another piece. Krillin seemed to be in pain. After hesitating for a while, he slowly took out another piece. Krillin was about to reach the limit, laughed, showed his big white teeth, and made a deal. Krillin taught for a long time, and when the old man learned to use the capsules and left with joy, Krillin began to take stock of the harvest. The energies contained in the celestial stone are, respectively, 3000, 1500, 1000, 4100. Haha, there is no shortage of energy for the time being. After Krillin finished packing, he found that the Amon clan was sending him away. What a simple tribe. Amon, goodbye, I will protect the earth well, even though they don't understand, but Krillin wants to protect these honest people and survive on earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 10. August 10, 2020. Chapter 10 Krillin Battle Piccolo. Krillin has walked the ice-cold ridge, crossed the desert of death, and dive into the depths of thousands of meters and battle seabed giant beasts. Krillin is walking in the piece of mountain valley at this time. The valley is serpentine. I am afraid that the river was diverted and embedded thousands of years ago, and there are bursts of thunder from time to time in the valley. Krillin wiped his sweat and said, if it were an ordinary person, it would have been terrified. This thunder is actually a physical phenomenon, but I don't know much about physics and don't know the principle. Krillin looked at the system's direct reduction of 1000 energy and was a little tearful. Good steel was used on the sword handle. Can the system go back? Why did I turn on the speed of light training a genius to increase the battle power by 50, didn't I agree, 100? My latent talent is poor, who do you blame? Go back and regret it, it's impossible in this life. Just to satisfy my curiosity, I want to experience the feeling of light speed training, but who knows that the growth rate of battle power has shrunk by half. Light speed training not only improves your training speed, but also improves your understanding of the martial arts. Although training is directly related to hard work, the most important thing is one word: comprehension. Krillin nods and agrees. Sometimes January's confusion is realized in an instant, and sometimes he can't understand it for a lifetime, and the speed of light is reflected. Here, one day's enlightenment at the speed of light may be equal to the usual 30 years of enlightenment. Krillin takes a closer look and feels more and more powerful of the system. Potential, 860. Energy, 78. Training speed, speed of light. Available energy, 9778. Without wasting time, Krillin found a hidden cave, start to sit down and meditate. Krillin recalled his training experience since he was a child, aware of the shortcomings of training at each stage, every action of his every battle, where the enemy's weaknesses are, and his own how can he improve to defeat him. Time goes by, heaven-shaking changes are taking place in Krillin. If Master Roshi is here, he will be amazed. Krillin has martial arts already substantiated, like a thin coat covering Krillin lightly. One day passed, Krillin seemed to have no tendency to wake up. Another day, still not. Another day Krillin slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were different from usual. At this time, his eyes were deep and vicissitudes of life, and he seemed to see your weak spots at a glance. Hey! Krillin exhaled a long breath. Haha, harvest, full, system view attribute. Ding, as follows. Time, 756 years of AIG. Name, Krillin. Age, 20 years old. Race, Earthling. Power level, 700. So I've become the Earth's strongest? Ha ha ha, Krillin said angrily. Although it's only temporarily Earth's strongest, it's still very rewarding. Have been in this valley for about a week, making the giant carnivores in this place almost extinct. Krillin got up and patted the dust on your body. It's time to go, the next place. I have enough energy left to reach my limit, so don't worry for the time being. Let's walk and watch. Just don't know where is Piccolo, otherwise it would be a pleasure to abuse him. No. It seems that Piccolo went back to Yunzabit Heights after being defeated by Goku. That's right. Krillin was a little excited, so he decided to go to Yunzabit Heights next. It's just Yunzabit Heights at the edge of Earth. Krillin can't help but have a headache. Let's fly at full strength. Krillin moved towards Yunzabit Heights, passing rivers, mountains, and basins along the way. After 5 days of flying, Krillin saw that the topography in front of him was very similar to the Yadan topography in previous life, with various strange stone shapes eroded by the wind, full of desolation and desolation, only flying birds, and no trace of animal survival. To be able to continue training in this environment, Piccolo's perseverance is really admirable. Krillin couldn't help but praise. Yunzabit Heights is so big, where can I find Piccolo? I didn't go to the lookout to receive Mr. Popo's training on the Chi system. At this time I just know poor application. After challenging Piccolo, I must go to the lookout to learn the use of system's key. Krillin said with some regret. Krillin was flying aimlessly in Yunzabit Heights, and the strong wind carried the sand and slapped Krillin's face like a knife, even if Krillin was an expert for a long time. Some can't bear it. I can't do anything about it, and I can't find it anymore. I can only come back later. Because there is no food supplement here, and Krillin's food is almost exhausted, I have to quit Yunzabit Heights. When Krillin passed a higher stone pillar, he couldn't help showing a look of joy, and saw a familiar and unfamiliar shadow. In this place where birds don't shit, someone must be Piccolo, Krillin laughed. Krillin flew over, restrained his ki, and slowly approached the stone pillar. When he got closer, Krillin saw the Piccolo figure and slowly looked at it. Piccolo is sitting cross-legged in the air, tight eyes closed, with green skin, wearing a dark blue gi with the word demon printed, and a wide belt of bright purple blue tied with a white cloak. Antenna on his head is covered in under the hat. Krillin flew over Piccolo, then fell slowly, and with a stomping sound, Krillin stopped in front of Piccolo. "Are you here to die?" Piccolo didn't have opened eyes, lightly saying. Actually, Piccolo discovered Krillin when Krillin first discovered Piccolo. After all, Piccolo and Kami used to be one body, and they were very proficient in ki training, but when they discovered that it was Krillin, a little dog, "I don't really care. You'll know right away if you're going to die." Krillin chuckled. When Krillin just arrived, he has already checked Piccolo's attribute, as follows. Time, AIG 756. Name, Piccolo. Age, 6, newborn Piccolo age calculation. Race, name Kian. Battle power, 260. Little dog, hee, I'll let you know who the little one is dog. Then an energy blast flew past, and the stone pillar where Piccolo was located was razed to the ground. Piccolo felt the terrifying of the big ki blast, and he tried his full strength to escape. His face was no longer full. Again, with contempt, sweat dripping from his head, he said in his mouth, "Hateful." Krillin flashed behind Piccolo, the corners of his mouth raised. "Hee, you've been hit." A flying kick hit Piccolo in the waist. Piccolo didn't realize it yet. When he heard a voice behind him and was about to turn his head, the man had already flown out backwards, traversing several mountains. Krillin followed along again in a flash, teleport to Piccolo, kicked with both feet together. Piccolo was hit into the sky at once. Krillin followed, flew to the top of Piccolo's head, and hit both hands fiercely. Piccolo hit the ground at high speed like a meteorite. With a bang, the ground was dusty, and the dust filled the vicinity for a long time and did not disperse, and Krillin slowly fell. I saw Piccolo smashed a 5-meter deep pit, and the whole person lay there without moving, as if he had lost his life force. "Get up, stop pretending, Piccolo, this is all Goku leftovers. I'm not doing you any real harm at this level." Piccolo flew out slowly. The clothes on his body were damaged, and green liquid was leaking from somewhere on his body, obviously suffering a little injury. "Hateful, your strength, why so much progress?" Piccolo said fiercely. "There are so many things you don't know, Piccolo. Take the load off your body and use all your strength, or you may die." Of course Krillin was just scaring Piccolo. Piccolo was a little surprised, why Krillin knew, but he took off his weighted clothes without thinking much. Piccolo seemed to be very relaxed, saying, "Dog, accept this king's anger." Krillin faintly smiled. "Looks like it's time to let you know what social beating is." Then, the two hands are fighting together again. "How soft and weak your fists are," Krillin taunted. "Yeah, Piccolo getting angry. The attack became more violent. Countless fists hit Krillin, and finally followed by a magic flash, Krillin was knocked out, knocked down countless rocks, and the entire impact was surrounded by dust. "Hoo-hoo," Piccolo gasping for breath, waited for a while, saw Krillin didn't come out, smiled and jumped happily. "The world belongs to me, King Piccolo, after all." "I'm afraid you are too happy too early," a faint voice came. Piccolo's smile stopped abruptly, looking at Krillin in surprise. You, speechless. "This is the end of the warm-up, I want to full strength attacked." The flying kick hit, and Piccolo was knocked out again. I saw Piccolo's figure flying upward for a while, and moved towards the bottom for a while, and Piccolo was lost at this time. The ability to resist, the whole person flutters with the direction of Krillin's fist. "Ha, hey, turtle, pie, energy wave, come!" I saw Piccolo's whole body covered by a blue light. An impact crater with a diameter of nearly 30 meters was formed on the ground. Krillin flew over slowly and looked at Piccolo, who was now in the center of the impact crater. Piccolo was running out of full strength stand up, but my strength is exhausted. I struggled for half a genius and only half kneeled. The whole person was in a very difficult situation, with blue veins all over my body. One of my broken arms was still dripping green liquid. When I saw Krillin, Piccolo, I couldn't help shaking my whole body. Krillin smiled and said, "I won't kill you, don't worry." Piccolo obviously doesn't believe it, and remains on guard. "I'm here just to spar with you, no ill will." Piccolo is a respectable opponent, who sacrificed his life to save Gohan, and even became a son family nanny in late stage. Krillin couldn't help laughing. "Okay, now that the fight is over, I'm leaving. Piccolo, you can take care of your injury." Krillin lifted up. "By the way, Piccolo, take a long-term view, don't just put more than Goku as your target," said Krillin and swish away. Piccolo is still a little disbelieving. "He didn't kill me," Piccolo thought to himself, "must still be in the vicinity, trying to give me a fatal blow when I'm not paying attention." Piccolo didn't relax, and resumed stamina secretly. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 30 minutes later, Piccolo felt Krillin's ki move away, and suddenly sat on the ground. Piccolo thoughtfully, as if savoring the meaning of Krillin's last words. "After a long time, hateful, another mighty enemy to rule the world. Krillin." Piccolo gnashing teeth said. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 11. August 10, 2020. Chapter 11 Advance to Korin Tower. Krillin couldn't help laughing at the thought of Piccolo being beaten by himself. Krillin remembers, Piccolo called his little dog in the 23rd martial arts tournament. Haha, today is considered an indirect revenge. Krillin thought about his own strength. Earth seems to be invincible. Even if Goku and Piccolo join forces, it may not be his opponent. I couldn't help but feel proud, knowing that even though the previous life Krillin was not without the strength to truss a chicken, it was only at the level of a normal person. And now that Krillin has a lot of power, it's inevitable to be a little complacent. Krillin shook the head. It's still too early. His own strength is not enough to look at in the universe. When the Z era comes, Goku, Piccolo's strength grows. He. Krillin has no ability to ridicule. Now I am in a state of overspeed training. In theory, it only takes time to reach the limit. After that, the energy demand will be bottomless pit. I have to find a way to obtain energy as soon as possible. There are a lot of senzu beans in Korin that can provide a lot of energy. Just hope you don't get ruined by that fatty Yajirobe. It's time to go to the lookout, and I'm still a little lacking in ki training, Krillin secretly thought. Korin Holy Land is the origin of the ancient mysterious martial arts in Earth. Krillin heard Goku mention it, knows the approximate direction, move towards this direction first. System, use 7500 energy, speed up training for 75 days, ding, used. Potential, 750. Energy, 60. Training speed, overdrive, 75 days. Usable energy, 2260. Haha, I'll be able to push my limits in 75 days. Krillin was smug. Krillin turned into a hurricane and flew towards Korin Holy Land at high speed. As everyone knows, Yunzabit Heights and Korin Tower are divided into polar regions, and it is a 10-day journey to meet Krillin. 5 days later, in a market town, people coming, people going, heavy traffic, people and animals get along more peacefully. Krillin's face showed a little tiredness. After 5 days of high-speed driving, Krillin's spirit needed a rest. Krillin came to the highest standard hotel in this town and planned to take a good rest. After all, making money is for enjoyment. Then Krillin checked into the king's suite in Central City. After all, there is no president in this world, only the king of Central City. The body is easy to recover, and when you are traveling at high speed, you are more mentally fatigued. Hey, Krillin was sleeping soundly. At this time, his spirit was soothingly relieved. In Krillin's deep sleep, the hustle and bustle of the day gradually passed, and the moon gradually passed over the tip. So comfortable. Krillin stretched, but at this moment there was a goo-goo sound in his stomach. Let's go out to dinner, and by the way, prepare some gifts for Immortal Korin, for Immortal Korin prepares gifts. This is the most important reason for Krillin's stay. After all, he asks others. As the saying goes well, he has short hands and soft mouths. He took the seafood carefully prepared by himself, and asked for senzu by himself. Bean for good reason. In fact, Krillin is not afraid of Immortal Korin's stinginess, but the quantity, it is worth considering. The King Suite is naturally responsible for serving the food, but the taste is really bad. Krillin said while eating, not knowing that he had already eaten 10 people. After eating and drinking, it was time to go to the major event. Krillin walked out slowly while the staff member looked frightened. Krillin came to the largest seafood market in the town. A fishy smell assaults the senses. Forget, how did you smell it without a nose? Krillin thought sadly. Boss, I want all the stock you have in your store, but I declare in advance that I don't want anything that's not fresh. Boss is a middle-aged uncle with a face that it's a little dark. Obviously it was soaking in the sea in the early years, and the sea breeze was blowing, and Krillin had a deep understanding of the few days when he was training in the sea. All. Boss thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. That's right. Boss greeted him with an immediately smile like a chrysanthemum, and said, there are still 2 tons, but this is a week's stock, you see. Krillin shook the head. He was at least 5 days away from the Korin Holy Land. The capsules can be preserved, but the capsules cannot be kept fresh yet. I want 5 tons of fresh. Krillin said seriously. Boss was a little disappointed after hearing that. His product did not meet Krillin's requirements. But try saying, there's a shipment of sea goods arriving in town tonight, but it's been 5 days since shipping, but it's still fresh with ice cubes, you see. Krillin thought for a moment. Xia said, yes. After all, there is still a section of the road from the sea here, and 5 days have passed quickly, and the ice cubes will not be too bad. The boss showed a happy look, and then said, because the quantity is a bit large, the customer needs to pay some deposit first. Boss has been immersed in the business world for many years, and still has some means of defending himself. Krillin immediately paid the deposit. Boss packed everything. You wait 3 hours, I will go to stock now. Good. The boss was about to leave, and Krillin added, buy the ice cubes back. The boss nodded, indicating that he understood. Suppliers generally only supply to their acquaintances, otherwise Krillin would have gone by himself. 2.5 hours later. The middle-aged boss returns with a large truckload of seafood. Krillin goes over to look at the seafood, which is surrounded by ice. Quite fresh, Krillin satisfied nodded. Krillin delivers the remainder, then loads the sea cargo into the change capsule. Seeing this, boss couldn't help but say with emotion, it's a rich man to actually use a transforming capsule to pack seafood. Krillin bought a gift for Korin, naturally ready to hit the road again. Krillin flew in the air, moved towards Korin Holy Land again, and gradually the town became blurred until it was disappeared. On the way, the primitive forest gradually increases, and the traces of human activities gradually disappear. In the deep mountain forest, the ancient wood is towering, covering the sky because the forest looks eerie, unfathomable. Krillin speed up as soon as possible through this forest. 5 days later, it was raining lightly in the sky, misty and rainy, and the figure of the Korin Tower was faintly hidden. Clouds and mists seemed to be hidden and appear, with no end in sight. Krillin couldn't help but sigh, if you put it in the previous life, the Eiffel Tower is worthless compared to it. Krillin flew faster and reached the tower in an instant, leaving approaching Krillin. He slowly looked at the Korin Tower and stretched out his hand to feel it, giving people the feeling of a long history. The Korin Tower carries a 1000-year history of wind and rain. It is the holy land in the hearts of countless martial artists. Every martial artist will probably have some feelings and inspirations when they see it, except for Gaku, of course. Krillin was immersed in the feeling of beauty, when suddenly a javelin flew past his eyes, fiercely inserted into the soil in front of him. It can only be seen that the master of the javelin did not want to take Krillin's life but to intimidate it, otherwise the target of the javelin was Krillin's head. Outlanders, get out of the Korin Holy Land. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 12. August 10, 2020. Chapter 12 Korin. He glanced at Krillin and said with a stern expression, "Outsiders, quit Korin Holy Land." Krillin looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a stronger hunter dressed like Indian. At this time, he was staring at Krillin, holding a lance in his hand as if ready to attacking Krillin at any time. Krillin observed for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "You are Yuba. I heard Gaku mention you and say that you and your father are the guardians of the Korin Tower." Yuba heard what Krillin said and asked, "Are you Goku's friends?" "Gaku is my best friend, we are fellow disciples, you can call me Krillin." Yuba immediately put down his guarded expression and said with a smile on his face, "Since he is Goku's friend, he is also my friend. I'm really sorry just now, I just want to drive away the trespassers." "It's okay," Krillin smiled softly. "Are you here to challenge the Korin Tower?" "Yes, I want to go to Immortal Korin and ask him to guidance his martial arts. The Korin Tower is very high. Many people have come to challenge it for several hundred years and have undoubtedly failed. Only Master Roshi and Gaku have climbed it," Yuba said a little dejectedly. Krillin laughed, "Don't worry, Gaku can climb it, so can I." Krillin added in his heart, "It's just flying up." Yuba was still a little worried and said, "Now the weather is bad, go to my house to rest first, and it's not too late to go when stamina recovers." "Yuba, don't worry, you can go home soon, I'm going to start." Krillin moved towards the top of the Korin Tower and glanced at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, dancing sky art full strength use," the figure disappears with a white light. Yuba watched Krillin go away in shock. Higher and taller, the air thins a little, the clouds beside him seem faintly discernible. Krillin sees the oblate building, Krillin knows, it's there. Stepping, Krillin landed on the Korin top of tower and saw a big fat cat with 2 linear eyes, 3 beards on the left and right sides of the mouth, and the eyebrows on the top of the head are also left and right 3 each, with a wood staff in hand. There is another person next to him, with a fat body, a pair of small eyes, a spiky head, dressed in Japanese style, wearing a vertical striped kimono, wearing clogs under his feet, and a Japanese katana on his waist. Krillin smiled, "Hello, Korin, Yajirobe." Krillin said more politely. Korin wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, as early as when Krillin was fighting Piccolo, Krillin really frightened himself with such a robbed battle power. How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? The power has reached the Korin top of tower so quickly now, it seems that Krillin did not show all his strength at that time. Korin kept wiping away his sweat, a little fortunately it was the disciple of the old tortoise, and the performance along the way is not bad, and he did not do evil. Korin replied faintly, And Yajirobe is not calm at this time, his legs are shaking, and his voice is shaking, Gram. Krillin, what are you doing? Apparently Yajirobe didn't know Krillin very well at this time. Krillin moved towards Korin, bowed and said, "Please Korin, guide me in martial arts. Your strength far exceed me, I have nothing to teach you." Krillin doesn't think so. After all, the master is the teacher. Everyone has their own field of specialization. Korin has lived for more than 800 years, and the profound understanding of martial arts is feared by no one else. Eat a senzu bean first, and restore the stamina. Korin threw a shriveled bean at Krillin. Krillin took it, which looks similar to the bean from previous life, domestic soybeans. I felt a strong life force, System check Senzu bean, ding, attribute as follows. Senzu bean. Contained energy, 500 points, fixed. Function description, 1 capsule lasts 10 days, an instant manhood, and all injuries healed instantly. Krillin chuckled, finally saw Senzu bean, it's a good thing. Krillin eats Senzu bean, and instantly feels the lost stamina keeps recovering, reaching a peak state. Krillin unleashes all your ki, and I see your full strength. Krillin adjusted himself and then released all the ki, immediately a powerful ki pressure emanated from Krillin, and continuously intensified. Okay, okay. Ichirobe shouted, a little scared in the face of this ki Yarubi. Korin nods to you to signal Krillin to stop. I have a certain understanding of ki, Rashi is barely qualified, and there is no misunderstanding, but you are so much more than me, I can't teach you anything, I can only give you some advice. Korin. Krillin training. Korin, listen carefully to what Korin has to say. In the next few days, Krillin followed Korin in the tower. Krillin taught him the practice of martial arts he had learned. Look at Korin, Korin pointed out some deficiencies in Krillin. With the deepening of the communication on the martial arts, Korin felt more and more that Krillin was a genius, and the profound understanding of the martial arts was amazing. Obviously he was young, but he seemed to be alive, it's like 100 years. Krillin felt that the time was almost right. Korin, are you not tired of eating senzu beans for so many years? Krillin said deliberately. Bullshit. I ate a fish 100 years ago, and the taste, zi, made the cat linger, meow. Then sighed, I as immortal can't leave without permission, I have to guard the Korin Tower, I really miss the days when I used to eat fish in the next session. Korin said with a face full of intoxication. Ah! P. Krillin took out a fish and shook it in front of Korin. Korin, his nose moved, both eyes shine, he pounced on it like a hungry wolf, gulps, and shouted, that's the taste. Efficiently, one fish was eliminated by Korin. Korin blushed after eating it. I was an immortal. It was really rude just now, but the fish was really delicious. Korin, do you know how many senzu beans you have? I can exchange fish for you. Krillin asked expectantly. What? You want to exchange fish for senzu beans with me? Korin doesn't believe his ears. In Korin's eyes, senzu beans can only fill his stomach. Yes. How much do you have? When I look for it, Korin takes out 3 big jars in no time, and that's all that's left. Yajirobe eats some these days. Thanks for coming early, a few months later, there will probably be very few left. Krillin stared at Yajirobe's belly. He was really a foodie. A little timid, but thinking about it, he can see his figure in almost every key battle, which is enough to explain the problem. Yajirobe was stared at a little scared, then haha laughed, touched his head, thought leaving this topic aside. Krillin looked at the jars, and there were about 1,000 in each jar, about 3,000 in total, haha 1.5 million. And there will be no shortage of energy in the future. Krillin take out the fish stored in the change capsule to Korin. Korin had a scare, even if he eats fish every day for several years, Korin never stops smiling when he sees the fish. Krillin carefully put the senzu bean into the transforming capsule, and also filled several pieces separately. This is called a sly individual has more than one plan to fall back on. Korin, how is the yield of senzu bean? Sample? Come to 100 a year. Korin, why don't you plant more in the future? I will change it every year, 100 senzu beans, 1,000 fish, how about it? This condition is too tempting for cats, and Korin agrees without thinking. Krillin is overjoyed, he will have a fixed source in the future, whether it is future battles, or for self-powered, senzu beans are in great demand. Now I'm going to the lookout for a deeper training, Krillin thought. Korin, I'm going to lookout training, please lend me a token, which is the small bell. Krillin won't go there rashly, and the proper process still has to go. Gaku said before that he was in the lookout training. Korin is not surprised. At this time, an old voice resounded, Korin, let Krillin come up. A token is not required. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 13. August 10, 2020. Chapter 13 Kami. Korin looked at what Krillin wanted to say, but didn't say it. Krillin chuckled, no need now Korin, I'm going to the lookout first. After saying that, Krillin jumped out of the Korin tower, and flew upward. Although the lookout is still some distance away from the Korin tower, it is nothing in Krillin's eyes. The air became thinner, and even the cloud vapor was much less. Krillin saw the shape of the hemisphere, which was very ancient, more historic than the Korin tower. Krillin accelerated and jumped. It landed on the lookout in one jump. Kami and Mr. Popo were standing there, waiting for Krillin. Krillin stepped forward, getting closer and slowly looking at Kami and Mr. Popo. Kami is about the same length as Piccolo. If you tell the difference, Kami is wearing a cloak robe, with a god mark on his chest, holding a staff, and Piccolo's chest is a magic word. N. It seems that Namekian likes to wear cloak. Mr. Popo is more like a shrunken orangutan and has several points of human charm. Kami, Mr. Hello Popo. Krillin greeted politely. Kami stared at Krillin for a long time and said, you fought Piccolo very well, I'm glad that human gave birth to such a powerful martial artist, but why didn't you kill it? What about King Piccolo? Although newborn Piccolo is a bit evil, he can't be considered Demon King, he can't be considered a demon clan. On the contrary, I think Piccolo will become the warrior who guards Earth in the future. Hehe, if Earth is gone, how can Piccolo dominate the world? Besides, Piccolo is dead. Kami, you're gone too, the world needs you. Kami was a little sad, whispered in his mouth, although I find Piccolo's inner evil a little less, can he really be the warrior who guards Earth? Certainly, newborn Piccolo has made it his goal to defeat Gaku since he was born, and has never been out of Yunzabit heights, let alone doing evil, and then Piccolo sees Gaku and his partner. The friendship between Gaku and himself, unnoticeable influence, Piccolo itself has also been changed. Krillin said silently in his heart. Kami looked at Krillin and said, I already know your purpose, I want to make up for my lack of martial arts, and then let Mr. Popo teach you. Okay, Kami. Mr. Popo replied. Krillin doesn't dare to underestimate Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo existed in Earth's first Kami. Trouble Mr. Popo, Krillin said gratefully. No trouble, please come with me. Then two people arrived in a spacious place and started Krillin's the Lookout Learning Road. The air in the lookout is relatively thin. First of all you have to get used to it slowly, your strength is relatively strong, you also need to wear this 10x weighted clothes. After saying that, Mr. Popo took out a weighted clothes for Krillin to put on. It's heavy, and the air is thin, and small beads of sweat appeared on Krillin's head immediately. After putting on weighted clothes, you need to lift your breath from time to time, and if you relax a little, you will be crushed by gravity. You need to understand, quiet as the sky, fast as lightning. How time flies, January has passed. Ha, hey, Krillin was waving, he calmed down, wiped the sweat from his forehead, stopped, and opened the system panel. Battle power, 1450. Potential, 50. Energy, 52. Training speed, overdrive, 35 days. Usable energy, 2252. Krillin has made great progress these days, the use of chi has reached the brought to the point of perfection, and his battle power is approaching the limit. Haha, where water flows, a canal is formed. Krillin, you've made great progress, so fast to get used to 10x gravity. Mr. Popo came over. Krillin couldn't help sweating and thought, actually, I got used to it in 7 days, I was just accumulating time, Gaku got used to 100x gravity in 5 days, where did I go? It was faster than I expected. I originally planned to reach my limit in 2 months. Under gravity training, it only took 1 month to reach the limit. It is time to ask Dr. Brief to customize one. Gravity training is really delicious. Kami as name Kian, although he lost his memory, he still remembers some training skills. Meditation, as the name implies, is to imagine a strong enemy in his mind to fight with him in his mind. Companion spirit god chains connects to the simulated battle. In the original work, Krillin and Gohan go to planet Namek through meditation training. Piccolo was originally named Kian. Piccolo's training method is meditation. Piccolo seems to be trained through meditation. Krillin couldn't help thinking. Meditation can not only improve battle power but also train spirit power. Spirit power is a magical thing. People with strong spirit power tend to know things in detail, have stronger perception, and learn faster. It is possible to gain supernatural abilities when planting. For example, Grand Elder can probe Krillin's memory by touching Krillin's head, and Gaku too. It is better to wait until you break through to the limit of first layer before learning. Meditation method, bite off more than one can chew. Krillin is sitting quietly at the lookout, like a previous life old monk training, sitting cross-legged, palms up. Kami feels taller, Krillin said, just pretending to be a bee for breakthrough. Drips, time is flowing. Krillin's mouth has a mysterious smile, it's here, check attribute. Battle power, 1500, reached the limit, breakthrough possible. Potential, 0. Energy, 52. Training speed, overspeed, 30 days. Available energy, 2252. Ding, the host has reached the Earthling limit, you can choose breakthrough, but 100,000 energy. P. Why don't you go grab it, you? After all, breaking through the limits of people is not a trivial matter, Lao Zi said, everything must comply with the law of conservation of energy. Forget that you are studying literature. System, as always, reserves a beating. Can't do anything about it. Krillin, gnashing one's teeth, took out 200 senzu beans from his arms and said painfully, no, take it, choose breakthrough. It is recommended that the host choose a quieter place to choose breakthrough, after all, breakthrough is of great importance. Come on. We will listen to whatever you say. Kami, I'm going out and training a new move, I can't use it here. Kami is slightly nodded. Krillin uses dancing sky art to fly to the western wilderness, passing the Korin Tower. Korin is gorge oneself, a figure whizzes past, something, Korin looked up, but found nothing, so he lowered his head and ate again. Krillin arriving in a wilderness, everywhere looks very desolate, and there is no trace of biological activity. Some people look forward to, let's start, system. Ding, breakthrough. Immediately after, the energy between the worlds rushed towards Krillin. These energies emitted colorful rays of light, but this energy mortal cannot be seen, only if it is higher than God of Destruction that stage can it be seen. These colorful energies are transforming Krillin's body little by little. If anyone is there, Krillin can be found hanging in the air, showing a very happy expression. Krillin feels warm all over at this time, like in childhood lying in mother's arms feels like someone who has experienced heavy snow and cold wind soaking in warm water. In short, it's very comfortable. At the moment when the colorful light appears, within Destruction God's planet seems to feel a little bit. Key, I hurriedly searched for it, but this key flashed by. There is a system to cover up the possibility that even an expert like Whis can't find it. Strange, where did you go? Forget about looking for it, or while Beerus is asleep. When you have a good rest. Whis Yo-Yo-Yo said with a smile. Krillin has been wrapped in white light for about 10 minutes, ding, the breakthrough is completed, and the system is integrated. Krillin's eyes slowly opened, immediately felt the power gushing out of the body. This time I felt that Earthling's training shackles were all removed, At this moment I realized that it was training endless. Haha, Krillin said with a big smile, I am very powerful, very powerful. System view attribute. Ding, as follows. Date, AIG 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 20 years old. Race, Earthling. Dimension, Level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle power, 2000, next layer limit 150,000. Potential, 150,000. Training speed, overspeed, 30 days. Usable energy, 2252. Haha, 2000 power level, amplification of 500 battle power all at once, and the next layer limit is 150,000. The feeling of training endless is really great, but seeing the dimension level Krillin is a bit confused. What does this mean? You can understand it as God's level. For example, Earth Kami is dimension level 3, Korin is level 1, and Mr. Popo as attendant is level 2, and above it is King Yema, Kai, Grand Kai, Supreme Kai. God of Destruction is the same as Supreme Kai dimension, but the strength difference is big. Angel, Grand Minister, Zeno, corresponding to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0 dimension respectively. The dimension increases, the corresponding lifespan will also increase. Considering 18, it won't get old. The system specially applied to the headquarters to add this function. How about it? Satisfied not, hehe. Krillin was about to be moved when he heard system again. Considering that the host uses this function for the first time, there will be no charge for enhancing the user experience. Hehe. I'm going to. But to be honest, system is such a sweet little padded jacket. Ding, once again, this system is not mysterious and does not require users to discover. P.S. This book is to submit a contract application, and the contract will be sent tomorrow. Please rest assured to collect. Because it is the first time to write online articles, Xiaoxi's typing is really slow. Sometimes it may take more than 2 hours for a chapter, and the speed will increase as you become proficient in the future. Currently, it is updated once a day. Sorry readers. In addition, I would like to thank 5 Elements for lack of money, the old boy from Wang Wang, Vivo 95642655002, Jai, and Greed for the recommendation votes for Xiaoxi. Thank you again. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 14. August 10, 2020. Chapter 14 Meditation Spirit Training. Krillin jumped and flew towards the lookout, twice as fast as when he came, to know that the training of the martial arts path is not a simple 1 + 1 = 2, and obtaining a breakthrough often has the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. On the way back, Krillin was thinking about the use of energy. He had to make sure that every bit of energy was used on the blade. At this time, there were 2,800 senzu beans left, which was converted into energy of 1.4 million energy. After the system was upgraded, 100 points of super speed training will get 100 points of battle power per day, and 1 day of light speed training will get 500 points of battle power, but the comprehension ability is greatly increased. It's really embarrassing. Even if I have turned on the speed of light training for 5 years, I will only have 912,500 power level in about 1,800 days. This power level may be able to dominate a small star system, but it doesn't count as fart in front of Frisia. It doesn't even hurt to beat, it's a headache, it's really urgent. The way to find energy can't be stopped. Fortunately, Korin can provide himself with 100 senzu beans every year. Now his most important thing is open source, and throttling cannot make a major event. Krillin kept emotionally in his heart. Said. In an instant, Krillin arrived at the lookout. In fact, Krillin also went out for about 2 hours, and Kami didn't care much. But when Kami saw Krillin, his mouth opened wide, and he seemed a little unbelievable. After 2 hours of going out, the dimension was level 1. Recalling that his Kami road was so difficult, he climbed to Kami step by step. And even divided into two myself. Strange immortal after a trip? This cannot be explained by common sense. Krillin noticed that Kami didn't look at him very much. Kami's eyes were full of doubts. Krillin thought to himself, Kami can see something. Nonsense, it's not blind, you can see that the dimension is taller than you. System said speechlessly. Krillin moved towards Kami grinning and rubbing his head. Kami couldn't figure it out, but didn't ask much, and Krillin didn't say much, after all, it was a secret. God knows if there will be an innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a criminal, it's not about Kami, Krillin is just afraid that some big guy is staring at him, is too far away, but still can't say this thing. Kami, I want to learn meditation training. Krillin said to Kami with a big white tooth and a smile. No problem, Mr. Popo can teach you, and most of my martial arts are also taught by Mr. Popo, Kami said calmly. That's trouble for you, Mr. Popo. No trouble, Mr. Popo also wants to spread his martial arts to benefit people. Mr. Popo, I want to go to the hyperbolic time chamber training, is that okay? The air in the hyperbolic time chamber is thin and sultry, the temperature is between 50 degrees Celsius and -40 degrees Celsius, but the gravity is strong. The usual 10x, with a wide space like Earth, will be weak and distracted and prone to hallucinations. These questions are mere trifle for Krillin. Mr. Popo glanced at Kami and seemed to be asking Kami's opinion. Kami nodded without hesitation. Okay, then Mr. Popo will teach you the meditation training method, please contact Mr. Popo come. Mr. Popo moved towards Krillin. Come on, thank you Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo leads the way, I have to say the lookout is quite big. Getting deeper and deeper, the roads are mixed and crossed, and there are sections like the winding mountain road. Krillin only knows the direction to walk. To be honest, Krillin has no idea of the direction. After walking for about 2 minutes, Krillin saw the golden gate. Mr. Popo pushed open the door, then turned around and said, this is it. It was finally here. Krillin walked in and looked all around curiously, except for those who slept and ate the place, the rest is all vast expanse of white, and it's a little stuffy, but that's the kind of environment you need, and you can only be a boss if you eat hard and suffer. Then Mr. Popo will start teaching you meditate on the training method. Mr. Popo said to Krillin. The system, turn on the speed of light training, automatically start the renewal for 1 year, and deduct the senzu bean if it is not enough. Ding, received. First of all, you need to feel spirit power, close your eyes, feel your brain fully until you can feel every part of your brain, and then imagine that there is an energy condensing in your brain, from all parts of the brain to the core of the brain. If there is a feeling of swelling in the center of the brain, the first step is successful. Close your eyes and imagine yourself looking at the object in front of you. Don't imagine seeing with your eyes, but imagine your brain receiving information from the front, and have a strong wish to see. If there is a feeling of boiling, swelling, or pressure in the brain that can flow and compress, this is spirit power at the brain. Mr. Popo explained seriously. Krillin heard Mr. Popo's words and felt a little bit, and then sat cross-legged, a little dive light flashed in his mind, but he couldn't catch it. Krillin tried several times, but still failed, smiled, and said, it's really a bit difficult. Mr. Popo said with a smile, Krillin, don't worry, Goku still spent money back then, it only took a week to learn, which is already very fast in Mr. Popo's opinion. Krillin is not in a hurry. He can't eat a fatty in one bite. He already has a bit of dive light, and he is afraid of what he will do. Krillin's confidence is actually due to the speed of light training and the improvement of perception comprehension ability. A large margin. Krillin was wondering why he was always a little short, and fell into contemplation when he touched the baldy. Time is like fine sand, 5 days have passed. Krillin has been sitting there for a whole day without moving, every time it feels fleeting, what is wrong? The mental web is attached to the cerebral cortex, yes, haha, expansion, compression, movement is its characteristic is that he is always thinking about manipulation, not trying to make him move and expand. Krillin tried again, eyes closed, imagining the movement and expansion of the mental network, moving slowly, gradually covering the whole mind. Gradually the brain began to boil. Haha, Krillin's eyes opened suddenly, his spirit power training successfully, and the next step is to constantly simulate growth in his mind. I am really a little genius. Krillin couldn't help but boast. Mr. Popo was also had a scare. Goku took 7 genius training successfully, and 7 days have already made Mr. Popo exclaim in astonishment, and now Krillin only took 5 days to train successfully. How many excellent martial artists have been born since ancient times Earth? I am afraid that no one can match Krillin only in talent. Mr. Popo couldn't help thinking. Krillin naturally didn't know what Mr. Popo was thinking, otherwise he would have said, yes, I have never been afraid of anyone in terms of innate talent perception. Be a low-key person, and do a high-profile job. Previous life it is not unreasonable for Krillin to be the strongest person in the earth, and the perception latent talent is definitely not bad. Self-created key/diffusion energy wave, avatar technique, improvement unique skills, multiple afterimage techniques, 100 times solar flare. In addition to Krillin's diligence and hard work, strongest earthling deserves it. The meditation method has been learned, and it is time to train hard. P.S. Don't try the above spirit training methods. The author has never practiced it before, so I'm not responsible if it breaks down. Haha, just kidding, it's purely for the plot, don't take it seriously. Thank you for your favorites. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 15. August 10, 2020. Chapter 15 I tallied 5 centimeters. For the next year of full-strength training, Krillin wore a 10x gravity suit plus time the 10x gravity of the spirit house is 20x, Krillin eager for a fight, ready to fight. Krillin, you have already learned the meditation method, Mr. Popo has nothing to teach you, and you can only rely on yourself. Mr. Popo still said in a tranquil voice as always. Krillin nodded and said, Mr. Popo, you don't have to wait for me, you can go out and take care of Kami. Well, I'll go out first, if you have anything you can call me through the small bell in front of the door, just shake it and I'll know. Okay, no problem. On the vast training ground, Krillin is a little small, but the energy contained in his body is enough to destroy heavens and exterminating Earth. Krillin took out the 10x gravity clothes and put them on. Immediately 20x gravity was exerted on Krillin. Krillin stood motionless, and the sweat on his head became more and more dense. It was really impossible to move a single step. Krillin tried to take a step forward, the center of the whole person moved forward, and almost fell. Krillin adjusts the center of gravity and moves step by step. Every action looks simple, but it is actually difficult. 2 days later, Krillin was under 20x gravity and was able to walk slowly. Step by step seemed rather funny, very similar to Chaplin's walking posture. After half a month, Krillin has fully adapted to 20x gravity. After all, his battle power every day all is constantly increasing by 500 points. It has been 17 days now, and Krillin's battle power is 13,900 at this time. Hoo-hoo, Krillin took off his gravity suit and gasping for breath. Although the training was hard for most of the month, the rewards were also quite rewarding. Under the speed of light training, the battle power increased by 500 points every day, and he was in a 20x gravity environment, the battle power increases by an additional 200 points. Time flies like an arrow, and a year has passed in a blink of an eye. Krillin's figure is moving at high speed at this time. Krillin sends Kamehameha with his left hand, and Ki/slash with his right hand. The two sides are fighting. There are several points of such as left-right strokes. The individual's mastery of Chi is very demanding. The two energies are constantly entangled and inseparable. With the gradual exhaustion of Krillin Chi, the two energies become weaker and gradually dissipate between the worlds. Krillin's original creation of Ki/ is Krillin's strongest representative move. The air in the hand forms a high-speed rotation and compresses to a disc as thin as a saw blade, cutting the enemy in two like a knife. As a signature move, Ki/ must be practiced naturally. After a year of tempering, Krillin's Ki breath has become very distant, and his eyes have become sharp. If you use one word to describe it, it is terrifying. View attribute. Time, AIG 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 21 years old 1 year. Race, Earthling. Dimension, Level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle power, 250,000, next layer limit 1.5 million. Potential, 1.25 million. Training speed, speed of light. Available energy, 0. Haha, Krillin at the 7th month, it has reached the limit again, consumes 500,000 energy to break through the limit again, and the next layer limit becomes 1.5 million. When the original plan was to break through to the level 2 dimension, the energy was not enough. 1 year of light speed training consumes 360,000 energy, and the breakthrough limit costs 500,000. I only have 540,000 energy left before open source, so I need to save energy. The time is coming, and after a year of high-pressure training, it's time to take a good rest. The gravity suit looks a bit tattered, and it is full of traces of shock waves, while Krillin's own clothes have long since turned into rags, bare upper body, tall and straight, strong physique, strong muscles. Go take a shower first, la la, the sound of shua shua running water. Krillin took out the capsule and took out a set of clothes, N. Why is it awkward? It seems a little small, is it because are your muscles getting bigger? Don't think about it blindly, you break through 2 centimeters tall the first time, and 3 centimeters tall the second time, the system can't let you tall immediately, so you tall in a year. 5 centimeters. Krillin was a little excited, the system always solves my problems. Although Krillin already knows that he will break through in the future, surprises often come from inadvertently, which is not the case. P. It's still Earth's strongest. How dare you go out to meet people with a height of 155? It's like hitting the face of this system. System looked contemptuous. But now with 160, Krillin finds that he has seen the world rise to a higher level, and feels that life has reached a peak, and have a good sleep. Jin talking nonsense, the system is still a dead face. Krillin pushed open the golden door and saw Mr. Popo waiting for him. Krillin stepped forward and said with a smile, Mr. Popo, long time no see. It's been a long time, come with Mr. Popo. Krillin was inside. A year was indeed a long time no see for Krillin, but Mr. Popo was out for only 1 day. When Kami saw Krillin, he had a scare again. Although Krillin tried his best to restrain his ki, the basic value was large, and the normal state had a battle power of 5,000. Kami's mouth widened and he couldn't understand. Before the 23rd martial arts tournament, he was just an excellent martial artist. He can only say that he was excellent, not particularly good. After the 23rd martial arts tournament, Krillin seemed to have changed. A person can never figure it out. Hello Kami. Krillin greeted Kami as usual. You, hello. Kami was a little stunned. Can't do anything about it, the strong people are the focal point of 10,000s wherever they go, Krillin rubbed his head. Krillin moved towards Kami and Mr. Popo again, bowing, thanks to Kami and Mr. Popo for guiding me, my understanding of the martial arts has taken another level. Mr. Popo waved his hand, indicating that it is not worth mentioning. Kami, it's time for me to go home. Krillin said slowly. Go home, and where is my home? Krillin saw that Kami's expression was a little sad or homesick. Krillin wondered if he should tell Kami, Kami is actually named Kian, or wait, it's a bit early to say, I'm not ready yet. Most people have the idea of falling leaves returning to their roots when they are old. Kami looks different from Earthling and is incompatible with Earthling Princess. Now that Kami is old, it is inevitable that he wants to return to his homeland. Krillin is actually selfish for not telling Kami now. And will take Kami to planet Namek in the future to recognize ancestors and return to the fold. Wouldn't Grand Elder allow Dragon Ball to be used? Kill two birds with one stone, helping both Kami and himself, wouldn't it be fun? Kami, I left, and the whole person moved at high speed and flew towards the mortal realm. Hey, Krillin! Korin shouted from a distance. N? Krillin flew to the Korin Tower. I haven't seen Krillin's key for a month and it's suffocating. Krillin, I'll give you something. Krillin is a little curious, what treasure does Korin have? Come out, flying Nimbus, ah! Come out, dark Nimbus! Then a huge black cloud, solid like cotton candy, came over the sky. P. Give you a dark Nimbus to save on stamina later on. Korin pointed to the cloud and said. This is also very unexpected for Krillin, didn't expect Korin to give this to himself, they are all real people. Thank you so much. Korin's out, hee hee. Anyway, it's useless for Korin to ask for so much. Just take a large piece of it, your own, daughter-in-laws, future daughters, and maybe sons. Krillin has a full 5 square meters. People are happy. Thank you Korin, I'm gone. Korin looked at the loss of a large piece, and it was a little painful, but I thought that Krillin would bring him fish in the future, well I put up with it. It is currently updated daily and has been mailed. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 16. August 10, 2020. Chapter 16. Back to Kame House. Krillin is lying on the Dark Nimbus. On the way back to Kame House, Dark Nimbus is not fast, the scenery along the way is very beautiful, walk slowly and enjoy. Since I came to Dragon Ball World, I have either tried to make money or trained hard. I haven't taken a good look at the style of this world. Many times, when we move towards the distant goal and run all the way, we often miss it. There are many scenery, at this time, please tell yourself, walk slowly and enjoy. After flying for a while, I saw the outline of Kame House, went out for more than 2 months, let alone Master Roshi. Krillin jumped, Dark Nimbus, see you next time. Krillin moved towards Kame House at high speed. Master Roshi! Master Roshi! Krillin shouted loudly. Although he is used to using his anger to find people, Krillin doesn't want to use his anger for everything. After all, he has a little less ki in his life. Master Roshi was lying on a chair by the sea, blowing the light wind, enjoying the sunset, but the bad publications in his hand ruined the view. Krillin trotted over, chuckled, Master Roshi, have you missed me for 2 months? Master Roshi looked up at Krillin with some relief in his eyes but said calmly, well, I'm back, how about the harvest in 2 months? Like the old father in the previous life. Teacher, you don't know, haha, talked about interesting things. Krillin laughed. Master Roshi also followed, nodded slightly, showing his face smile. Overall, I have gained a lot in these 2 months. Krillin never wanted to tell Master Roshi about Earth's disaster in the future. Master Roshi did what his generation did. What should be done, in the future Earth, will be guarded by the younger ones. Master Roshi looked at the ki emanating from Krillin and was a little puzzled. What ki has Krillin experienced in the past 2 months? To be so powerful, from the perspective of ki's perception, it surpasses Goku by too much. It should not be said that it is not on the same level, forget it, let them go, after all, it will be the age of youngsters, whatever good or bad luck is their chance. With challenges, it's always a good thing for Krillin to get stronger. Master Roshi thought silently. Master Roshi stared at Krillin and said earnestly, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, you must stick to the heart of martial arts, and don't lose yourself in the strength. I will protect the future Earth. Krillin said seriously, as if to assure Master Roshi. Master Roshi smiled, nodded. By the way, why didn't Master Roshi see Launch? Master Roshi mentioned Launch, laughed heartily. Blonde Launch is really a businesswoman, and Blonde Launch has changed her career since she made money, no longer robbing and constantly expanding in storefronts, and now there are 50 chain stores. Master Roshi, sorry for rubbing his head, and knowing how to honor elders, he now buys the latest magazines every week. Krillin couldn't help having a scare, didn't expect Launch and this talent. This is due to the dual character of Launch. The overbearing side is responsible for expansion like an overbearing president, and the quiet side is responsible for stability. Master Roshi is quite proud, said. Haha, Launch is so capable, but it saves me the effort. Is Launch back today? Launch now comes back once a week. Now the hotel has established its headquarters, and the headquarters has moved to the central capital. It is the most prosperous place and the business is booming. It seems that the headquarters is now called the Lobster League. Master Roshi said while thinking. Krillin clapped his hands. Lowered his head, also the Lobster Alliance? Who came up with this name? However, the business has reached the central capital, and Launch really has two brushes. Praise be praised, but the name. His head was speechless. Master Roshi, let's go to the central capital together and enjoy life. Old. Can't stand the fuss. Actually, Master Roshi is used to the life of a hermit and is not familiar with the bustling city. It's not a big problem, come out, Dark Nimbus. It was used so quickly, Krillin chuckled. A relatively large dark cloud flew at high speed and landed in front of the two people. Master Roshi couldn't help but scolded Korin, this old bastard, back then I begged him for so many years to give me the big flying Nimbus, has he taken out all his family property now? Bah, old bastard, snobbish eye. Master Roshi threw the walking stick on the ground angrily. Let's go, Master Roshi. After that, Dark Nimbus lifted two people up into the sky. Master Roshi yelled, wait for something. Go there and buy a new one. There was only one echo left, Dark Nimbus swirled, a cyclone flashed, and the two people had already flown into the distance. The setting sun is sinking, only a little red is left, but it is very bright, the crimson waves are jumping, the sea breeze is blowing the sea, the red light is sparkling, like a mirror of millions of red makeup, the sunset of the sea, is so beautiful. Two people sat on the Dark Nimbus and flew slowly towards the central capital. The light wind of the sea made people intoxicated. Master Roshi, wait until later, marry a daughter-in-law, and then you must buy a villa in a big city, and when the time comes to have a couple of children, life should not be too beautiful. Krillin couldn't help but imagine the future. Master Roshi listened to the laughed heartily and said, I think about getting married all day long, and I have a good chance. Hehe, Master Roshi will help take care of the trouble of having children in the future. Master Roshi paused, then nodded, and couldn't help laughing. Goku is a stubborn, but Krillin is a good and filial child. Thinking of this, Roshi was even happier and received two good disciples. Dark Nimbus, slow down, and you can reach the dawn. The dawn of dawn lifts the veil of night, spit out brilliant morning. The central capital is worthily the central capital, and it is still so prosperous even in the daytime, even the previous life of Manhattan is slightly inferior to it. Master Roshi, where is the headquarters? Master Roshi thought for a while and said, I remember it seems to be in a place called CBD, I don't know what it is. Master Roshi experienced and knowledgeable, if you say a place name, you may know, however CBD is a general term, the Central Business District, go, move forward. Dark Nimbus moved towards the center. After a lot of work, I finally found it. The company is quite big. Krillin walked in. The interior decoration is quite extravagant. Alliance. The front desk is a woman about 17 to 18 years old, who still has several points of beauty. Krillin stepped forward. Is your chairman here? The chairman is in the office. What's the matter with you? We are friends of your chairman. The manager looked a little awkward. Krillin looked at Master Roshi. I went over, and quickly bumped Master Roshi with my arm, whispering, "Public places, image, image." Master Roshi stared at others, and even beat you out if you had a bad temper. The older sister in front of you is not bad. You give it to you. The chairman made a phone call and said that Krillin and Master Roshi are here, and your chairman will know. Okay. Wait a moment. Krillin let out a long relaxed breath. Fortunately, the bloody scene of act like a snob didn't happen. If someone came over, would he fight or not? This is a question, hee. A minute later, the customer service older sister looked a little panicky, didn't expect the person in front of her to be the founder of the company. Chairman Krillin, what should I do? Did I do a good job just now? Small. Hello, Chairman Krillin, I didn't know you came to the company, and the reception was a bit poor, the customer service older sister said in a panic. Krillin smiled mysteriously. What you have done has already been done. Very good. Krillin is deeply poisoned by the blood of the previous life. Hearing this, the customer service older sister relaxed a little. Please follow me, Chairman. The voice was very soft and gentle. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 17. August 10, 2020. Chapter 17 made some optimizations and modifications to the previous content. To be honest, Zayasai is the first time to write web articles and has no experience in writing web articles, and there are many mistakes ahead, but fortunately, the reader reminded Zayasai that the front has been modified now. Thank you Zixiao, and there is another name that is too complicated to be called. In short, thank you for your reminder. Thank you so much. The first book has deep feelings and will keep it up well written. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 18. August 10, 2020. Chapter 18. Receive a Disciple. Launch is sitting there working on documents, in a state of blonde hair. I heard from the staff that I seem to have seen it. The chairman seems to be blonde, and it seems that the company Launch has always been the image of a strong woman. Krillin thought to himself. Launch, long time no see. Krillin moved towards Launch to say hello. Launch sees Krillin out of nowhere and pulls out a gun to swipe at Krillin. Death to this lady, it's fun being an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Krillin lightly smiled and didn't dodge. Aura stopped automatically beside him, and the bullet couldn't advance at all. Yawn, sorry, Krillin. The gentle Launch apologized for just now. It's okay, I should be the one to apologize, after all, I haven't managed the company much. Krillin smiled awkwardly. Next, Launch wants to explain to Krillin how the company is doing. Krillin waved his hand and said, no need, just tell me how much money I make, and you can do whatever the company does, I just pay dividends. Krillin said with a serious face. It's not too cool to sit and share the dividends directly, and it's not too much trouble to manage something. This is what Krillin thought. Well, in general, the company's total sales over the past 2 months has been 30 billion, and the total profit has been 28 billion, of which 20 billion have been used for store expansion. Now the company has 5 billion working capital. Launch said carefully. Krillin knows the restaurant business makes money, but he doesn't know its violence. It's like previous life in a certain university cafeteria. It is a wise choice to hand over a launch operation, one careful, one overbearing. The combination is simply Dragon Ball Edition Dong Mingzu. Krillin couldn't help but admire his decision. System, ah! I've never seen such a narcissistic person. Launch, don't you think the company's name is really, it's... Krillin said a little said embarrassingly. What's wrong? I feel good, it's simple and clear. Launch said a little puzzled. It just feels a little popular, and it doesn't have its own characteristics. It will be easy for others to copy us in the future. Launch felt that there are several points of truth. Change the name. Krillin couldn't help but rejoice. I finally understand what I mean, it's too difficult. What's a good name? Launch pondered. Seabed. It's simple, and it's unique. Krillin chuckled, that's not a copyright infringement at all. Launch eyes shined, good name, let's call it seabed fishing. Then I'm telling you about our development philosophy of seabed fishing, insisting that customers are God. Persistence, the development concept of serving customers. Krillin mysteriously said. Half an hour has passed. How can it still develop like this? This. Launch seemed to be frightened by this unconventional idea. Listen to me. An hour later, Krillin walked to the security department. At this time, Krillin had an extra 500 million cash in his card, and the equity shares were changed to Krillin's 49% of the shares. Launch accounted for 51%, Krillin will only take dividends after that. Haha, I smile proudly. I heard that Fanya was transferred to be the manager of the security department. Now that he's here, let's take a look at this sincere child. Krillin came to Fanya's office, where Fanya was sitting and working with him for 2 months. Compared to before, it is a little less immature and a little more mature. Fanyu seemed to feel that someone was looking at him, so he looked up, just saw Krillin, rubbed his eyes, found that he was right. He ran over quickly and shouted a little excitedly, Boss! Boss! When did you come back? Fanyu was always grateful to Krillin. If it wasn't for Boss himself, he would have starved to death on the street. I just came here today, how are you still getting used to it? Krillin asked with a smile. When encountering nodded, he explained, because the company has started offshore farming, there is no need for I went to sea to catch it. Master Roshi said that I could be a security guard, so Sister Launch arranged for me to come here. Master Roshi's eyes are still so vicious, he must have seen that Fanyu is a good seedling of martial arts. Krillin thought to himself. Keep it up, go ahead, you're a good child. Krillin moved towards Fanyu said. Fanyu was a little hesitant and didn't know how to speak, but considering that Krillin might leave later, and he won't be seen for a long time, Fanyu bulged up. Courage said to Krillin, I beg Boss to accept me as a disciple, I want to learn martial arts. As expected, but Krillin asked, why don't you take Master Roshi as your teacher? Master Roshi is god of martial arts. I think so too, but Master Roshi said that the last 2 disciples he closed were Boss and Gaku, and would not accept disciples anymore. Fanyu said expectantly. That's it. Krillin pondered. In fact, Krillin had already expected this result. Fanyu watched Krillin ponder, his heart thump accelerated, restless, and then loudly said, I beg Boss to accept me as a disciple. Immediately afterwards, Fanyu moved towards Krillin and knelt down. Krillin haha, okay, I agree. From now on you will be my eldest disciple. After listening, Fanyu moved towards Krillin with joy and kowtowed quickly and said, Thank you Boss, thank you Boss. Krillin smiled, is it still called Boss? Yes, Master. Just now, when apprenticing to a master, the system will send a message, Earthling apprenticing to a master, can the master and disciple system be activated? What's the use? Krillin asked. After activation, the received disciples can break the Earthling limit 3 times for free, and then spend double the energy of the host to break the limit. After breaking the limit, the host will get a lot of correspondingly energy. When it is broken to 5th layer, it can be finished apprenticeship, and the host will get the title of Peach and Lee. Please explore the specific function. Break the first 3rd layer for free? Then can I collect disciple in large quantities? Train a large number of Earth-strong men? Ding! A system vulnerability was detected, it has been fixed, and now you can receive disciple quota, 1. Papa, I Even without this master and disciple function, Krillin also intends to accept Fan Yu as a disciple. Krillin sees Fan Yu. Why doesn't Krillin remember his experience before apprenticing to a Master Roshi? Every encounter, since he has respected me as master, you must be clear, this school is affiliated with Turtle School, Master Roshi is your master, Goku is your martial uncle, and Goku can be called Grandpa Master Roshi, you have to be master, honor the elder, understand? Disciple understands. Fan Yu said respectfully. Although I have learned the martial arts, I can't lose my job, earn money well, and support my family in the future. Starting from tomorrow, I will take a month off, and I will teach you training first. If you encounter nodded, go home and have a good rest, and start training tomorrow. Krillin said that and left. Goodbye, master. Feng Yu was very excited, and when he thought of tomorrow's training, he was blood boiling. Krillin has no experience in training people, so it seems that he has to go back and ask Master Roshi for advice. But unfortunately, Master Roshi entered when I got to the city. I had a lot of fun. At this time, I really didn't know where to go. Krillin felt that it was a bit difficult to do, and he was ruthless. Can a living person still be suffocated by shit? So come here. Second day, in the Central Plaza, 2 people arrived as scheduled. I hear you, Turtle Fairy, eat well, drink well, rest well, study well. If you listen carefully, you may miss a word. The first is to deliver the courier, and deliver the courier in front of you to everyone within a 2-hour time limit. P. It was followed by construction on the construction site, swimming with sharks, reading hard. After half a month, come to teach you how to fly first. 2 days later, come on, solar flare. After a week, I will teach you Kamehameha at the end of your housekeeping skills. First read the turtle like this, send, energy wave. After a month of hellish training, very big. Time, AIG 756. Name, Fan Yu. Age, 16 years old. Race, Earthling. Battle power, 50. Skill, Kamehameha, solar flare, after image technique, dancing sky art. Training limit, 800 battle power. The teacher has already, it's up to you, the rest is up to you to comprehend, the work can't be done for the time being, so let's set a goal for you. From here, walk to the Korin Tower, climb up Korin Tower, told Immortal Korin that I asked you to go, then let Immortal Korin guide you, and then listen to Immortal Korin's arrangement, understand? Is there really an immortal? Fan Yu asked excitedly. Do you have to explore by yourself? Everything is unknown. Yes, Master. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 19. August 10, 2020. Chapter 19, Gravity Training Chamber. Another 30 days have passed. Krillin can't help frowning at the power level. The 30 days only increase 15,000 power level, but this is also can't do anything about it. In the hyperbolic time chamber, there are Kami's 10x gravity clothing, and the 10x gravity that comes with the time chamber. The environment is so bad, you have to battle power yourself. The growth has reached 700 points every day, and since the past month has been so comfortable, it is reasonable for the battle power to grow slowly. Looks like I'll have to go to Dr. Brief to get a custom gravity training chamber, Krillin thought. Dr. Brief is one of Earth's best scientists. Gravity training chamber is definitely a simple matter for him. Just don't know how to spend less money? His family is the richest man. It shouldn't be collecting money. Krillin scratched his head and thought. It's better not to be lazy, just fly over with your full strength. West City, heavy traffic, highways, phantom buildings, only from this point of view Dragon Ball world technology is really developed, late-stage android, time machine, a good proof that Earth is also a high-tech planet is up. Unlike other high-tech planets, Earth's high-tech is only in the hands of a few people. Capsule Corporation is a world-renowned first-class company, and Krillin found its location with a little questioning from passers-by. I saw a large hemisphere buckled upside down on the ground. The phantom was combined with reality, full of technological elements, covering an area of several thousand acres, with a large capsule logo printed on it. It's so big. Krillin couldn't help expressing emotion. Mad, rich people are corrupt. Krillin called Bulma through the call device in front of the door. Bulma, Bulma. After a while, Bulma rode a spaceship over, and Krillin saw Bulma wave to him shouting, Bulma, this way. Krillin looked at Bulma as he got closer. Blue hair, some blue-purple eyes, devilish hot body, slender thighs, wearing a super short mini skirt, showing the sexy figure. Krillin patted his head. Yes, this is the Bulma I remember. Ha, it's Krillin, what are you looking for? Bulma asked. I'd like your father to help you make a gravity training chamber. That's it, come in. Krillin followed Bulma in, and a rooster-like robot ran over. Hello young lady. Emma, what a high level. Krillin walked with Bulma for a while, but had only one feeling, it was like a maze. Wouldn't it be better to be smaller? After a while, he reached the courtyard on the first floor. Exotic flowers and rare herbs in the yard, rainbow fountains, rare animals, this. What's up with Bulma? Dr. Brief asked. Father, Krillin wants you to help make a gravity training chamber. Hi Dr. Brief, my name is Krillin and I'm a friend of Bulma. Dr. Brief looked towards Krillin and said, I heard that Bulma's friends are all dwarf winter melons, you don't look like dwarf winter melons. Bulma couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, her face slightly red. Is this my father? No, why does Krillin seem to be getting taller? Dr. Brief then asked, gravity training room? Do you have any specific requirements? About the construction of gravity chamber? No requirement, just hope that the doctor can build a gravity training room with at least 100x drive. Brief heard that 100x gravity was had a scare. What a joke, 100x gravity. If you weigh 100 pounds under 100x gravity 100*100 equals 10,000 pounds, your body will unbearable. Krillin chuckled, Dr. Brief don't worry, I'm a very strong martial artist. Dr. Brief heard nodded, well, you wait for half a month to come take, I need a little time. Krillin looks happy and nodded. With half a month and nowhere to go, Krillin can't help but have a headache. Why don't he live in Bulma's family first? Just forget it. You can still find a place to deal with it. Bulma, then I'll go first, and I'll come back to the gravity training room after half a month. Krillin flew away before Bulma could speak. In fact, Krillin is a little scared in his heart, not afraid of Bulma, but afraid of Android 18, in the future. Bulma can't help but be a little speechless. Why do you run like that? So long time no see and not reminiscing about the old days. Can't do anything about it, you can only find a 5-star hotel to make do, don't ask why, just ask, it's not bad money. Krillin thought bitterly. Krillin came to a hotel, shining neon lights flowing light and colorful, decorated splendorous and majestic. Okay, this is it. Krillin happily chose a hotel. The hotel environment is clean and the room layout can be called perfect, elegant yet sentimental, with attentive service and a great comfort. Created a feeling of home for Krillin, no matter how big or small it is so impeccable, the price is natural. Time is like water, half a month has passed. Krillin came to Bulma's family early, and Dr. Brief was doing the final debugging. Dr. Brief worked meticulously and rigorously, making it difficult for people to relate to the wretched old man image. After a long time, Dr. Brief jumped off the station board and was always done. Dr. Brief took a deep breath and expressed a little tiredness. Dr. Brief may have been busy for a month. Krillin, try it, this gravity training room not only has gravity function, but also music function, bathroom function, relaxation function. Dr. Brief gushed. Krillin looked at the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber was a hemisphere and was buckled upside down on the ground. It was half the size of a classroom. It was made up of checkered bricks. It was very hard and had good compression resistance. Krillin walked in. It didn't look very big from the outside, but it was very spacious inside. The kitchen, bathroom, and training ground were all available. That's right, the transforming capsule uses space technology. The gravity training room must also use space technology. Krillin walked over to the switch and saw a tablet-sized switch on the wall. The function is simple and clear. The first line starts, stops, the plus and minus signs are used to adjust the multiplier, and there are more numbers are used directly to select the multiplier. Krillin clicked the start and selected 20x gravity, and then the familiar feeling came back. Suddenly increasing to 20x gravity seemed to make the surrounding air heavier, but this was just an illusion. Krillin lifted his breath. Come on, after 2 breaths, Krillin reacclimated to 20x gravity. Haha, that battle power acceleration feeling is back. Immediately after Krillin increased the gravity, the body kept getting heavier. Krillin needed more air to resist the gravity. Krillin gradually increased to 100x gravity, the surrounding air became a little dark red. Krillin condensed the whole. The body's anger is still difficult to move. Krillin smiles, and that's what he wants. Krillin pressed number 1, closed the gravity training room, and walked out. How about Krillin, are you satisfied? Dr. Brief said to Krillin with a cigarette in his mouth. Doctor, you're a genius, this gravity training room is just perfect. Compliments and no money, Krillin said cheekily. Sure enough, the smile on Dr. Brief's face was a little better when he heard Krillin's compliment. The gravity training room was naturally put into the transformation capsule by Krillin, but for the money, this. Dr. Brief said that it is not bad at this point. After all, it is the daughter's friend that is important. Dr. Brief, and Dragon Radar? Krillin asked. With the gravity training room, it's time to implement your own plan step by step. It seems that there is another one at home. I made one when I helped Goku repair the radar. I looked for it. A moment later. No, here it is. Krillin packed the Dragon Radar into his bag, elated moved towards Dr. Brief shouted, Goodbye, Doctor. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 20. August 10, 2020. Chapter 20 High Pressure Gravity Training. Krillin is back at Kame House again, but this time with a gravity training chamber and Dragon Radar. Krillin landed down and looked at the island all around. More than 10 days passed, and it was not much different from when he left. Master Roshi has not come back. After experiencing the prosperity of the city, Master Roshi also changed, as expected. In the future, I will depend on you for training, Krillin said while looking at the gravity training chamber. The relatively crisp ocean passed by, which added a bit of life force to the quiet island. At this time, Krillin had changed into the martial arts uniform and walked into the gravity training chamber. System View Attribute. Time, AIG 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 21 years old p. Race, Earthling. Dimension, Level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle Power, 265,000, next layer limit 1.5 million. Potential, 1,235,000. Training Speed, Speed of Light. Usable Energy, 0. I only have 1,000 senzu beans left, so I will fight by myself. The power is now 265,000. Even if the remaining senzu beans are all converted into energy, it will only be 500,000 energy. If all 500,000 energy is turned on for light speed training, it can only support itself for 500 days of training, and the battle power can only increase by 250,000. It's far from the limit of the next layer, the energy is not enough, and I'm so worried. Krillin calculated depressingly. Even if Korin provides himself with 100 senzu beans every year, it is an utterly inadequate measure, can't do anything about it. I can only ask Shenron for help, ask Shenron to help me build a senzu bean plantation. See for yourself if you can grow senzu beans and get a constant source of energy. Before that, let's practice hard, and keep at least 100 senzu beans in case you need it. Krillin walked towards the switch. Let's start with 30x. Because he has already performed 210x gravity training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and 20x has been generally adapted to himself. Drop, 310x gravity turned on. Krillin felt that every cell was under tremendous pressure immediately, but there was a vague expectation and joy. When the human body undergoes uninterrupted high-pressure training, the muscles will form a general memory, and after training, the process of a cell becoming stronger will also be recorded to form an instinct. Krillin's cells know that the master has to undergo high-intensity training. Although it is more difficult for him to train, he will become stronger after training, so there is some expectation and joy. Which is probably why Goku likes to fight and immerse himself in high-intensity training. Because Krillin also liked it at this time, and it feels really good to become stronger. Krillin is refreshing his each time limit. Krillin's muscles are shaking. There is a voice telling himself, "Hold on, there are two voices in my mind, one is to give up, since you come isn't it bad to be a jerk? Why torture yourself like this?" Another voice is, "Keep it up, be a kind man, you can protect Android 18 in the future, instead of being protected by Android 18, keep it up Krillin. I know you can definitely become a wild king and let girls be gangsters son go." The power of belief is infinite. When you are about to give up, tell yourself, "Hold on for a while, and hold on for a while." Although it was hard work, Krillin still threw every punch hard. Tempering is the most primordial trick. Two-people battle is not based on subtle tricks. The real expert is that there are no tricks to win, and it is often simple. The tricks can defeat the enemy. A blue energy wave moved towards Krillin. That's right, Krillin is training his ability to fight. Only if he is ruthless to himself can he be more ruthless to the enemy. With a bang, Krillin fell. Krillin's limit reached. Krillin fell with a smile. Krillin did not eat senzu beans, but relying on his own recovery, not wanting to eat, but the word, poor. Hoo-hoo, Krillin lay on the ground and panting. The ground was covered with water again, the floor was wet with sweat, Krillin was naked, only the fragments of the martial arts uniform could be seen vaguely. Strong, there are many scars on the body. Training is like this, if you don't work hard, tomorrow will give you a realistic big mouth. Krillin rolls over, now tired and fast asleep. Big Dipper turns and stars move. Another month has passed. Hey! Ha! Krillin is training hard, swinging fist speed as fast as lightning, punching powerfully, the air roaring, the figure is moving at high speed, and several energy waves are chasing him behind him. Krillin is constantly dodging the energy wave behind him. As the saying goes, a fixed target is easy to hit, but a moving target is not easy to hit. This is the truth. At this time, the number of gravity on the wall has become 100. Krillin has adapted to 100x gravity after 1 month of training. The combat environment just now was in a 100x gravity environment. In January, Krillin was training in addition to sleeping and eating. Krillin always believed that a word of diligence can make up for clumsiness. Although he is not clumsy, diligence is always right. System, View Attribute. Time, AIG 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 21 years old, the spirit of time flowing in the house for 1 year. Race, Earthling. Dimension, Level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle power, 290,000, next layer limit 1.5 million. Potential, 1.21 million. Training speed, the speed of light. 30 days of training increased by 25,000 power level. With the increase of gravity every day, the increase in battle power will also change. At 20x, it is moderate, and I increase by 700 points per day. At 50x, I increase by 800 points per day. At 100x, it increases by 1000 points of battle power. It seems that it has been capped, but after all, Krillin has a battle power in January. A total of 25,000 were up. Haha, I already have half the strength of Frisia, ha 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 ha, woo woo woo. Krillin laughed and cried, what is this called? Half the strength of Frisia first form now. Krillin doesn't know whether to be happy or worried. My own senzu beans are 60 less. Only when the family goes bankrupt can increase income and reduce expenditure for a long time. One end of the funnel is large and the other end is small. If the big end is compared to the energy in, and the small end is out, the energy will naturally increase. Go take a bath first, take a good rest. Good training and good rest are the essence of Turtle School. Krillin walked to the switch, this time it was turned off directly, without doubling the gravity, because Krillin has already adapted to 100x gravity. Even if it is directly turned on 100x gravity, it does not matter, and when it was doubled last time, Krillin has not yet adapted to 100x gravity. Drop, gravity is off. He borrowed a phrase from Goku, the body is so light that I can't feel it. Krillin waved his arms and felt his body full of strength. Krillin walked out of the gravity chamber, wearing only shorts, moved towards the beach, and slammed Krillin into the sea. The warm current washed away the exhaustion that Krillin had accumulated for 30 days. Krillin is rippling in the warm current like this. Gradually Krillin closed his heavy eyes, just drifting in the direction of the warm current. The ki that he emits makes the circumference within 10 miles of no creature approaching. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 21. August 10, 2020. Chapter 21. Looking for Dragon Ball again. It has been 2 days since the last high-intensity training. Krillin is holding Dragon Radar at this time. The radar makes a beeping sound, and there are bright spots on the grid surface of the radar. There are 7 bright spots in total, which is the position of the Dragon Ball at this time. Krillin has loaded the gravity training chamber into the transform capsule, ready to go. Krillin said something expectantly. Krillin looked at the Dragon Radar. From the radar, you can see that Dragon Ball scattered around the world. The nearest one is also thousands of kilometers away. What is the direction? Well, this is not the direction of Goku's house. Goku seems to have a 4-star ball. Well, then this is the last to come, and find the remaining 6 first. Except for the one in Goku's house now, the closest to him is Marsta, near Alaska, where Marsta is equal to previous life Earth. Fuck, it's so cold. Krillin looked at the snow cellar and the snow was falling. Krillin couldn't help but ridicule. The temperature here is definitely more than -100 degrees below zero. What kind of evil is this? Krillin is a typical person who is not afraid of heat and cold. Krillin watched the Dragon Radar indications fly slowly through the snow. The radar display is near here. All Krillin sees is snow. The snow is so thick, Dragon Ball certainly under the snow. Krillin raised his ki, and instantly formed a water hyacinth with Krillin as the center. The snow was blown all over the sky. Krillin looked under the snow and couldn't help but stream with tears. This is the ice has been frozen for at least 10 years. Krillin had no choice but to make a small opening in the ice. Krillin took off his clothes and was ready to go into the water. Krillin tested the water temperature. Ice cold, biting, cold in the bones. Krillin unleashes ki to wrap himself around. That's what a martial artist does. Krillin went downstream, and the ice layer was not deep, only about 100 meters. The ice water was pure natural, and the water was transparent and could not see the color of the water. After a while, Krillin reached the bottom. The sun's light passes through the ice layer and is refracted by the water. The Dragon Ball embedded in the permafrost emits a dazzling flash. Krillin swam faster and got closer, and saw 5 stars twinkling in the Dragon Ball. Haha, 5-star ball. After getting the Dragon Ball, Krillin shot straight out of the ice like a sky-piercing cannon, leaping out of the ice. Krillin was walking alone in the subtropical rainforest. In the film, Krillin looked at all kinds of strange plants and couldn't help thinking of Lord Bay. Krillin walked through the ice field in January, wandered in the desert, fought with dinosaurs, danced with wolves all around the world, and performed a realistic version of wilderness action. Ha! Krillin jumped on the tree. The diameter of this rainforest tree is more than 30 meters, and the height is more than 150 meters. The old tree is so tall that it is also merely this. Krillin lightly jumped on the canopy after taking down the Dragon Ball. Within Dragon Ball there is only one star twinkling. Ha! One star ball. Krillin can't help but rejoice that he has found 6, and now there is only 4-star ball in Goku's hand. Krillin moved towards Mount Baozu. Goku! Goku! Krillin shouted as he came to Goku's door. Chi-Chi walked out slowly with a big stomach and smiled. So it's Krillin uncle. Goku is training in the mountainside. Krillin looked at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's stomach bulging slightly to show her arms is still quite obvious. It's almost half a year since I came to Dragon Ball World, and the time is really of little value, Krillin thought to himself. Krillin still moved towards Chi-Chi and said, Goku is really, he is about to become a father, and he only knows about training, but he doesn't know how to accompany the child at home. Chi-Chi, I will help you in. Krillin still moved towards Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi looked at her lower abdomen tenderly, her eyes full of maternal love. She reached out and touched her lower abdomen, as if full of anticipation. Krillin stepped forward and slowly helped Chi-Chi into the house. Chi-Chi smiled as Goku explained. I'm afraid Krillin might believe it, but Goku is he. I'm going to Goku. Krillin said to Chi-Chi. Krillin flew to the mountainside. Goku was doing push-ups with one finger on the ground at this time, and felt Krillin's key's eyes gleaming. Since getting married, Goku has not fought with other people. Krillin doesn't count. Goku felt extremely excited when he saw Krillin, and finally had a sparring partner. Goku flashed a figure to attack Krillin, but an elbow was thrown in the air. In Krillin's opinion, Goku's movements are very slow and weak spots, and Krillin's figure only moves a little to avoid Goku's powerful blow. Krillin hits Goku's shoulder with a roundhouse kick. Goku flew backwards before he could see Krillin's move. Goku lay on the ground with a painful expression on his face. Ah yeah. It hurts. It hurts. Krillin saw Goku flying upside down and hurried over to touch it, embarrassingly touching his head. Sorry, Goku. I just kicked. Krillin slowly picked up Goku and muttered, Goku, you are really, stay home and stay with Chi-Chi and come out blind practice. You have to know that you are going to be a father soon, and you will also follow. 100 words are omitted here. Goku looked at Krillin and said with a smile that seemed a little embarrassed, He, I see, but Krillin, your ki has become too strong, I'm so excited. Krillin-kun. Right, Goku, Gohan Grandpa for you. What about the 4-star ball? Let me use it, I want Shenron to do me a favor. Oh, at home. Goku took out the 4-star ball from the house. Star ball, handed it to Krillin. Krillin looked at the 4-star ball and couldn't help but rejoice. After a month of hard work, I can find it all today. Krillin poured out the remaining 6 dragons from the backpack. The balls, the 7 dragon balls gathered together and began to flash the rays of light. The exciting moment came. Krillin raised his hands palms up, and shouted loudly, come out. Shenron, BGM up. The flickering frequency of the 7 dragon balls kept getting faster. Huge dark clouds floated from the sky, covering the whole sky, and the surrounding environment immediately became dim. Boom! Ka-cha! The dark clouds wrapped around the lightning, and the lightning shone on the earth, unscrupulously weaving through the dark clouds, as if it was pouring towards the ground in an instant. Dragon Ball's rays of light become more dazzling, as if echoing with the lightning in the sky. Shenron is coming out. Krillin at this time the heart is quite excited. As a mysterious animal, the dragon has always lived in the legend of the Chinese people. Today, I will see it with my own eyes. Roar, came a burst of dragon roar. The golden light gushed out from within the dragon ball, the golden light meandered and moved towards the sky and flew away, gradually fused with the sea of clouds in the sky, and a louder dragon roar sounded. In the sky, the endless sea of dark clouds shows the green body of Shenron. Shenron's eyes emit fiery red rays of light, looking at Krillin and Gaku below. State your wish. I can help you realize any wish, but there is only one. Shenron, please help me build a space suitable for special creatures as much as possible, such as Senzu Bean. Fine dive, the fruit is real. Human, I need a space carrier, my ability is limited, and I can't directly open up space in you. Well, Krillin thought. After a moment, can you see this? Krillin took out the space capsule, which should be the space carrier. Shenron said indifferently, yes, as you wish. Shenron's eyes flashed red light. Okay, your wish has been granted. I have built a special growth environment for you, my godly power enforcement is on it. This space can absorb and dissociate special energy anytime and anywhere. Add space, you should now be able to grow the organisms you said, and you can also change the energy density to affect the yield of crops, Shenron said humanely. If you want to open up space, you have to find a higher level Shenron, then goodbye. Shenron seemed to dislike Krillin's extraordinariness and reminded him before leaving. After all, Shenron turned into 7 Dragon Balls, hovered in heaven for a week, and was ready to fly all around the world. Krillin waited for the right moment, jumped up and moved towards the 4-star ball that was about to fly away, grabbed the 4-star ball in his hand, and returned to the ground, holding the 4-star ball in his hand. The ball is handed over to Gaku. Sorry Gaku, the 4-star ball will have to wait a year for it to go back to what it was. Gaku laughed and said it didn't matter. Krillin laughed heartily at this point, taking a closer look at the space he named Senzu Bean Plantation. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 22. August 10, 2020. Chapter 22, Cultivation of Senzu Beans. This space is very special. The free energy of absorb does not seem to be the energy during battle, it is more like a kind of vitality. Vitality, as the name implies, is a kind of life energy. This kind of energy is very special. Although it exists in a free form in the universe, it cannot be absorbed by people, it can only be produced in a fixed place, for example, God of Destruction, Sacred World of the Kai, and the depths of Other World. Now this energy is absorbed by the space, although the amount is small, but Krillin really feels the spirit energy in the space be plentiful, the accumulation of little will always fill up the space. The Senzu Bean Plantation is not large, only 2 square meters in size. It seems that Earth's Shenron is still lacking. The perfection must be perfected, but this can only be discussed later. The space of 2 square meters is not too big, but it is not too small. It is enough to grow 4 Senzu Bean plants. It is good that Senzu beans are produced for many years, and there are trees like apple fruit tree that grow every year. As a result, Korin only has a single plant with an annual output of more than 100. I think his annual output should be around 500. However, how to cultivate the plant still has to ask Korin carefully. Krillin, go, it's time to eat. Gaku moved towards Krillin, shouted. Come on. Krillin responded. Chi-Chi is naturally inconvenient to cook when she is pregnant, so Krillin should take over the position of Master Chef. Krillin, your cooking is so delicious, Gaku slurped his words as he shoved the rice into his mouth. Haha, then I'll teach you. Krillin said goodbye to Gaku. Chi-Chi, Gaku, I'm gone, remember to do your housework at home. Krillin waved to Gaku in the air, shouting. Krillin taught Gaku to omit 1,000 words before he left. The title of the paper was, On How to Be a Good Husband. Gaku watched Krillin go away's figure, he said in his mouth, Krillin is so long-winded, is this the reason why Krillin has become so strong? Gaku seems to have discovered a new continent, and his eyes light up. Krillin moved towards the Korin Tower and flew away, thinking that when he taught Gaku just now, he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Gaku is married anyway, and he doesn't know how many years he will be single. He is a layman. Now that we have senzu bean plantation, go and ask Korin how to plant it, Krillin thought to himself, speeding up the flight towards the Korin tower. With Krillin's current flying speed, it can be described as walking towards the northern sea, Mu Kang Gu. After a cup of tea, we arrived at the Korin tower, only to see a white the big fat cat kept dodging, and a teenager was constantly attacking and grabbing the bottle of sacred water on Korin's cane, but Korin's movement speed was very fast. It was Krillin's great disciple where he met. Krillin watched carefully from the side, and the heat was almost the same. If you didn't make 10 moves, you would definitely be able to grab the sacred water. Krillin whispered from the side, go right and enter 3. Fanyu didn't hesitate to hear the sound, immediately turned to his right and took 3 steps forward. Just as expected, Korin's next move was to dodge here, and happened to meet Fanyu's arms. Inside. Haha, caught it! Yelled all the happy ones. Korin couldn't help sweating profusely. The brat is getting more and more powerful now, how can I save a mortal's face like this? Korin couldn't help ridicule, but still wiped his sweat with a smile. After laughing, he moved towards Krillin and ran towards Krillin. Thump knelt down, Master, why are you here? Krillin looked at Fanyu with a smile, nodded, already had it was 85 o'clock power level, and it seemed that he had worked hard to train. Krillin was a little relieved. Yes, the progress is not small, keep working hard. Krillin encouraged Fanyu. Fanyu was even happier when he heard Krillin's encouragement, his face flushed with excitement, and the one he admired most was the master. Master asked Korin to ask something. Then Krillin said to Korin, Korin, hello, it seems that you have been doing well recently. Korin laughed, recently it's weird to eat fresh fish every day if it's not good. After all, eating fish is the happiest thing. That's right, what is happiness? Happiness is that cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, and Ultraman beats little rare beast. Krillin feels so stressed, maybe he will be happy only after marrying back to Android 18. Krillin couldn't help thinking. Korin, how did you grow senzu beans? I want to grow some senzu beans by myself. There have been a lot of fights recently, so I don't have enough senzu beans. It ran out so quickly. Korin couldn't believe it, that's 3,000. Krillin chuckled and didn't say anything. I'm afraid it won't work, senzu beans need special space to grow, and senzu beans can't survive in normal places. Korin said regretfully. I know this, so I asked Shenron to help me create a suitable growing space. Now you just need to tell me how to plant it. It turned out yesterday it was you who summoned Shenron. Korin was a little surprised, but he was relieved for a moment. How many people on Earth could gather 7 Dragon Balls? Then this is easy to do. Korin walked towards the depths of the Korin Tower, waved for Krillin to follow, and said as he walked, senzu bean was discovered by Earth's first kami by accident, that the place is full of godly aura. After kami transplanted senzu beans, he found that the senzu beans in other places could not survive. Only in the Korin Tower, the senzu beans were growing well. Kami guessed that the mysterious key in the Korin Tower might be more intense. Stayed at the Korin Tower until now. That key should be vitality. Krillin guessed to himself. Okay. It's here. Krillin saw a large vat with vine-like senzu beans planted in it, looking verdant and full of life key. There's something odd about the vat, Krillin thought, looking at the vat. This big vat is said to be connected to the dive realm. I don't know exactly what's going on. After all, the age is too old. It is because of the existence of this vat that senzu bean can grow. Korin explained somewhat to himself. How many plants do you want, Krillin? Growing senzu bean requires removing the roots from the root of the senzu bean to grow new plants, Korin explained. Let's have 4 plants. 4 plants are already the limit of space. If there are too many plants, the vitality will not be enough, and the growth rate of plants will slow down. 4 plants is the best planting density. By the way, Corin, how long does it take for senzu beans to grow to maturity? It takes 6 months for the plants to mature. And 6 months before they start to grow. Senzu bean, Corin mused. 6 months. It's not a short time, but it's within an acceptable range. You can get senzu beans continuously after 6 months. You can't do anything about it. You can only wait. Corin cautiously and solemn cut 4 roots and handed them over to Krillin and said, "Cultivate carefully, I can't cut it from this original bead in a short time, the original bead is hurting its vitality." Recovery. It was then that Krillin noticed that Corin had some pain in his flesh, and although he hid it well, it couldn't escape Krillin's eyes. "It's just meowing," Krillin thought to himself. P.S. Haha, I signed a contract. I just received news that the signing was successful. Since then, Xiaosai is also a signed author. Haha is a little happy. I will update a chapter to celebrate. Thank you all for your votes. I really appreciate your votes. Your votes are the motivation for me to code. I still remember that I just wrote Xiaosai 2 weeks ago and wrote 2003 hours. I was really tired at that time. No, I used to read novels with less than 1 million words and I didn't read them very much. Now I can really realize that the author is really not easy. No matter how you write it, the first book will stick to it. It doesn't have much ability. It's estimated to be 800,000 words. The next step is to rush out of Earth, haha, keep trying. Excited to sign for the first time, I haven't seen anything in the world. Ha ha ha. For those who have recommended tickets in the new week, please give Xiaosai some points, thank you very much. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 23. August 10, 2020. Chapter 23 The Warrior Who Guards Earth. Krillin cautious and solemn transplanted 4 roots into senzu bean plantation, planted the vitality in the space immediately moved towards the senzu bean, and the little by little turned into the nutrients needed for the growth of the senzu bean. Woo! Krillin wiped his sweat, it's done, now it's time to wait for the senzu beans to bloom and bear fruit. Krillin followed Corin outside. Fan Yu was still practicing outside. Corin saw this and said to Krillin with a smile, "Fan Yu is a good child, kind-hearted is very hard-working, you accept it. Good disciple." Corin couldn't help comparing Fan Yu to Master Roshi, and then Tisk Tisk, much more diligent than Old Tortoise was when he was younger. Krillin listened to Corin's words and said with a smile, "I have to trouble Corin's teaching. I'm about to leave Earth and I'm afraid I won't have the opportunity to teach everyone personally." Corin, after listening to Krillin's first half-sentence, nodded slightly, agreed, and then asked a little surprised, "Leave Earth? Why?" "Krillin, Earth's environment is too comfortable, I need to keep fighting to improve myself combat capability, can better protect Earth, and what I care about." "Krillin, you are already so powerful, can't you protect Earth?" Corin asked in disbelief. "It's far from enough, Earth's future strong enemy is unimaginable. In front of the powerhouse in the universe, he just needs to move his finger and Earth will turn into cosmic dust in an instant, and I'm afraid even one of the others' fingers can't compare with." Krillin smiled wryly. The amount of information is a bit overwhelming, and Corin is stunned and speechless. Kami, who was observing Krillin at the lookout, became uneasy, and the scepter in his hand fell to the ground without realizing it. Mr. Popo noticed something was wrong with Kami and went up to ask, "What's wrong with Kami? Did you?" Kami waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Kami was listening more carefully to the conversation between Krillin and Corin at the moment. After a long time, no, there hasn't been an invasion by foreign enemies for thousands of years. The lookout's Kami was also nodded, which is what he wanted to ask. That's because Earth is too weak. Earth is an inferior planet with no aggressive value in the universe. Those influences in the universe haven't noticed Earth for the time being. Once they notice Earth, I'm afraid. It turns out that Earth is an inferior planet, not because people didn't come to invade, but because people simply didn't look at Earth. Corin said with lost eyes and a little lonely at this time. Corin, don't be too pessimistic. When a strong enemy invades Earth, a group of strong warriors will emerge in Earth, and they will shed blood for Earth. Those who fought hard and tried their best to protect the Earth, and I was one of them. Why do you know this? Corin still felt compelled to ask. Before I was killed by King Piccolo's tambourine, Gaku found the Dragon Ball to resurrect me. After self-resurrection, some memory fragments popped up in my mind from time to time. I didn't believe it at first, but then with the ebbing of time, some fragments of my life match the fragments in my own memory, gradually confirmed, and now I believe, I can roughly foresee the future. Kami heard what Krillin said. The expression became more solemn, and sweat broke from his forehead. Obviously Kami believed what Krillin said. Corin was lost in thought. Krillin's strength is so strong there is no need to crack a joke on this matter, no wonder Krillin most recently improved so fast. In fact, when people are in a desperate situation, they often burst out with powerful potential. Krillin knows that the invasion of Earth's powerful enemies will be able to progress so quickly with pressure and strength. This is Corin's idea. Krillin said, I just want to make an excuse to leave Earth, by the way to remind Earth's garrison force, didn't expect, Corin really thinks too much. Will there be a group of powerful fighters to guard Earth in the future? Can they resist the great influence in the universe? Corin was also a little skeptical. Definitely. Krillin said firmly, as if trying to give Corin hope. Kami whispered, a mighty warrior? Will there be a Piccolo in it? Kami still hopes that the part of himself that he has separated can contribute to protecting the Earth and make up for his mistakes. How can I help? Corin asked as he moved towards Krillin. Corin, you can select a group of people from the next year as Earth's backup guardian. Corin also felt that this method was feasible, and couldn't help but nodded. Krillin said again, Corin, I'll leave it to you in any case. I'm going to the lookout, and I'm going to Kami to discuss how to leave Earth. Corin said, don't worry. Krillin moved towards the lookout. Corin felt a little relieved when he saw Krillin's flying figure, and said silently, Earth has you to protect me, I can rest assured. Come to the world, continue training. When Krillin arrives at the lookout, Kami stands on the edge of the lookout, seemingly waiting for Krillin to arrive. Step, step, and after a bang, Krillin landed on the lookout. Krillin moved towards Kami and said, Kami, long time no see. Kami looked at Krillin with a solemn face and asked, is what you and Corin said just now true? Still couldn't help but ask again. Krillin also put away his usual cheerful expression and was nodded solemnly. Kami closed his eyes heavily, as if thinking about something. Actually, you don't need to worry too much, just let it take its course. The warrior who guards Earth will protect the Earth on that day. With us, Earth will not die. Krillin said earnestly, moved towards Kami. Kami opened his eyes, slowly nodded, there is a cause and there is an effect, Earth has existed for so many years, Earth has its own destiny, and it will not be destroyed so easily. Do you have a Piccolo figure in your memory? Kami's voice trembled, fearful and expectant. Although Piccolo has changed a bit recently, Kami is still unpredictable. If Piccolo becomes an invasion Earth's accomplice, then he was really dead. Kami looked at Krillin expectantly. Krillin naturally knew what Kami was thinking, and said, nodded seriously, Piccolo is a powerful fighter who guards Earth. Kami heard what he wanted to hear most. Kami's face moved towards the sky 45 degrees with tears of relief. I knew, Piccolo he. Mr. Popo also took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his eyes. Mr. Popo is sincerely happy for Kami. For several hundred years Kami has been living in deep self-blame. Krillin couldn't help but said, Piccolo is an excellent name. Kian, in the future, will be the mainstay of protecting Earth. It is really the mainstay. Earthling latent talent is limited. Even Krillin, the strongest Earthling, will inevitably become a sideline supporter in the end. It is said that Piccolo is the mainstay, not too much. What? Name Kian, cried Kami, turned pale in fright. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 24. August 10, 2020. Chapter 24, Towards Planet Namek. Name Kian. I now know that I am an alien. No wonder it's different from ordinary people. Kami said with a dignified expression. Kami. Mr. Popo looked at Kami and said. I made Dragon Ball a long time ago, and there was a sense of déjà vu at that time. Could it be that in my far hometown, someone made such a thing? For the memory of ancestor, made me. Kami whispered. Yes, Kami's hometown is the distant planet Namek. Several hundred years ago, the climate of planet Namek changed dramatically. Kami's parents sent Kami to Earth, but he didn't arrive in time. Krillin speaks slowly. Kami went on to say, I grew up in Sabadon Heights, and there was a house in Sabadon Heights, and there was a letter there, it says I'll be there later, wait for me. So I'm sure the parents will come, but I've waited a long time, too bad, there's no food there, I've been waiting, for 20 years. No, 30 years, finally I gave up, I left Sabadon, I left that house. Hehe, looking back now, that house was a little weird. Kami smiled lightly, confused. My own several hundred years of confusion have been resolved. That house is the spaceship that Kami took when he came to Earth. Krillin explained. I really don't know what happened to planet Namek, after all, I have left planet Namek for several hundred years. Kami is full of longing for planet Namek's hometown. As people get old, the feeling of falling leaves returning to their roots will become extremely strong, not to mention the hometown that only lives in Kami's dream. As an authentic descendant of Yan Huang, Krillin can understand Kami's mood at this moment. Kami, remember when I told Korin that I was going to leave Earth? It's just that Earth's current technology is difficult to create a spaceship that can travel through interstellar, so the spaceship carried in childhood is the best choice. Krillin moved towards Kami slowly. Well, Kami nods. Kami, go with me, let's go to planet Namek. Kami's eyes lit up when he heard Krillin's words, then dimmed down to the head. Said, as Kami, I have the responsibility and obligation to protect Earth, and should not leave without permission. It's okay, Kami, with Mr. Popo here, he can completely protect Earth. Mr. Popo said quickly to Kami. Yeah, Mr. Popo is here, it's okay, there's no Goku next year, so don't worry. Krillin said quickly. Kami hesitated, should he go? Krillin said again, the spaceship is very fast, and it can be back and forth in a few days. When the time comes, please ask Pogalon to realize the wish, he should no use of spaceship anymore. Kami is more hesitant, planet Namek? A phantom seemed to appear in front of Kami's eyes, Kami extended the hand to grab it, but it disappeared like a flower in a mirror. Kami thought for a long time and said, okay. Kami is a little bit guilty, because King Piccolo himself made the mortal world encounter a cataclysm, and now I am afraid that he is an incompetent Kami. Kami said to himself. Kami, you've done a great job. Don't blame yourself. Krillin comforted. Kami waved Krillin to stop. Krillin swallowed what he was about to say. Now let's go to Sabadon Heights to retrieve the spaceship. After so many years, I don't know if there is any malfunction. Krillin vaguely remembered that the spaceship seemed to be repaired. Mr. Popo has taken out the flying carpet, moved towards Kami and Krillin and said, please come up, Sabadon Heights is a little far away, you can pass by Mr. Popo's flying carpet very quickly. Krillin and Kami nod and took to the flying carpet. I saw Mr. Popo's incantation, and suddenly the environment changed drastically. The hoo-hoo wind blowing over Krillin's head, fuck. Krillin shouted ruthlessly, instant transmission as a necessary skill to fight and escape you must learn by yourself. It's here, we can go down. Mr. Popo said slowly. It's right here, right ahead. Kami said with a face full of memories, but these memories are painful memories. The house is round, with 4 feet, like some kind of beetle. Sure enough. It is the unique architectural style of Namekian. Krillin thought to himself. Waiting for the entire group to step forward. Kami, each minding their own business, said, there is no doorknob, no lock, just say a word can open. Piccolo, the meaning of different world. Krillin still remembers this. Kami said Piccolo lightly, and saw the bottom of the spaceship descend, and everyone stood up. Like an elevator, Krillin and Kami were sent into the spaceship. Unfortunately, I don't control the spaceship. Kami helplessly said. Krillin chuckled, no need to control, he is fully automatic speech recognition, but in planet Namek, which is the language Kami and Piccolo speak at the martial arts tournament. Kami looks like she is really stupid. Kami, say fly, fly to the lookout. Kami nods, and %. This, foreign language really. The console displays a string of characters. He made it clear. As he spoke, he landed on the lookout in a blink of an eye. Krillin and Kami couldn't help but rejoice. Krillin, spaceship completely undamaged. Kami, you can go back to your hometown. Everyone came out. Krillin said to Kami, teach, let me say a few simple planet Namek slang. No matter how difficult a foreign language is, you have to learn it. This is the status quo. There is no way out, Krillin deeply sighed. Kami, and, %, and. After a long time, tomorrow is ready to go, before that we need to do some preparations, at least some preparations, food, spaceship, get a bathroom. Kami said, I photosynthesis. In Mount Baozu. Goku really can't work, I'll go. Cosmic experience really can't take you, you see Chi-Chi is about to give birth, you have to take good care of Chi-Chi. Krillin explained to Goku in earned and well-meant advised. Leave before Earth, I must come and talk to Goku. I left, and this period of time Guardian of Earth task was handed over to Goku. Goku was stunned when he heard the word Chi-Chi, and did not say follow to the universe. It seems that his teaching is still somewhat useful. Krillin can't help but praise himself. Chi-Chi is a very good girl, marrying Goku is a grievance. Goku has not worked hard housework, Chi-Chi has always been pulling children up. In the face of reality, Chi-Chi has changed from a virtuous girl to a long-winded woman, and has always made Gohan a great scholar, just for fear that Gohan will follow in the footsteps of Goku. I still don't know when I will be back when I go to the universe by myself. It seems that it is time to find a way out for Goku's family. Let Chi-Chi work in the seabed fishing group and give him 49% of his dividends every year. 20% should be enough. Krillin is still the same, money is enough, money is dung to me. Goku, wait for 2 years. When the child is older, you will let Chi-Chi go. Seabed fishing group work, I will say hello to launch. Seabed fishing group? What is that? Goku asked innocently. Krillin put his hands over his head, never mind, I'll talk to Chi-Chi. July 1st, 756 AI. Kami, ready to go. Mr. Popo wiped away tears and waved goodbye to Kami, making it seem like parting from life and death. 2 people got on the spaceship. Kami was also a little happy, after all, they can go back soon back home. Krillin moved towards the console and said, fly to planet Namek. Ding, I understand, the estimated time is 5 days. The spaceship flew out of the Earth suddenly. Korin Tower, Korin and Fanyu moved towards the takeoff. Spaceship waved. Korin said silently, what do you have when you come back next time? How strong is it? Piccolo, who was far away in Yun's Patugao, felt that Kami had left Earth's mouth and said fiercely, old fogey, what the hell are you doing? After speaking, he moved towards the sky and looked at it. Krillin looked at the distant azure planet outside the window and clenched his fists silently. Wait for me, Android 18, I will be back soon. P.S. Earth saga is temporarily over, Krillin has successfully stepped into the universe. The story behind will not be as dull as the previous one, because the beginning is the transition period of Earth, and Krillin is going to take advantage of this period of time rises. Thanks to my handsome no one found, greedy, bamboo leaves, King Hua, invincible, all names are floating clouds, Book Friends 2018, the recommendation votes for Xiaosai, your votes are what motivates me to code, ha ha ha. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 25. August 10, 2020. Chapter 25 Grand Elder. Planet Namek is very far from Earth, the fastest spaceship imitated by the advanced technology of ancient planet Namek and Sion, have to fly for a month. Krillin looked at Kami restless with an embarrassed smile and said, Kami, sorry I lied to you, it will take us a month to arrive. Kami seems to have expected it. Yes, he didn't say anything, but the expression seemed a little scared. The so-called near nostalgia was Kami's state at this time. Krillin comforted, Namekians are peace-loving races, most of them are kind and honest. Krillin silently added in his heart, except for Slug. Slug is a Namekian with an absolutely evil heart, Slug's battle the talent is even better than Piccolo. After recovering from youth, he transformed into a super Namekian with an astonishing strength of 200 million, even in old age, he has 40 million. Kami is still thinking then, it seems that planet Namek can't unravel Kami's heart knot, Krillin shook the head said with a bitter smile. 1 month can't be wasted, we must take advantage of this period of time, hurry up and train. After saying that, Krillin took out the gravity training chamber. Krillin pressed 100x, the surrounding environment suddenly became dark red, the air became much heavier, and a smile appeared at the corner of Krillin's mouth, hee hee, a long-lost feeling. 1 month later. Ding, expected to land on planet Namek in 5 minutes, console mechanical sounds. Krillin is sitting cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes, he exclaimed, finally here. When Krillin stops high-intensity training after the 28th day of training, no one can predict what will happen in the cosmic space, Krillin must be in the best condition. System, View Attribute. Time, 756 AI. Name, Krillin. Age, 21 years old. Race, Earthling. Dimension, Level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle power, 340,000, next layer limit 1.5 million. Potential, 1.16 million. Training speed, the speed of light. I have only gained 30,000 yuan this month, and the speed is still a bit slow, but now that my energy is limited and I start VIP training, I simply can't last a few days. It's not as cost-effective as the speed of light training, work hard for a long time, take your time. Krillin couldn't help sighed. Arrived at planet Namek a minute later, and the console rang again. At this point, the outline of planet Namek was seen, the whole planet was green, planet there are several bright companion stars next to them, which are probably first-class stars according to the brightness of Earth. The spaceship is traveling at high speed and slowly enters the atmosphere. The sky is green, and you can see it more clearly. Planet Namek is not a complete planet, but a planet composed of hundreds of islands. Kami stood in front of the spaceship door, leaning on the scepter in both hands, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and looked at the familiar outside without saying a word. A strange hometown. Bang! The spaceship successfully landed on a higher island. The destination has reached planet Namek, took 29 heavens 10 hours. The console still made that rigid sound, but it also seemed to have a bit of a cheerful taste. Could it be because we have returned to our hometown? Kami, let's go down. Krillin said to Kami. Well, Kami nods out of the spaceship. Two people take a deep breath and listen to the spaceship. There was a slight trembling in the wind, looking at the river and the strange tree in front of him, with mixed feelings for a while. Kami said in a voiceless voice, "Several hundred years. I finally returned to my hometown, this is my hometown. Nail, I feel the arrival of a clansman in planet Namek, a very kind Ki, 2,000 kilometers to the east. You go to meet the new clansman." Grand Elder's huge body lay on a chair, Ki said slowly, dying. "Yes, Grand Elder." Nail said respectfully to the Grand Elder. "Kami, let's go find the leader of planet Namek." The Grand Elder, "There's a powerful Ki in the southwest, if I'm not mistaken it's the seat of the Grand Elder." Krillin said excitedly. "Yes, that's where the Grand Elder is. I seem to remember something since I set foot on planet Namek, and it's a little vague, but I can clearly feel it." "To the location of the Grand Elder?" Kami said with some puzzlement. "Someone came to us, Ki is very similar to Piccolo, and Ki should have 40,000 battle power." Krillin said in a tranquil voice. Krillin didn't panic, only 40,000 can be destroyed by himself, as expected. It must be Nail. Nail is a battle type named Kian, and it is not unusual to have 40,000 battle power. It seems that Grand Elder's very powerful self and Kami's forefoot just arrived. Nail came over, and he is still a character who has lived for several hundred years. Krillin thought silently. Nail's flight speed was still very fast, and it reached Krillin's landing point in a moment. Nail was very surprised when he looked at the old Kami, and other planets still had their own clansmen. Nail landed, and when he got close, he said respectfully, "Elder from afar, Nail has seen Senior." Then he bowed to Kami. Kami is a character of the same period as Grand Elder, and lived for several hundred years. The children of Grand Elder are basically Kami's junior, and it is not wrong for Nail to be called Senior. Nail is only hostile to those who offend the Grand Elder. At other times Nail is a simple and kind warrior. Kami looked at Nail. It looks similar to Piccolo, but Ki is completely different from Piccolo. Nail's Ki is restrained, peaceful, and less violent in Piccolo's Ki. "Get up, child," Kami said calmly, with kindness in his eyes, like grandpa looking at his grandson. "Can you take us to the Grand Elder?" Kami asked Nail. "It was the Grand Elder who sent me to greet the Elder. Elder, please come with me, the journey is a little long, please put the Elder on my back, let me carry you, my mission is to protect the Grand Elder. You can't leave Grand Elder for too long, so you have to get back as soon as possible." Nail bent down. Kami is naturally on Nail's back when he sees this. Krillin sees this and said, "I will never rob you of the opportunity to show my filial piety, let's go." Nail flies Kami towards the Grand Elder, Krillin follow closely from behind. Tread, step. It landed on a very high pillar, where the Grand Elder lives. The house in front of me is really similar to the spaceship's construction style, and the aesthetics are really, Krillin has a little idea in his mind. "Grand Elder," Nail said respectfully, letting them in. Kami walked towards Grand Elder with the scepter, step by step moved towards Grand Elder. Krillin was about to follow. Nail extended the hand to stop Krillin, really worried about the outsider Nail. Krillin saw Nail stop him and said, neither angry nor happy, "Young master is still angry, and he wants to fight. Krillin has endured it for so long and wants to find an expert." "It's a trick, hehe, you forced me, but I didn't do it first." Nail let the guests in. His Ki is very peaceful, kind, and a righteous person. "Grand Elder," the voice sounded again. "Yes, Grand Elder." Nail said politely to Krillin, "Come in, guest." Krillin had no choice but to give up. Krillin knew that this was Nail's job, and I don't have any other ideas. I want to fight more often. Nail is also a person who likes to fight. After all, he is a battle type named Kian. Krillin just saw the fighting intent in Nail's eyes. "Thank you, let's go in." Nailb. Krillin walked in and looked at the Grand Elder lying on the chair. At this time, he said, fuck, worthily is Grand Elder, so big. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 26. August 10, 2020. Chapter 26 Develop Potential. Grand Elder was lying on a chair, Ki seemed to be faintly discernible, Grand Elder's body could be more than 2 or 3 name Kians. Grand Elder looked at Kami kindly and seemed to fall into memory again, after a long time said, "It's too similar. Katas, you are the child of Katas, welcome home." Kami said with some doubts, "Earth Kami has seen the Grand Elder, but I don't have the impression of Katas in my mind." "Katas is your father. Several hundred years ago, the climate of planet Namek changed dramatically. Your father sent you out, but I didn't make it in time, didn't expect you to be true. I survived." The Grand Elder said slowly, as if he was about to die if he couldn't breathe. Krillin calculated that Grand Elder should have 5 years of lifespan left. Kami listened attentively to Grand Elder's account of events several hundred years ago. Before Kami could speak, the Grand Elder spoke again. In that catastrophe, planet Namek was destroyed, and the civilization of planet Namek that lasted countless generations was destroyed like that. In the end, only me was left. 1. The Grand Elder's eyes were a little hollow, as if he was caught up in the scene of planet Namek's destruction that day. Kami listened to Grand Elder's narration, and the deep memory in his heart seemed to have some traces of awakening. Suddenly, some memories flashed in Kami's mind, and the father hurriedly stuffed himself into the spaceship and said to himself with a look of kindness, "You go first, wait for me, I'll be there later." Suddenly Kami's mind turned the picture, planet Namek began to sink, countless clansmen wailed in pain, planet Namek was swallowed by the dark little by little. Hey, ha, ha, Kami stumbled back to reality, clutching the scepter with both hands, eyes closed tightly, sweat dripping from his frowning brow, Kami gasping for breath. Kami slowly opened her expression and looked very painful. Kami said in a voiceless voice, "I remember. Child, the painful times are over, we now have to what we do is rebuild our homeland." The Grand Elder said softly and slowly, the Grand Elder's voice was soothing and calm. Then the Grand Elder said to Krillin, "Earth warriors from afar welcome you to planet Namek." "Thank you Grand Elder." Krillin moved politely towards Grand Elder with a smile. "I had a hunch that planet Namek would be invaded soon, and my original hunch was that a golden fighter would defeat the evil and rescue planet Namek's clansmen, and 7 months ago, the hunch suddenly found a change, and there was also a powerful Baldy boy with power level who was defending planet Namek. In a pinch, the Baldy boy was pulling strongly against a crazy tide and finally defeated the evil, cough cough, saying that the Grand Elder began to cough continuously. Kami's face changed when he heard that planet Namek was about to be invaded again. Why is fate so unfair? Why is Namekian being subjected to such cataclysm? Kami cried out weakly. Krillin couldn't help but feel a big wave in his heart. Didn't he just come to Dragon Ball World 7 months ago? Because my arrival makes the future that Grand Elder sees. Has anything changed? Did Goku, who was originally Krillin sacrificing the sky, magic force boundless defeat Frieza, now join forces with Goku to defeat Frieza? Can you really see such a long future? At first I don't dare be sure about the future I foresee. Space-time is a very mysterious force, no one can tell, and the future I met has changed, but now that I meet you, I am sure idea." Grand Elder's words were a little labored, and finally the word one by one popped out. Kami looked towards Krillin's heart and shook. "Baldy boy? The future is Krillin saving planet Namek?" It was unbelievable. Kami knew Krillin was very strong, but didn't expect to be that strong. Kami feels that she has been shocked enough today. "Grand Elder, please rest assured that I will do my best to protect this simple, kind, and peace-loving Namekian," Krillin said to the Grand Elder in a reassuring tone. "After all, there will be a request for someone else later, and besides, what Krillin just said was definitely from the heart. Namekian is a lovely race." Grand the Elder smiled happily after hearing Krillin's words, and closed his eyes. Krillin would have thought the Grand Elder had died if he hadn't been breathing for a long time. Krillin stood there, waiting for the Grand Elder. About 5 minutes later, Grand Elder opened his eyes again, and the temporary rest made Grand Elder's energy recover a little. With a gratified smile, "Excuse me, the future of planet Namek is handed over to you." Krillin is serious, nodded, promises others must do, not to mention how the Grand Elder believes in himself. "Child, come forward, I feel something inside you. An amazing power, now let me help you develop it," the Grand Elder said to Krillin. "Grand Elder, you need to rest and stop wasting stamina like this." Nail looked at Grand Elder worriedly. "It doesn't matter, unlock potential is my special ability and doesn't consume stamina," Grand Elder said slowly. Krillin couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he heard this. He was still thinking about how to speak just now, and he just fell asleep and brought a pillow. "Grand Elder, you are so caring." In the original work, when Krillin reached planet Namek, the power level was 1500, but after the development of the Grand Elder, it reached 13,000. The power level increased by nearly 10x. Now, the power level is 335,000. After the development of the Grand Elder, is it possible to reaching 3.3 million? The power level of 3.3 million has the power to fight even if you face Frisia directly. Even if you can't beat Frisia, you can escape to the vast distance while Frisia transforms. Haha, it's exciting to think about it. Krillin walked slowly towards the Grand Elder and stopped under Grand Elder's hands. The Grand Elder moved his arms with great effort and put his hand on Krillin's head, lightly. Krillin was wrapped in a layer of air, and Krillin felt as if his own power was about to be pulled out. Ding! Detected the foreign energy, is pulling the power of the host, the system is pulling out the power of the host. Blocking! Ding! Blocking succeeds, power pulling fails. Your sisters! Krillin couldn't help cursing, finally got a chance to explode the power level, and asked you to stop it for me, system. System! You let me out. I will uninstall you without explaining Lao Zi to me today. Krillin flustered and exasperated said. System lightly saying, I'll just say one sentence, just one sentence, I just hear a slap like a slap in the face, I don't want to face it. I want to discover the host's ability in front of this system, with my consent is it? If it's so easy to raise the battle power, where can I get the energy? And the system's voice stops abruptly. What? For such a broken reason, you wasted Lao Zi's chance to raise 3 million? Go to hell. Hee, not exactly, you really thought there would be a 10x amplification, you're welcome to tell me you said, with Earthling latent talent limit, you can only reach 1.5 million battle power. Without further ado, look at your attribute board for yourself. System, view attribute. Time, 756 years old. Name, Krillin. Age, 21 years old. Race, Earthling. Dimension, level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle power, 350,000, next layer limit 1.5 million. Potential, 4.65 million. Training speed, speed of light. Hey, no, how come my potential has become 4.65 million? Simply put, Grand Elder's potential development does not directly increase your power level, but adds it to your potential. Originally, your potential was only 1.5 million, and now it becomes 5 million, how about it? Deeply grateful. System said stupidly. In this way, Krillin seems to understand at once that when he reaches 1.5 million battle power, he must spend a lot of energy to break through the limit, and his energy is obviously not enough now. Yes, this seems to be much more cost-effective than directly increasing the battle power. A moment later, the Grand Elder made a questioning voice. He had obviously pulled out his potential just now. Now what? Missing? It's really confusing. Sorry child, you obviously have a very strong potential in you, but I can't inspire him. The Grand Elder looked at Krillin apologetically. Krillin already knew that the system stopped the Grand Elder's power and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, training yourself step by step can also stimulate the potential." End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 27. August 10, 2020. Chapter 27 Nail Come On. Fierce Duel. Grand Elder, I have a presumptuous request. Krillin rubbed his palms and asked Grand Elder awkwardly and politely. Child, tell me, although I'm not strong enough, the clansmen of planet Namek will help you. The Grand Elder said with a smile. I would like to borrow your Dragon Ball. I would like to ask Shenron to help me, because Earth's Shenron has limited abilities, so I would like to ask for Shenron from planet Namek. Krillin explained slowly. Oh? As far as I know, Kotas is a very good dragon clan, and Kami as a Kotas child should also be an excellent dragon clan warrior, and the Dragon Ball's power should be enough, asked puzzled. Kami said with a wry smile, 300 years ago, in order to become a qualified god, I expelled the evil thought in my body from the outside body, and then my power was divided into two. Stupid! How can a person's heart be completely pure, and a person without selfish desires can't be called a person? As an excellent dragon clan, he has divided his power into two. It's even more stupid. The Grand Elder suddenly became powerful at this time, and taught Kami aloud. Kami lowered his head tightly, his face was a little embarrassed, and his hands rubbed his head, laughed. No problem, I'll leave the Dragon Ball to Nail, and Nail will help you gather all the Dragon Balls in each village. The Grand Elder seemed to have reprimanded Kami for running out of strength just now, but now he is powerless. Lying on the chair said. Yes, Grand Elder. Nail said respectfully. Although Nail wanted to fight Krillin, but protecting the Grand Elder was his most important duty, Nail hesitated for a while, but never said anything. Go, Nail, as a battle type named Kian, the battlefield is his home. An old voice came, and the Grand Elder looked at Nail with a smile. Nail is a battle type named Kian with a heart to fight, but Nail will never forget his main duty. No, Grand Elder. Nail shook the head resolutely. Go, child, go, child. The Grand Elder smiled and said, Planet Namek is safe now, don't worry about me. The Grand Elder extended the hand and waved. Nail moved towards Krillin with a fighting intent. Krillin gave this a slight look, come on, Nail. Nail nodded slightly. Two people ki burst flew into the distance, over many rivers, many isolated hills. Two people rest on a stone pillar like an abalone. Krillin looked at Nail from a distance, sucked in the oxygen in the air, twisted his neck, the joints made a caw-caw sound, and Krillin's fighting intent exploded, but Krillin put the ki suppressed at about 40,000, the battle with Nail is more about combat skills and experience. System, check Nail's attribute. Ding. Time, AIG 756. Name, Nail. Age, young. Race, name Kian. Battle power, 40,000. Potential, there are still several 100 million, higher than you anyway. Training speed, high speed. Seeing that the potential is several 100 million higher than himself, Krillin said inwardly, Earthling, what a sin. Nail took off Namekian's special combat clothes, Nail twisted his neck. Suddenly two people ki burst, rushed straight away, cold flashed in Nail's eyes light, an elbow strike slashed down towards Krillin, in Krillin's eyes, Nail's movements naturally seemed not enough to look at, Krillin dodged behind him, and the jeet slammed straight at Nail, because it suppressed ki. This attack did not cause any effective damage to Nail. Bang bang bang, the high green aura condensed ki again, and Nail's whole body formed a powerful energy of formidable power. At this time, Nail's ki has been raised to the extreme, the figure moves towards Krillin at high speed. Krillin didn't hesitate to see this, burst out his ki and charged straight towards Nail. Bang bang bang, two people's figures kept flashing. At this time two people had already fought hundreds of moves. The figure of two people forms two different trajectories, green and golden, like two sharp arrows intertwined with each other, constantly flashing across the island. Nail, as name Kian, also has a special combat skill. Two people are fighting, Nail's arm is suddenly tens of meters long, moved towards Krillin's body. Krillin smiled lightly, as expected, just like Piccolo. Krillin took the opportunity to leap up, quietly dodging Nail's attack. Nail was taken aback by Krillin's actions. You knew I was going to have a surprise attack like this. Krillin laughed heartily. The Piccolo on Earth is also battle-type name Kian. Piccolo. Nail whispered. Soon Nail transferred back to the key of the battle, powerfully moved towards Krillin's strikes. Krillin increased his speed and moved towards Nail nimbly. Nail worthily is battle-type name Kian quickly found Krillin moved the weak spot and punched it hard. Not good, Krillin whispered, and then made a defensive posture, but Nail's punch came well prepared. The power was very powerful. Boom Krillin, he was knocked out hundreds of meters. Nail is a battle-type name Kian. The battle talent is quite excellent, and did not miss this opportunity. A gathering power energy wave moved towards Krillin for a long time. This energy wave is very similar to Piccolo's special beam cannon. Krillin's battle power is far superior to Nail, but facing the threat of this energy wave, Krillin is in a half-knock-to-fly state, and can only protect his body with his hands together. Bang bang bang! Krillin was knocked out from a distance, hitting dozens of islands in a row, forming a huge arc on the lake, which has not recovered for a long time. This is high energy. It is formed by evaporation as the wave passes over the lake surface. Hoo hoo hoo! Nail panting, a smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had won the battle. Va! 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 Eat a mouthful of dirt! Krillin slowly emerged from the smoke and wiped his mouth. Krillin's upper half was destroyed again, and the muscular upper body looked a little scarred, but Krillin was not actually hurt. Nail opened his mouth wide, as if he couldn't believe it. Nail was very aware of the formidable power of the move he had just now, and it was more than enough to destroy planet Namek. Krillin should not have the strength to fight. The move formidable power just now was really powerful, and no one should be able to stop it with the same battle power, but it's a pity that I met me, ha ha ha. Krillin said stinky again. This time it's my turn to attack. After Krillin finished speaking, a figure flashed past, appeared from behind Nail, and slashed towards Nail. Immediately Nail hit the ground like a kite with a string on it, and with a bang, the island was smashed through, and dozens of meters of water sprayed nearby, Nail fiercely towards the bottom of the water falling. It is with the buffering force of water that the strength is reduced a bit. The water splash jumped dozens of meters, and it rained lightly in the sky. Krillin didn't pursue it. Krillin sensed Nail's ki in the sky, and knew that Nail took advantage of the situation to restore stamina. About 5 minutes later, Nail slowly flew out of the water, covered in water, with blue veins appearing on his body, and the green liquid moved towards the water below, dripping, exhaling, gasping for breath. Your strength is beyond my imagination, you are really strong. At first the Grand Elder said that you could save planet Namek. I was a little disdainful, but now I have changed my mind. You are indeed capable of saving planet Namek, but I don't admit defeat. Nail said calmly to Krillin. Take this, Krillin. Next up is my strongest unique skill. Nail moved towards Krillin yelled. Krillin really admires Nail's great battle intentions. At this point in the battle, Nail is completely supported by a strong will. Nail said, his body changed a little, and it seemed to be bigger. Is this Namekian's giant transformation? But it's not like that. I've seen Piccolo use it before, and the size is far from it. Bigger than that, and slow. Nail wouldn't be so stupid, Krillin thought, looking at the changing Nail. Immediately afterwards, Nail's ki undergoes a terrifying change, 100,000. 200,000, 400,000, reaching the limit. Krillin next to him couldn't help shouting, the power level has actually increased by 10x. The air of the several hundred li centered on two people kept shaking, and the boulder also trembled. Krillin didn't dare to be too big, and hurriedly called up the whole body's ki, but it was still 70,000 battle power short of Nail. A figure flashed by, behind Krillin. So fast Krillin did not see clearly. Nail's figure flew out backwards. Nail's attack hit Krillin like raindrops. Krillin has been seriously injured. Krillin ki burst, fled to the back with force. Nail's double the arm suddenly stretched, and Krillin was fixed 10 meters away from him. Nail's antenna made a zi sound, which was condensing energy. Krillin felt the energy contained in it. If he was hit by it, don't die also seriously injured. Krillin tried his full strength to break free, and Krillin raised a hand slightly. Lightly shouted, ki slash. Krillin condensed a ki slash, moved towards Nail's arms slashed. In an instant, Nail's arms were simultaneously cut off, and Krillin also took the opportunity to break free from Nail's arms and flew upwards. Nail smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and saw the energy of the two antennas on his head flying towards Krillin. Go! Bang! Krillin was hit from the front and fell directly to the ground. Although he didn't fly out, the energy of these two lines was only stronger, not weaker than the previous attack, and it was probably not the energy of these two lines. Also reached 400,000. Nail smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth as he watched Krillin get hit, then closed his eyes, fiercely moved towards the rock behind him, and lay on the ground, as if he had lost his life force. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 28. August 10, 2020. Chapter 28. Feelings are played out. The ground was soaked with dark green liquid, and green blood was oozing from Nail's arms. The ground was covered with a shallow layer. At this time, Nail was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he had cut off his life, and his pulse only beat slightly every few minutes. Krillin both eyes stared at the sky absent-mindedly, breathing very slowly. Krillin seemed to want to take the senzu bean, but he fainted with pain. Far in the battlefield, Kami outside was a little anxious, and asked eagerly, "Grand Elder, why haven't they returned after going for so long? The ki pressure broke out just now and I couldn't breathe." Grand Elder laughed slightly, "It's all right, just wait for them to come back quietly." Kami nodded, but the anxious expression on his face never let go. 2 days later, Krillin's stamina has been restored by the system, but all the bones in his body are like falling apart, always unable to move. The senzu bean is in the capsule, and now he himself unable to take it out. Krillin was a little anxious at this time, not because of himself, but because Krillin felt that Nail's ki was about to disappear. Nail is an excellent warrior, it would be a pity to die like this. If other Namekians know that Nail died in a battle with himself, then borrowing Dragon Ball, I am afraid that Grand Elder will not speak well. Make system, are you dead? Say a word without dying. Ding, welcome to call, I can help you with anything. Stop talking nonsense, get me a senzu bean, hurry up. Hee, no problem. Deduct 10,000 energy, system said cheaply. Fuck, it's so easy, I knew it wouldn't be so easy, but I can't control it anymore. Nail's ki is getting weaker and weaker. Krillin immediately felt a sweet bean in his mouth, and Krillin slowly chewed and swallowed it. Krillin opened his eyes suddenly, his injuries were fully recovered, and Krillin quickly took out a bean from the capsule. A senzu bean, and jumped in the direction of Nail. Krillin watched the scene of Nail falling to the ground. Nail was more traumatized than himself, at most half a breath left, and although he was unable to move a single step, but his injuries will heal over time. But Nail is different, Nail will die over time. Krillin slowly bent over and opened Nail's mouth filled in the senzu bean. After Krillin lost a breath to Nail, Nail moved slightly. After a long time, he heard a thud. Nail slowly swallowed the senzu bean. Nail opened his eyes suddenly and found Krillin looking at him. Nail smiled faintly, I lost. Krillin also smiled and didn't say anything. He slowly helped Nail up. Nail's broken arms had healed, not bleeding, but had not grown back. Krillin has some doubts, since Nail can break out such a powerful battle power, why didn't he show it when fighting Frieza? Nail's powerful power level did not last long, so it depends on what purpose Nail is. Nail's fight with Frieza is just to delay time. If a powerful battle power erupts, he will lose his combat capability soon. Frieza, who feels boring, will naturally kill Nail soon, again. Go to the Grand Elder. Nail little by little reveals his combat capability to attract Frieza's interest in order to delay time and better buy time for Dende. Battle type name Kian, really can't be underestimated. Krillin couldn't help saying with a bitter smile in his heart. Nail stood up slowly and said to Krillin, sorry, I haven't experienced such a battle for a long time, and in the end I tried my full strength, I almost got drunk. Big mistake. The power of high bursts is limited, and after bursting, it will enter a period of weakness for quite a section length of time. Even if such power bursts out, it is not Krillin's opponent. Nail is really Krillin. I was convinced. But Nail couldn't help but feel a little bitter in his heart. Krillin laughed heartily, it doesn't matter, the battle with you has opened my eyes and my understanding of martial arts is a step closer. Yet, what happens to the Grand Elder's safety if I die? Nail said deliberately. Krillin. Nail haha, just kidding. Krillin, stand farther away. Good. Hey, ah, ha, the blue veins on Nail's head were exposed, the severed arm kept squirming, and suddenly the severed arm shot out 2 water splashes, and Nail's severed arm grew again. The food that Krillin gave me is amazing, not only did my stamina fully recover, but I even passed through the period of weakness. Nail has a new arm for the event, it feels good. Krillin, how long have we been out? Nail asked Krillin. 3 days. What? 3 days? Nail shouted in horror. Nail hurriedly got up and flew towards the Grand Elder. Nail did not forget his duty. Wait for me, Nail. Followed by Krillin, Ki burst, moved towards Nail and chased after him. Nail full strength moved towards Grand Elder and flew away. After a while, Nail started gasping for breath, wiping the sweat on his head, watching Grand Elder's residence safe and sound, sighed in relief. Fortunately, Grand Elder is safe, otherwise he will be the sinner of the entire planet Namek. Why are you flying so fast? Grand Elder will be fine with us. Krillin then arrived and said moved towards Nail. Nail looked at moved towards Krillin gratefully, nodded with a smile. This gratitude represented both Krillin's commitment to the Grand Elder and Krillin. I had a good fight with myself and satisfied my heart that was eager to fight. In the next time, I will protect the Grand Elder with peace of mind, and will not engage in other battles until Grand Elder passes away. Kami is sitting there chatting with the Grand Elder. I haven't seen her clansman for many years, now Kami is like a lost child who has found her mother. There is a lot to say, but the Grand Elder is old and sometimes says as he spoke, he fell asleep, while Kami waited quietly for the Grand Elder to speak again. Grand Elder, I'm back. Nail moved towards Grand Elder respectfully. Are you back so soon? Grand Elder looked at the spirited Nail. Nail's expression has changed a lot from the past, more joy. Grand Elder said again with admiration, Nail, you belong to the wonderful battlefield. The Grand Elder did not ask about the outcome of the battle. The Grand Elder knew at this time that the outcome was not important, but the process was more important. At this time, the embodied spirit of Nail was the best result. Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Planet Namek has no night, it's always day, which is the photosynthesis that satisfies Namekian. Krillin yawns, really I don't get used to it. Nail, I'll borrow your Dragon Ball thing, please. Krillin moved towards Nail in a pleading tone. No problem, leave it to me. I'll call the elders from each village and ask them to bring the Dragon Ball over. After speaking, Nail found an open space and sat down, his body floating in the air, just like the scene during Piccolo training. Then, with Nail as the center, a special Dragon Clan radio wave was emitted, only Namekian the special information radio wave that can only be received. Grand Elder, there is an order, the Patriarch of each village please bring the Dragon Ball to gather. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 29. August 10, 2020. Chapter 29 Come out, Bogle. Planet Namek is very big, Namekians are all over the place, thousands of miles away, a peaceful tribe is organizing the planting of puffball seedlings, just planted. An aged Namekian closed his eyes and received Nail's special radio waves emitted. Dende, come here. 3 Elder Mullen moved towards Dende shouted. Dende trotted over and asked with a smile, what's wrong, Elder? Nail sent a message to all the villages just now, the Grand Elder wants to summon the Dragon Ball, aren't you? I haven't seen Nail Big Brother for a long time, let's go together now. Mullen said with a smile. Really? Very good. Dende shouted with joy in his eyes. We are quite far from the Grand Elder, hurry back and pack up and bring the Dragon Ball ready to go. Dende's obedient nodded, moved towards the families the direction ran past. Now Planet Namek is in a stable period for a long time, there is no need to worry about the invasion of alien evil influences, and the Namekian individual combat capability is not weak. Rate its power level 1500 can tyrannically abuse power in the universe, so Planet Namek's defensive power is still quite strong. Of course, it is another matter in front of billions of battle power bosses. When Nail gave the signal, the same thing happened in Namekian villages all over the planet, elders moved towards Grand Elder with Dragon Ball. The distance from each village to the residence of the Grand Elder is different, so the time for each village to reach is also different, and the first to reach is the 3 elders. Dende and the 3 elders finally came to the residence of the Grand Elder after a long journey for several days. Dende saw Nail from a distance and shouted loudly, Nail Big Brother. Dende moved towards Nail, he waved and ran over. Krillin looked back and saw a miniature Piccolo first. There was an aged Namekian behind the miniature Piccolo, but Krillin paid more attention to the large Dragon Ball in his hand. Nail turned his head and saw Dende, a little surprised, he walked forward without thinking. Nail picked up Dende skillfully and said with a smile, Dende, why are you here? Is this Dende? Krillin surveyed, remembering that Dende was also a very good dragon clan. Dende also said happily, I haven't seen Nail Big Brother for a long time. The elder came to deliver Dragon Ball, and I followed. Dende is the 108th Grand Elder. Therefore, strictly speaking, the remaining Namekians except the Grand Elder are all brothers, but the age is different, and the older ones naturally become the elders. Therefore, although the 3 elders are Dende's big brother, they are actually more like grandpa. Nail looked at the 3 elders walking behind him, but when faced with clansman Nail, he couldn't hold back the smile on his face. The 3 elders, long time no see. Well, Nail, are you okay with Grand Elder? Very well, it's inside. The 3 elders handed the Dragon Ball to Nail and moved towards the house. Went. Nail Big Brother, I'll go see the Grand Elder first. After saying that, Dende moved towards the house and ran. Nail, Dragon Ball, let me see. Krillin said with light in his eyes as he moved towards Nail excitedly. Nail smiled, what's the hurry, 1 Dragon Ball still won't work, you have to get 7. After Nail finished speaking, he handed the Dragon Ball to Krillin. Of course I know this, but such a big Dragon Ball really aroused my curiosity. Krillin took the large Dragon Ball easily. Krillin looked at the Dragon Ball the size of a basketball, the entire crystal clear and near transparent, with 3 twinkling stars. Haha, it's a 3-star ball. The bigger the ball, the stronger it really is. The three elders walked into the room and looked at the old kami with some doubts. Hearing that there are Namekian living in addition to planet Namek, Mullen pressed the curiosity in his heart and moved towards Grand Elder. Greetings. Grand Elder. The three elder moved towards and bowed respectfully. Grand Elder opened his eyes and looked at Mullen. Mulan is here, sit down. Mullen found a place to sit down at will, but Mullen still looking at Kami, and Kami also looked at Mullen slightly embarrassed. Another day has passed, all the elders have arrived. The Grand Elder sat on it and said slowly, this young man is from faraway Earth, this time he came to planet Namek to borrow a Dragon Ball, and I have a hunch that he will help planet Namek tide over the difficulties in the future. Since the Grand Elder said the following, of course there is no objection. The elders gave the Dragon Ball to Nail when they entered the house. One more thing, this is Namekian from Earth. Today is recognized as ancestors and returned to the fold. His father is Kata's. The Grand Elder said in a soft tone. What, it's Kata's child? The elders below were a little surprised. Kata's is a very good dragon clan. I heard from the Grand Elder that he sent his child to another planet, didn't expect his child to actually survive. The elder seemed in disbelief, but Kami was standing in front of him. The elders stepped forward together and looked at Kami. Kami was a little nervous, and small beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Facing the gazes of the elders, Kami was a little bit not knowing what to do. The elders said loudly together, welcome home. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed, and there was another excellent Dragon Clan warrior, which was a great event for Namekian. After gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, Krillin pulled Nail and flew towards Wasteland in the distance, but not too close to affect the rest of the Grand Elder. Nail placed the Dragon Ball on the ground. Nail glanced at Krillin, who nodded slightly. Suddenly Nail yelled, rise, Shenron. Planet Namek language. Similar to Earth summon Shenron, the 7 Dragon Balls flickering faster and the sky is covered with dark clouds. On the other hand, the lightning shone on the Earth, but the darkness of planet Namek was more violent than that of Earth. Roar. A loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. Thunder roared in the dark, golden lightning like an angry dragon, constantly shuttled in the dark clouds. The golden light gushed out from within the Dragon Ball, the golden light meandered and moved towards the sky and flew away, gradually fused with the sea of clouds in the sky, and a louder dragon roar sounded. In the sky, the endless sea of dark clouds shows the green Shenron's huge body. Shenron's eyes emit fiery red rays of light. Looking at Nail and Piccolo below, planet Namek's Shenron is uglier than Earth's Shenron too much. State your wish, any wish, but I can only help you achieve 3. Pogolon's voice was older than Shenron's on Earth. Nail was a little surprised when he saw the huge key pressure gallon. And he had never seen a Pogolon. Is this a Pogolon? Nail thought excitedly. The 3 wishes Krillin had some troubles, 2 of which Krillin had already thought about, that is instant transmission and cosmic star map. The remaining one is to strengthen Senzu Bean Plantation, or to learn the language of God level. The former can increase your own energy income, while the latter is related to yourself in the future. You don't know the language of the gods. Even if the Super Dragon Balls are in front of you, you have no chance to use them, which is really embarrassing. Ding, now you know the importance of mastering an outside-the-door language. Hehe, I know dive language, I know how to choose it. System said again slightly. Krillin's eyes lit up after listening to the system's words, then there will be no problem. First wish, Nail, please Shenron to help me improve Senzu Bean as much as possible plantation. Here Krillin still exploited the loophole, and the best way to say it is that Shenron will try his best to achieve wish. After listening to Nail, move towards Shenron and repeat according to Krillin's words. This wish very easy. A red light flashed in Shenron's eyes, but the 2 red lights lasted for a long time. A drop of sweat dripped from Pogolon's head, and Pogolon thought to himself, I'm fooled, this brat is quite powerful. After a long time, this wish has been granted. I helped you expand the scale of Senzu Bean Plantation. and opened up a special space in your spirit as a carrier to carry senzu bean plantation. Krillin felt that there was a special spiritual mark in the spirit power. Krillin used the spirit power to communicate with it. The spirit power poured into the senzu bean plantation. Although Pokemon is not good looking, Krillin likes people who do practical things, and Krillin can't help but praise Pokemon. Say your second wish. The old voice rang in the ears of the two people again. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 30. August 10, 2020. Chapter 30 Universe Star Map and Instant Transmission. Nail, my second wish is to get all the star trails in this universe including adjacent universes. Picture. Krillin moved towards Nail said calmly. In fact, Krillin was a little uneasy in his heart, and he didn't know whether Shenron could obtain the star map of the adjacent universe. Any other universes? Nail asked, but moved towards Shenron as usual. Sorry, I can only get the star map of universes 6 and 7, because these two universes are associated with each other, that is, opposite. Pokemon's old voice said. Nail glanced at Krillin, waiting for Krillin's words. Pokemon's power is limited. As Krillin expected, Krillin's original purpose was Universe 7, but now it seems that Universe 6 can also be used. Krillin rejoiced. I earned it again. Pokemon, please let me get the star map for Universe 6 and 7. Krillin yelled. Nail said loudly to Pokemon. Very easy. Pokemon's voice came, and there was another red light flashing in his eyes. Pass. The tone barely fell, and Krillin felt the star system of the entire universe sketched in his mind. Each star system was full of stars, and countless star systems converged into a flowing galaxy. Countless stars, each shining point of light represents a star. Krillin saw the rays of light dim Earth in his mind, which seemed insignificant in this north area. It seems that Earth is really a worthless low-level star, but who else can you think that the number one expert of Universe 7 in the future is cultivated by Earthling? Krillin pulls his eyes upward, just like viewing the world with a magnifying glass. Krillin sees an unusually bright emitting purple halo planet. Is this the Destruction God's planet? Destruction Key is really chilling. Yee? How does it feel like someone is spying on Destruction God's planet? Whis was squinting, tasting the food. Suddenly the feeling disappeared again. After speaking, Whis ate another piece and glanced at the place where Beerus slept. It feels really amazing, like standing on the roof of the world and looking at the world with a magnifying glass. Krillin couldn't help laughed. And one last wish, state your wish. Bogalon's old voice came again. My last wish is to get instant transmission, which can move to every corner of the stars I know. Krillin said loudly again. Nail, and this wish involves space power, which cannot be achieved by my own power, and I have to look at your own power. I can leave space power on you, but each use requires your power. The stronger your power, the farther you can move. On the contrary, you can only move on one planet. There was a flash of red light. Now your wish has been granted, goodbye. After that, Pokemon turned into a Dragon Ball and hovered in the sky, moved towards planet Namek, and flew away. Years later, that is, 130 days later, Dragon Ball returns to godly power. Krillin closed his eyes, comprehending the power of space that Pokemon had left on him just now, and Krillin had a feeling that he could reach all parts of planet Namek in an instant. Go, Nail, let's go back. After saying that, Krillin stepped forward to grab Nail, and the figure disappeared in a flash. The elders and Kami of planet Namek were having a good time chatting. Krillin and Nail appeared at the same time, but they were startled. Grand Elder smiled lightly, seeing the power of space emerging from Krillin. Nail was a little surprised. He was still beyond 1,000 miles just now. Did he arrive at the residence of the Grand Elder in a blink of an eye? Instant transmission, Nail whispered. 5 days later, all the elders embarked on the return journey. Tui, Krillin couldn't help swallowing. saying that he would only come to see his hometown and then go back, and now he has to go with the elders to their respective places. Check out the village. Of course, Krillin is still happy in his heart. In the past few years, Earth has not had any major events. Whether or not Kami has the same effect, and even if Kami has the same effect, there is at most one worried person. Kami left with the elders, and gave the spaceship to Kami himself, and Nail was not fighting with himself. He said, "Always be prepared to protect the Grand Elder." Krillin watched looking at the green sky exclusive to planet Namek above his head. He shouted, "If you want to live, you must have a touch of green on the top of your head. Netizens will not deceive me." Nail looked at Krillin in a daze. Could this be Krillin's new trick? Then he looked at his green body again. In 5 days, Krillin did not go to waste. Krillin made use of the stars in the instant transmission in the vicinity to move constantly, and the first to arrive were a few companion stars near planet Namek. The companion stars were fine, except for the small size. Besides, it's simply a scaled-down version of planet Namek. After exploring the companion star, Krillin moved towards the farther planet. Krillin's target is the farthest planet in this star system. The ancient planet's name is Skolassi, which is located at the westernmost point of planet Namek. Krillin communicated the planet in his mind, mobilized his own key instant transmission to start, and in a blink of an eye Krillin came to the Skolassi star. Hey, he actually spent 1/10 of his key. The universe is boundless, and wants to travel around the universe does not seem to have hundreds of millions of power levels, which is very difficult. It's actually a planet without an atmosphere. Krillin raised his breath of the whole body and protected his body, so that Krillin couldn't last long. This planet is really desolate. Because there is no protection of the atmosphere, the temperature difference between different regions of the planet is extremely large, and the great temperature difference has caused the air pressure gradient force, which is the source of the wind. Krillin looked at the sandstorm in the sky and couldn't help thinking of what he had learned in previous life, right? It's so cold. Krillin started the instant transmission again and returned to planet Namek. The movement of this star system is so laborious, and the cross-star system will take more gas. Krillin can't help but get a big head, to put it bluntly, just being weak. After Krillin's 5-day experiment, when moving in a star system, it consumes less ki, and its own recovery can catch up with the consumption of ki, but if the planet has an extremely bad environment, it cannot recover, and it moves across star systems. It consumes more ki, and it is impossible to recover on your own. You must stop and rest. Earth is too far away from planet Namek, and we have to find planet as a docking point. The docking point is like a supply port for previous life. Krillin said that he should come slowly before he is familiar with it. It's time to leave. My journey is the sea of stars. Not enough energy again. Krillin simply packed up and arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Is the child leaving? Grand Elder moved towards Krillin with a smile on his face. Well, the road to getting stronger works hard for a long time. Krillin fiercely nodded. Go, child, remember planet Namek. The Grand Elder said wearily. Krillin nodded solemnly again. Goodbye Nail. Krillin knew that Nail would love to fight with him again, but Nail was a dutiful man, and there was probably nothing more important in his life than the Grand Elder. Krillin stepped forward, gave Nail a hug between the brothers, and said, "Train well, next time we will fight." After saying that, Krillin's figure blur gradually disappeared in the room inside. Nail raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he heard what Krillin said, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Krillin left planet Namek, moved towards the central area, teleported over, and patted his head on the road. I just visited Dress 13, and forgot to ask the Grand Elder where there is a stop star on the way to the central area. P.S. I have a question to ask you, can I break it out of context? Free speech, come. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Xiaosai decided to add an update, really a little handicapped, codewords are a bit slow, there are still a little more freshman class, but these are not problems, haha, woo woo woo. Thanks for the comment of the big sailor. From the big brother's comment, I feel full of support. It is really attentive. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 31. August 10, 2020. Chapter 31 Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Krillin is resting on a native star at this time. Krillin gasping for breath. People want in bad luck. I drink cold water and get stuck in my teeth. Krillin transferred 10 planets one after another, all of them without atmosphere. After rolling around for many times, I finally found this asteroid. Although it is a bit desolate, it still has traces of the origin of life. How vast the universe is, there are many planets with life, but most of them are still desolate planets. Krillin found a random rock and lay on it, gradually recovering his ki. System, view attribute, ding. Time, AIG 756. Name, Krillin. Age, 21 years old. Race, Earthling. Dimension, Level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle power, 360,000, next layer limit 5 million. Potential, 4.64 million. Training speed, speed of light. After the nail battle, the power level has increased by 10,000, and the battle is the most tempered. Krillin looked at Senzu. There are still about 800 beans left, which is only enough for me for more than a year, and it will take 6 months for Senzu bean plantation to officially become a plant, and it will take more than half a year. Ding! In fact, planet Namek also contains an energy substance called slime. Under the same quality, the energy of slime is 900 times that of coal. System suddenly came up and said, "Cow, you've come this far, you're only talking now." Krillin was a bit berserk. "Do you want to be a coal digger?" System said lightly. 100 tons can be exchanged for a little energy. Sons give birth to grandchildren, grandchildren give birth to sons, and endless coal mining. I'm afraid it can maintain your VIP speed for a month. System said contemptuously. Coal mining. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Well, when I didn't say, Krillin couldn't help but turn a little dark. Some planets still have high-level energy, don't you dig coal incense? System said again. The headquarters of Galactic Patrol is in the central area. It seems that you have to go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. It is best to enter it. After all, the history of the galaxy headquarters is very long, and you know many cosmic stars. Maybe you can find a planet with high energy through the galaxy headquarters. Krillin thought to himself. Krillin stand up and prepares for instant transmission again. Krillin can't help ridicule, might as well learn Yardration's instant transmission, but both have some shortcomings. Now the learning is to know the location and start teleportation. With a swoosh, Krillin's figure disappeared in place. After dozens of jumps, Krillin gradually approached the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As a great influence, Galactic Patrol is still quite prosperous. Krillin has passed several commercial stars, and commercial stars are alien transactions. There are several commercial stars under almost every influence, developing cosmic space trade, and commercial stars are also highly developed in technology. The closer the Galactic Patrol is to the center, the stronger the defensive power. Krillin saw countless cosmic star cannons. Krillin felt more terrifying ki pressure from them. I am afraid that every artillery shell has nearly won. The strength of the universal energy, the cosmic patrolman cannot be underestimated to fight against the King Cold family so far. The defensive force is so strong and rushing in, I am afraid it will end badly. Krillin thought for a while, and then teleported to a commercial star. Galactic Patrol headquarters was set up on a separate planet. Next is the progressive defense system, and this commercial star in front of you should be the bridgehead to enter the galaxy headquarters. I don't know the language. Krillin looked at the alien with the head of a human monster in front of him. Krillin found someone who was very similar to a human and looked a little better. Big brother, Please ask you a matter? Krillin moved towards closer to himself and asked the alien. The alien pointed to himself with some doubts, and asked if Krillin was calling himself. Krillin showed a smile on his face. Understood? Chi. GA with Macron, GA with Macron, GA with Macron. Alien walked towards Krillin and said. Krillin. Alien took out a round spherical flying object and threw it into the air. The spherical flying object first made a strange sound. Language, followed by a sentence that Krillin can understand, automatically matching the language. What do you want me to do? You can call me Allens. The spherical object makes a mechanical sound. It's really a great invention, Krillin asked quickly. Allens, how do you get into the Galactic Patrol headquarters? I'm from Earth, you can call me Krillin. To enter the Galactic Patrol headquarters, you need to register at the Galactic Patrol Management Office. Make sure you are not those with evil influences to enter. I think you are very good looking, not like those with evil influences. The mechanical voice sounded again. Good-looking people are popular wherever they go, can't do anything about it, alas, where is the management? I want to enter Galactic Patrol headquarters. Then I'll take you there. Alan said with a smile. Excuse me, Krillin said politely too, and it could be seen that Alan's was a friendly alien. Alan's didn't know from which summoned a spaceship, moved towards Krillin and shouted, Krillin, you come up, I will take you there. Krillin moved slightly and jumped on it. Aarons flew the spaceship towards the management office. That's right, Krillin, what are you doing at Galaxy headquarters? Ellens curiously asked. Find some information and register as Galaxy soldiers by the way. Krillin slowly explained. Galaxy soldiers are very difficult to deal with. I heard that the battle power requirements are very strict, or only those with special ability can become Galaxy soldiers. Hehe, my power level is enough, I want to contribute to maintaining the peace of the universe. Krillin is ridicule himself in his heart, how can he say it like this, PA with Macron, PA with Macron, PA with Macron. Aarons looked at Krillin naively at this time, his eyes were full of stars. It was like the expression of the previous life girl when chasing the stars. It's here, the tallest building in front of you. Allens moved towards the adoring Krillin. Krillin hurriedly jumped off and ran inside, shouting, Thank you, Allens. Working is a tall and mighty alien who feels very strong, but Krillin perceives his key, a guy who is strong in appearance but weak in reality, with only 500 battle power. The power of Galactic Patrol is ancient. I don't know if there is no boss oversea now. Krillin thinks that there is. Otherwise, the King Cold family would have destroyed Galactic Patrol. I thought of Galactic Patrol headquarters registering as a Galaxy soldiers, maybe military equipment, and that alien understood what Krillin was saying right away. Okay, it takes me 50 strokes to be the Galaxy soldiers, the universe said, looking at Krillin's diminutive stature. Krillin understood what he meant. It turned out that he was mocking himself because he was short. He couldn't bear it. How could alien purify these goods based on their appearance? Didn't Frisia Shorty still dominate the north area? Okay, come on, Krillin said flatly. It seems good that you know what is condensed is essence. Krillin followed alien into the battle arena. Krillin didn't bother to use gas anymore, so he put up a battle pause, Earth, Krillin. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 32. August 10, 2020. Chapter 32 Straw Hat Star System Secrets. You can come and attack. The alien looked at Krillin contemptuously and said. Krillin waved his hand quickly and said, No, you'd better come first, I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Krillin made a gesture of invitation. The alien is a little irritated, and Ki burst lunges straight for Krillin, showing some Ki pressure. In Krillin's eyes, the action of the alien is no different from a turtle crawling. When the alien is about to approach Krillin, Krillin leans back slightly to avoid the attack, and the alien keeps waving. He slammed his fist at Krillin like a shadowless fist, and avoided the attack like a spacewalk with no difficulty. Krillin swung upwards and hovered above the alien's head. Hateful, where did Shorty go? Alien, gnashing one's teeth everywhere, looked around, a little out of breath. Hey, silly hat, I'm here! Krillin shouted from above. Who called me? Before he could react, Alien felt a gust of wind, and Alien went with the wind and fell to a corner of the ground. Krillin flew over and said grinningly, How is it? Silly big hat, is it enough? How do you know my name is Shada? Shada Ying lay on the ground with a questioning expression. Krillin, it's true. Stop talking nonsense, can you register me? I'm going to Galaxy headquarters. Krillin moved towards Shada helplessly said. No problem, sir, please come with me. Shada quickly jumped up and bent over, moving towards Krillin respectfully. Sir, please sit down. Shada took out a bench-shaped unknown ore out of nowhere. Krillin nods slightly and sits on it. Ding, black iron ore has been detected, and it contains 1 point of energy. What? That's a little bit? Planet Namek has only 1 point of energy for 100 tons of coal slime. How old is this? Krillin couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. Wait a minute and ask Shada, Krillin thought to himself. Sir, this is a brief check of information, although according to the tedious process of Sir's strength, but this is the rule set by the Galactic King, please forgive me, sir. Shada bowed respectfully. Krillin said. Shada took out a spherical item, moved towards Krillin, and threw it over. The scanner emitted blue light and scanned Krillin in all directions. A moment later, a mechanical voice came. Carbon-based life species, Krillin. Source, North Area, Solar System, Earth. Power level, 50,000. Excluding evil influencers, the security level is good. What? 50,000? Is the scanner broken? Shada said with a look of disbelief. However, Sadajin checked the scanner several times and it showed that it was normal. When he confirmed that Krillin was really a power level of 50,000, he had to kneel. How could such a terrifying character come? Register here. Usually, Shada thinks that 1000 power level is a very powerful character. You must know that even the Galactic Patrol's average power level is only about 10,000. This is a big trouble. Shada can't help but turn pale in fright, face turn white. 2K, Krillin, sir, for your permit. Shada said with a trembling voice, a little flustered. Krillin smiled, okay, there's something else to ask you. K, Krillin sir, please say it. Shada looked at Krillin expectantly, thinking. Seeing that there is still room for recovery, I made Krillin sir serve comfortably, and the previous thing was written off. Krillin patted the rock under his buttocks and said with interest, I look good on this rock, where did you get it? Go back to sir, this is on the Black Iron Star. The special ore from, has general energy, and after refining, it can be used as energy for short-distance space travel, and it is generally mined and sold by commercial stars under the Galactic King. Shada said quickly. It's not easy to deal with it now, there's actually a master, robbery is can't do anything about it, Galactic Patrol has the right to speak, if he arranges a crime for me, am I right? I can't wash myself if I jump into the galaxy, Krillin thought to himself. Shada looked at Krillin, who seemed to be very interested in this kind of energy ore, and said in a low voice, Little actually knows a kind of high energy ore. Krillin, when I heard Shada's words, I couldn't help but be very interested, come on. The little one is actually the galaxy headquarters that escaped with Alien. When I was a child, I lived in the Earth, and I heard elders say ancient era, we also have experts like Sir. Our soil is part of the Straw Hat star system. There is a mysterious star system near the Straw Hat star system. That star system often emits energy, and this energy can radiate to the surroundings. The nebula. It is precisely because of the radiation of these energies that many fighting geniuses appeared in our clansmen, leading us to the prosperous 3,000 years, but the nearby nebula seems to have appeared later. Some things, it is said that there was a big explosion, and after the big explosion, no energy escaped, and our family quickly declined. Speaking of this, Shada's eyes quickly dimmed. The more I listen to Krillin, the more interested it is. How terrifying energy can the escape of energy actually affect a star system? Then why do you say you came from a runaway? Krillin couldn't help but wonder. When I was young, our planet was very quiet and peaceful. Although there was no prosperous scene of the ancestors, we still lived and worked in peace and contentment under the leadership of the King of the Earth. Suddenly one day, there were a large number of aliens. Invade the Earth, kill my clansmen, enslave my clansmen, they control us, and mine black stone from the land for them. Shada said with gritted teeth and hatred. Does your planet even have what you call mysterious black stone? Krillin was a little curious. Yes, every 100 years there will be a small-scale space shaking, and this black stone will fall on our planet, and it has been like this since ancient times. Then why is your clan still declining? Isn't there an energy source? When the energy radiation disappeared, the first batch of experts died, and the energy was controlled by the descendants of those experts, so that only those people have training resources. Since then, we need to pay a certain amount of blackstone every year. Despite this, our life is still good, but 200 years ago, the evil influence of the universe invaded, and those experts did not fight. Let's flee. With the warriors fleeing, we no longer have the strength to resist. The evil influences are plundering and squeezing my clansmen. Shada showed a painful expression, but the subsequent helplessness diluted the pain. Wait, 200 years ago? How old are you now? 250 years old. Due to those energies affecting our ancestor gene mutation, lifespan has become its very long. But as time goes on, the lifespan begins to shrink gradually. Shada explained slowly. P.S. Thanks to the big guys for their recommendation tickets, everyone in Xiasai silently remembers them in their hearts. In addition, there is a Straw Hat Star system, also known as M104 STAR system, which is also a very beautiful star system. But it is still very far from the Milky Way galaxy. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 33. August 10, 2020. Chapter 33. What? Persian system? Since then, Tuodang scene has fallen into a dark period. Every day, there is not enough food and heavy work. It's really miserable. Shada said sadly. Every time I finish my work, my parents will secretly hide 2 stones for me. Every day I use energy stones for training. After 10 years, my power level has reached 300, but my parents were finally found out and put in solitary confinement by those evil aliens. After saying that, Shada fell into endless grief. Krillin looked at him silently, reached out and touched his head in comfort. After a long time, Shada raised his head and said again, battles often broke out between evil influences. It seemed that there were not enough manpower that time, and many guards were transferred away. I took advantage of that evil influence to fight with outsiders. I sneaked out of the battle, got on the spaceship of the Cosmic Merchant and started wandering. I joined Galactic Patrol for revenge, but after so many years, it seems that revenge is hopeless. Shada choked with tears in his eyes. The ebbing of time, the weak self can't save the home world, and the little character can't change the suggestion of the top of the galaxy headquarters, so he went with the flow and became a registrar. Krillin felt Shada's helplessness, just like Krillin's previous life with 10,000 battle power facing hundreds of millions of Frisia, and later married and had children, followed Goku to investigate Majin Buu after the martial arts tournament. Knowing his weakness, every time he left, he explained his suicide note, if I die unfortunately, I must ask Shenron to revive myself. Krillin seemed so helpless in the face of such terrifying battle power. But Krillin always did a warrior's should do, never absent. Krillin comforts Shada, both of whom are fallen from the end of the world. Why do they know each other when they meet? It seems that the mysterious star system is worth studying. The power stones on the Straw Hat star system really make Krillin a little excited. I don't know what influences are there. Krillin thought to himself. Shada, do you know the name of the star system next to the Straw Hat star system, and what are the evil influences? I remember that the clan seems to have left. I have some legends, let me think about it, think about it. Shada fell into deep thought. It seems to be called something, the immortal star system, it seems to be called the Persian star system, that's right, Shada said loudly. The evil influence knows that there is a King Cold family after my investigation. What? I am amazed at the energy contained in it, and the system said that it seemed to have perished hundreds of millions of years ago. Krillin is obviously more interested in Persian. No wonder, when Shada brought up Black Stone, he should have thought about it, or was the black iron stone under his butt restricted his thinking, and some thought as it should be by rights. Krillin from the King Cold family alone will not give up. For the sake of energy, Krillin must seek justice, even if the other party is a member of the King Cold family, isn't it Frisia, at most plus. Cooler, it's hard for him to deal with it. Krillin had some speechless saying in his heart, how could he even meet the big boss at the beginning? You still have to go. But you have to find a guide if you don't know your own way. Krillin looked at Shada, who was uncomfortable beside him. He was really a good candidate. Let's go together and save the home world. Krillin thought to himself. Sada, do you want to go back? Go back to home world, Krillin induced. Shadarang nodded, I dream about it, but going back is useless. The evil influence is too powerful, and even Galactic Patrol dare not provoke them easily. Shadarang's eyes gradually became brighter. Dim. Krillin laughed, I'll take you back. Warriors can be afraid, but they can't back down. Krillin said to Shada, reminding himself. Really? Are you really willing to help me fight back? Krillin's strength is stronger than the Galaxy Escort team, and with Krillin's help, the homeworld may be saved. Shada's eyes flashed brightly, as if hope had risen again. Shada only knew about the King Cold family, so he didn't seem to know how powerful the evil influence was. It's not surprising that outsiders rarely know Frisia's power level, even Frisia's the subordinate Zarbon only knows that Frisia can be transformed, but he doesn't know how much. Krillin nominates. Shada showed a happy expression, no matter how excited his hands were. He wanted to tell this Sir about the mysterious ore and prayed for his disrespect to Sir Krillin before, but didn't expect a chance back to save his home world. Shada jumped up. This is not in a hurry, I'll go to the galaxy headquarters first. Krillin moved towards Shada said. Sir, let me take you there, I have been here for so many years and still have some friends. Shada said happily towards Krillin. Okay, let's go. With Shadarang leading the way, Krillin naturally entered the galaxy headquarters very smoothly. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is a huge spherical creation, like an enlarged version of a cosmic space station. Many spaceships go in and out. From time to time, patrols of the Galaxy Guards pass by, and the guards are still relatively strict. Registering as Galaxy soldiers goes to the quest hall, where registration and handovers take place. Shada explained to Krillin. 2 people enter the mission hall, all kinds of aliens come in and out, and the battle power is not weak, with more than 1000 points. Hello, this Krillin Sir wants to register as Galaxy soldiers, Shada said in a low voice. This Sir has 50,000 power levels. What, 50,000? Alien who was working couldn't help but shouted, causing the surrounding universe to move towards Krillin, but his eyes were obviously unbelievable. Shada gave the scanned data to the working staff member. Alien looked at the data and turned pale in fright, it turned out to be true. Alien started to be in a hurry. With trembling hands, he picked up the communicator and made a trembling voice, "I am 002-3, please call Lord Galactic King for me. I am Galactic King." The communicator has a serious and unquestionable voice. "Silver, Galactic King, there is an Earthling who wants to register as Galaxy soldiers." "Earthling? I heard Jaco say that Earthlings are a very weak race, very weak. When will their technology come to the central area?" Galactic King asked in an angry tone. But, the scanner shows that he has 50,000 battle power." The staff member was almost scared to tears by the Galactic King, whose authority was beyond doubt. "What 50,000? Galactic King suspects he heard it wrong." "No, that's right." "Impossible," again a voice came from the great warrior Jaco the Galactic Patrolman. Jaco hurriedly said to the Galactic King, "Earthling is weak, and the impossible can reach 50,000. Jaco couldn't help but start to be afraid. "The Scion child you let go?" Jaco started sweating on his head. "It's really 50,000. The staff member said again, but the confidence was a little weaker. "Galactic King, let me pick him up in person. It's a big deal. If it's a 50,000 power level Earthling, we have to treat him politely." Jaco said a little flustered, in fact the inner thought is, hurry up and communicate with him. If it is really Scion, he has to pretend to be Earthling in front of the Galactic King, or his job will be ruined. Galactic King listened after Jaco's words make sense, they nodded slightly. Jaco sighed in relief when he saw the Galactic King nodding, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 34. August 10, 2020. Chapter 34 Galaxy Sheriff, Krillin. Jaco took his own spaceship to the mission hall with a slightly anxious expression on his face. Alien, who was waiting for the transfer task, was a little curious when he saw Galactic King's crony Jaco coming. There's no reason for an Earthling to sign up as Galaxy soldiers for Jaco to come over in person. Could it be that he really has 50,000 power level? A short alien turned pale when he thought of this brush, and his calf began to tremble. The current cosmic patrolman is no better than ancient era. Those with power level above 10,000 are important fighters of the Galaxy organization. They usually only perform some special tasks, and most of them are in the Galaxy escort team. Most of the alien power levels in the task hall for handing over tasks are around 1,000. Now Krillin's 50,000 power level is naturally causing a huge shock in the task hall. Jaco's eyesight is notoriously good, even Goku, the big guy of several billions, can't compare to Jaco. Jaco can see Krillin from a distance, and he can't help but feel big when he sees a baldy boy sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's different from Scion's hairstyle. But thinking that Krillin is a 50,000 power level boss, Jaco couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and ran towards Krillin at an accelerated pace. "You are Sir Krillin." Jaco greeted Krillin respectfully. Krillin looked at the cosmic patrolman mysteriously dressed like Superman, said with a smile, "Your name is Jaco, I saw you in Earth." Jaco just the soothing expression immediately tightened. Yelled, "How is that possible?" Krillin then smiled, "I'm afraid I'm wrong." "It must be wrong." "Jaco," he said quickly, "wait, how do you know my name if you admit it wrong?" Krillin didn't allow Jaco to think too much, Krillin just couldn't help scare him. Krillin said, "Take me to see Galactic King." Krillin probed with his air, it seemed that he was too careful before, and there is no very powerful character in the Cosmic Patrolman, so the Earthling of his 50,000 power level to register for Galactic Patrol is worthy of Galactic King to meet in person. Jaco is a little uneasy nodded. "Don't worry, I've never met you, Jaco," Krillin said, looking at Jaco. "Okay, come with me. Sada is here waiting for me," Krillin said, turning to Sada. "Okay Sir Krillin." Sada had been counting on Krillin to take him back. The defense of Galaxy headquarters is really advanced. Krillin couldn't help sighing when he saw the cosmic space cannon, but the existence of warrior on Earth is more precious than anything. Earth's visitors welcome you as a glorious Galaxy soldiers. The Galactic King's solemn voice came. It's too shameless, I haven't registered yet, so this is the Galaxy soldiers? Galactic King can't wait to win me over. Krillin said in his inner ridicule. Krillin stepped forward and thanked Galactic King. Krillin looked at Galactic King and couldn't help but feel a little curious, why are the hidden bosses so small? Pthahaha. Krillin tried his best to hold back. Serious face replied. The Galactic King looked at Krillin and said, why did you choose to be Galaxy soldiers? Galactic King stared at Krillin seriously. Fuck, why is it here too? Krillin began his serious nonsense, I grew up listening to the story of the Galaxy soldiers. The wise Galactic King leading the Galaxy soldiers beat countless space pirates, and since then my dream has been to be a Galaxy soldiers. That's a lot of bullshit, more bullshit than Kai's bad jokes, dunno. Krillin looked at the expressionless Galactic King. The Galactic King obviously liked what Krillin said. The same person said it with different effects. If his subordinates said this, Galactic King would definitely feel disgusting, but Krillin is a 50,000 power levels great expert said this to naturally make Galactic King like cleansing through a spring breeze. Haha, Galactic King let out a hearty laugh, Earthling, your choice is undoubtedly correct, the Galaxy organization is responsible for maintaining the peace of the universe. I will personally sign up, the Galactic King said loudly. I saw the Galactic King take out an unknown object, shaped like a Jengni Vajrapani pestle, moved towards Krillin, and chanted in his mouth. Strange incantation. For a moment, Galactic King took out a watch-like equipment and handed it to Krillin. Okay, this is your exclusive equipment. The information is listed above. Galaxy soldiers, Krillin. Position, Galaxy Sheriff. Mission none. Points, 10,000. Jaco can't help but get a little jealous when he sees the information. After so many years, he is still a special warrior than ordinary warriors, and Krillin has been a sheriff since the beginning, and with so many points, he went to Earth to execute them. The mission only gave 1,000 points. Krillin looked at the information above and seemed to be good, so he became a sheriff. Krillin smiled inwardly. Didn't Krillin finally become a police officer in the original work? Didn't expect that he did become a sheriff ahead of time. Points. Krillin still knew what it was used for, but he just didn't know what the purchasing power was. Krillin had a pleasant chat with Galactic King for a long time, and finally took the opportunity to slip away in the name of work and went to the mission hall again. The Galactic King is still intoxicated with Krillin's serial flattery. If Krillin sees this scene, he will despise and say, the subordinates are not talented, how to shoot the leader's flattery well is the subordinates' right of hee. Krillin came to the mission hall again, but this time his identity was completely different from the previous one, and the treatment he received was naturally inconsistent. This is the level of the Galaxy headquarters. After all, Dragon Ball World or whoever speaks with a hard fist, the powerhouse world has no weakling seat, that's how it is. Sada, who had been waiting for a long time on the side, saw Krillin come out, so he hurried up to meet him, and asked happily, how is it? Sir has done it. What did it do? Is it? Krillin said with an air of composure. It's just registering as Galaxy soldiers. Shada continued. Oh. It didn't work. Shada's face was full of disbelief. How could it not be possible with Sir's strength? Not a warrior, but a sheriff, Krillin said with a smile. Really? Shada's face was full of excitement, and those who didn't know thought he had become a sheriff. Shada's face was shocked and stayed where he was. Krillin, who walked out dozens of meters, shouted without turning his head, follow, Shada, go to the reception room to get a mission. Oh. Shada the regaining composure came, and hurriedly chased Krillin away. Krillin browses the tasks in the reception room. These tasks are graded, from E rank to SSS level, from low to high. Most of the tasks like E rank are exploration or energy mining. Only 100 power level people can complete it, and there are several SSS level tasks, nothing more than destroying Frisia, Cooler, etc. The Galaxy organization is really courageous, Krillin said in his inner ridicule. End of this chapter. Chapter 35. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 35. August 10, 2020. Chapter 35 Receiving Quests. Krillin browses quests, Krillin skips low-level quests, Krillin searches for quests with a strong sense of for the purpose of working for Galactic King, don't even think about it in this life. Krillin plans to find a planet containing high-energy substances and make a fortune. Galactic Patrol worthily is a veteran influence, the mission information is quite rich, the time span is also very long, and some missions even reach thousands of years. Krillin directly screened a few. The first is the remote location. The invasion of influence has a certain scale, and the reason for being invaded is because the star has abundant energy. With the strict screening step by step, the number of tasks has become scarce. The first task printed in front of you is the task 200 years ago. Defeat King Cold's invasion, points 1 million mission difficulty, level A. Krillin couldn't help sneering at this mission. 200 years later, there is no galaxy soldiers to take this mission, all knowing that the King Cold family is not to be trifled with, the so-called galaxy soldiers are just the righteous influence. Krillin took over this quest. He originally planned to investigate, and now he just happened to earn some points along the way. Krillin then browsed a quest that caught Krillin's attention. Investigated Prot Star, the reason why it became a dying star in a short time, 1000 points quest difficulty, D level. It turned into a dying star in a short period of time. Krillin couldn't help touching the chin, thinking, his eyes were filled with memories, what is it that can turn a planet into a dying star? Krillin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was shocked, Tree of Might's fruit. That is to say, fine divide fruit can absorb a planet's life force in a short period of time, and the planet is lost. Life force naturally becomes a dying star. It is said that Tree of Might's fruit condenses the life essence of the entire planet, which has a huge effect on the nourishment of the body, and the most important thing is that it can restore the human body. The vitality of the body, the late stage of Dragon Ball, everyone is already old, even Sion is no exception. If you have the fine dive fruit, wouldn't it make your friends stay young forever? Krillin's own dimension has improved, and his lifespan has also increased accordingly. Krillin is not worried about his own lifespan. Sion's youth is also quite long, but if he sees his partner one by one old go, it will be a huge devastation to Krillin's soul. If there is a real life, everything will be no problem. Although Krillin is not a demon, he is definitely not angel. When the time comes, find a planet under Frisia and plant it on the spiritual fruit tree. No one will say that Krillin is a demon, but will only praise Krillin. It is the warrior who guards the justice of the galaxy. The mission was released a year ago. Protech is quite far from the galaxy headquarters, otherwise 1000 points would not have gone without who, and yes, this further confirms Krillin's conjecture that Tolls didn't run now, his strength should still be very weak. He just got the seeds of the spiritual fruit. In order to avoid galactic patrol and other influences, he had to go to a remote place to secretly plant a spiritual fruit tree. Now that Krillin knows that nature will not give up the essence, he has to look for it. Protstar is on the edge of the east area and in the east of the Straw Hat star system. The advanced interstellar spaceship will also fly for more than a month. First, go to the Straw Hat star system to find energy. If you have energy, you can make waves. Krillin only accepted these two tasks, and other tasks are really not worth much compared to these two. Going to the Straw Hat star system, Krillin requires an interstellar spaceship with excellent performance. My instant transmission is still flawed. Most of my time is spent on the road, and I have no time for training. Anyway, 10,000 the points are almost the same as those of the white ones. 10,000 points, let me see what I can get. Krillin opened the points exchange list. High level energy ore, 100 points. Cyboman seeds, 101,000 points, different prices with different power levels. Interstellar spaceship, 2,000. Cosmic space cannon, 10,000 points. Man, there's a lot of good stuff. Krillin browses. Krillin presses the purchase option, and then the bright icon of the interstellar spaceship turns dim, and the items on the points list will only have new items after purchase. What can you buy? It's still a bit of luck. I bought all of it, so others can't buy it, haha, it seems a bit not enough. I don't want the space cannon, I bought the rest. Krillin is still curious about what Cyboman is about. Groan. Krillin intends the bad guys to do it to the end. The purchased goods will be sent to the space base, and can only be taken out with the personal exclusive Galaxy logo information. After Krillin buys it immediately I just felt refreshed, and I didn't feel any distress. Shadachhen was a little dazed watching from the side, but all of a sudden he spent so much? Shadachhen couldn't believe it, it took 10 years of his savings. Krillin walked out, Sada froze in place. Krillin came back with some laughs and bumped Sada with his arm. Let's go, what a daze. Where? Sada asked foolishly with a dull look in his eyes. The space base, get the interstellar spaceship, and go to the Straw Hat star system. Krillin said suddenly and solemnly. Hey? Shada was a little too excited to speak. Krillin brought Shada to the space base. The space base is a logistics warehouse, and Galactic King's commercial stars have to go through transactions. The space base carries out the turnover of goods. Krillin walked towards the staff member and said, "Get the supplies." "What? Do you have proof of purchase?" The staff member said arrogantly, "The department in charge of materials has always been this virtuous." Sada next to him greeted him, "Blind your eyes, this is the newly appointed Sheriff Krillin, and it was personally appointed by the Galactic King, a small logistical staff member who gave you such a rampant courage." After that, Shada quickly stood behind Krillin again, very like. The staff member was obviously a little unconvinced. Galactic King just appointed Krillin as the sheriff, and only the upper-level characters knew the news. Before it could be announced, the lag of the underlying news was obviously unknown. Krillin didn't want to talk too much with these little shrimps, so he threw his information at the staff member and looked at him lightly. The staff member looked at the message. There were several large characters written at the top of the message, Sheriff Krillin. The staff member panicked, his hands trembled a little. And he said vaguely, "I have seen, Krillin sir." Krillin lightly saying, "Pride and prejudice will only make you court disaster." "Yes, yes." Staff member's legs are trembling. "Lead the way." Krillin suddenly lightly shouted. The staff member suddenly knelt on the ground in fright, expressing panic. "Go, where?" Krillin sweats profusely, "Get the gear." Krillin came to the warehouse at the back, because Krillin is a high-level person, so the materials are placed in a warehouse alone. Krillin looked at the spaceship in the warehouse and was a little puzzled. Aliens, why can't the technology be so advanced that there are no tools such as changing capsules? I can't figure it out. Sada urges you to drive the interstellar spaceship, ready to go. Krillin moved towards Shada, who was on the side with superficial understanding from cursory observation, shouted. "Yes, Sir Krillin." Sada said that and ran towards the spaceship quickly. "P.S. I have had a toothache all day, it is not a disease, it is really terrible, so it is a bit late to code, tomorrow's update may be delayed. Thanks to book friends for their support, I really appreciate it." End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 36. August 10, 2020. Chapter 36 Actions before saving home world. Shada flew towards Krillin with the spaceship. The spaceship was silver grey as a whole, with two wingtips pointed like the wings of an eagle, and fluttering like a phantom, the spaceship can be used both as a close-range spaceship and as a weapon in interstellar combat. Krillin entered the spaceship, and the interior of the spaceship is full of elements of metallic texture alien technology. "Let's go," Krillin said flatly to Shada. Although Sada is stupid, he is not stupid. Sada is skillfully manipulating the spaceship, only to see the spaceship slowly pull up. When it rises to a certain height, a swoosh turns into a light and shadow moved towards interstellar. Krillin looked at the distant morning star behind him, and couldn't help but admire, the things at the galaxy headquarters are really good, much faster than the spaceship of planet Namek. After all, the galaxy organization is also an influence in the universe, so the performance of the spaceship produced is still quite excellent. Sada started to operate on the virtual page, and after a long time said, "Okay, it has entered the automatic navigation mode, the radius of the black hole will be calculated automatically on the road, and the black hole will be passed." It's pretty good. Shada, who usually looks silly, knows a lot of things, Krillin said with a thumbs up. Shadar touched his head a bit sorry and said, basic operation, basic operation. Krillin eats a lot of money and grows wisely. During the spaceship's journey, it will analyze the planet and record the basic information of the planet. Krillin just took the opportunity to record some life planets that are suitable for docking and replenishment. Krillin took out the gravity training chamber. Training is like rowing a boat upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Since his latent talent can't compare with those excellent aliens, Krillin always believes that diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. Sada on the side saw Krillin suddenly come up with something resembling a small house, and couldn't help having a scare. He knew a little about space technology in the universe, but he couldn't reach this level. Krillin glanced at Shada and said with a smile, "I'm going to training, if you're interested, come with me, I'll teach you 2 tricks." Krillin found out from the previous contest that Shada only has a power level of 500, but the combat skill is a mess, no different from having a brute force. Krillin walked in the gravity training chamber. Shadarshan hesitated outside for a while. Krillin sir has a power level of 50,000, but he is. Shadarshan is a little scared, but thinks that he will go back to homeworld soon now. I must fight against the evil influence. How can I save the clansmen with my own strength? Shada clenched the teeth and walked in with the brace oneself. The scene in the gravity training room is what Shada thought. There is some difference, there is no terrifying scene in my mind, but there is an empty training ground. Krillin sees Shadarshan also coming in, and has some appreciation in his heart. Shadarshan is a affectionate alien. Krillin pressed the 20x switch. Shada was in the gravity training room, and he had to set it according to his power level. Shada looked around and couldn't understand how simple Krillin sir was. And crude training? Nothing special? Suddenly the air around him sank, and Shada felt that he couldn't move. Sweat dripped from his mouth, and he shouted, "What's wrong with Krillin sir? What happened, love?" Krillin smiled when he saw this. "Get used to it, it's 210x gravity." After saying that, Krillin didn't take care of Shadarshan. When Shadarshan got used to 20x gravity, he was teaching him how to use a little air. Krillin stretched his arms, muscles and bones, twisting his hair and making a sound of zhzh. Suddenly Krillin figure disappeared in place in a flash, his hands sent out energy waves chasing him. Krillin's figure moved faster and faster, constantly adjusting the flexibility of his body, looking for that kind of fighting feeling. Sada on the side opened his mouth and looked stupid. He only felt the wind in the open space in front of him, but he couldn't see the silhouette at all. You must know that this is still at 10x gravity. However, he couldn't move at all. Shada's eyes were full of adoring stars, and he had a little more confidence in himself to save the home world. Time is like fine sand. Half a month later, Krillin was sitting and meditating. Sada was running on the open space beside him, as if his speed was not affected by gravity at all. Krillin opened his eyes, laughed, "It's not bad, it's a large margin ahead of half a month, it seems that Shada is just lacking an opportunity to explode." Time, 756 years of AIG. Name, Shada. Age, 250 years old. Race, Tigoid star. Battle power, 750. Potential, 200,000. Potential is 200,000. It seems that he can become a character of the Megatron Straw Hat star system in the future. Krillin stood up, walking towards Shada. "Krillin sir," Sada said respectfully when he saw Krillin coming. "Close your eyes, feel the lack of energy in your body, and try to keep your breath in line with the surge of energy." Krillin slowly taught. Sada was overjoyed when he heard Krillin's words. Krillin sir is going to teach himself martial arts. Sada listened carefully, slowly closed his eyes, and did as Krillin said. Sada felt his own energy, but could never resonate with it. His face he couldn't help showing a frightened expression. "Are you being too stupid?" Krillin said slowly at the side, "Training is all about step by step, don't be too hasty, you can slowly realize what I just said. Energy is like a lake, a drop of dew on the lake will cause ripples, the waves of water will spread slowly from the middle to all around, now you are the center, the energy is in the body, and it does not need violent ki to stimulate energy, but it needs to be as long as water." Krillin once again passed on his experience to Shadarshan. Shada seemed to be thinking, as the center of energy, he is like a black hole in the universe. Nothing can break free from the shackles of a black hole, even light is no exception, but when the black hole absorbs to reach a certain level, it will shoot out particles uniformly into the universe again. Is this the use of energy? Sada shouted happily, "I understand. I understand." After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and saw that there was a faint layer of gauze on Shada's body. "This is ki." Krillin was also a little surprised. "I've met the son of the plane? I'm a little bit, and I'll understand so quickly?" It seems that the sturdy-looking alien is not all parallel imports. In order to take care of Shada's training Krillin, he did not have 100x gravity. The strength growth should be slow. Less 10,000 to 20,000 will not affect the overall situation, but it is still impossible to beat Frisia's toes. Krillin looked at Sada, who was concentrating on training, and thought, "What I owe now, I will definitely have to pay it back later." How to pay it back? Just use Xianying Shi to offset it. Krillin took a look at his current attribute. Date, 756 AI. Name, Krillin. Age, 21 years old. Race, Earthling. Dimension, Level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle power, 375,000, next layer limit 5 million. Potential, 4.635 million. Training speed, speed of light. It's okay, there are still 770 senzu beans left, the energy is still not enough. The road to becoming a VIP boss is working hard for a long time. If you think about it, if you are driving a VIP, your power level will increase. Even if you sleep for a year, you can probably surpass Frisia. Pfft, I'm thinking about it again. Time is like water, and half a month has passed, and the two people have already adjusted their state. Sada was a little excited. After so many years, he really came back. Sada pointed to the star system in front of him and shouted, "That's the Straw Hat star system." Krillin replied faintly, "Don't get excited, I saw it. The Straw Hat star system is a spiral star system. From 1,000 light-years away, the Straw Hat star system looks like a special hat, the outermost ring of stars outlines the cap, with a bright core bulging out of the center and surrounded by a darker dust lane." Krillin moved towards Shada said solemnly, "Enter the Straw Hat star system, quickly find a place with no planets with life to dock, and don't get too close to the dirt star." End of this chapter. Chapter 37. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 37. August 10, 2020. Chapter 37. Shada, back. Why? Shada asked with a questioning expression. It's really no brains. Todo Seeing is now controlled by King Cold. We don't know the specific situation of Tuluoxing now, so we rush in and wait for Dai. Krillin hate iron for not becoming steel. Looking at Shada said. Krillin looked thoughtfully at a very smart child. The intelligence was really worrying. Oh. Shada said with a suddenly realized expression, then lowered his head and looked for the information of the desolate planet on the virtual screen. Sir Krillin, there is a desolate planet 500 light-years away from the Tugma star. It should meet your goals. This is the basic information. Shada pointed to the information on the virtual screen and said seriously. Krillin looked at the information on the virtual screen in front of him. This is a planet without a name. The data shows that this is a white dwarf star left over from a supernova explosion. There is no atmosphere on it, and the environment is extremely harsh. That's him. Shada landed on this planet. Yes, Sir Krillin. After that Shada went into pilot mode because this planet did not. There is no atmosphere, so the landing of the spaceship is fairly smooth. The bang, spaceship has landed on the unnamed star. Landing in this Krillin has its own considerations. In a star system, its own instant transmission can play a role. If it encounters a strong enemy, it can also escape in time with Shadalung, a fool. What do we do now? How do we get there? Shada asked in confusion. Krillin smiled mysteriously. Get ready, you'll know right away. Krillin took a box of portable capsules, which contained some daily necessities, of course senzu beans also inside. Hurry up, it will be troublesome if you don't hold fast and fall into the space vortex. Krillin looked at the nervous Shada and couldn't help teasing him. After listening to Shada's words, he seemed a little more frightened, and his hand tightly grasped Krillin's arm, a posture of life and death not letting go. Just kidding, don't be so nervous, just go home and leave. After Krillin started, the figures of Krillin and Shada disappeared in place. 500 light-years away, on a yellowish planet, a figure of two people suddenly flashed out. Krillin looked at the desolate scene in front of him, and the Earth lump star was somewhat similar to the desert beach in his previous life. Shada seemed to be still a little surprised by what just happened, but then he saw the picture of his dream day and night, the coarse gravel, the grotesquely shaped desert stone, the ephedra swaying in the yellow wind. Shada can't help shedding tears. This is the scene in his dream. After more than 200 years, he finally came back. At this time Shada can't help but howl. Shada is back. Krillin slammed the hammer at Shada's head. What the hell? Will be exposed later, I can't kill you. Unfamiliar place, it's always right to be cautious, and in the end, it's the winner. Sada shrank his head and laughed a little embarrassedly. I went home all of a sudden, I couldn't hold back for a while. Krillin just reminded a little, alien doesn't know key sense, in other words, Krillin and Shada are not actively exposed, an alien is passively unable to discover them. Krillin slowly closed his eyes and slowly sensed the key of alien on this planet. After a long time, Krillin opened his eyes and smiled mysteriously. The highest power level on this planet is about 10,000, there's no danger. How did Sir Krillin know? Shada asked Krillin again. Close your eyes and look for sense key. Krillin said angrily. Yes, Sir Krillin. Sada hurriedly closed his eyes to perceive key. Now Shada has a power level of 1000, and it is considered a small group of fighters in the universe. Shada's ki is sent from the whole body to all around, and Shada's gasping suddenly hoo-hoo for breath. There was a terrified expression in his eyes, a few drops of sweat dripped from his forehead. The ki of that 10,000 power level alien was like a mountain and he couldn't breathe. Krillin smiled lightly when he saw this. Go and rescue your clansmen. Shada nodded to Krillin fiercely with a grateful expression. 10,000 miles in the southeast direction, a dilapidated miner, piled with piles of black stones, a group of 2-meter-tall people walked with difficulty in the field, and the 2-meter-tall body looked black. Thin, except that they can complete a certain amount of work every day, and there is no remaining strength to rebel. The eyes of the miners are dull and dull. Not feeding the slaves seems to be the common practice of every slave master, because they are not full, so the slaves think more about how to eat a little more every day, and they are full of this idea. Why would you even think about running away? Krillin saw the scene in front of him, slightly sighed. Weak are prey to the strong. This is called the universe, slave in the universe. Shada looked at his clansman, his eyes were a little red. In his memory, aliens' exploitation was far less serious at the beginning. Could it be because of his escape that he was implicated? Clansman? Shada felt remorse in his heart. Shada glanced at Krillin, as if asking if he could shoot. Krillin seriously nodded to Shada. Seeing this, Shada immediately moved towards the center of the mine and jumped over. Krillin then fiercely added, "Teach them a lesson fiercely." Krillin didn't plan to take action now. The guards of the miners were just some dogs of about 500, just to test Shada's last month. The training. A miner was walking hard when suddenly a figure landed beside him. The old man looked up, but when he looked up, it seemed that the old man's last strength had been exhausted, and the old man couldn't support it anymore. "Fall back!" Sada hurriedly supported the old man forward, took out the water in his arms and fed the old man a little. The old man slowly opened his eyes were a little cloudy. Looking at the clansman in front of him, the old man was a little surprised and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Shadalung, it's your clansman, who is here to rescue you today," Shadalung said with some pain. "Stupid, child. The strength of these invasion influences is too powerful. 100 years ago, the king of soil knots led us to stand up. His personal guards defeated the invaders, but when we were immersed in the midst of the joy of peace, more evil influences came, and in just a split second, the king's bodyguards were completely annihilated, and then Alien killed the king and hung the king's head on the soil. On the pillar of God." The old man seemed to recall the scene of that day and began to tremble uncontrollably. "It doesn't matter, I am also a strong warrior now." Shadarshan patted his chest confidently and said. In fact, Shadarshan is full of confidence in Krillin. "You simply don't understand the strength of that evil influence. The king's guards are very strong, but in front of those aliens, they didn't even take a breath and gave their lives in vain. Child, listen to me. Hurry up and run for your life. We can't perish the Earth Lump Star, relying on you to continue the civilization of the Earth Lump Star. Hurry up and escape," the old man said tremblingly. The old man seemed to suddenly think of something and said excitedly, "Yes, go to the Galaxy Organization. The Galaxy Organization maintains the peace of the universe, and the Galaxy Organization will definitely be able to rescue us." The old man grabbed Shada and shouted, repeated incessantly. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 38. August 10, 2020. Chapter 38. Shadar in Berserk. Shada smiled bitterly inwardly. "I have been at the Galaxy headquarters for more than 100 years. 200 years ago, the Todo King asked the Galaxy headquarters for help, but the Galaxy headquarters was don't dare provoke King Cold. The huge influence of the family, over time, the message of help eventually throws a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea. Krillin is now the sheriff of Galaxy headquarters and Shada, and I don't know Krillin's true thoughts. I thought that Krillin Sir also joined the Galaxy organization, and Krillin is now the strong support of the Galaxy headquarters. In fact, Krillin just used the Galaxy organization as a springboard. In order to better collect information, he temporarily joined the Galaxy organization and worked for Galactic King. It is impossible in this life. This time, the Galaxy headquarters is here to rescue us. Krillin Sir is a real powerhouse, even the Galactic King's personal guards can't compare with Krillin Sir." The old man explained. "Really?" the old man asked in disbelief. "It's true, Krillin Sir is watching us from a distance." After saying that, Shada glanced in the direction of moved towards Krillin. The old man burst into tears. The galaxy headquarters really came, and the old man seemed to see hope again. The old man's crying attracted the guarding alien. Alien ran here and saw Shada shouting loudly, "Who? The person who wants your life." After that, Shada rushed over, condensed his chi on his fist, and slammed it towards Alien. Alien's power level is about 300. Facing the 1000 power level, Shada was shot and flew out before he could react. Alien fell to the ground, and his neck was twisted and his ki was cut off. Shada moved towards the old man and said quickly, "Hurry up and find other clansmen. When the time comes those evil influences will be madly slaughtering clansmen." Actually Shada's concern is justified, but Krillin is here. With Krillin's 380,000 power level, Alien simply has no chance to make a move. Krillin still agrees with Shada's approach. This time Shada's always not too confusing. In the open field in front of us, there are 100,000 clansmen. The old man came and spoke with much more force. Shadar closes his eyes and slowly perceives his clansman ki, but there is a lot of weak ki in front of him. Shadar moved towards the old man and said, "Go." Shada took the old man and flew over. Shada did not dare to leave the old man alone here. The place where clansmen gathered was relatively safer. The old man continued, "Since the uprising of King Toluo 100 years ago, those aliens have separated us separately, and divided into 10 enslavement areas in total, and the 5th enslavement area is in front. Our clansmen originally had a population of 600 million, but in recent years there have been heavy casualties, and those aliens have spread the news that they are understaffed, and now there may be less than 2 million. The old man began to cry again. Shada's eyes were full of blood red and he gritted his teeth. "Hateful invaders, no forgiveness. No forgiveness." The 6 million population is still a relatively large one in the universe. Race is not as frequent as several billions population like Earth. You must know that Scion of planet Vegeta has a total of over 1 million. The 100,000 people in the mining area are busy working. There are old people and children. Their shoulders are carrying ore that is many times more than their own. No matter sir or child, no one stands upright. Alien on the side was not too vigilant. The crackdown 100 years ago had already scared them. Shada Yang put the old man on the ground, slowly moved towards the center of the mine. "The further you go, the more anger Shadachen is. The stooped child has no blood on his face. The clansmen of color, these damn invaders, unforgivable." Shada walked in. Shada's clansman slowly noticed this alternative clansman, but he didn't make a sound, just looked at him lightly. Suddenly a weak girl overwhelmed and fell down. Everyone wanted to go forward, but dared not. Shada stepped forward quickly, picked up the petite girl and looked at her with caring eyes and said, "What's her name? Does it hurt?" The girl was a little stunned. 2 pairs of beautiful. There was still a trace of brilliance in the big eyes. My name is Avella. Who are you, big brother?" The girl slowly stood up and looked at Shada with some fear. Sadasang looked at Avila and remembered his childhood. When the earthworm was not invaded, he was with his parents, and there were many friends around him. What a joy at that time! These hateful aliens, stay and be buried. Someone boldly walked towards Shada, as if it was Avila's parents, and saw a thin man walking up to protect Avila, looking at the same person in front of him with some fear. "Race people." Shada tried his best to show a kind smile. "Uncle, I have no ill intentions, I came back to save the clansmen." Alien watched the people below gather together, and went to this side, came over and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? The skin is itchy again." When everyone heard that Alien was coming, they quickly dispersed, and Avila's father tugged at Shada, thinking of dragging Shada into the crowd to save Shada's life. Shada moved towards Avila. Father cast a reassuring look and kindly moved towards Avila and said, "Avila, you step back into the crowd. Alien has already arrived in front of everyone, and everyone is very scared." Alien looks at Shada, who is a minor. The other miners have no blood color. But full of energy, alien moved towards Shada again, loudly shouted, "Who are you?" Shada slowly walked out of the crowd, step by step to alien in front of him. His face slowly said, "You heard clearly." After saying this, Shada suddenly shouted, "Lao Zi is the Tugma who escaped 200 years ago. Lao Zi is the Shada who came back to rescue home world." After saying that, Shada Zhang carried the whole body key, moved towards alien, and slammed it in the past. The strength was very different, and with Shada's sudden attack, the alien was impossible to resist. The alien was knocked out, but Shada seemed to be still out of breath, followed by an energy wave moved towards alien, and then the alien turned into powder. The clansman of Shadarang doesn't seem to see what's going on. The fight is over. Everyone was a little scared. The battle 100 years ago was still fresh in their memory. The revenge of the evil influence was too terrifying. Avila stepped forward and grabbed Shada's hand. "Rays of light of hope, is the big brother here to save us?" Shada looked at the girl who only reached his shoulders and said, "No people can bully us again." The movement of Shada's battle alarmed more aliens. Shada saw the aliens flying out and quickly shouted to the people behind him, "Find a place to hide, I'll clean them up." Saying that, gathering key moved towards an alien, and a yellow light flashed, and the alien screamed and slammed into the ground. P.S. Very thank you for the reward for the book coins of the boss of Xiao Ahun, and thank you for the support of the recommendation tickets. Don't hide the bosses who have the recommendation tickets. Hehe, your recommendation tickets are my motivation. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 39. August 10, 2020. Chapter 39. Follow the boss to learn, after all. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Many aliens moved towards the direction of Sadaja and flew towards him. Behind Sadaja was his clansman. In order to avoid the battle from spreading to clansmen, Sadaja quickly moved towards the alien attack in front of him. Several hundred power-level aliens seemed to be like a small trash in front of Shada. Shada moved towards alien and released continuous energy waves, and all the aliens in front fell down in a moment. Shada didn't dare to be careless. Shada has already felt a few aliens who are no less than his own ki is coming towards him, can't do anything about it. Clansman hasn't found a place yet, hide well. Shada moved towards the clansman behind him and shouted, "Quickly find a place to hide, don't come out until the battle is over." Shada's clansman heard Shada's words and hid. The speed is a little faster. Shada saw the clansmen who were leaving one after another and flew to those aliens whose ki was not weaker than him without thinking, and he wanted to kill them. The three aliens pressed the scouter on the way and found that the data of the guarded aliens had disappeared. Knowing that there was an accident in the mine, they flew towards the mine a little faster. Alien suddenly felt an energy wave coming towards him, but the speed was too fast to dodge, so he blocked his vital parts with his hands. With a sound of bang, alien was hit straight, only to see Shada on a rock in the distance, with his hands together and in a posture of releasing an energy wave, moved towards alien. "Hey!" Shadaran took a deep breath. The white smoke came out of the alien. When the smoke dissipated, the alien was in a difficult situation. An unknown disgusting liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body suffered a small degree of damage. The alien moved towards Shada in the direction of Yang. He looked at his face with a grim face and shouted, "Hateful dog! I will kill you!" The alien named Gundam pressed the scouter to check the power level of Shada, and then laughed out loud, "The power level of 700, no wonder the guards have all been killed." Looking at Shada's characteristics, it's still unbelievable. There's a fish that escaped the net. The evil alien is not angry that the mine's alien is killed. What kind of boss has what kind of subordinates? The Frost Demon family has always. They are all cruel and ruthless, and their subordinates naturally inherit their temperament perfectly. The three aliens looked at Shada. Their eyes were like cats playing with mice. There were three people on their side, and Shada was alone, and he had already checked Shada's battle power just now. The weakest alien among the three people has a power level of 900, and the power level of the strongest has even reached 1200. There is no need to worry if the winning ticket is in hand. The tall alien said, "Stupid thing, don't find a good place to live, struggling on whilst at death's door, even rushing out to die, just moving his muscles and bones. Let Laozi hurry up, I'll send you to meet the king of the earthy star." The alien who was at high school was laughed loudly and tacitly matched his boss's performance, while the 900 POWER level alien was fiercely looking at Shada. This little shrimp dared to sneak attack on himself, and he was injured. It was extraordinary shame and humiliation. The tall alien was posing for a fight, ready to attack Shada. The medium-sized alien was just watching the show and had no plans to take action. "Boss Schatz, let me come. I'm going to kill this little dog myself." Suddenly the 900 power level alien took a step forward and moved towards the tall alien said. Schatz glanced at his subordinates in a difficult situation, and he was nodded, 900 to 700, and his subordinates were impossible to lose. Shada looked at the alien who had just attacked him walking towards him, and couldn't help but smile. The plan was successful. He looked at the battlefield from a distance. Krillin couldn't help but smile. It's a cunning thing. It usually looks simple and honest, but it's quite a trick to trick people. Shada has been training in the gravity training room for so long, it is not only the power level that has been increased, but the speed of Shada has also increased a lot in the environment of gravity. The speed is at least 2x of the same power level. Just like Goku, the speed is promoted to the extreme after experiencing 100x gravity. Shada's speed is extremely fast. He rushed to the rock to hide in advance. Shada's perception that there are 3 power levels no less than his own, although he has been guided by Krillin Sir, he still does not have it. The possibility of winning, you can only find a way to kill the weakest one of them, and you may still have the possibility of winning by 1-on-2. In this way, the alien with 900 power level is the best sneak attack target for Shada, and he will definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation by his own sneak attack, plus he is secretive key, make them mistakenly think that they only have a power level of 700, but in fact they have a power level of 1000. Krillin looked at the alien who stepped forward and knew that this alien might have finished playing immediately. Shada had already injured him in the sneak attack. That alien's ki had dropped a lot. It shouldn't be a problem to play more power level of 800, and Shada's full power of 1000 power level can kill him in seconds. The 900 power level alien moved towards Shadarshan, but Shadarshan didn't move, and was secretly accumulating his ki. "Little dog, how dare you sneak attack this Sir me, really act recklessly, don't worry I won't let you die so easily." The alien looked at Shada shouted maliciously. Shada didn't speak. The alien thought that Shada was frightened by his own ki pressure, so he laughed haha. Suddenly Shada showed a big, mysterious smile, with 2 rows of white teeth lined up neatly. The alien's laughter stopped abruptly, looking at Shada strangely. Shada suddenly jumped up high, put his hands on his forehead, moved towards the 2 aliens outside the battlefield and shouted, "Solar flare!" Shadarshan suddenly jumped up and caught the attention of the aliens outside the battlefield, and the 2 aliens stared straight at Shadarshan. "Ah! My eyes!" The 2 aliens covered their eyes and hugged their heads in pain, squatting on the ground and howling loudly. Seeing this, Krillin also smiled softly, "It's a good idea. Hehe, surprises are always successful." Seeing the success of the plan, Shada couldn't help but feel happy. But did not relax. The alien with 900 power level was still sluggish, just saw a white light flashing, and heard the howl of the boss. Shada's solar flare did not release towards the aliens he fought with. And it makes sense to choose the 2 aliens outside the battlefield to release. Before the support, he successfully killed the 900 power level alien, so he had to interfere with them, so that they could not support, so he quickly killed the alien who was in the battle with himself. Shada suddenly turned around and moved towards the alien attacking. The alien was unprepared. Shada's heavy punch hit the belly of the alien, and the alien suffered from pain. Opened his big mouth and spit out an unknown liquid, his expression ferocious and painful. Sada's gust-like offensive did not stop, one kicked him sideways and one kicked on alien's neck, and the alien was knocked out, and Sada's ki burst followed along, ya, ah, ah, ah. The indistinct fist was moved towards alien's body, and Shada condensed a heavy punch to hit alien's head. Alien's eyes were white and he stuck out his tongue. He was already unconscious at this time, moved towards the distant one and flew backwards. Shada took a step back, put his hands together and shouted loudly, "Ha!" A powerful energy wave of formidable power shot out from his hand, hitting the alien. The powerful formidable power of the energy wave pushed the alien into the distance, and there was a loud noise. The alien with 900 power level was fried to a pile of minced meat. Shada looked at the thick smoke in the distance, and smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth, gasping for breath. The attack just now broke out all the ki, Shada can't feel it now. Named Alien Ki, it seems that his sneak attack was successful. P.S. Thanks for the rewards from the two bosses, Xiao Aahun and Soul of the Heart. Chen Jahao, Yangfen Yuan Hang, Meng, written by Heavenly Dao, Big Long Legs, Drinking Cool White Kai, Men Ocean and other bigwigs recommended tickets. I'm going to be thick-skinned from today, yelled, the big guys who have recommended votes, please vote for Xiaosai, thank you very much. This chapter end. Chapter 40. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 40. August 10, 2020. Chapter 41 on 2, Reversing the Tide of Battle, Recommendation from the Boss. Shada jumped into the distance, before the two aliens could react and quickly adjusted their ki. A moment later, the two aliens opened their eyes and looked at the peaceful battlefield in front of them. Shats asked strangely, where did Ram run to? Shats didn't see Ram. The figure, habitually pressed the scouter in the ear, di-di-di, the scouter made a sound, but it was Shah's had a scar. Shah's yelled, what? Ram is actually dead. Boss, what did you say? Ram is dead? How is it possible, how could he die after only a short time, besides Ram's power level is higher than that of Brat? The medium-sized alien some people asked in disbelief. Two people thought it was the scouter that had a problem, two people pressed the scouter at the same time, but the feedback from the scouter was the same, the message about Ram disappeared completely, and the two people were somewhat dreaded to explore the sand again. Alien's power level, Diddy. Shada's, power level 650. Shats couldn't help sighed in relief when he saw the 650 power level. It seems that the scouter is not bad, the power level of the Brat in the fight just got weaker. I don't know what happened, Ram would die in his hands, it must be Ram used to enjoying it, and the Brat sneak attack succeeded when the power level dropped. The medium-sized alien glanced at Shades and asked, what's next for boss? Shades said fiercely, Billy. Kill that guy. The two people pressed the scouter again, trying to find Shada's location. Billy shouted, boss, he's behind that rock. Then what are you waiting for, kill him. After saying that, Shats quickly moved towards Shada and flew away. Shada was leaning against the rock, feeling the ki of the two people and seeing the Xiaozi passed over his head. Shada hurriedly kicked out of the move towards Xiaozi's chin, and Xiaozi was kicked straight up without noticing, and the whole person flew up. Seeing that he succeeded in the sneak attack, Shada quickly retreated. Shada knew very well that it would be difficult for him to fight them head-on, but his speed was far beyond the two of them. This is his biggest the advantages. Shats turned and stopped in the air, wiped his mouth and said angrily, hateful. At this time Billy rushed to the boss's side and asked, how's the boss? Shats looked at Shada, who was moving nimbly, and said, flanking from left to right, his speed is too fast. Yes, boss. The two people flanked Shada, and when Shada saw that the two people were about to flank him, he hurriedly backed away. Looking around, there is just a big rock, and I may be able to fight against the rock with my back. Shada thought of this, and then he speeded up and moved towards the rock in front of him and flew away. Although Krillin did not directly participate in the battle, Krillin always pays attention to the battlefield. Krillin's power level of 380,000, if an accident occurs, it is impossible. Krillin watched Shada move towards the big rock, and immediately guessed Shada's thoughts, and his evaluation of Shada was a little higher in his heart. Sure enough, actual combat is the one who trains, and I am in. While watching the battle, I also had some thoughts. If I was in a battle situation, would I be able to deal with the enemy as calmly as Shada? If you know that the bystanders are clear, you will naturally be able to guess the tactics of both sides. After Dajang flew to the rock, he turned to face the two aliens. The two aliens saw that Shada was unable to retreat, and shouted happily, "Run! You have the ability to run." However, the two people spoke with breathlessness. Shada made a fighting posture, and the two aliens did not hesitate, and moved towards Shada and attacked. In close combat, there is a lot of comings and goings. The power level of the two aliens is similar to that of Shada, and even Shatz's power level is 200 higher than Shada, and soon Shada enters. When you are in a defensive state, protect your vital parts. The two aliens were overjoyed when they saw Shada only defending. The key pressure of the attack increased a bit. Shada was accidentally punched in the midsection of the abdomen, and the whole defense was weak. Spot was hit and flew out all of a sudden. Bang, the body was tightly stuck in the big rock, temporarily unable to move. Shatz and Billy looked at each other, nodded each other, and the two people together sent out a formidable powerful energy wave moved towards Shada. Bang! Seeing this, Shada felt helpless for a while. Sure enough, I'm still too big, this is the end of the game. He couldn't help shouting, "Krillin sir, life-saving." Krillin smiled lightly when he saw this. That's no good. Sure enough, the gap between the power levels is still difficult to make up. Just now, Shadarang's defense was also messy. It's the best way to face such a desperate attack. Defense. Krillin didn't stop, and sent out an energy wave with his left hand, pushing the two people's energy wave back. When the two aliens saw their energy blasts being hit back, their faces became shocked. Anyone else? Shatz hurriedly started to use the scouter to probe, but Krillin made his key bigger. The degree was hidden. Shatz only detected a life energy behind it, but did not detect the specific power level. The scouter is an old model, it's not that advanced now. It's just that the two people are a little scared. That's the energy wave of the two people's joint efforts. It was so easy to be beaten back. What's the strength of that person? There must be 2,000, and now Shatz is a little hesitant. Sada slowly got down from the rock and was overjoyed when he saw the energy wave just now. Krillin sir is really deep and unmeasurable. Shada took a fighting stance again and moved towards the two aliens, yelled, "Hey! Come on again!" Before the two people could answer, Shada said moved towards two people flying at high speed. Shada changed his previous fighting tactics and started a lifeless attack. Shatz and Billy were a little scared. This time they didn't dare to fight Shada with full strength. The energy wave pops up again, and that's the end of it. One attack with full strength, two battles occurring, and the battles are naturally divided. For a while, Shada has the advantage, and the two people have been beaten repeatedly. Retreat in defeat. Although Shada has an offensive advantage, it is difficult to win in a short period of time, and he is the offensive stamina. He must consume faster than the two of them. Shada is a little anxious. Shada, seeing Billy finding his weak spot from time to time, he couldn't help but have a bold idea in his heart. Shada was attacking two people with great force. And suddenly Shada showed a feeling of stamina being unsupported. Billy smiled inwardly when he saw this. After so many great battles, stamina can't hold it anymore. Take it. Billy's sudden attack speeded up a bit, and Shatz saw that Billy's fierce attack didn't keep up for a while, and the three people's battlefield was immediately divided, because Billy grabbed the offensive power and left Shatz behind. Behind him, it is now a battlefield between Shada and Billy, two people. When Shada saw this, he knew that the opportunity was coming. If Xiaozi followed later, there would not be such a good opportunity again. One hand was speeding up the attack, the other was condensing the energy wave, and suddenly Shada moved towards Billy with the energy wave. Because the distance was too close, Billy wanted to send out an energy blast to hit him back, but it was too late. As soon as there was a wave of energy in his hand, Shada's energy wave had already hit his eyes. Schatz, who was behind, saw the energy wave moved towards Billy and shouted, "Not good." He quickly gathered a ki blast from his hand and moved towards Shada. Boom! The energy wave passed through Billy's head, leaving only one neck to make a zi sound, which was the sound of flesh being scorched by the energy wave. Sada saw Shada's energy wave coming towards him, thinking that he couldn't dodge this time, so he put his hands on his chest, ready to resist a wave. Seeing the energy when wave arrived in front of him, Shada closed his eyes and started howling, "Ah! Oh! Motherfucker! P.S. Thank you for the reward of the big brother, thanks to Yi, old bro. I broke my hand before I found out your screen name, the little big brother, and the recommendation votes of all the big brothers. Tomorrow is Monday again. The big guy has an extra recommendation ticket, and Xiaosai accepts it cheekily. Quack." End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 41. August 10, 2020. Chapter 41 is really blind. Sada closed his eyes and waited for a while, then touched his head, realizing that he was not knocked out. He opened his eyes randomly, and saw Krillin Sir standing in front of him, his eyes filled with tears. I saw Krillin silently standing in front of Shada, extending a finger, and with a flick of Schatz's energy wave, it was disappeared. Krillin turned to look at Shada and said loudly, "What the hell? Isn't he still dead?" Although Krillin said this, he still appreciated Shada's performance in his heart. When Shada saw Krillin, he stepped forward and grabbed Krillin's hand and cried loudly, "Krillin Sir, you are finally here, otherwise." Xia, in the distance I watched the 2-meter-tall Shada dragging the 160 centimeters Krillin. The picture is really beautiful, but Xiaozi looked at Krillin with great fear. Just now, he blocked his own energy wave with no difficulty with just one finger. How terrifying is the strength! Xiaozi didn't dare to think about it, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the sweat dripped from his head in large chunks. Krillin slowly turned around and looked at Schatz in the distance. Schatz was seen by Krillin, and he seemed to be pinned to the spot, not daring to move. Krillin moved towards Shaz, flying over. Shaz saw Krillin flying towards him, immediately complexion greatly changed with a pale face. "Everyone is insignificant in the face of death, especially I know that I will die soon." Krillin stopped in front of Xiaozi and looked at Xiaozi lightly. Xiaozi was shiver coldly. Seeing that Krillin didn't move for a long time, he couldn't help but anxiously said something in a low voice, "Big Sir, can I go?" Schatz looked at Krillin expectantly, hoping that the influential figure would give him a break. "What?" Krillin said loudly, and put his hand on Shaz's shoulder by the way, and now Shades was about to cry. If it wasn't for Krillin's hand still on his shoulder, I am afraid that Xiaozi is afraid that he has already fallen. Shada flew over and moved towards Krillin and asked, "How can Krillin Sir solve it?" After saying that, he wiped his neck with hand chop, and Schatz took a cold breath. He fainted, then fell to the ground with a thud. "Fuck, this is really a kill gesture, it's too tiring to pretend to be forceful, forget it." Krillin motioned for Shada to step down and pat him to wake him up. Shada flew to Xiaozi and stretched out his hand to pat at his face. "Hey, wake up." Shazi didn't show any signs of waking up. Shada slammed his hand down and shouted, "I can't you wake up?" Xiaozi slowly opened his eyes, a little confused. "Who am I? Where am I?" But thinking about my situation, I can't help but droop a bitter face again. Krillin said to Schatz indifferently, let's do it yourself, or let us do it. Schatz took a last look at this wonderful world, and with great effort, finally he made up his mind and was about to end his life with an energy blast, when Krillin said impatiently, "What a lot of things. Shada has tied him, let's go back." Schatz was a little stunned when he heard Krillin's words. Didn't he kill himself? Yes. Sir Krillin. Shada said, looking at Krillin reverently. Krillin is flying slowly ahead, thinking in his mind how to make those clansmen willing to give Perseus to himself. It's hard to do, who makes himself righteous. Krillin couldn't help rubbing his shiny baldy. Shada dragged Xiaozi forward with an unknown rope behind him and kept shouting, "Hurry up! Xiaozi, Xiaozi, I think your name is blind, dare to come. We are here to do things, let's just come here, and we dare to provoke Sir Krillin, it's really tired of living." Schatz defended loudly from behind, "Sir Shada, it's the clansman who has just come to Tolosing and has never killed you. Besides, I don't dare provoke Krillin, sir. Stop talking, since you are a prisoner, you should have a prisoner. Awareness." Although Shada said this, the rope in his hand was loose a little bit. Obviously the Shada sir made him feel a little high, but the most important thing is that Shada said that he never killed himself. The clansman, Shada's nature is kind, but he still needs to confront his own clansmen. Krillin stopped at the mine just now. At this time, the mine was empty. Seeing this, Shada shouted, "Avila! Avila!" Because Shada I only know Avila's name. Sada's cries echoed across the open field, but then a smaller figure with bright eyes and yellow hair emerged from behind a small rock. The girl from after the rock, cautious and solemn, moved towards the outside, looked secretly, and when he saw the figure of Shada, he smiled and ran over to Shada. The father of the girl behind her looked a little anxious. "Avila, come back quickly, don't go out." Avila turned her head towards the father and smiled brightly, "It doesn't matter, it's the sand. Darling's big brother." The girl's father was puzzled. Who is Shadarshan? Could it be that clansman just now? Avila ran at once in front of Shada. He grabbed Shada's hand and asked with stars in his eyes, "Shada's big brother, did the intruder run away?" Shada looked at Avila and looked forward to it. The eyes of fiercely nodded, "Well, that's right. The invaders were driven away by the big brother, they don't want to enslave us anymore." "Stupid! You don't know the true strength of those aliens. You will hurt everyone like this." Avila's father came out from the corner and said in a somewhat similar tone to the old man. "No, we are saved." The old man who had been rescued by Shada walked slowly from behind, his voice powerfully refuting Avila's father's words. Avila's father saw the old man and shouted quickly, "Father, how is your health?" After that, Avila's father quickly stepped forward to support the old man. The old man waved his hand to indicate that he was fine and then continued, "Sadakong has moved in to help soldiers, and the Galaxy headquarters has already sent someone." After saying this, the old man was a little excited. "What? Did Galactic Patrol really send someone?" Avila's father exclaimed, somewhat unfathomable. Krillin shook his head helplessly when he saw this. Is Galaxy headquarters really that famous? Maybe the people of Toguzing haven't been in contact with the outside world for a long time. Haha, these people really have become blind. Shada said firmly, "Yes, there is Sir Krillin in front, he is the first expert of Galaxy headquarters." Avila's father heard Shada's words. Some cried with joy, raised their heads and cried loudly, "Finally saved! Clansmen, come out! We are saved, Galaxy headquarters is here to save us." Avila's father moved towards the back when I shouted. There was a rush of people in a moment, and from time to time there were doubtful voices. "What Galaxy headquarters sent someone here?" A sturdy man repeated. "Galaxy headquarters someone." Immediately after the news that the Galaxy headquarters sent someone, the news began to spread, and all the people who were hiding in the dirt stood up, crying loudly, "The Galaxy headquarters has come to rescue us." A new week, Work hard, big guys with recommended tickets, come and come. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 42. August 10, 2020. Chapter 42 Recuperation. Everyone moved towards Shadajong. It seems that we have to confirm the authenticity of the news again. When heavily voted again, Shada's clansmen finally believed what Avila's father said. The fate of the Corpse King 100 years ago was very tragic. Confirm. Shada moved towards Avila's father and asked, "How do we deal with this intruder?" Everyone saw that Shada was captured an intruder, yelled angrily by the side, "Kill him! Kill him!" Shats was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground and weeping bitter tears, "I just came to Tudosing, I didn't the clansman who killed you, please let me go." Shats kept repeating these two sentences, moving towards everyone's kowtow, looking extremely frightened. Suddenly, a middle-aged man came out, looked at Shats with hatred on his face, and said, "Intruder has nothing good, it's all evil, kill him." This middle-aged man had experienced the brutal repression 100 years ago, and his clansmen had been slaughtered too much, and the intruder could not be spared. The old man walked forward, patted the man's shoulder and said slowly, "Child, don't be blinded by hatred, the intruder is indeed not to be let go, but that is 100 years old. The intruder has been approved, and the alien in front of him is at most an accomplice, and the crime will not die." The old man finished his side fiercely. After hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man felt a little helpless. He squatted on the ground hugging his head and crying. The hatred that he had nowhere to put made everyone not knowing what to do. Avila looked at Shats who was kneeling on the ground and said pitifully, "Since he didn't kill our clansman, then let's not kill him, okay?" The soft voice immediately made people restless. The scene quieted down. Everyone looked at Shats without saying a word, and a mother pulled the child in her arms and turned her head away. The scene was quiet, terrifying, only the choking sound of everyone was heard. Shadarshan stood up in time and said, "Krillin Sir is here, let Krillin Sir decide." Krillin glanced at Shadarshan, "Fuck, finally think of me, the Galactic Patrol is here. It would be better for them to solve the internal affairs of Tudosing by themselves," but everyone's attention shifted to Krillin, who had to stand up at this time. Krillin walked slowly to Shats's side. Shats became even more frightened when he saw Krillin, who had taken himself captive and now had his life in Krillin's hands. Krillin actually knew that Shades was not lying. Shades had far less evil aura than other aliens. Otherwise, Krillin would have killed him on the battlefield just now. Since Shades was not the most evil, he would give him a chance at redemption. The crowd waited expectantly for Krillin to speak. How to judge this intruder? Krillin moved towards Xiaozi with some amusing interest for a long time and said, "You have committed the forgiveness of the Galaxy Justice Law, please forgive me, accomplice, my crime against you as the Sheriff of Krillin Galaxy sentencing." The Earthlings heard Krillin chanting noble words, and couldn't help but envy. This is how the Galactic Patrol enforces the law. Shats, hearing that Krillin had convicted him of offending himself as an accomplice, he felt relieved, and before he fainted, he thought to himself, "This time I don't have to die." After Krillin convicted Shats, immediately explained to everyone, "What Shats said just now is not false, he has not killed the clansmen of the earth. Krillin is the best law here, and Krillin's authority is now more. The Not Star King is still a little heavier, and the Earth Not Star is still waiting for Krillin's rescue, and everyone believes in Krillin's words incomparably." Avila's father walked up to the cautious and solemn and asked, "Krillin Sir, what should we do next?" Krillin looked at the starving people in front of him. "The living environment here is simply too harsh. The overall landform of Tuluo Star is desert swamp, but there is still an oasis in desert. If Krillin guessed correctly, the central oasis should be their previous habitat, but everyone's current state too bad, it is impossible to carry out long-distance migration." Krillin looked around for a week and said, "Make a fire to cook, let everyone rest well, and live in those alien bases first. Avila's father heard Krillin's words, immediately go to organize his own clansmen, moved towards the alien base, but there are too many clansmen, there is no way to enter the alien base to recuperate, so the old man, child and the seriously ill are given priority to live in the alien base, and the rest the clansman is slowly unfolding around the base of the alien, and a circular phalanx is slowly formed. The crowd was already overwhelmed, most of them fell to the ground and fell asleep peacefully. Avila's father organized people to cook, and there was a large pot where thousands of people gathered, and unknown food was cooked in the dark pot. "It's dinner, Avila." Avila's father moved towards Avila shouted. "Come on, father." Avila jumped in obediently. Avila's father weighed 2 large bowls of black things and handed them to Avila with caring eyes, first to Krillin sir, and Shada's big brother. "Okay, father." Avila quickly took the bowl and moved towards the outside. Avila's father couldn't help but reminded, "Slow down, don't spill it. Every bite is life-saving food, and all his clansmen are enslaved, naturally no one is engaged in production. Like these black things in the pot, I haven't eaten them for 10 years. Avila's father looked at the rations in the pot with a little sadness. Avila moved towards the opposite direction of the big pillar with 2 bowls in hand. Krillin and Shada didn't live in the base of Alien, Krillin chose to live on the highest stone pillar. So that Shada can better look at himself clansman. Shada stared at his clansman below, he was hungry, and his heart was even more angry, his eyes were red, moved towards Shaz who was bound to the ground, and he kicked over and cursed. "You hateful intruders! Shaz yelled for mercy, "I know I'm wrong, stop hitting me." "Woo woo woo! Shada's big brother. The father asked me to bring you food." Avila trotted to Shada's face. When Shada saw Avila coming, he quickly put away his rude posture and moved towards Avila, laughed a little embarrassedly. Shada stared at Avila with a red face, still panting in hoo-hoo, loving and pity in his heart, he took the corner of his clothes and wiped it to Avila's forehead. Avila saw that Shada was wiping the sweat for herself, her face became even more red, and her eyes opened wide to watch Shada. Shada wiped his sweat and said, "I'm not giving you a communication device. Just call us for dinner. You're tired of running all the way to call us." Shada Jean wiped his sweat with love in his eyes. "Not tired, not tired," Avila said quickly. What else did Shada want to say? Krillin unconsciously coughed a few times and cursed in his heart, "You boy! Laozi doesn't have a daughter-in-law yet, but you threw dog food in front of me." Avila has been a little close to Shada since she saw Shada, and it was also the scene when Shada protected Avila that shocked Avila. After all, Avila was too long. I don't know what security is. Sada was a little embarrassed to hear Krillin's people's coughing, and quickly took the bowl from Avila's hand and handed it to Krillin, and said respectfully, "Krillin sir, eat first." Krillin lightly took the bowl, brought it to his mouth, and drank porridge toward the previous life-like squeak. But then Krillin frowned, with a somewhat painful expression. Seeing Krillin's painful expression, Shada thought what happened, and asked nervously, "What happened?" "Krillin sir." Krillin forcibly put the food in his mouth, swallowed it, moved towards Shada Zhang. The nervous Shada waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, hurry up and eat." Thanks to greed, contentment, the silent lamb, 9 heavens ginkgo biloba, AK-47 family, the recommendation votes of the big guys. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 43. August 10, 2020. Chapter 43. Weakness is the original sin. Since Krillin sir said there was nothing wrong, Shada was relieved and took over from Avila the big bowl. He took a big mouthful of moved towards his mouth and sent it to his mouth. Buck. Shada took a big mouthful, but then his face flushed and moved towards the open space beside him and vomited. Passing over, he said with disgust, "What is this? Is this edible? It has a spicy taste, and it is hard to swallow like a stone." He vomited food, his face was full of disgust, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Shada looked at the weird Avila and asked worriedly, "What happened to Avila?" Avila said with a crying voice, "This is already its very good food, we can't eat it once in 10 years, and Shada's big brother still wastes it." Avila's eyes turned even redder as he spoke, and tears fell rustling. Seeing this, Shada can't help but explain to herself, "Big brother doesn't mean to dislike it." Shada's explanation doesn't seem to work. Avera still looked at Shada with some discomfort. Shada looked at Avila's bright eyes and felt extremely guilty. He pinched his nose and poured all the food into his mouth. Sada was sad after eating the food, but moved towards Avila with a smile on his face. "It's not salty enough, but it tastes good." Krillin admired this boy from the side. He didn't show off from time to time, but now it seems to be quite a set. After being bombarded by Earth's delicacies, he didn't want to eat the food in front of him even after killing him. Avila saw that Shada had eaten up all the food, and immediately turned her tears into joy, let out a puff of laughter, and hurriedly took the bowl in Shada's hand with a red face moved towards running down. "Go." After realizing it later, Shadachen reflected, "I seem to have been tricked by this little girl." Shadachen looked at Avi who was far away. Law couldn't help but pull a bitter face. Krillin shook his head helplessly at this. "Girl is really terrifying. Still my own Lazuli, just a little arrogant, hee hee." "Shatter, come here." Krillin called out a Shadar. "Yes, Sir Krillin, what's the matter?" Krillin slowly handed the bowl to Shada, who saw Krillin hand the bowl to himself. His face became extremely frightened, and it was not okay not to answer. Krillin walked towards his residence after giving the Shadar a bowl. Shada stood there, feeling a little uncomfortable and distressed. "Oh my god, are you still eating a bowl? Feed this bowl of rice to that alien," Krillin said finally. When Shada heard Krillin's words, he immediately turned from sadness to joy and made a hee hee hey sound, moved towards Shats and walked step by step. After a while, there was a wailing, "Didn't you say you won't kill me? How can you feed me this stuff now? Life-saving!" Sada shouted, hearing Xia's resistance. "I was even more excited. The pain I just suffered, someone finally came to accompany me. Xiaozu, please call out to your heart's content." Sada slowly stood up, rubbed his fists with both hands, wiped his palms, then showed a sinister smile, moved towards the house made of Krillin Sir capsules and walked towards him. In the end, I saw Shats lying on the ground, twitching all over, foaming at the mouth, and sticking out his tongue like a hanged ghost. Instinctively, Shats was frightened and fainted by himself. As night falls soon, Krillin is standing on the top of the rock looking at the countless earth knots below. "Earth will never be this appearance with me here." Shadarang also looked at the clansmen below, shiver coldly in the cold wind. There was only one fire for thousands of people. Shads is also shiver coldly in a corner, but seeing Krillin and Shadarshan looking down, unconsciously moved towards looking down. Heavens, what kind of scene is this? Shads was suddenly moved by the tragic situation below, as if he saw it for the first time, but obviously not. The same situation always resonates. "You understand?" "Shada?" Krillin asked, suddenly moved towards Shada. "What?" Shada asked with some doubts. After thinking for a long time, Krillin said slowly, "In this world, being weak is the original sin." Krillin said these words to Sada, but also reminded himself. Weakness is the original sin, and it hit Shada's heart all at once. Isn't it the weakness of Tigomaxing that made him fall for this? It's not just his weak self that wanders abroad for 100 years. Sada is full of desire for power for the first time. "I want to get stronger," Shada said to Krillin after thinking for a long time. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and a subordinate who doesn't want to become stronger is not an expert. After flickering for so long, Shada is finally on the road. Krillin smiled mysteriously. "There is a chance. Okay, go to sleep, rest well, there will be more battles next." Krillin patted Shada's shoulders, moved towards his training room and floated over. Shada's heart warmed as he looked at Krillin, who was far away. It turns out that Sir Krillin takes himself so seriously. At this time Shada had the urge to die for his confidant. The star of the Straw Hat star system rose as usual, and the intense rays of light from the star illuminated the earthy star again. After a day and night of rest, the clansman of the earthy star has recovered a little bit of anger. Krillin has already explored this race at the very beginning. Needless to say, he has completely abused Earthling in terms of physique, and the average power level it is about 30, but Earthling has a more superb combat skill. In general, Earthling is luckier, with Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, guarding Earth. Krillin packed up his things and moved towards the following, and all the people on the road were laughing and moved towards Krillin and shouted, "Krillin, sir!" Krillin also responded with a smile, one after another nod. It was a very nice race. "Krillin, sir!" Avila's father greeted Krillin respectfully, moved towards Krillin. "Ian, you moved to the oasis in the middle with clansmen to recuperate," said Krillin, moved towards Avila's father. Krillin has probed. The oasis has a better environment, but relatively less energy, and there are no invaders stationed there. There are 10 enslaved areas in total, 1 has been resolved, and there are still 9 remaining. The strongest invaders are only 10,000 power levels. When all the people from the Earth and the stars move to the middle, they should also consider letting them go. Shada has rebuilt the Earth, not star. "Yes, Sir Krillin." Ian heard Krillin's words and immediately chose to obey the order. Krillin gave Shades a playful look. Shats shivered immediately, tears in his eyes, and was about to ask for mercy. Krillin moved towards Shada and said, "Let him go back." When Shats heard that he was going to go back, there was more hope in his heart. "What? Just let him go back like this?" Shada asked in confusion. Even if Xiaozi was innocent, he couldn't let him go back so easily. "Use your pig brain. How could it be so easy to let him go back?" After hearing Krillin's words, Shats was a little scared, a little not knowing what to do, and his heart was overwhelmed a moment. Krillin walked up to Shats's mysterious smile and said, "You should know what to say when you go back, right?" I know. Little has never seen Sir Krillin. I've never seen you before." Shats kept saying, knocking his head like garlic. "Fart!" Krillin shouted suddenly. "Hey!" Shats looked at Krillin in surprise. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 44. August 10, 2020. Chapter 44. Don't worry, fish slowly. Krillin's face changed suddenly. "You should say, you are on patrol. I met King Cold's subordinates. King Cold's subordinates are waiting in the oasis in the middle." He asked all the subordinates of the Earth to go to the oasis in the middle to assemble. There is an important battle order. Shats, listening to Krillin's words, is a little confused. All the people on my side deceived to the central oasis? But his own boss has a power level of 10,000. When the time comes, Krillin is sure to die, and Shats rolled his eyes. "Are you testing me?" Shats immediately cried loudly, "Little one! You must not dare to lead your companions to the central oasis. The little one has never seen Sir Krillin." Krillin said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. If you can't fool the rest of the aliens into from the central oasis, don't want your head." Shats shrank his head and thought, "You're courting death, don't blame me." He agreed to Krillin's request. Krillin gave Shada a look. Shada reluctantly stepped forward and let go of Shats. Shada still didn't understand why he let him go. Krillin smiled in his heart. "It's not just to put a 13 in front of you several millions clansmen, otherwise why would you be the leader? If you don't be the leader, who will work for me?" After the aliens set off, Krillin quietly teleported over and took away the ore that had already been mined, without anyone noticing. Wouldn't it be fun, when the time comes the responsibility is shifted to those aliens? Haha, everyone will praise Krillin for defeating the invaders. If Shada knew what Krillin was thinking, he would have shouted, "Krillin sir, you are so cunning." Shads had flown in midair, returning from time to time. Looking back at Krillin, I was afraid that Krillin would suddenly hit him with an energy wave behind his back, but it didn't make sense. "You think you can kill me? You have already killed me, and after you figured it out, the speed of these Shads' flight has sped up a bit." Shads flew on the road and suddenly showed a regretful expression. "I'm so stupid, really. When I was first captured by Krillin, I thought of killing myself, but fortunately I couldn't do it, and now I can't. Is it a narrow escape?" Haha, Shads laughed heartily. Some avoided a catastrophe's joy. "Ready to go." Ian has informed his clansmen, ready to go to the central oasis. Krillin has calculated the travel ability of the Tagidaxing people. They should be able to travel at least 300 kilometers a day at an average power level of 30, and they will be able to approach the central oasis in about 5 days. The 100,000 army grandiose moved towards the central oasis. Krillin finally flew in the sky, moved towards the piles of ore behind him and said, "System absorb." Ding! Absorb 10,000 energy in total. Krillin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "I remember that when I was in Earth, I absorbed a piece of Perseid that was thousands of energy. Because these are just ores that have been radiated by energy, they are not real Perseid, so the energy is 10,000, which is really a fluke." System ran out silently again and said, "What? So you have 10,000 energy to thank the heavens, thank the earth?" Krillin had some speechless saying. "Theoretically yes. The system deserves a beating," sounded again. "Fuck, you didn't say it earlier. You knew why you were spending so much effort, and went straight to absorb. The system should shut down quickly. Annoying to see you. The system is down." Krillin. Day 4. On the road. Sada The same race moved towards the bottom of the sky, shouted, "Hold on, we'll be there in 1 day." When the people of Tudosing heard Shada's words, they came to the strength all of a sudden, as if victory was imminent. Shada landed on the ground, moved towards Avila, and asked with concern, "How is it? Can Avila hold on? Do you want my big brother to fly over with you?" Avila's face was a little red, and her voice was replied like a mosquito, "Sada-chan, big brother, you've asked for the 4th time." Sada-chan listened a little. Touching his head embarrassingly, it was true that he had asked once a day since the day he set off, and one of them was asking Avila when he happened to bump into Ian, which made Shada scrambling and running away in fright. Avila showed a strong expression and whispered again, "I can do it, so many clansmen can hold on, so can I." Shada still thinks what to say. I suddenly heard Ian's coughing sound again, and immediately said in a hurry, "Avila, I'll go first, I'll come back tomorrow." After saying that, Shada flew out. Avila couldn't help but smile when she saw Shada fleeing in a hurry, "But we'll be there tomorrow." There was a little loss in Avila's expression, all because the father appeared in time. Ian looked at his daughter's expression, laughed, shook his head and left. 2 days ago. Shads looked overjoyed when he saw that he was approaching the number 1 slavery area. He was about to see his boss, and he must ask the boss to replace him. Revenge. Shads was approaching the warning area of number 1 slavery area, and suddenly an alien appeared, pointed the cannon in his hand at Shads and said, "Who? Blind? Your eyes?" Shads immediately rebuked loudly. The alien immediately put on a flattering expression, "So it's Sir Shades. My subordinates have seen Sir Shades." Shades' performance to this alien, he was satisfied and then asked, "Is Rick Boss there?" "Yes, Rick Boss is at the base." Alien mentioned Rick with a bit of energy. After all, he is a compared with Sir's henchman. There is also a distinction between the fast-running ones among the dog's legs. Obviously, he is a fast-running henchman. Shads ignored him and moved towards Rick. "Yes, Sir Salza, the ore will be delivered to the headquarters this year," Rick said anxiously. An evil voice came from the other end of the voice, "If you can't deliver it, you have no value in existence. Yes, your subordinates will deliver it. K wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and found that the other party had ended the call. Sir Salza is the captain of Armored Squadron, the #1 war general under King Cooler. Every time he talks to Salza, Rick gets sweaty, and accidentally he will finish the game. Rick, sir. Schatz greeted him with tears in his eyes. Rick couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw Schatz. Why are you here? Why aren't you in the #5 mine? If something goes wrong in the #5 mine, I won't be able to make a difference this year. Schatz continued to cry, Rick, sir, you are going to avenge me. The #5 mine was sneak attacked by the remnants of the Stoic people, and the subordinates struggled to escape. What? Rick's eyes were splitting. There was really something wrong with the #5 mine. Then his mission would definitely not be completed this year. Rick thought of Sir Salza, and was instantly shivered. He quickly dragged Xiaozi and asked again, what about them? They fled to the central oasis. Xiao Li replied truthfully. When Rick heard that he had fled to the central oasis, his heart was relieved. Fortunately, I can't escape the palm of my hand. It seems that the repression 100 years ago is still not cruel enough. Thinking of this, Graham's more horrifying smile. What is their highest power level? Maybe 10,000. Schatz thought that Krillin only had a power level of 3,000 to 4,000, and at this time deliberately exaggerated that there was 10,000. Rick was obviously a little unconvinced, and quickly took out his scouter and started to probe, but only found the power level of 900 in Shada, and did not find the 10,000 power level that Schatz said. People. But Schatz didn't dare to lie to himself. Rick hesitated. How many power levels does the person Schatz said have? I have seen more than 20,000 characters in the power level of King Tugma. Do you want to call all the aliens? Rick pondered for a moment. After all, life is important, moved towards Schatz and ordered, gather all the main troops to encircle and suppress the central oasis. Thanks to the Soul of the Soul for the great fight reward. Thank you for the support of the recommended tickets of Dian Yuzi, Beihukang Shi, Greed, and Sailing. Xiao Ci is writing novels for the first time and has no experience. Readers should always be grateful for Xiaoci's recommendation votes, so everyone who has supported Xiaoci is very grateful. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 45. August 10, 2020. Chapter 45 turned out to be Armored Squadron. Far away in the central oasis, Krillin felt Alien's ki start to move massively and could not help but stand up. Thumbs moved towards Schatz's direction and said, Nice job. Shada looked at Krillin strangely. Krillin sir is always unfathomable and unpredictable. Don't worry, just wait. Krillin yelled to Shada again. Rick sir, the spaceship is ready and ready to go now. Schatz moved towards Rick. Report. Rick nodded, asked, have our people been notified? Rick boss, have been notified, the combatants of the remaining 8 enslavement areas have been notified. Get ready. Rick nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Schatz's approach. Let's go. Rick walked into the spaceship, and then the spaceship slowly ascended into the sky, and disappeared in a swish. At the same time the rest of the 8 enslavement areas of Toluxing happened. Seeing the same scene, a total of 9 spaceships moved towards the central oasis and flew away. This is our new home, and we will rebuild our home on this oasis. Ian said loudly on a platform, moving towards the crowd below. The people below looked a little confused, and one person stood up boldly and asked, but there's nothing here. Child, we have nothing left in the earth. Now, all we have is our own life. Ian calmly moved towards everyone. Everyone could not help but feel a little pained when they heard Ian's words, yet. What do we have now? Civilization was destroyed as early as the moment the invaders invaded, and now we really have nothing. The sad mood below spread out all of a sudden, and many people of the soil lump were a little not knowing what to do. Children, although we have nothing now, we are still alive, and now we are free. 5 days ago we dared not even think of the simplest freedom, but now freedom it belongs to us. Ian's voice with penetrating power is infecting every slug star. Avila, your father's speech is really good. Shada moved towards Avila with some praise. How come, it's not as good as Shada's big brother? Avila said with a blushing smile. What? Sada was a little sluggish. Okay. We want freedom. The people below shouted loudly, interrupting the conversation between Shada and Avila. We will no longer be enslaved, we will no longer have hunger and cold, happiness and freedom belong to us. Ian is trying his best to paint the ideal picture, trying to hook raised people's memories. Rebuild your home. Rebuild your home. Everyone's emotions have been completely exploded. Avila next to him also shouted with excitement and redness, rebuild the home. Next, he gave them another powerful sedative. Krillin slowly floated into his training room, put on a yellow martial arts uniform, and had a big turtle character on his chest. Krillin walked out indifferently and stood on top of the highest rock. Bang bang bang! The rumbling sound of spaceship broke the roar of the crowd. The crowd below saw those aliens chasing after them. Although their faces were a little scared, they did not disperse. Escaped, now with Galaxy Sheriff Krillin guarding Douglas. However, the fact that there are 9 large spaceships in the sky still makes everyone feel a little uneasy. Shada glanced towards the sky, then looked at Krillin immediately, got up and flew towards Krillin. Before leaving, he turned around and said, Avila, protect yourself. Avila was well behaved, nodded. Shada stopped in front of Krillin and looked at so many spaceships moved towards Krillin and asked, what about Krillin, sir? Destroy them. Krillin lightly saying, yes, Krillin, sir. Shada's eyes were full of fighting intent. Shada's already realized that being weak is the original sin, and only fighting can make him grow better. The spaceship slowly opened the hatch, and hundreds of ugly aliens flew out slowly. The leading alien walked in front and looked at Krillin, and hundreds of little brothers followed closely behind. Shada saw Shaz in the alien and couldn't help cursing, what do I say, Sir Krillin can't let him go. Krillin moved towards Shaz, lightly smiled, well done, I'm very satisfied. Shaz saw Rick Sir looking at himself strangely and hurriedly defended, Rick boss, it's him who sneak attacked us. Rick didn't dare to be careless and quickly checked Krillin's attributes with Scouter, and then burst into laughter. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, just a power level of 5000. Rick relaxes all of a sudden, causing himself to mobilize and waste a lot of time. If he can't complete his task, then Sir Salza will take his own life. Thinking of this, Krillin was a little angry all of a sudden. Rick said to Krillin in a playful tone, how am I going to kill you? Krillin looked at Rick and was speechless. Sure enough, villain mostly died of talking too much. Shats, who was beside him, saw that Rick boss was a little angry, so he stepped forward and said, leave the native next to Baldy to me. I dared to feed myself before. That shit-like thing must not be spared. Shada. Shaz cursed Shada in his heart. Rick nodded. Shats flew forward with a look of joy. Krillin definitely wouldn't dare to move his boss here. Krillin saw Shaz flying towards him, and an energy wave moved towards Shaz, and Shaz was hit all at once and moved towards the rock in the distance. So fast. When? A drop of cold sweat dripped on Rick's head. When did he move? Why didn't I see it? Shats broke many rocks, and was finally stuck in a crack in the rock, looking inside. Countering boss, he seemed to want to say something, but then he turned his head and passed out. It's over to you, Shada. Krillin pointed to the hundreds of aliens behind Rick. No problem, Krillin sir. The Krillin figure flashed and disappeared. Rick saw Krillin disappearing in place, and immediately turned his head to look everywhere, and pressed the profiler habitually. When a beeping sound came, Rick was a little sluggish. Are you looking for me? Krillin asked, patting Rick's shoulder lightly, moving towards Rick with a smile full of white teeth. Krillin thought this expression could only be so friendly, but Rick ducked back as if he had seen a ghost. Krillin threw the energy wave in his hand, approaching Rick's retreat step by step, and asked, "What do you collect the ore for? Who do you collect it for?" Rick said proudly, "I collected it for King Salza, and I just knew." Bang! The voice stopped abruptly. Rick turned into dust. "Aya, your hand slipped," Krillin explained, but Rick couldn't hear it. It turned out to be Salza's subordinates. Krillin understood at once why these aliens were so eager to collect energy-containing ores. Salza troops also have another name, Armored Squadron. Mecha also. How can there be less energy? Although Krillin knew for a long time that the planet was occupied by King Cold's subordinates, Krillin thought that King Cold had a huge influence, and his subordinates had tens of millions of planets. Unlucky to hit Salza directly. Salza. Krillin is not afraid. What Krillin is afraid of is Cooler behind Salza. Cooler, as Frisia's big brother, has more transformations than Frisia, and his strength is far superior to Frisia. Krillin couldn't help rubbing his head. Frisia is so hard, this time it's even harder. The people below looked at Krillin in disbelief. That alien was solved like this? An old man suddenly stood up and cried and said, "I know that alien just now. He was one of the people who killed the king 100 years ago." The old man moved towards Krillin, bowed down and cried, "King, Sir Krillin has avenged you." When everyone saw the old man kneeling down, they followed suit and moved towards Krillin. Hundreds of aliens were already stumbling around at this time. Shada's power level of 1100 was 7 in and 7 out in the crowd, and an alien fell to the ground every time he went. I suddenly had some thoughts when I was writing. It would be better if you can give me some suggestions. I am now building a new map, because the time is from the 23rd session. The martial arts tournament started, and it was still a while before the main line started, and Krillin just used this period of time to get stronger step by step, but he had to come up with some plots other than Dragon Ball, so I urgently need a great one. Readers can give me some advice. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 46. August 10, 2020. Chapter 46. Rebuilding Saturn. When treating the enemy, don't be merciful, do one-hit kill. Krillin looked at Sand, the figure that moved at high speed, said. Shada seemed to be thoughtful when he heard Krillin's words. The strength in his hand was a little stronger, and in a moment the hundreds of aliens were completely annihilated. The people below watched Shada kill the last alien and shouted loudly, "We won! We won! We defeat those evil invasions! It's over!" After saying that, many people from the earth lumps hugged each other and cried bitterly. Krillin drifted slowly towards the distant rock crevice. "Don't pretend to be dead, get up quickly." Shats couldn't help but feel very regretful when he saw Krillin moving towards his direction. "Why did you come? You just provoke Krillin, sir, it's over. This time it's dead." Shats was terrified when he heard Krillin's words, and didn't dare to open his eyes to look at Krillin. "If you play dead again, I'll send you to meet your boss right away," Krillin said, looking at Shats playfully. Gudong Shats fiercely swallowed a mouthful of water, immediately jumped down, moved towards Krillin and kowtowed, "Krillin, sir, I was wrong, spare my life, I shouldn't have led Rick here." "Yes." Shats's legs were trembling, his heart was tense in his throat. "Well done, I won't kill you this time, but you have done your job well," Krillin patted Shats said with a smile. Shats is even more scared. "Is this going to kill me?" Krillin turned his head and moved towards the crowd, and Shadarang followed behind Krillin. Shats' eyes opened slowly. Seeing that Krillin ignored him, he hesitated for a while. "Run now." Shats struggled for a long time and chose to walk towards Krillin. "Go." When everyone saw Krillin and Shadarshan walking towards this direction, they immediately ran over and shouted, "Long live Sir Krillin, long live Shadarshan." Krillin moved towards everyone, smiled, but Shada was a little sorry, and he suddenly became a hero of the earth, and Shada was not used to the huge contrast of identity. Ian walked out from the crowd and moved towards Krillin and exclaimed, "Krillin sir, thank you for everything you have done for the earth, please accept the most solemn ceremony of our earth." Suddenly the eyes of the hundreds of thousands turned reverent, and their mouths were chanting some ancient and mysterious language, but Krillin knew they must be blessing themselves. After a long time, Ian stood up and walked to Krillin and respectfully asked, "Krillin sir, what should we do next? Now the guarding alien has been almost solved, and the next thing is to rescue the rest of your clansmen." Krillin said to Ian seriously. Ian's expression became even more excited when he heard that he was about to rescue the rest of his clansmen, and he moved towards Krillin and said, "Yes. Sada, alien spaceship is still there. Well, just use those spaceships to rescue your clansmen." "I'm here, yes, Sir Krillin." Sada heard Krillin calling himself to rush over from the crowd. Shadarang personally selected 9 outstanding clansmen, and the 9 clansmen have already driven the spaceship to the sky. "Wait for me. I will definitely take over all the clansmen." Shada shouted, moved towards the bottom, and flew into the spaceship after saying that. Ian looked at the figure that Shada led clansmen away, and couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. The alien spaceship was quite fast, and after a while, it arrived at the number 1 slavery area. "The boss is back, go meet him," said a dark brown alien. "The boss is the boss, the rebellion will be solved in a while, and I will be like the boss at some point." Thinking of alien, his pace quickened a bit. A row of aliens has been lined up neatly, ready to meet the boss's landing. "Sir, what should I do?" asked a man who was driving a spaceship moved towards Shada. "Is this still worth thinking about? It's actually lined up, isn't this courting death? An interstellar cannon, bombing TND." Shada said fiercely. "There seems to be something wrong with the captain." An alien asked the captain with some doubts, as if to find the interstellar cannon facing him. "I found." Bang! Before alien could ask a question, he had already turned into a pile of minced meat. The earthlings who were working hard heard the loud noise, stagnant for a moment, their cloudy eyes moved towards the sky, and then slowly lowered their heads to do their own work. The spaceship docked in the center of the number 1 mine and had landed. Shadarang and clansmen came out together. Those clansmen looked at everyone who came out doubtfully. How can these alien spaceships come out of their clansmen? Shada charged for a long time, and mentioned the whole body. Ki shouted a little excitedly, "Clansmen, we are saved. The invaders have been completely annihilated." Sada mobilized the whole body of Ki, and the voice became extremely loud and spread throughout the entire slavery in the area. Shada did not stop shouting, and continued to shout until his Ki was exhausted. The entire mine became extremely silent. Although Shada had stopped shouting, the echoes were stirring everyone's hearts over and over again. An old man looked at Shada with dull eyes, but he didn't know that the tool in his hand fell to the ground, and tears welled up on his cheeks. The mine is completely quiet this time, and the echo of Shada's shouting has disappeared. At this time, you can vaguely hear the rapid beating of hundreds of thousands of hearts. Suddenly, a shout resounded through the sky, and the loud shout shook the dark clouds of heaven, and the flying birds and beasts fell to the ground, spitting out the meat foam of their lungs, and the heart and lungs were completely shattered by the sound. 2 days later, the last batch of clansmen has been picked up, and the rebuilding of Tugma is in full swing. Each servitude area has a highly respected person, and Ian and 8 other people are responsible for the reconstruction of the earth. Shads is working as a coolie, cutting down unknown crops, and the piles that will be piled up like a hill will be sent to the people who are responsible for the construction. Ovula saw Shada's coming back and greeted him with a lovely smile and said, "It's really hard, Shada's big brother." After saying that, she stretched out a pair of weak hands to replace Shada. Durong wiped his sweat, his eyes filled with admiration. Sada was very happy to see Avila as soon as he came back. At this time, Sada stayed in place and was a little helpless. Watching Xiao Xiao Avila wipe the sweat for himself, his heart was warm, as if and felt the presence of loved ones. The power of unity is infinite, and the prototype of the homeland has been built in just 2 days. Krillin sir. The necessary preparations have been made. Now we can pray to the Earth God and announce the official rebuilding of our home. Ian respectfully moved towards Krillin reports. Krillin also doesn't know aliens' rules, so he might just hold a meeting and announce to everyone that the reconstruction work of Tuguzing. Krillin smiled, nodded and said, the Scorpion Star is about to usher in victory, it is better to change its name, which means the new life of the Scorpion Star. Krillin said in his heart that he would not dare to mention Sandbump when he was away from home. The name. Everyone agreed with Krillin's words, the so-called breaking before establishing. Everyone had trouble thinking of a name that sounded better than Tigomaxing, so they had to ask Krillin for advice. Krillin thought about it for a long time and pretended to be mysterious and said, let's call it Saturn. Ian and the other 8 elders heard the word Saturn, and couldn't help but look in their eyes. Liang, why didn't expect it? Okay, it's called Saturn. The 9 people said to Krillin with some excitement at the same time. After the 9 people finished speaking, they glanced at each other, all slightly nodded. The 9 people suddenly moved towards Shadachan and bowed, please Shadachan take over the throne of Saturn, please lead clansmen to survive. Me? I no way. Shada said stammeringly. How can I be qualified to be the king of Saturn? I'm only 250 years old, so young. Shada hurriedly defended. The throne belongs to you. Only you can fully unite the people of the 9 enslaved areas. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of rebuilding Saturn, towards Shada explained. Shada was a little embarrassed, so he looked towards Krillin and said he wanted to ask Krillin sir what he meant. Ian is right, what Saturn needs now is a powerhouse, and a king who can truly protect the entire race. Krillin motioned for Shada to take over the Earth King throne of the stars. Sada saw that Krillin sir all said this, and had no choice but to say cowardly, if there is anything wrong with me in the future, you can't blame me. 9 Seeing this, people quickly said, how dare we blame the king? Krillin, as expected. Thanks to Dianyuzi, Baihukang Shi, and Lan Lan Kuei Lilo is greatly rewarded, and thanks to all the book friends for their support. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 47. August 10, 2020. Chapter 47. Is this a VIP? At this time, half a month has passed since Shada Chang ascended the throne. The construction of Saturn is slowly unfolding, and the desolate oasis has become quite lively due to the millions of population. Whoosh! Krillin wiped the sweat off his head, turned off gravity, and sat on the ground in a comfortable position. View attribute. Time, 757 years old. Name, Krillin. Age, 21 years old. Race, Earthling. Dimension, Level 1 dimension, equal to Korin. Battle power, 390,000, next layer limit 5 million. Potential, 4.61 million. Training speed, the speed of light. It's really fast. Unconsciously, I have come to Dragon Ball World for a year, the spiritual house is not counted, and I have increased the power level of 390,000 in 1 year. How can I say this speed? The power level of 390,000 can already be used as an overlord, and even dominating a galaxy is no problem, but Krillin still feels a lot of pressure. His enemy is Frisia, 120 million is fiercely pressured like a mountain. On his chest. In the next 4 years, I have to increase the power level by at least 40 million each year to catch up with Frisia. At the current speed of light speed training, it is simply wishful thinking. How much energy is left in the system? Ding, the remaining energy is 98,000, the remaining senzu beans are 750, and the total remaining energy is 473,000. Krillin went to the other 9 slave areas to secretly collect energy ore, but these energy ore added up to less than 100,000 energy, which really disappointed Krillin. The speed of training is still too slow. At this speed, I am afraid that I will still be reduced to the existence of a sideline supporter. Now is the best time to catch up with Goku. After the Z era, I will have no chance. No, system, I want to speed up. Krillin thought about it for a long time. VIP must be enabled, although it was a bit of a waste of energy, but now I can't care so much. I can think of a way when I run out of energy. Now you have to upgrade your combat capability as soon as possible. System, can we have a discussion? Krillin asked weakly. What? Can I increase the speed and reduce the fee? Krillin asked in a low voice, but still with some anticipation. What do you think? System asked rhetorically. Krillin, fuck, open, give Laozi a VIP, Laozi has energy. Ding dong, the current training speed VIP, the monthly cost of 300,000 energy, 9.2% off the monthly subscription, 10% off the annual fee, System said seductively. Go away, look down upon who? It's 22% off, and the first month's package. Krillin said with some pain, but even if a little, it's still better than nothing, it can save energy. Don't let it go. Is this what a VIP feels like? Krillin stretched out his hand, feeling that every cell of himself was in perfect harmony with the surrounding space, giving a feeling of heaven's underground. Only I am supreme. In VIP state training, the basic value of battle power will increase by 5,000 points per day, the understanding of martial arts will be improved, and the speed of senzu bean plantation absorb will increase. There are a total of N privileges. The system slowly explained. This speed is still a bit slow, even at 5,000 o'clock every day. System, you are so dragged, don't you just have this little ability? Krillin asked worriedly. System chuckled. Do you want to experience VIP too? Or do you want to be a V8 boss? As long as you have enough energy, everything can be said. Krillin rolled his eyes and said, System, I suspect that you are an employee of a certain penguin. Naturally impossible, this system is carefully built by the great emperor. Okay, you can continue to shut down. Krillin interrupted the system directly. Seeing only 173,000 energy left, Krillin felt a little uncomfortable. Every day he was either looking for energy or on the way to find energy. However, the many functions of VIP also make Krillin soothe a lot. I have to deal with bigger troubles myself. I killed Salza's men. Salza will know sooner or later that it is better to take the initiative to pull King Cold's eyes away from Saturn. Salza troops are also known as armored squadrons. How much energy do they have? Krillin rubbed his head, thought slowly. 5,000 light-years away. Salza, who was fighting, suddenly felt the sensation of being targeted, and he hesitated for a moment. The one who fought against Salza was a beautiful woman, wearing an ancient red shirt, with long silver hair like galaxy and eyes as clear as glass, and her lips like cherry blossoms seemed to evoke. Wu's radiant, her eyebrows are knitted tightly, her whole body is covered with cold, with a bloodthirsty coldness, and her body is full of scars. At this moment, the woman sees Salza a little hesitant, and then flashes into the distance, a silver-white rays of light flashed, the woman disappeared. Salza watched the woman escape calmly, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. The energy blast in his hand swung 4 directions, raising to the ground wherever he went. A yellow-haired alien looked at the angry Salza and asked carefully, Captain. Salza immediately calmed down and said sternly, Sial is running away again. It's gone. Salza clenched his fists and said indifferently as he watched Sial's disappearing figure, let's go. Saturn. It's so annoying. Shada looked at the proposals piled up in front of him and complained unconsciously. Every day I looked at these boring things, and my whole body was about to collapse. Ian, I'll leave this to you. I have to train well to better protect Saturn. Shada pointed to the proposals piled up in front of him with a painful expression, moved towards Ian. Ian laughed bitterly, but had no choice but to say, how can Shada be still so young? We still have to rely on our old bones to deal with these things. Ian figured out these reluctance then nodded. When Shada saw Ian nodded, the smile on his face became even better. Clansman has entrusted the heavy responsibility to himself. He is absolutely not willing to live up to Clansman's expectations, and now even Ian is nodded, then there is no problem. Shada moved towards the outside happily and ran out. Ian looked at Shada's smile and felt a little more relieved in his heart. A sensible child, it may be the best choice for him to give his daughter to him. Krillin sir! Krillin sir, I'm here to find you! Shada shouted Krillin happily. Cough cough, there's a voice, and you've become a king, and you're so impatient, let your clansmen see what it's like. Krillin said with some rebuke. It's okay, Sir Krillin is the savior of our entire Saturn. Who dares to disrespect Sir Krillin? The whole Saturn has no place for him. Shada looked at Krillin seriously said. Krillin looked at Shada with admiration in his heart. It seems that I really judge people by their appearance. This boy is definitely not stupid. After a long time, Krillin said slowly, I'm leaving soon. Leave? Krillin sir, are you leaving? Why? Shada asked in disbelief. Krillin slightly nodded. The alien who invaded Saturn is just a little shrimp, the real powerhouse is still behind the scenes. Krillin lightly saying. Shada didn't seem too surprised after hearing this. These aliens are shrimps and Shada has heard Krillin mention it before. The woman can be guessed, ha ha ha. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 48. August 10, 2020. Chapter 48. Get ready. I've got bigger problems to deal with. Krillin sighed said. Krillin sir, you have done too much for us. Shada looked at Krillin with some emotion. Get ready for the evacuation. What? Evacuation? But Saturn has just been rebuilt. Shada asked in disbelief. The evil influence is too powerful. Evacuation is only the worst plan. If Cooler arrives in person, I am afraid that even my entire Saturn will turn into cosmic dust. Krillin said slowly. What even Krillin sir? Isn't there the Galactic Patrol? Shada seemed to have caught the last straw. Krillin stared at Shada, but didn't say anything. You really don't understand? Sada-chan finished Galactic Patrol and felt that he had said the wrong thing, and bowed his head fiercely. After a long time Krillin spoke again, Galactic Patrol didn't send me on this mission, and Galactic Patrol don't dare provoke King Cold influence. Shada after listening to Krillin's words, he didn't seem lonely. After thinking for a long time, he said, actually, I already knew that Krillin sir was not sent by Galactic Patrol headquarters. After all, I have stayed at the Galaxy headquarters for so long, and I know very well what the Galaxy headquarters has done. What he did? Krillin sir, just using the Galaxy headquarters as a springboard, the poor Galaxy headquarters is still happy to recruit an expert. Krillin nodded slightly. He nodded, indicating that what Shada said was not wrong at all. After being in contact for so long, I have long known what kind of person Krillin sir is. Krillin sir is a real righteous person who sympathizes with the weak and is willing to help the weak, so no matter whether Krillin sir is or not, the people at Galaxy headquarters, Shadarshan and including all the clansmen of Saturn, are always on the side of Krillin sir. Shadarshan moved towards Krillin with excitement and seriousness on his face. Fuck, Lao Zi has been waiting for so long, and that's what you've been waiting for. Krillin patted Shada's shoulder with a serious face and said, the choice is not wrong. But this news can't be spread out, your clansman regards the Galaxy headquarters as the last straw. If you suddenly know that it has been abandoned by the Galaxy headquarters, I am afraid it will cause unrest, Krillin explained. Shada nodded, agreeing with what Krillin said. We don't have a way back, so everything depends on ourselves, but I also hope that your family can rise up by your own strength. If you want something done well, do it yourself, do you understand? Shada knew that this was Krillin's teaching of his own survival. If a race depends blindly on others, then the race is not far from extinction. What should we do next? Now that you've decided to rely on yourself, it's time to start preparing. Organize the mining of energy ore. Krillin said without hesitation. Saturn has nothing now, and there has been 200 years of experience in mining ore, and now it can be directly mined without exploration. The ore mined is of high quality. Select fighters from clansmen and give them to him. Then contact the commercial star at the nearest galaxy headquarters, start trade with them, report my name, get the highest selling price, and get a large amount of materials. The worst preparation is to prepare to escape. Krillin analyzed one by one, moved towards Shada. It turns out that Sir Krillin has already planned it. Shada looked at Krillin in a daze. Escape is just the worst preparation. Maybe you don't need to escape, but you must prepare to escape, Krillin said solemnly. Yes, Sir Krillin. Shada said respectfully. Krillin looked towards the distance, but Krillin didn't want to indirectly cause the demise of a race due to his intervention. The justice of Krillin deep in one's heart called for Krillin to do this, one for strength by fair means or foul. What's the point of becoming number one in the universe? Krillin believes that the potential of the Saturnians will be huge this time. They used to do it for labor, but now they do it to rebuild Saturn. Subjective initiative has played a huge role. Will bring mining to a new peak. Sada-chan silently remembers every word that Krillin said in his heart. According to what Krillin Sir said is always right. Krillin Sir, I want to go with you. Shada said suddenly to Krillin. No, I'll take you with me. I can't escape from danger. Krillin rejected Shada with a very firm tone. Sada's face showed a slight disappointment. You're training right here, the enemy is strong, but I guess Cooler it shouldn't be doing it himself, so don't be too nervous. Listen to Krillin Sir has mentioned Cooler many times, and Shada has some doubts. What kind of person makes Krillin Sir so taboo? Shada thought a little puzzled. If Krillin knew about the idea of Shada's hat, he would definitely be sneered. If you know that Krillin Sir's power level is 390,000, and Cooler's power level is 470 million, I wonder if you still have the courage. Live. Go back and prepare for it. Krillin and Shada walked towards the residence. Krillin put the house into a portable capsule, moved towards Shada, smiled lightly, and then disappeared in place. Shada watched Krillin disappear in place, and Heart Art determined that he must prepare well as Krillin Sir said. A figure Krillin whose swishes appeared on the deserted planet where the original spaceship docked. Ka, the hatch of the spaceship opened slowly, and Krillin walked in without hesitation. Traveling between interstellars, his half-assed instant transmission is really unreliable, and he still has to rely on interstellar spaceship. Krillin walked to the cockpit, sat down, and massaged slowly with his hands on the corners of his eyes. He had harvested 100,000 energy in his half a month, which is not too much. The Straw Hat star system is 4,000 light-years away from the Persian star system. If Krillin guessed correctly, Salza should be in the Persian system at this time. Much bigger. Saturn's energy ore has proved that the Perseus system is a high-energy production area. Krillin said loudly, Phantom. Destination Perseus, departure. Dip, the spaceship quality inspection is normal, the target Perseus star system, the distance is 4,000 light-years, the estimated time is 2 days. Bang! The spaceship flashed in place, like a ray of light, moved towards the Persians. Krillin yawned and covered his mouth. He's quite tired. Conserve strength and store up energy first, then get a good night's sleep. Krillin changed into a set of cool pajamas and moved towards the lounge. Went over. According to I heard, only after the shelves are eligible to build a reader group, hid far away in the corner shiver coldly, leave QQ 4857466614, don't laugh at me. End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 49. August 10, 2020. Chapter 49 Encounter. 2 days later. Diddy has entered the Persian star system. The sound of the spaceship machinery woke Krillin from his sleep. Ha! Krillin patted his mouth and walked towards the cab with tears in the corners of his eyes. Krillin looked forward sleepily with his toothbrush in his mouth. Krillin was startled all of a sudden. The Perseus is a ring of bright blue stars at the periphery, while the sphere at the center is dominated by many older red giants. You must know that the Sun is just a star, and the outer periphery of the Perseus system is actually composed of bright stars, but the center appears a little dim, and the dimness of the center just confirms that many years ago, the Perseus system, the central star sphere, experienced a supernova explosion, leaving behind only the old red giant star. Krillin slowly closed his eyes and felt the flash star map in his mind. The Perseus star system consists of several important main stars, Perseus in the center, and the Andromeda after Perseus, Immortal King Star, and Zhongmen 2-star Yingwu Star. Krillin can't wait to find out. There are strong energy fluctuations in this nebula, haha, the high energy has not escaped. Spaceship, speed up! Krillin said excitedly. Krillin hurriedly jumped out of the driver's seat, went to the bathroom, wiped his baldy with a towel, looked at himself in the mirror, and couldn't help showing a row of neat teeth. Spirit! Krillin put on his usual martial arts uniform again, and came back to the cab with unknown food in his mouth. Diddy, there are battle fluctuations ahead, do you need to deter? A mechanical voice came from the spaceship. N? How far away? Why didn't I feel it? Krillin closed his eyes and felt forward. At a distance of 1 light-year, the energy fluctuations in combat reach 20,000. A light-year. It's a little far away, no wonder you can't perceive it. You don't need to go around, move forward at full speed, and as soon as possible. Reach the battlefield. Krillin ordered, putting down the food in his hand and moved towards spaceship. A minute later, Krillin was hiding behind the dark matter, observing the battlefield. A relatively run-down spaceship is under siege by dozens of spaceships. Ska Captain, we can't escape, let's fight them. An alien riddled with scars said decisively. Ska glanced at his teammates with some pain flashing in his eyes. As their captain, he couldn't lead them to escape. This is his incompetence. Ska looked at the devastated spaceship, and resolute flashed in her eyes, rush to them, and even take them to bury. After saying that, Ska's heart is slow. I prayed slowly and hoped, Princess can escape successfully. Yes. Captain. The remaining 8 team members have been waiting impatiently for the captain's order. My warrior of Perseus, is you have to die in battle. King, they turned around, as if they were going to charge at us. An ugly-looking alien moved towards a black alien reported. Court disaster, order all the other spaceships to focus on shooting him down. The black alien said with confidence. Bang! Bang! The tattered spaceship was hit by another strong gunfire, and was already on the verge of collapse. Krillin saw this and knew that the situation was not optimistic. He wanted to save the tattered spaceship. Krillin felt evil ki from the 9 spaceships. They should be Salza's men. The Krillin figure flashed and disappeared in place, and appeared on the spaceship next to Krillin's figure. Hey, ha! Krillin's blue veins burst out, his hands resting on his stomach, and there is a faint azure-white light flashing out of his hands. Turtle, pie, energy wave is coming, Krillin loudly shouted. The hands turned and pushed forward. The black alien looked at the spaceship on the verge of collapse and felt even more joyful. Their princess escaped from King Salza. King Salza was already very angry, and now he has made a contribution. Lord Salza can't even look at me. When Didi was thinking about alien, the spaceship flashed red light and issued a huge alarm. Diddy, there is excess energy approaching, and excess energy is approaching. At this time, the face of the black alien rarely brightened, the high energy the wave illuminated the entire darker spaceship, and alien watched the huge light sluggishly. Ah! Ah! Many aliens cried out in pain. Krillin intensified the energy wave in his hand, and the white light became more intense. Boom! Boom! The alien spaceships exploded in series, turning into parts and drifting downward. Hutcha-hucky! Krillin, gasping for breath, shook his head and thought, my strength is still too weak, I didn't beat them to dust. Destroy the enemy's spaceship, follow the enemies. There is still a big difference between fangs being beaten to ashes. In that tattered spaceship, everyone dumbstruck looked ahead. A team member swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Captain, what happened just now? How could Ska know that he only saw a white light flashing? Those alien is completely annihilated. The rest of the team members have not yet reacted from the shock, and the captain has eased up at this time. Get away from this star domain while you are now. Ska, Captain, but the power system of our spaceship has been completely destroyed just now, and now it is impossible to sail long distances. A team member in charge of driving said, a little lonely. The team members who were lucky to escape just now showed expressions of despair when they heard that the spaceship power system was destroyed. Since it's already hopeless, why give hope for life? After giving hope, he brutally broke hope again. Ska bitterly laughed, time is also fate. Since I can't escape, I will die for Persian. Everyone shouted, for Persian the stars will die. Suddenly a figure wearing a martial arts uniform flashed out, looking at the enthusiastic crowd, I didn't bother you. Everyone saw Krillin suddenly appear. They were all had a scare, and quickly ducked back dozens of steps, watching Krillin alertly. Krillin touched his nose and said embarrassedly with a smile, didn't bother you. Who are you? Where are you from? Why did you come to our spaceship? Ska Captain stepped forward and asked Krillin. Krillin looked at the person in front of him with weird eyes and said, ridicule in his heart, maid? Transmigrator? Such a profound philosophical question was asked like this. Time, AIG year 756. Name, Ska. Race, English immortal. Battle power, 9000. Training speed, high. Krillin is a little ridicule in his heart. If you are not British immortal, Lao Zi will shout, the king of heaven and earth tiger. Hello, my name is Krillin, from the far north area, hometown is Earth. Krillin politely moved towards Ska. Ska saw that Krillin had no malicious intentions. So she put away her defense and said, I'm Ska, from Perseus and their captain. Ska said, moved towards, everyone glanced at it, seems to be saying nothing. Since you know it's Persian, it's easy to deal with, first trick them into your own spaceship, oh no, invite them to your own spaceship, wait for your own spaceship, and you can't help yourself? This spaceship is about to explode, please get on my spaceship. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The enemy reinforcements will arrive soon. Krillin said to Ska with a smile on his white teeth. Captain, a player whispered, expressing distrust of Krillin. Scar laughed, if I guessed correctly, the person in front of me who rescued me just now is the one in front of me, whose strength is terrifying. You think you can kill me in a blink of an eye? The rest of the team members felt a little surprised when they heard that it was the person in front of them, and even had a little less suspicion. Krillin was laughed, and did not deny what he did just now. Krillin makes a please gesture. Readers, Happy May Day. May 1st is Labor Day, not without reason. GA with Macron, GA with Macron, GA with Macron. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 50. August 10, 2020. Chapter 50, Remnants. The hatch of the tattered spaceship is connected to the hatch of the Krillin Phantom spaceship. Krillin stretched out a S posture, the guest is advanced. In this Persian system, you are the guest, or you are the advanced. Ska laughed heartily. Haha, yes, let's go in together. After saying that, Krillin strode forward. After everyone entered the Phantom, the ka hatch slowly closed. Krillin moved towards the tattered spaceship again, and waved an energy wave. Boom, the spaceship on the verge of collapse was completely turned into the garbage of the universe. Everyone looked at the spaceship that had accompanied them for countless days and nights with distress, and it was destroyed like this, and their hearts were inexplicably blocked. Krillin smiled lightly at this. Don't get me wrong, you must know better than me how strong the enemy is. This is to avoid the pursuit. Ska slowly nodded, although I am also reluctant to give up, but Krillin's approach is correct. Everyone walked inside, and what caught their eyes was a big galaxy sign. Suddenly, one of Ska's team members said loudly in surprise, "So you are from Galactic Patrol?" Ska immediately loudly scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. Although I don't know who Krillin is definitely not from Galactic Patrol." Ska said again, "The Galactic Patrol gang, damn, it's too late to avoid Cooler, how could you dare to send someone to provoke Cooler?" Everyone heard the approval of suddenly realize, it's absolutely impossible that Galactic Patrol's coward's Eggman. Yoa, there are people who really understand. After Krillin came out of Galactic Patrol headquarters, he encountered too many blind, didn't expect, and everyone in front of him actually understood people. Krillin looked at the people in front of him with some surprise, and the Persian native was really different, not even a little bit of knowledge. Krillin smiled a little. "I said, I'm from Earth." Ska was about to say something when the spaceship suddenly sounded an alarm. "Diddy, it is detected that an enemy is approaching," the spaceship said mechanically. "It's coming so soon." Krillin's expression changed, but now he can't meet force with Salza. Squad was also a little anxious. Krillin smiled lightly at this. "Don't be nervous, don't worry. Evacuate at full speed." Krillin ordered the spaceship. Bang! The power engine of the spaceship was running at high speed, and Baihu turned into a white light and drove towards the edge of the interstellar. Squad saw that he had successfully escaped the interstellar, sighed in relief, avoided a catastrophe, and no one wanted to die if he could live. Tap! Krillin slowly walked towards the Scar Squad. "Why did Alien find you?" Krillin asked. Squad was a little angry, but the captain didn't speak, and no one took the initiative to speak. After a long time, Ska fiercely said, "Not yet for energy, hateful invaders." Ska only said this, and did not go on, as if beware of Krillin. Krillin showed a puzzled smile and slowly took out a black shard from his arms. "Why do you have pieces of Perseus?" Ska asked in shock. "It was found in my hometown of Earth." Krillin wasn't hiding anything. Ska said with some self-deprecation, "It seems that you are also here for Perseus." Ska's expression was extremely lonely. Krillin nods, no denial. The former Persian star system was also a very strong star system, with countless powerhouses, peaceful peace without war, and considered a pure land in the universe. Unfortunately, it is the Persian system. It has existed for too long, just like people. He is old, he has experienced a supernova explosion, and the red giant star you see now is left over after the supernova explosion. Ska looked at the man in the center with some pain. Said the red superstar. After the supernova erupted, the environment of Perseus became extremely bad and it was no longer habitable, so the ancestors took the people left by Primordial and migrated to several main stars of Perseus. Therefore, the civilization of Perseus continued, not cut off. The ore in your hand has proved that Perseus used to be a high-energy star system. The decline and scattered Perseus naturally impossible to resist those evil influences. Not only did the Persian star system suffer, but also several nearby star systems were killed. Although he knew that the nearby star systems were also invaded, he was unable to help them. Ska suffered said. Ska's team looked very low and said nothing. This is probably the reason why an innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a criminal. Krillin sighed inwardly. Before the sneak attacked us was the notorious armored squadron. Our home star had been breached by them, we had already evacuated before they attacked, and all our personnel were hiding in the small star. Ska continued. The remnants are unwilling to escape from their star system. We can only survive in the cracks of those asteroids. This has lasted for about 200 years. 200 years. 100 years. This is exactly the time of the alien invasion, which is also the time of Saturn. 200 years have passed like this, and most of the survivors thought that they might survive like this, but not long ago, Salza seemed to have discovered something and began to hunt down the survivors, leading our British immortal king. We also unfortunately passed away during the search, and since then, we have truly wandered in the interstellar. Ska moved towards Krillin in tears and said slowly. Krillin seemed to be thoughtful, listening to what Ska said. No, although Ska is telling the truth, there must be something important to hide from himself. What Ska said just now is English. The history of the development of the clansmen, even any alien should know. Before Ska knew the real information of Krillin, he definitely couldn't tell the last habitat of his clansmen, let alone say it. See Yao princess. Krillin was a little depressed. Isn't my brother so not a good person? Krillin wanted to tattoo a line of characters on his forehead. I am a good person. Since you're on my boat, don't worry, take your time. Krillin thought inwardly. Ska, you are familiar with this piece, find a dockable planet to dock. Krillin moved towards Ska. Ska nodded, it would be great to find a planet to dock. Ska stepped into the driving position and soon found a verdant planet in a hidden nebula. Bang! Bang! The spaceship landed relatively smoothly. Everyone moved towards the planet and walked out, looking at the green eyes, which seemed to be a planet of plants. Yes, this planet is made of plants, and it is because of this that those alien impossible notice this planet, and their attention is all on the high-level planet full of energy. Ska analyzed to Krillin. Ah, one of the team members howled in pain and fell to the ground. Everyone was seriously injured in the battle just now, but because they have been in a dangerous situation, everyone has their nerves tense, so naturally they can't feel the pain. Now after leaving the battle, looking at the green onion in his eyes, he relaxed his nerves, and naturally could not bear the pain. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 51. August 10, 2020. Chapter 51. Let's be safe. The squad members supported each other and looked at the captain. Ska looked at his injury and then nodded. Then everyone supported each other and walked towards the green jungle, seeming to be familiar with every direction and moving forward with their goals. Ska did it on purpose. He docked on this planet full of plants in order to find herbs and treat teammates' injuries. Krillin immediately understood what Ska was doing. Ska looked at Krillin sadly, embarrassed with a smile. I was thinking of giving them senzu beans just now, but I can save it, no. How can I gain their trust if I don't give them senzu beans? Krillin thought, rubbed his head a little worriedly. Ska moved towards the front, and soon saw a small green log cabin, but it looks like a wood house. Tisk tisk. It looks like this is where Ska usually docks for supplies. Come in, Krillin, Ska invited Krillin. Krillin walked in slowly, found an unknown green plant at random and sat down. Ska saw Krillin sit down, and she sat down slowly. Ska sucked in a cold breath, his movements affected the wound on his waist, and he couldn't help but densely packed sweat on his face, his expression looked very painful. Krillin cried out inwardly when he saw this, good chance. A shriveled bean moved towards Ska and catapulted away, Ska's eyes flashed with no difficulty caught it. Ska looked at the shriveled beans in her hands and wondered, what is Krillin doing? Eat it. It'll heal you right away, Krillin said mysteriously like a salesman. Ska looked hesitant, but moved the bean to her mouth anyway. Kook bang, cluck bang, cluck. Ska looked at his injured arm sluggishly and whispered, "Okay, it's amazing." It didn't surprise Krillin, and Ska had a little more affection for Krillin. Ska said in his heart, such a magical thing must be very rare, but Krillin did not hesitate to give it to himself. Krillin must be a good person. After a while, the team members they all walked back with their exhausted bodies. One of the team members on the verge of collapse was in a state of falling down immediately after walking unsteadily. Ska hurriedly stepped forward to support the team members. The player slowly raised the head, glanced at the captain and smiled, "I'm fine, Captain." After saying that, he tilted his head and passed out. Ska looked towards Krillin, with a little embarrassment on her face, and wanted to ask Krillin to give him another magical bean. Naturally, Krillin would not refuse, and threw away a senzu bean to Ska. Pop! Ska caught the senzu bean and looked at Krillin gratefully. Ska slowly opened the mouths of the team members, stuffed the senzu bean into it, and said slowly, "It will be all right, I must take you home." Boom! N? What? The player slowly opened his eyes and looked at his body. My injuries seem to be completely healed. When the rest of the players saw this scene, they couldn't believe it. They all had their mouths opened wide. Ska also smiled awkwardly when he saw this. It's hard to explain such a mysterious thing, but he couldn't be more cheeky to ask Krillin for senzu beans. Fortunately, the rest of the team members were not seriously injured. Herbs recover slowly. There is a circle of bright blue stars on the periphery of the Perseus system, so there is no such thing as a dark night in the Perseus system. Perhaps because of the day, the green plants on this planet are growing very well. The members of the squad were lying on the ground with herbs applied, slowly recovering stamina. Krillin eats some. Ska took out an unknown green mass and handed it to Krillin. Krillin subconsciously wanted to refuse, the black thing he drank on Saturn before had impressed Krillin too deeply. But looking at Ska's squid member eating deliciously, the green juice dripped slowly down the chin to the ground. With a thud, Krillin swallowed, taste it, no one will die." Krillin took the green mass from Ska's hand, and it felt soft, like the glutinous rice cake from previous life. Krillin bit down suspiciously, "Putchy. The green plant juices are splashing, sweet, and thirst-quenching." Krillin's eyes lighted up, but it was really good food. Ska knew from Krillin's expression that Krillin obviously liked this food. Ska laughed and ate his own food with his head down. "This thing is quite magical. After eating it, I feel that the whole stomach is much smoother, and the mouth has the unique fragrance of grass and trees." After everyone solved the food problem, they sat there and chatted. Krillin is very knowledgeable in martial arts and can always give squad a feeling like cleansing through a spring breeze, and chatting with angel people with Krillin feels relaxed and happy. Ska looked at Krillin silently. After the worldview, Ska came to his own conclusion that Krillin is a very friendly person. From Krillin's behavior and Krillin's words, Ska can decide that Krillin is definitely a person worth meeting. If you make a mistake in your judgment, Krillin is one of those evil influences, then you don't need to say anything, it's God if Perseus perishes. Ska's team members are asking Krillin about some knowledge of martial arts. Krillin is also willing to answer. Ska's team members are also very rewarding. "What is the purpose of your coming to the Persian planet?" Ska asked suddenly, moved towards Krillin. Krillin was also a little stagnant, and then he was overjoyed. "I didn't waste my time. I came to the Persian department, for the Persian stone. When I was in my hometown, I accidentally discovered the fragments of Persit, which contains a high amount of energy, which can speed up my training." Krillin directly stated his true purpose. "Anyway, it will be said sooner or later, and now it is said that there is still a good left." Impression. Ska nodded, agreeing with Krillin's statement. Coming to Persian is nothing more than this purpose. If Krillin prepares another set of rhetoric, I am afraid that Ska's trust will be completely lost. My hometown will also be invaded by evil influences. I have to become stronger and protect my hometown, so I drift between the universes, just to be able to get stronger strength. This is Krillin's starting point, and it's not wrong to say it. It turns out that your hometown was also invaded by evil influences. You came to the Persian system to become stronger and save your hometown. Ska looked at Krillin with some admiration and said, "A person who works hard for everyone will be more easily appreciated by others." Obviously, Kato doesn't appreciate Krillin's approach. At this point, Ska had let go of Krillin's guard. The main star of the Perseus system is now occupied by those invaders, and with the supernova explosion of Perseus, the production of celestial stone has become very rare. Ska said apologetically. Krillin was not surprised to hear this. If there were such a large amount of high-energy ore, I am afraid that the gods would not be able to see it, and would immediately jump out to destroy him. There is also a corresponding price to be paid. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 52. August 10, 2020. Chapter 52 The Last Hideout. Should I take Krillin to the last hideout? Ska hesitated inwardly. That is the last home. If it is exposed, I am afraid that I will be the eternal sinner of the Yingxian family. Although Ska already believed in Krillin, she still didn't dare to take the risk and drag clansmen into danger. Ska looked up at the last hiding place. I don't know, what's up with Seer Princess? No, I have to go back as soon as possible. The squad may be the last battle squad, there are no combatants around Princess, so I have to go back and protect Princess. Ska struggled for a long time, and finally made up his mind. Krillin, I think I should take you to our last habitat. Ska said seriously. It's an honor. Krillin was also a little happy, and he was one step closer to energy. After a day's rest, Scar Squad has recovered from some injuries and is now able to move normally. Players, get ready to go home. Ska shouted towards the players. The team members were very excited, didn't expect they had a chance to go back alive, and they were all crying with joy. The hatch of the Phantom was opened, and Krillin followed him. Ka went to the spaceship together, and then the team members slowly followed. Ska, I'll leave it to you to drive. Krillin laughed. Ska nodded slightly, sitting in the driving position. Sitting in the driving position, Ska began to manually maneuver the spaceship. Generally spaceships are in automatic driving mode, of course, they can also be driven manually, but no one can endure long driving. Ska explained to Krillin, the area of Zishan star is very special. The magnetic field it emits will interfere with the spaceship's autopilot. If it is autopilot in that space, I am afraid that the spaceship will fall into the cosmic vortex. When Krillin heard Zishengxing's name, he immediately closed his eyes and started searching the star map in his mind. It seems that the cosmic star map that Pogalon gave him is not comprehensive, and he has no way of knowing about those special spaces. Krillin began to think about Pogalon ridicule in his heart. Perhaps because of the special nature of that space, those evil aliens can't find the entrance so far. Ska explained slowly. Krillin thoughtfully nodded, secretly guessing in his heart, the cosmic vortex is probably a black hole. It is probably impossible for Salza to gather troops to attack in that piece of star domain. After that, Ska no longer paid attention to Krillin and started driving the spaceship attentively. Seeing this, Krillin moved towards the Scar Squad players behind him and shouted, "Let's play together." The smile on Scar Squad's face gradually after hearing Krillin's words become evil. One day later. Diddy, a large amount of dark matter has been detected in the nearby space, please leave this star domain in time. Spaceship alert. The sound awakened everyone who was sleeping. Ska Squad looked at the familiar space ahead and jumped up, we're home. Krillin also wiped his mouth, walked towards Ska bleary-eyed and asked, it's here. Ska's faint nodded, N. When he actually entered this space, the star map in Krillin's mind recorded the star of Zishan approximate information. Krillin observed the newly recorded Zishengxing, it's really strange, no wonder I can't find it, How should I put it? It seems that there are 2 layers, Zhishengxing is on the 2nd floor, a perfect secret. Under the 1st floor layer of the Perseus system. Zishan star is just an asteroid, its diameter is about 1/10 of Earth's. Like Earth, Zishan star also has a blue color, but the blue color is not water, but a denser blue substance. The personnel in charge of the security of Zishan star found an unknown spaceship approaching, and some eagerly shouted, "Notify the captain, there is a spaceship approaching." They want electromagnetic waves. Captain said worriedly, hoping that his clansmen would return. Seeing Zhishengxing asking about the electromagnetic waves request, Ska immediately replied without hesitation, "Ska squad, please return." "Captain, it's Ska captain who is back." The person in charge of the garrison reported to his captain. "I knew that Guy Scar would not die so easily," the captain of the guard said excitedly. "It's starting to land. Zishan star has a shallow atmosphere, so there is not much turbulence during the landing." The caca hatch slowly opened, and the entire group walked down. Krillin looked at the special plant in front of him, it wasn't the one he ate on the green planet before. Krillin fiercely sucked in the air, it's very fresh, with a scent of sweetness. Squad was also excited when he saw the familiar scene. "Is Scar really you?" The captain in charge of guarding heard that Ska was back, and flew over immediately. Ska was a little surprised when she heard the familiar voice, "Real." The 2 people stepped forward and looked at each other excitedly. "Is CR Princess all right?" Ska asked worriedly. "It's good, but..." Rail whispered. "What? But what?" Ska asked anxiously. "Now that Princess is the spiritual leader of the entire British Immortal, there can be no accident. Before fighting against Salza, Princess was seriously injured and is now recuperating." Rail said hurriedly, afraid of Ska's misunderstanding. Ska heard it, and sighed in relief in her heart. Fortunately, Princess didn't have an accident, otherwise Perseus would be considered dead. "How did you escape?" Rail looked at the squad with some curiosity. Salza's power level was so terrifying that if it wasn't for Princess's space ability, she might not have been able to escape. "Thanks to Krillin, if Krillin didn't rescue us in time, we would have been completely annihilated." Ska moved towards Rail explained, looked towards Krillin. Rail saw Krillin with Ska's line of sight, and then thanked Krillin, "Thank you for saving Ska and the others, Ska is my most important partner, save him equal to save me." Krillin lightly smiled and waved his hand and said, "Small things, not worth mentioning." Rail, "Go back first, take your time with you," said, "now our squad is all injured." Ska moved towards Rail said again. "Oh. Good." Rail quickly replied when he saw that most of Ska's squares were wounded. Krillin looked at the strange buildings in front of him and said, "Tisk tisk, it's better than planet Namex dung beetle architecture anyway. Perse's architectural style is quite strange, it's very similar to the style of an ancient Roman temple. The whole is composed of tall, reddish stones with unknown and strange textures." Krillin just glanced at it, and his eyes fell into a dull, as if addicted to it. Krillin shivered, reacted, "These textures seem to have a taste of time force." Krillin approached and extended the hand to touch the strange texture. The texture of the time on hand, Krillin seems to see the timeline, many things are beating on the timeline, some have happened, and there are future. "You, is that Krillin? You rescued Scar Squad?" came a soft, weak voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 53. August 10, 2020. Chapter 53. Cial Princess. Krillin heard a soft voice, and reminisced from the mysterious texture, slowly raised the head comes to see the master of the sound. Krillin froze for a moment, staring at the master of the voice motionless. Krillin was really amazed, it's so beautiful. The master of the voice was wearing a suit, he was wearing an ancient red shirt, with long silver hair like galaxy and eyes as clear as glass. His lips like cherry blossoms looked a little shiny, his eyebrows were furrowed, and his face was pale and weak. What fascinates Krillin most is her glass-clear eyes. Her eyes are bright and clear, like stars, with a charm in her eyes. Krillin is immersed in the aura, and she doesn't react. Krillin's eyes are very bright, and he sees Siyal Princess from the perspective of more beautiful things in his heart. Cough cough. Ska, who was beside him, saw Krillin like this, so he coughed and whispered. Princess, I'm talking to you. But Krillin seems to be in a state of forgetting the outside world and oneself now, and doesn't hear Ska talking to himself. Seeing this, Ska quickly pushed Krillin and repeated, Princess is talking to you. N? What? Krillin reacted somewhat this time. Seeing Krillin smile sweetly, Siyal said, Did you save Scar Squad? The voice was still as sweet as a silver bell. Hey? What? That's me. Krillin replied a little sluggishly. Krillin gave himself two big mouths in his heart. It's really embarrassing, I'm still an expert with 400,000 power levels. I was too lost self-control just now. I sincerely thank you for the entire Yingzhan clan. The woman moved towards Krillin and bowed slightly. Krillin hurriedly said, It should be. It should be. Cough cough. The weak key on the woman's face increased a bit. Seeing this, Ska said worriedly, You should go to rest first, and I will take Krillin to see you later. Siyal heard Ska's words, and he was also slightly nodded. He is now the spiritual leader of the Yingzhan clan, and he can't have any accidents. Siyar looked at Krillin apologetically and said, I'm sorry, now I have to go to rest. Krillin looked at Siyar, who was so weak and struggling to speak. Inexplicably a little distressed, such a beautiful woman should not suffer such pain. Go quickly, your health is important. Krillin said quickly without hesitation. Ska, congratulations to send Princess. With the help of the maid, Siyal slowly moved towards the lookout in the center. Krillin looked at the distant figure with a little nostalgia in her eyes, and system showed me her information. Ding, the information is as follows. Date, AI 757. Name, Seer. Race, English Immortal. Battle Power, 155,000. Potential, Great Potential. Training Speed, Fast. So she is the princess of Immortal Clan. Krillin whispered. Krillin was also frightened by his power level. He looks so weak and has a power level of nearly 160,000. It wasn't until Seer completely disappeared from Krillin's sight that Krillin came back to it. Cough cough. Another voice came. Krillin looked at the smiling Ska, immediately feeling pulled from heaven to the mortal world. Princess doesn't usually look like this, it's just that Princess was injured 2 days ago, so she looks weaker. Ska seemed to remind Krillin not to play Princess's idea. Princess's strength is terrifying. Injured? Mad. Why didn't you say that? I still have senzu beans. Krillin said with some regret. Ska, I forgot. Can we go now? Krillin asked. Not right now, there is a sacred object at the lookout, and now Princess is healing. Ska directly rejected Krillin without hesitation. Krillin, Ska. Ska laughed and said, Go to my house first, I'm taking you to see Princess when Princess's treatment is over. Ska's words reached Krillin's ears, only the rest, see Princess. Ska mocked Krillin and said, When you first saw Princess really, tisk tisk tisk. You know the shit. There is a saying that everyone loves beauty, forget it. Krillin stepped forward anxiously. Go. Ska stayed in place and was a little confused. What he just wanted to say was, Krillin is the calmest and calmest one who has seen Sierra Princess. Ska scratched his head, wondering what Krillin had just said. Hey, Krillin! Ska yelled. What's wrong? Krillin asked, turning his head. My house is here. Ska pointed in the opposite direction of Krillin's. I know. Krillin snapped. Ska leads the way, with Krillin slowly following behind. Is your performance really that bad just now? I stared at Sial like that, don't she misunderstand? Krillin's heart thumps fast now, and his thoughts are confused. Krillin would have been pissed off if he knew what Ska wanted to say but didn't say it. Come in, Krillin, Ska said to the restless Krillin. Krillin walked in slowly, looking at the unique building. The interior walls also had some textures, but they were a little blurry than before near the lookout. Krillin, wait. Ska moved towards the inside after saying that. Krillin had some doubts, and after a while, Ska came back with something like a small box, pushed him to Krillin and smiled lightly, you need him more than I do. Krillin slowly opened the box, sure enough, it's Persit. Ding, a complete Persit was detected, containing a total of 5 energy. 1, is it absorbable? The voice of the system machine came. So a few pieces of 50,000 energy. Krillin asked in surprise. He had collected tons of ore on Saturn and only had 100,000 energy, so that's 50,000. This is well preserved, and it is rare to encounter such well preserved Perseids now, system explained. Don't absorb first. Ska is still here, not in a hurry to absorb. I really need these stones, so I'll take them. Krillin moved towards Ska gratefully. Ska laughed heartily, what is this compared to life? Thank you anyway. Krillin said again. Sit down, Krillin. Find a place to sit. Krillin sat down at a random place. Ska casually threw the green lump she had eaten at Krillin, stuffed her mouth and said, eat some, I'm tired after a long day's drive. P. Krillin caught the fruit and shoved it into his mouth. He was doing nothing at the time when Krillin chuckled, Ska, tell me about the Sierra princess. Ska immediately regained her spirits when she heard Krillin's words, wiped her mouth, and said with some admiration. Sierra princess's strength is really strong, she is said to be the first of the Xianying clan. Experts are no exaggeration. Krillin waited expectantly, but after seeing Ska speak for a long time, Krillin asked, no. N. No yes. Ska replied earnestly. How can it be gone? What about the others? Krillin asked anxiously. Others? To others. Sierra princess was not this appearance before, at that time immortal king still. Princess everyday all is full of smiling faces, very polite, very hard training, and wants to help father fight against those cosmic invaders. Sierra is really a very sensible child. Ska recalled the past again, a smile appeared on his face. My friends with referral tickets, my loved ones, I need support. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 54. August 10, 2020. Chapter 54 The Terrifying Dream. In Krillin's mind flashed the figure of Ciel again, in childhood. She must be cute. Krillin smiled lightly. And then? What happened after that? Krillin asked again. Although we were struggling on whilst at death's door in Zishan, it was really a happy time. But later, the immortal king was in a sadly passed away during the battle, and since then Ciel seems to have changed a person, no longer speaking, devoting himself to training harder every day, and never laughing. Ska said this, his voice was a little low. We all know that since the death of the immortal king, Seer has carried the whole burden on her own. She wants to become stronger and better protect her clansmen. This pressure, it's really too big. Ska couldn't help sighing. Sierra wants to use her own strength to reverse the fate of the whole family. This responsibility is too heavy. Every time Ska said Sierra princess, she felt a little uncomfortable. This age should be happy and should not bear such a responsibility, but the fact that it is princess cannot be changed. It won't be too difficult. Now I'm here. Krillin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Krillin looked at the weak Ciel and always felt pity in his heart, deep in one's heart and consciously wanted to help this sensible girl. Then how did Sial get hurt? Krillin asked with concern. It's not that Salza spread false news before, saying it was the reappearance of Evening Star. Although we don't know whether this news is true or false, we must go out to investigate. It really is Salza's trap. What is a Evening Star? Krillin asked in confusion. I don't know what the Evening Star is, and no one has seen it before. This is an ancient legend. It is said that the rays of light of the Evening Star will neither increase nor decline. It is always there. Eternal and unchanged, with it our Persian civilization will not be cut off, which is why the remnants are reluctant to move out of the Persian system. The remnants believe that the Evening Star blesses the immortal. Ska slowly moved towards Krillin explained. Krillin's elf. Krillin self-nominated the stone, thinking to one in his heart, the Persian family is a true god and secret race, and now there is the texture of the Persian, and now there is a legend of the Evening Star. This may also be the case. The reason for the destruction of the Persian system. Although Princess has a strong strength, it is still not Salza's opponent. Fortunately, Princess has mastered some space abilities and escaped, but she is still seriously injured. Ska said with some fear. Fuck, why is this Salza so annoying? Looks like I need to deal with him. Krillin said angrily. Scar heard Krillin's words with a terrifying expression on his face. Don't provoke him, you don't know how terrifying his strength is, even a powerhouse like Princess is far from his opponent. Ska has witnessed the battle between Princess and Salza, destroying heavens and exterminating Earth, destroying galaxy, terrifying such. Ska is only scared by the key pressure of the battle, unable to move a single step. It's not that Ska doesn't believe in Krillin, it's just that Ska thinks Krillin can be stronger than Sierra Princess. Provocation without authorization will only cost her life in vain, and may also reveal the position of Zai Shan-Xing. Krillin smiled when he saw Ska's terrified expression. Ska didn't know his true strength. Krillin didn't explain too much. When the time comes, he can see for himself. The most important task at the moment is to quickly heal Seer. The two people were chatting happily when suddenly a voice came from a distance. Is Captain Ska here? I am. Captain Ska walked out. Krillin saw this and followed. So it's you. Why don't you rest at home? What are you doing here? Ska said with some scolding when he saw that his team members were coming. It's okay, it's all minor injuries, and I'll be fine in 2 days. Several of Ska's squad members said quickly, and the captain was still very moved by his concern. I'm here to give these things to Krillin. We feel that we should thank Krillin, but it's really nothing. I hope these Krillin can see it. He took out a few small black stone heads from his arms and handed them to Krillin reluctantly. Sure enough, it's Persit again. Krillin secretly rejoiced. Just now they said they were going to give him something, and Krillin guessed that it was probably Persit. Krillin also moved towards them with excitement. Thank you, I still really need them, so I will accept them. Several people saw the happy reception. Down, I feel a little relieved. I am afraid that Krillin sir will not look down on it. Krillin took the Persit. This time the amount was several times more than the amount Ska gave him just now. This may be Ska squad's entire stock. Ding! A high amount of energy was detected, and the accumulated energy is 80,000. The system said again. The number is several times higher than before, but the energy is decreasing marginally. It seems that these Percy stones are not well preserved, and a lot of energy escapes. Krillin thought to himself. Because the position of the Zishan star is equal to the second floor layer, the stars in the Perseus system do not work at this time, and soon night falls. The nights here are somewhat different from those complete nights. Zishan star is composed of high-density blue material, and the night at this time is faintly shining with blue light, which is extremely beautiful. Everyone was forming a circle, eating leisurely. A bright flame flashed in the center of the circle, illuminating everyone's cheeks. Krillin was talking to Immortal about his understanding of the martial arts. Everyone was staring at Krillin with an intoxicated expression on his face, and from time to time he showed an air of suddenly realize. Ska suddenly walked over to Krillin and whispered to Krillin, "Princess treatment time is over." "Really? Let's go now." Krillin pulled with Ska. He walked in the direction where Sayal disappeared during the day. Ska grabbed Krillin and said slowly, "Let Princess rest well, we'll go tomorrow." Krillin's expression was a little uncomfortable, and he wanted to see that Zhong beautiful face. Listen to Sayal's voice, "Are you telling me this now? Then why are you telling me now that Princess is cured?" Krillin said angrily, looking at Ska. Ska looked at Krillin's angry eyes with hairs in the divine heart, embarrassed with a smile, "Isn't this Princess cured? I was excited." Krillin lay on a plant on the huge plant, "I couldn't fall asleep tossing and turning, and Sayal's smile appeared in my mind. Damn, this is difficult." Ska originally invited Krillin to live in his house. Krillin said, "Go away, I don't want to talk to you." Ska had to silently watch Krillin temporarily live in the tree. As time went on, Krillin slowly entered the dream. Krillin seemed to have returned to Earth again, at this time in the middle of a huge valley. In the valley there was at the entrance of the cave, it seems like a place of charm and beauty. It's a bit familiar, but I can't remember where it is. Suddenly a huge energy flashed across the valley, and the whole valley was raised to the ground. The strong rays of light stabbed Krillin, unable to open his eyes. Krillin wiped away the tears pierced by the strong light, trying to open his eyes with all his might. White smoke was slowly emitting from the impacted place. At this time, only 3 dormant chambers remained on the spot. Krillin looked at the dormant warehouse, and was greatly shocked. Is it? 18. Krillin's face was full of disbelief. One of the sleeping chambers slowly opened, and a beautiful figure gradually got up and stood on the ground. Short golden hair, blue eyes, and a slender figure, the denim she was wearing made her clothes stand off her body. "Krillin, there is no Krillin in pupils." Krillin slowly looked at the glamorous android 18 and burst into tears for a while. "What the hell 18, go to hell, natural beauty or lazuli is more suitable." "Lazuli! I miss you." Krillin moved towards Lazuli, shouted excitedly and flew towards Lazuli. I saw Lazuli slowly stretch out a hand, with an unusually stern expression, and said lightly, "Get lost. Go to your seer." Lazuli's hands condensed, a very powerful energy wave hit Krillin. Krillin was stunned when he heard Lazuli's lightly saying, whispered, "Sayal." Krillin was in a daze, and the energy blast came as expected. As a matter of fact, Krillin's power level at this time was obviously not enough to look at, and he was hit straight. "Ah!" Krillin let out a groan of pain and turned into a pile of minced meat. Boom! Krillin fell from the tree. "Ah!" Krillin let out a heaven-shaking howl, hoo-hoo, gasping for breath. Krillin was sweating, it was too terrifying. I actually dreamed of Lazuli. It stands to reason that a person of his own strength should not dream. And this dream is too real. He seemed to have made Lazuli angry, Krillin thought with some fear. The second update, ha 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 ha. End of this chapter. Chapter 55. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 55. August 10, 2020. Chapter 55. The child did multiple choice questions. When Lazuli looked towards himself, he was expressionless, as if he was looking at an unrelated person, so that Krillin did so sad, so sad. Because of Sayal. Krillin thought with some discomfort. Before meeting Seer, Krillin felt that Lazuli was enough, and he improved his strength step by step, then quietly waited for Lazuli to wake up, and then got married and had children. But Krillin met the elf like Seer, and Krillin found that he seemed to fall in love early. Krillin didn't think he was unqualified, but he was a man with a system. With the power of his own, he has the ability to protect Sayal. I can come to Dragon Ball world to live in place of Krillin, and I have God's will. Since I have come, I can't live again. If I go to trademark, the child will do the multiple choice questions. I want it. You must get a more powerful power level before Lazuli wakes up, then you have the qualifications to pursue and protect Lazuli. Lazuli is an arrogant girl, Krillin defined it this way, usually speaking with a prickly tone, with a tough and arrogant attitude, but under certain conditions she is ashamed and sticky around the person. Obviously Lazuli is perfect in line with this definition. Sial Krillin feels from in the bones that Sial is still the lively, lovely, and sensible girl, but she is too constrained by responsibility to show it. Anyway, I like Krillin. Brat does multiple choice questions, I want them all. After thinking about this, Krillin's mood suddenly became smoother. Now his most urgent task is to improve the power level. This is an era of power is king. The night is over, and the dawn will come. Krillin? What's wrong with you? Ska got up and came to Krillin's sleeping side, looking at Krillin and asked strangely. What's the matter? Didn't you see me happy? Krillin replies angrily, obviously still a little angry about what happened yesterday. Of course, this kind of anger is not really blamed on Ska, just a little bit. Just whining. Did you stay up all night last night? Your dark circles have turned blue. Ska said with a smile, looking at Krillin. Fuck, is it really that serious? Krillin hurriedly used the glowing object and saw his haggard self. No, I just didn't sleep all night. Could it be that I spent too much spirit power immersed in that strange texture yesterday? Krillin's guess is still very likely yes, because powerhouses like Krillin's generally don't produce dreams easily. Krillin hurriedly knocked out a senzu bean. After all, he had to go to see Seer in a while, so he had to maintain a good image. Can we go meet Sial this time? Krillin moved towards Ska asked. Ska really doesn't know why Krillin is in such a hurry to see Princess. Is it for the Celestial Stone? But Ska replied rather simply, no problem this time, let's go. Krillin would definitely snort disdainfully if he knew Ska's inner thoughts. Sanaying Stone? Hee. Inferior, kidnap Sial as mine for the entire Persian system. Ska took Krillin moved towards the lookout in the center, and approached Zishengxing the lookout. Krillin watched carefully. The architectural style of the lookout is a high arched structure as a whole, which makes the interior space appear extremely open. After entering the house, Krillin realized that the inside of the house is very different from the outside world. The facilities inside the house are very simple, not as splendorous and majestic as the real royal palace does. Seer was sitting there and saw Krillin moved towards Krillin, nodding slightly. The moment Krillin first came in, he noticed Seer. Seer was not wearing the old red shirt from yesterday, but a crimson dress, Silver's long hair and colored glass like eyes, giving a feeling of resembles nature itself. Sierra seems to be a little more energetic than yesterday, and there is a little blood color on her weak face. It seems that yesterday's treatment did not achieve much effect. Krillin couldn't help but speculate secretly. Seeing that Krillin was looking at him all the time, but Krillin's eyes were bright and there were no other distractions. Sierra said lightly, Krillin, sit down. Hearing Seer's words, Krillin reacted and quickly said with a smile, oh, okay. After saying that, Krillin sat down casually. Fuck, what a shame, isn't it because I changed into new clothes and lost my mind again? Krillin ridiculed himself constantly in his heart. There are some injuries. Thank you to Krillin Mister who didn't come yesterday. I really appreciate Krillin's rescue of the British ferry people. Small things, but no effort at all, thank you once is enough, you don't need to thank you again and again. Krillin moved towards Sial and said with a smile. Sial was still relatively calm when he heard Krillin's words, but he had a little more affection for Krillin, or he had heard the word princess too many times. Since the death of royal father, there has been no people call themselves Seers anymore. By the way, Seer, try this. Krillin took out a senzu bean from the portable capsule and moved towards Seer. Ska, who was standing on the side, saw Krillin took out that magical bean and couldn't help both eyes shine and said, "Princess, this kind of bean is really amazing. I was seriously injured before." He recovered immediately after eating one injury. Siyar looked at the shriveled bean in Krillin's hand with a strange expression, but Scar still believed what Scar said. Sial lightly saying, "Then let me try it." Krillin didn't throw it directly, but walked towards Sial. Seeing Krillin approaching, Sial slowly extended his palm. Siyar's small hands are as thick as white jade, and they are very beautiful. Krillin lightly put the senzu bean on Siyar's palm, and the fingertips inadvertently touched the palm of Siyar's little hand, slippery like silk snow, quite the cool texture of fine jade. It caused ripples in Krillin's heart. After handing over the senzu bean, Krillin turned and went down. The moment he turned his head, he saw Siyar's eyes. His eyes were bright and clear, very spiritual intelligence. Krillin immediately cast a firm look at Chi, as if to say, "It will definitely heal your wounds." Sial looked at Krillin's gaze. It seemed that he understood what Krillin wanted to express at once. Although Krillin didn't say anything, Siyar nodded unconsciously. Until Krillin walked down and sat there, Siyar was still indifferent to his nodded action. "Feel a little confused?" Sial looked at the senzu bean and said in a light voice, "Indeed, I felt the key from it." Sial opened slowly Sakura Petal's gleaming lips, put senzu bean into his mouth, closed his eyes and chewed slowly. "How is it?" Ska asked eagerly. Suddenly Sial opened his eyes, this time his face became much more energetic. And even the eyes were more shiny. But Krillin still noticed that Siyar's expression still contained some weak expressions. Krillin asked eagerly, "Isn't it fully recovered?" Siyar lightly nodded said, "The injury has fully recovered, but the mental trauma is not so easy." Krillin heard from Siyar's voice that this was not Siyar's original the voice, but Sial is trying his best to make his voice a little cold. Krillin was a little fortunate at this point. End of this chapter. Chapter 56. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 56. August 10, 2020. Chapter 56 Set a small goal and destroy Salza. Fortunately, I met Siyar early. A person's transformation is a process, yes, but no matter how it changes, the original character in the bones will not change easily. If time is enough, it may become a person. Clearly at this time, Sial is in the process of transformation. Krillin wants to see the original lively and lovely Sial, instead of the elf-like Sial who pretends to be strong every day with the responsibility. "Why is your spirit so damaged?" Krillin asked impatiently. Before Salza spread the news of Evening Star, although I knew it was very likely to be Salza's trap, but I had to go to check the news. Even though I was very careful, I still had an encounter with Salza. Battle. Sial's voice was very clear and slowly moved towards Krillin explained. "Salza's strength is beyond my imagination. Together with several of his team members, they are very strong. Soon after the battle, I was seriously injured. Fortunately, Salza seemed to be a little distracted during the battle, so I took the opportunity to activate the space ability. Although the space ability allowed me to escape, my spirit was still severely damaged." Sial's voice possessing penetrating power, Krillin seemed to be a little worried when he saw the scene of the battle with Salza riddled with scars in Sial that day. "Why go when I know the news is fake?" Krillin really wanted to ask. Siyar's glass-like eyes suddenly flashed a decision, and he said firmly, "You must go. You must go if you know the news. This is the responsibility." Krillin said emotionally in his heart. "Although I escaped, many of the battle squads in charge of covering have suffered devastating blows. If you hadn't rescued Ska and the others, I'm afraid Ska and the others would also." Sial gritting his silver teeth, he said hatefully with a painful expression on his white face. "Princess doesn't have to blame herself, it's our honor to die for Perseus." Ska said with remorse. "Sial, don't be sad, one day I will kill Salza with my own hands." Krillin said with a determined tone, looking at Sial's penetrating glasses. Searle gave a rare smile when he heard Krillin's words. It wasn't that he didn't believe Krillin's words. On the contrary, Siar had a kind of detached belief in Krillin's words just now. Krillin was also very happy to see Seer smiling slightly, as the so-called with the beginning, will the end be far behind. Seer's mental damage is not yet after recovering, he said a lot of words at this time, and his expression seemed a little delicate. Krillin naturally saw it. System, system. Are you dead? Didn't you come out and say a word? Krillin called to System inwardly. Ding dong, the system has been shut down for so long, I felt the host's urgent call and woke up specially. The system is still the same as before. Do you have any way to treat mental damage? Krillin tried to ask, and now still have to provide the system, wait. Mental damage? Tisk tisk, kind of tricky. Is there nothing the system can do? Krillin demanded. Well, there is a way, but the cost is a bit. Why is this routine familiar? MDD, isn't that the case with the old Chinese medicine practitioner in previous life? Stop talking nonsense, let's talk about how to treat it now. Ding, it only takes 50,000 energy to heal spirit power damage. System began to be serious. Maid. Why don't you grab it, do you know what 50,000 energy means? Don't worry, listen to me first, 50,000 energy can't help but heal the damage of spirit power, and it can also help her break through the current limit of spirit power. Listen like this. It's not bad to come, then here it is. Krillin said with some heartache. Not yet, there are some conditions, added System. Enough is enough. Krillin was about to cry, but his system was all destroying heavens and exterminating earth, and he pretended to be infinite. Don't worry, the fluctuation of the healing spirit power released by the system is only effective within 3 meters, otherwise it is very ineffective. Within 3 meters, good, do it, just go by yourself. Additionally, the treatment will take a time period, estimated to be 30 minutes. System finally said. Although this is a bit difficult, the system seems to have created an opportunity for me. Gaga, now I just need to find a reason. Krillin looked at the beautiful scenery outside, a dive light flashed in his mind, and his eyes lit up. Krillin said in deadly earnest, according to the research of our martial arts master Mutato in Earth, mental injury is not suitable for staying in the house for a long time, and going out for a walk is more conducive to the recovery of spirit power. Seer's eyes opened wide. I feel a little strange, why haven't I heard of this theory, but thinking about my childhood running around outside all day, the spirit power at that time was indeed better than it is now more. Sial couldn't help but believe what Krillin said. Ska stood on the sidelines and listened to Krillin saying that going out would be beneficial to the recovery of spirit power, and asked with some doubts, is Krillin real? Theoretically speaking, it's true. Krillin said in deadly earnest. Krillin said seriously at this time, even has several points of true appearance. Anyway, when the time comes, I will get close to Seer and release energy, regardless of whether it's true or false. It's absolutely effective. After hearing this, Seer is a little moved, and he must recover as soon as possible. The best state said, okay, then go out for a walk. Sial stood up, passed by Krillin, moved towards the outside. A faint fragrance slowly crept into Krillin's nose, refreshing his heart. Krillin is not stagnant, but also followed along. The scenery outside is beautiful, but no one appreciates it. Most people are responsible for defense work, and the rest is responsible for production. Sial turned his head slowly, moved towards Ska and said, Ska, you go to take charge of the defense, you don't have to follow me, I will just walk around and go back. When Ska wanted to say something, Krillin stepped forward to interrupt Ska and said, with me, there is no problem. Then trouble Krillin. Ska moved towards Krillin and thanked, bowed to Princess and left. At this point, Krillin and Seer were left in the entire square. Seer was walking in front, Krillin was following, and the two people were not more than 3 meters apart. At this time, Sierra's spirit power damage has not recovered. After walking a few steps, he felt a stinging pain in his mind like a needle, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on Sierra's delicate face. Some difficult walks. Krillin felt a little pain in his heart when he saw the suffering Sial, and immediately said to the system, "Hurry up and start. Ding, deduct 50,000 energy, start the treatment." Immediately with Krillin as the center, it radiates a ripple all around, and a ripple is produced when a stone falls on the calm lake. Sial suddenly felt a coolness coming. With his heartbeat each time, the coolness would surge once, and the recovery speed of his spirit power seemed to be 100 times faster as it surged. The stinging pain gradually disappeared, and Sial's frowning eyebrows slowly eased away. Sial's walking has also become much smoother. Looking at the exotic flowers and rare herbs on both sides of the square, he feels a lot more comfortable. Krillin saw Seer's pace in front of him was much more brisk, and his heart was overjoyed. The system was still quite powerful, and Krillin's pace was also a little faster, but he couldn't let Seer surpass himself by 3 meters. The breeze was blowing, and there was a slight fragrance in the breeze, which was no different from the fragrance when Sial passed by him just now, refreshing. End of this chapter. Chapter 57. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 57. August 10, 2020. Chapter 57 was updated a bit late. I slept until 12 o'clock, I woke up with back pain, weakness, oh. I was full of tears. The online literature circle has been shaken. Although the author is just a little flirt, we still have dreams and fight for our rights to the end. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 58. August 10, 2020. Chapter 58 The Touch of the Heart. There are no survivors nearby. With a smile on his face, his steps are brisk, Silver's long hair is swaying with the light wind, and the crimson dress highlights Sierra's curvaceous figure. Suddenly Sial slowed down and turned his head to look at Krillin who was following behind him. Krillin was never too far away from him. For some reason, he could always feel some fluctuations from Krillin's body. These fluctuations make me feel at ease and comfortable. Maybe it's an illusion. Sial was a little fluctuated in his heart. Are you from Earth? What kind of planet is Earth? Sial's voice was like an orchid in the empty valley, and he asked Krillin lightly. Earth? Earth is a very blue planet, water accounts for 3/4 of Earth, people live on land, there are mountains and lakes, it is a very beautiful planet. Krillin looked at Sial's glass-like pupils were replied with some fascination. Earth is a low-level planet, Earth has a lot of populations, but the general power level is around 5 o'clock. Because Earth is a low-level star, so those evil influences will still look at it for the time being. If you don't go to Earth, Earth's environment is relatively peaceful. Sial couldn't believe it, and suddenly became curious and asked, the general power level of Earthling is low, then how can we build a defense system? Sial immediately had some doubts about building a defense system when he heard that the power level was low. Krillin listened to the laughed heartily. Because we are weak, Earthling tries to develop his body as much as possible. Because of this, Earth gave birth to a martial artist. Martial artist can use his body to the limit, exerting a powerful power level. Krillin moved towards the curious Sial explained. It is precisely because of the protection of these martial artists that Earth has been in peace for a long time. Peace. Sierra's eyes flashed some gloom, inner side. The price of peace is too great. Krillin saw Seer's brows furrowed, Krillin knew Seer's inner thoughts, and Seer was full of expectations for peace. Krillin felt a little impulsive in his heart, and now he just wanted to comfort the beautiful girl in front of him. Krillin took a step towards Sierra unintentionally, and suddenly caught Sierra's cold jade-like swaying in the wind. Little hands. Sial was unprepared when he watched Krillin come, but Krillin grabbed his hand suddenly, and his heart began to thump faster, except for his parents. People hold their hands. Sial was a little flustered for a while and wanted to withdraw his hand, but Krillin's palm was very strong. A blush flashed on Sial's fair and delicate face, and the glass-like double hitomi looked all around unnaturally. Krillin felt the warm jade-like hand in his hand, and he was a little nervous, but he still stared at Seer's bright eyes and said seriously, "Believe me, peace will surely come. I'll do my best to help you." Sial couldn't help feeling warm when he heard Krillin's resolute tone. His erratic pupils looked towards Krillin's firm and bright eyes. Sial seemed to have a lot of support in his heart all of a sudden, and seemed to relax a little. Maybe it was Krillin's serious and firm commitment. Two people are like this, their eyes are right, time is passing quickly like water. But Krillin and Sial don't feel the ebbing of time. Ding dong, the first course of treatment is over, please continue with the second course of treatment tomorrow. The system suddenly woke Krillin. Krillin suddenly retracted his palm. Krillin retracted his palm at once, and also woke up the dazed Sial, who suddenly turned redder. What happened to him just now? As if Krillin was holding his hand? Thinking of these, Siar felt like a deer was jumping in his heart. Siar used the hands to cover the face, moved towards the lookout in the center not far away and ran over. The warm jade-like hand suddenly left, which made Krillin feel empty in his heart. Before Krillin could react, he saw Seer move towards the distance and ran over. Krillin was a little worried and couldn't help moving towards Sial and shouted, "Run slowly, your spirit hasn't recovered yet, your body won't be able to bear it." In fact, after the system's first-time treatment, Sial's spirit power has been restored to half, and large-scale battles may not be able to support, but this kind of running is more than enough. Sial heard Krillin shouting behind him, and his heart was even more confused, and he couldn't help but quicken his steps. Krillin looked disappointed and frustrated when he saw the sudden acceleration of Seer, and saw Seer's figure was about to disappear and quickly shouted, "Will you come for a walk tomorrow?" It's a pity that Sial didn't seem to reply and disappeared from Krillin's sight. "Did you frighten Seer just now?" Krillin was also a little confused at this time. "When I saw the sad Sial, I felt a little impulsive and did some irreversible actions. But when I was holding Sial's hand just now, Sial didn't break free. Could it be?" I don't know if Sial heard his last shout just now. Siya Krillin's spirit power hasn't fully recovered yet. If he doesn't come, then his sins will be big. Krillin's mind was also a little confused, and he began to think wildly. It was very comfortable to hold Seer's hand just now, just like touching fine jade. Krillin thought with some aftertaste. Sial ran to the lookout in one breath without resting. Who Sial's face was slightly red, cherry blossoms, the glossy lips are glowing like blue. Sier is also a little strange, how can he be so tired of this appearance just from this distance? Sier slowly he soothed his chest with his hands, trying to slow down his restless heartbeat. Sier took a few deep breaths, and it was really soothing. Sier woke up like a dream, just experienced it's true, Krillin really held his hand. Thinking of the picture just now, Sial's somewhat soothing heartbeat fluctuated again. Sial did his best to calm himself down, but the more he suppressed it, the more uncontrollable his own thoughts are, the more noisy they are. Sier simply no longer cares about it and allows it to develop. Without Sier's subjective suppression, think about it yourself, the child became more active, and what just happened was completely reproduced in his mind, and every touch was so real. As the picture flashed in my mind over and over again, it was already I calmed down a little. I felt really good just now. Sier suddenly came up with this idea, and immediately threw the idea out of the head. He was a princess, so he couldn't think about it. When I was next to Krillin just now, I could feel a chill. It hit me, but now I don't have that feeling anymore. Plus I'm constantly suppressing myself, I can't help but feel a little bored in my heart. Just now when Krillin held his hand, he really felt I felt a sense of security from Krillin, and I was vaguely telling myself in my heart that what Krillin said was true, that my father had always protected me before, and I have never felt any more since my father passed away. Today. End of this chapter. Chapter 59. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 59. August 10, 2020. Chapter 59 Changing Stones. What did Krillin seem to be shouting when he ran away just now? It seems that you are asking yourself if you are going to relax tomorrow? Thinking of this, Sial was a little flustered all of a sudden, and definitely can't go again. Are you really not going? Sial was a little shaken in his heart. Being entangled between going and not going. I don't want to, I'm so sick of it. Sial, who had not had much mood swings for a long time, had lost his temper. Krillin, why are you so happy? Ska asked, looking at Krillin who was smiling. Ha ha ha, Krillin is a little happy, Krillin has seen the dawn. Thinking about what just happened, Krillin can't help but sneer, maybe laugh, the sound is contagious, and Ska couldn't help laughed. Krillin couldn't help but feel even more happy when he saw Ska's happy smile. Laugh, you can laugh. Hehe, wait until I kidnapped Sial, I don't know if you can still laugh. Time flies too slowly, Krillin looked at the light of heaven. I am afraid it will be dark for a long time, and Zishan is longer than a natural day in Earth. Originally, I came to Zishan Star to get hundreds of thousands of energy, and then went half of it to restore the spirit power to Kesayar. It seems that I have to find more energy. Ska, do the rest of you still have Persit in your hands? Krillin asked expectantly. Yes, Persian stones are originally produced by our Persian system, everyone will have some more or less, and this thing can speed up our training, although the speed is extremely slow. Ska earnestly replied. Then there's a way. Krillin's eyes lit up, thinking of a quick way to get Persit. Ska, can I exchange senzu beans for Persit? Krillin tried to ask. Ao roar. Of course, senzu beans are really amazing things. With senzu beans, it's like an extra life. Ska was a little excited, and said with a groan, it was difficult to hide it. The fervor for senzu beans in my heart. Can you help me replace these senzu beans with Persit? After saying that, Krillin took out a small cloth bag with about 100 senzu beans in it. It makes sense for Krillin to take out senzu beans for exchange. 100 senzu beans have about 50,000 energies, and the energy contained in each senshi stone can range from thousands to tens of thousands. It can also be said that the middle difference can be made high. After Krillin took out 100 senzu beans, he now has about 50 senzu beans left. Fortunately, the senzu beans in senzu bean plantation will mature in 1 month, and 50 senzu beans emergency enough. Ska looked at the shriveled senzu beans in the pouch, and said with some fiery excitement, no problem, the guards should really need senzu beans. Okay, please, Ska, help me change to Persit. Krillin laughed. Okay, thank you Krillin, but how exactly? Ska asked Krillin. Don't let your clansmen suffer, you can get the same quality as your teammates. Although the quality of the Persit given by the Ska team members is not as good as Ska's, it is still quite good. Not bad. Okay, Krillin, I'll discuss with Rail now. After that, Ska put the senzu bean into his arms cautiously and solemnly, and moved towards Rail's defense zone. Past. Ska, why are you here? Rail called Ska cheerfully. Ska's expression was very solemn and said, Rail, do you remember the senzu bean I mentioned to you? Senzu bean? Of course you do. It's not that the magic bean healed your injury all at once, and stamina has fully recovered. Rail said without hesitation. Ska's movements were very slow, she gently took out a small cloth bag from her arms, opened a small mouth and said to Rail, no, this is it. Is this what it is? Rail looked at the senzu bean in the bag, is this the senzu bean? Just grab one and put it in your mouth. Seeing this, Ska suddenly became smart, and hurried forward to grab it. The number is rare, and each one is a second life. Rail also said to Ska apologetically, I saw something new, and I can't help but want to try it, hee. Krillin took out the senzu bean is to be exchanged for Persit, you go and ask the guards if they want to exchange it. Oh, good. What? Ska captain wants exchange senzu bean for Persian stone. A member of the escort team looked a little surprised. Yesterday, I heard a member of the squad describe how magical the senzu bean is. Didn't expect to come today, go and have a look. Wait for me. Wait for us, we'll go too. The rest of the squids ran out. Seeing about 80 fighters, Ska began to tell how amazing senzu bean is, and he relied on him to instantly recover from his injuries. Ska captain, you don't have to say anything, we all believe it. A squad member couldn't wait, so he moved towards Ska and shouted. Other team members shouted, we believe in Ska captain, you can say what you want. Many fighters heard the exchange of Persit and said you can, after all, they are all members of the battle team, the power level will not be lower, and the use of keeping Persit is not very useful. The Skas distributed senzu beans according to the number of pair lights they gave. Some Skas of surprisingly good quality were given 3, but most people only got 1. Bang dang, a small packet of celestial stones was knocked on the table, and Rail said casually, that's all, just give me 2. Ska looked at Rail, an old comrade in arms who was also laughed, and handed over 2 of them. After a while, the exchange was completed, there was a small pile of Persit in front of me, and there were still 3 senzu beans left in my hand, which was okay. Ska moved towards Rail after installing the Persian stone, saying that he went back first. Is something really so magical? Rail had some questions. Rail took out a senzu bean from his arms and filled it in his mouth at will. Immediately afterwards, Rail felt that the stamina that he had lost immediately recovered, and his eyes lit up. Seeing that there was only 1 senzu bean left in his arms, Rail couldn't help but feel some remorse, and he wasted a senzu bean like this. Krillin is also a little excited to see Ska, who has returned with a full reward. It depends on the situation. When Ska saw Krillin, he put the senzu bean on the ground with a bang, and said with a smile, fortunately, I didn't lose my life. After that, he handed the only 3 senzu beans to Krillin. Go. Krillin stopped Ska's hand and said with a smile, here you are. Ska was also a little happy to hear that, and he was also a frontline warrior, senzu bean, it is self-evident to his importance, so Ska did not shirk. Ding dong, a high amount of energy was detected, a total of 500,000. So much. There are 500,000. Haha, before successfully regaining the main star, there is a lot of room for such an exchange method. But unfortunately I don't have many senzu beans at this time, and I have to wait until the next batch of senzu beans mature. Saying goodbye to Ska, Krillin jumped back to the tree he was in before. The energy of 500,000 is not much, it is only enough for Krillin training for 1.5 months, which is also impossible. As Krillin's strength gradually becomes stronger, the demand for energy will become bigger. Why is it so slow today? Krillin said, a little depressed. Sit down for training, the so-called training timeless. Krillin also wants to try to forget himself in the training. Krillin sat cross-legged on the canopy, eyes closed, and began to enter the while meditating. A minute later. Hey, not at all. As soon as I closed my eyes, Sayal's beautiful face appeared. In my own mind, how can I train? Krillin felt a little uncomfortable. In the first update, Salsa is hidden later, if you don't like it, don't spray it. End of this chapter. Chapter 60. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 60. August 10, 2020. Chapter 60, Second Course. Finally calmed down, Krillin sat cross-legged, and now he has started meditation training. Bursts of spirit power came from Krillin. The training time always passed quickly, and the second day came quietly. Krillin slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a turbid air. Ki was long and long, obviously Krillin's strength seemed to be improved. I don't know if Seer will come today. Krillin began to guess at this moment, lest he scared Seer yesterday. Krillin stood up and moved towards the direction of the square yesterday, feeling really uneasy. Krillin looked at the desolate square and felt a little lonely in his heart. Isn't it really here? Searle Princess was at the lookout at this time, with an unusual hesitation on his face. It's already the time of yesterday, are you really not going? Sial was pacing back and forth, with a worried expression on his face. Krillin may have arrived at this time. You have the future of Yingzhan on your shoulders, and you shouldn't be in a mess at this time. Sier thought of this, and his heart was a little firm. Don't go. The strange thing is that since I came back yesterday, my spirit power seems to have recovered by half. Next, with the healing spring water from the lookout, my injury will definitely recover quickly. Thinking of this, a firm expression flashed through Sier's glass-like pupils. Krillin has been waiting for a while, but still can't see the figure of Seer. No? Go back. Wait a little longer. Krillin randomly found when I sat down in a quieter place, but the expression on my face was a little uncomfortable. Sial settled on the spring and began to heal his wounds. However, Sial's thoughts were very messy, and he suddenly thought of Krillin's clear eyes yesterday and his firm commitment. If he doesn't go now, Krillin's eyes must be full of disappointment. The more I think about it, the more irritable my heart becomes. At this time, Sial can no longer sit quietly as usual. Sial was pacing the room distractedly, his face was hesitant again, and the delicate little face looked even more beautiful now. Would you like to take a look? Maybe Krillin didn't go either. Take a look for yourself and come back right away. Sial tried to ask himself. As soon as this idea came out, it was magnified infinitely. The more Sial thought about it, the more he thought it was a good idea. Sial changed back to the scarlet dress he wore yesterday, and slowly combed his beautiful hair like a long river of silver, and his face looked slightly red. I'm afraid that even Seer himself doesn't know why he changed back to the outfit he used to be yesterday. It may be the effect of his subconscious mind. Sier slowly moved towards yesterday's square, and moved towards all around on the road. Fortunately, most of the people were busy at this time. Sial came to the square near yesterday, looked at the empty square, and felt extremely lost for a while. Sure enough, he didn't come. Cough cough, you're a little late today. When Seer arrived, Krillin knew it. Krillin the expression was very excited, and Sial really came. Sial heard Krillin's voice, turned his head and looked behind him. Krillin came over slowly, sighed, Sial's face became even redder, and said with a mosquito, well, and then fell into silence. Krillin saw Seer's face lightly red. He probably already knew something, but he didn't ask any further questions. Krillin tried his best to keep his tone calm and asked, where are you going today? It's the same as yesterday. Sial whispered, but his eyes seemed a little unnatural, and he didn't dare to look at Krillin. Okay, let's go slowly. Seeing Seer's expression, he couldn't help but say in a mocking tone. Sial was a little flustered when he heard Krillin's words. He hurriedly turned his head, and slowly moved towards the front. His pace was very slow, as if he had deliberately slowed down. Krillin looked at Sier and turned his head shyly, and was even more happy. Sier like this is really cute. Krillin slowly followed. He walked behind Seer and said in his heart, System, start the second treatment. Ding dong, the second treatment has been started. Please do not exceed 3 meters between the host and the treatment target. Sial was walking, his heart was jumping like a deer, and suddenly there was a coolness in his mind, and he couldn't help but stop for a while, but then it returned to normal. Exactly the same as yesterday's feeling, this coolness is slowly restoring his spirit power. Affected by the system energy fluctuations, Seer's panicked heart has calmed down a bit at this time. This coolness must have something to do with Krillin. Thinking of this, Siyar's heart was even more happy, and even his steps were unusually wonderful. Krillin looked at Siyar, who looked like a deer in front of him, and a flash of obsession flashed in his eyes. Siyar's galaxy-like beautiful hair fell down naturally, as smooth and soft as silver's brocade. Sial's beautiful hair is so neat, it looks like it's just been combed. Soon, 30 minutes passed, and the energy fluctuations emitted by the system completely disappeared. Feeling the disappearance of the coolness, Sial guessed that Krillin's mysterious treatment may have ended today, and there seems to be some reluctance in his heart. Krillin watched Sial's little hands swing happily, and his inner thoughts were impulsive, but he kept telling himself, "Don't do some strange actions." In Siyar's subconscious, his hand seemed to swing unconsciously, and he had a slight expectation for holding hands. But Krillin obviously didn't see it, and this time he firmly doesn't break the line. Seeing that the treatment was about to end, but Krillin didn't move for a long time, Sial felt a little bit in his heart. Feeling lonely, but out of shyness, he still turned his head and moved towards Krillin and thanked him in a low voice, "Thank you, Krillin." "Why thank me again?" Krillin said with some pretentious anger. Seeing Krillin trying to pretend to be angry, Siyar let out a snort, and his heart suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Siyar still didn't want to be so polite to Krillin, he just said it deliberately. Searle's face of smiles was astoundingly lethal, and that smile once again distracted Krillin. Krillin's eyes were on Sial's delicate face. How could Sial be directly stared at like this? His face suddenly flushed, and he murmured, "I'll go first, come back tomorrow." Sial turned his head in a panic and was about to leave. "Wait." Krillin had come to his senses by now. Hearing Krillin's words, Sial had some doubts and turned slowly to look at Krillin. Krillin saw Sial turn around and slowly stepped forward. Krillin slowly bent down, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Sear's hands at once. Sial was also caught off guard, thump thump, and the heartbeat became more intense. Krillin held Sear's hands and slowly moved to his chest, slowly feeling the temperature in Sear's hands. If yesterday's little hands were cold jade-like, but after today's recovery, it is already warm jade. Sial's hand was held by Krillin and pressed against Krillin's chest. Sial only felt Krillin's heart beating rapidly, and the rest of his mind was blank. After a long time, Krillin slowly let go of Sear's hand and said in a reassuring tone, "It's not bad, you can go back." "And? What did you say?" Sial was suddenly pulled back to reality, and asked casually without hearing Krillin's words. "I said, you can go back," Krillin said with a smirk in a mocking tone. Sial, who had reacted, understood at once. His tender little hand suddenly turned into a fist, and he gently punched Krillin's chest. Ignoring Krillin's reaction, he moved towards the lookout in a panic and ran over. Krillin slowly extended the palm, looking at the sweat on his hands. Krillin smiled even more when he saw Siyar, who was fleeing. "MMD, I was so nervous just now, but it seems to be working well now. For the second update, it would be better to have a recommendation ticket." End of this chapter. Chapter 61. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 61. August 10, 2020. Chapter 61. Spirit Power Breakthrough. Judging from the temperature of Sear's hand just now, Sear's spirit power seems to be it has almost recovered, and the spirit power breakthrough that the system said can be carried out tomorrow. Sial returned to his residence, which slowly eased his nervous heart. The loneliness in his heart just now disappeared without a trace, and his heart was warm at this time. "I seem to have really felt Krillin's heartbeat just now. He dances faster than me, and he can even pretend to have this appearance on his face. It's really hateful." Sial's cherry-like mouth he pouted slightly, shining brightly, and said fiercely. If Krillin saw this scene, he would definitely, "He's so cute even when he's angry, who can resist this?" Soon, time was waiting for Krillin anxiously passed. On the second day, Krillin came to the square early. This time Krillin didn't wait too long, Sial was on time this time. Sial, let's go further this time. Krillin looked at the beautiful Sial and suggested slowly. Why go further? This place is not bad. Some doubts flashed in Seer's eyes. This time, I want to help you break through the limit of your spirit power, and it will take longer. How can it be done here? Krillin whispered silently in his heart. Krillin said in deadly earnest, it's too noisy, and the scenery is too monotonous. Going out and seeing new things may help your spirit power recovery. Sial heard that Krillin's words had some truth, so he nodded. Sial did not fly, but chose to move at high speed on the ground, perhaps because he was afraid of the people of seeing. Sial has a power level of 150,000, and the speed of movement is not slow. When moving at a high speed, Sial will look back at Krillin from time to time, afraid that Krillin will not be able to keep up with his speed. Every time Seer turned his head, Krillin would laugh at him, and Seer blushed a little. Seeing that Krillin could keep up with his speed, he stopped turning back and accelerated a lot in an instant. After a while, the two people came to a relatively quiet place. From here, you could see the entire British immortal residence. There was a huge tree on the side, and the sky turned blue. The whole planet taking in the entire scene is really different. Sial moved towards Krillin and said, "This is the place I used to visit when I was young. You can see the whole Zishan star here, but I haven't been there since then." After speaking, there was some sadness in Sial's eyes. This change was captured by Krillin, who slowly stepped forward and held Seer's little hand. Krillin trembled. Why didn't he come later? Afraid to see your own people from here? Afraid that you can't lead them well? Krillin pulled Seal to sit on a relatively clean rock, and slowly listened to the story in Seal's heart. Sial was a little flustered as he watched Krillin pull him to the side, but after sitting on the rock, Krillin just held his hand, and Sial was a little more relaxed. "System, didn't you say that you can help CR break through the current spirit power? Let's start now." Ding dong, at least 40,000 will be spent on 50,000 energy. Once you reach the breakthrough of spirit power, it will begin. The system's words are enough. Suddenly more powerful energy fluctuations were released centered on Krillin. If the previous energy fluctuations were small streams, then the current ones are big rivers. Sial also suddenly felt huge energy fluctuations, much stronger than before, which resonated with his own spirit power. Krillin saw that Seer was a little different, let go of Seer's little hand, and said solemnly, "Try it and see if you can break through the current limit of spirit power." Sial didn't hesitate to hear Krillin's words, nodded slightly and then closed his beautiful eyes. Sial communicated with his spirit power, and there was a huge starlight in his mind, bright and dark, shining rays of light. Krillin stood aside, watching Sial sitting there. The eyelashes at the corners of his eyes fluttered slightly, and there were some tiny beads of sweat on his head. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and quickly asked, "System, there is no danger, right?" "It's okay, it's just the normal process, relax." System said more normally. The space of Sial's spirit power is slowly expanding at this time, and the spiritual growth of each time will have a slight pain. This kind of pain comes from the spirit, so it is inevitable. And still very clear. Sier's body began to tremble slightly, and beads of sweat appeared on his arms, and then the crimson dress was slowly soaked in sweat. And thoroughly. Gudong Krillin watched Sial and swallowed. Krillin is a normal person, but no one can stand it. Krillin just sat aside, staring at Seer all the time, just in case something went wrong. About 2 hours later, the energy fluctuations of the system became a little weaker, and Krillin could clearly feel that Sial's spirit power had become much stronger, and the success was in the blink of an eye. Phew, Cr put out a breath and opened his eyes, but his body swayed a little, as if he was about to fall to the side of the rock. Seeing this, Krillin moved very quickly, and immediately flashed next to Seer, sitting on the ground and slowly supporting Seer. Xiao was as soft as if he had lost his bones at this time, and fell into Krillin's arms all of a sudden. His white face was full of sweat, and his eyes were very bright looking at Krillin. Seer fell into his arms all of a sudden. A faint fragrance hit Krillin. Krillin was also a little flustered. Seer's clothes were soaked with sweat. Krillin could clearly see Seer. His body was hot and very textured. But Krillin looked at Xiao's bright eyes, and the panic in Krillin's heart disappeared. Relying on him, Krillin couldn't tolerate his thoughts at this moment. Krillin extended the hand slowly, and the corner of his clothes soaked the sweat on Seer's forehead and said softly, "You're exhausted." Seer, seeing Krillin wiping the sweat from his forehead, couldn't help showing a sweet smile, and said in a weak voice, "It's okay, it's a success." Smiling slowly, he fell asleep. Krillin watched Seer fall asleep, and also chuckled, "It's so cute." Krillin moved his body, and his movements were very gentle, making Seer it's less awkward and more natural in your own arms. Xiao was sleeping very nicely, with his eyes slightly closed, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a small bead of sweat slowly falling down. Krillin, he was slowly combing Seer's Silver's beautiful hair in his hands. It can be seen that Seer loves his beautiful hair very much. Krillin hopes that when Seer wakes up, his beautiful hair will be well combed. Not a mess. While combing her beautiful hair, Krillin moved towards Zhishengxing and looked at it. At this moment, everything was so beautiful. Krillin couldn't help but hug Seer in his arms. One more update, ask for a recommendation ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 62. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 62. August 10, 2020. Chapter 62. Ska, who was crying. Krillin stayed in one position, for fear that he would wake up because of his slight movement. Seer, who was fast asleep. Seer may have lost her relatives for too long, or she may have been insecure for too long. At this time, she just felt that she suddenly had support, but she could not let go. Seer was like ate the clawfish hugged Krillin tightly, and the frowning eyebrows eased. Beautiful times always go by quickly. 5 hours later. How did you guard Ska? Why did Princess disappear? How did you get right when something happened to you? The people of Xianxing. Rail asked Ska with some lost self-control at this time. Ska's eyes were also full of self-blame. Princess had disappeared for more than 10 hours, and she just realized that her escort was to blame. It's useless to say these things now. Hurry up and find the princess and I'll let you handle it. Ska was also somewhat lost self-control at this time. Okay. Although Rail was very angry, finding princess became the most important thing at the moment. You go to mobilize the last defensive force and prepare for the interstellar spaceship. Since princess has disappeared from the Zishan star, the enemy will definitely go to the Persian system through the wormhole. Ska calmly analyzed. Ska, have you ever thought about it? The enemy's strength can actually kidnap princess without making a sound. It must be. Rail asked worriedly. What must be? Even if Cooler comes in person, we will not turn back to save princess. What if we lose the lives of the whole family? Ska's tone was firm, and he was ready to die. Yet, if the spirit is gone, the British immortal clan has no need to exist anymore. In order to save the princess, there is no turning back. Rail's eyes gradually flashed decisively. Okay, I'll mobilize the last guard force. Rail moved towards the guard and flew over. I am Rail, now activate the last garrison. Rail's voice sounded in the communication device. An uncertain question sounded from the end of the communicator. Rail Captain, do you really want to activate the last garrison? Execute the order. Rail repeated again. Yes. Activate the final escort force. Krillin looked at the immortal below, flying around, really a little strange. What happened to them today? So many everyone gathered, what happened? Krillin watched the movement of the combatants below, unaware that it was all because of him. Looking at Seer, who was sleeping in his arms, Krillin didn't know where the question just now went. "Report to Captain Scar, the troops are assembled, please instruct." A small captain in combat gear asked. "Get ready to board the spaceship." "One last look at Zhishengxing," Ska finally said. The little captain was a little silent, and after a long time, "Yes." The people of the Persian family who were engaged in production also received the information, knowing Dao Child Shan seeing the last time has come, no one shows grief, they are not afraid, struggling on whilst at death's door for so long, this day has long been expected, but everyone is worried about the safety of Sial Princess. Woo. Sial stretched in Krillin's arms, and hadn't slept so well for a long time, as if he had returned to his father's arms. Sial opened his eyes slowly, but he saw that he was in Krillin's arms. And his face suddenly turned crimson. It turned out that the warmth in his dream was Krillin's arms. After learning of his situation, Sial immediately lowered his head, not daring to look into Krillin's bright eyes. Krillin was looking at Seer with his eyes open wide at this time, but Seer just lowered his head and plunged his whole head into Krillin's arms and didn't struggle. "Be happy." The orchid breathed out by Sial snorted on Krillin's chest, itching, and Krillin was trying his best to endure it. Sial smelled the special key coming from Krillin, it smelled very good, but for a while he was a little fascinated and didn't raise his head. Krillin also tried to talk to Seer, but what Krillin said, Seer always whispered in, without looking up at Krillin. "I saw your clansmen assemble just now, is there something important?" Krillin recalled the strange thing that had just happened, and said it at this time. Searle immediately raised the head when he heard what Krillin said. His eyes met, Seer's face was still slightly red and he asked anxiously, "What did you just say? Is that true?" "Yeah." Krillin repeated. "Oops, there's a major event, it must be because I've been out for too long, Ska couldn't find me, and activated the last rescue force." Sial said anxiously. Sial said this, and Krillin immediately understood that he might have made a little mistake, but it's not a big problem, and it's still too late. "We have to go back quickly. Or they might be heading for the wormhole," said Princess moved towards Krillin. "Well, okay, let's go back." Krillin nods. But Sial didn't move at this time, and Krillin had some doubts. Sial was looking at Krillin with wide-eyed eyes, and the corners of his mouth pouted a little and said, "My feet are numb." Krillin looked at Sial, who was bright and intelligent at this time, he only felt that the foreign object had nothing to do with him, but Krillin was just a little stunned, and immediately reacted. Krillin immediately stood up with Seer in his arms and said with a smile, "I will take you back." Seer's voice was like a mosquito, and although the sound was small, it did not escape Krillin's ears. "Hold me tight, I'm about to take off," Krillin said solemnly, moved towards Sial. Sial was a little bit not knowing what to do. Krillin looked in his eyes, slowly lowered his head and said, "Hand on my neck." Sial did not respond after hearing Krillin's words. Immediately, he leaned up and reached out to hook Krillin's neck. Krillin bowed his head, Seer leaned upwards, and inevitably the foreheads of the two people touched each other. At this time, the eyes of the two people were very close to each other, and Krillin seemed to have smelled it. When it arrives, the sweetness exudes from the cherry blossom-like lips of Sial. People are in a panic, and a little bit of verbal guidance will cause subconscious movements, and it is clear that Seer is in a panic. "Don't do anything bad. Hurry up and send me back." Sial's crisp voice sounded slowly. "What's bad?" "I simply don't know," said Krillin shrugged. Krillin moved towards the place he just saw and flew at high speed, and tried his best to block the strong wind blowing with his body. Seeing Krillin shielding him from the wind was also a warm current in his heart, but he was even more surprised that Krillin's flying speed was more than twice his own. Krillin said that if he didn't want to hug you for a while, instant transmission would be here in a blink of an eye, but it seems that Seer also has the ability to space, did he forget? Seeing that he was about to reach the base of the escort team, Sial said in a low voice, "Let me down, I can go." "No, no, I'll be right away." "Here it is." Krillin moved towards Sial said solemnly. Sial was defeated by Krillin's gaze, perhaps thinking of what was about to happen, his face flushed, like a ripe apple. "Sample, I'm about to swear my sovereignty, how could I let you down so easily?" Krillin was a little proud. While speaking, 2 people have arrived at the place where the escort spaceship is prepared. Ska watched Krillin's landing. It was a little strange at first, but then she saw Siyar Princess in Krillin's arms, and immediately turned from sadness to joy. Between great sadness and great joy, Ska stayed excited tears. Not only Ska, but also the other guards saw it, and hurriedly moved towards Krillin and ran. Seeing that all his people were running towards this place, Siyar quickly said to Krillin, "Hurry up and let me down, hurry up." Siyar's tone was a little anxious. Krillin knew that this was enough, so he slowly lowered his waist and put Sial on the ground. Siyar suddenly stood on the ground from his embrace, feeling a little unsteady and staggering for a while. Krillin hurriedly held Seer's mouth and said with concern, "Slow down. I'm not a child." Sial muttered, and moved towards Ska and the others. "Princess, where have you been? We are really in a hurry." Ska asked eagerly, his tone did not mean questioning, but full of concern. Seal knew that it was his fault, and made everyone worried. He explained, "My spirit power has been completely restored, and there is an opportunity for breakthrough, so I chose to go to breakthrough, and forgot to inform the guards. It's over." Scar and the others couldn't help but realize suddenly when they heard Seal's explanation, and asked with surprise on their faces, "Princess's spirit power has broken through again, and it is worthily the son of the king." Seal heard that she was the king's daughter, something seemed to touch him, his face became a lot more dignified, and he slowly said, "I'm tired, I'll go back first." Ska saw Siyar, who was originally happy, suddenly became dignified, and immediately knew that he should not mention the immortal king, and looked at Siyar who flew away and felt a little regretful at this time. Krillin still didn't understand what was going on. Sial flew away without saying hello, looking at Ska questioningly immediately. Ska gave an expression to explain to you later, and then issued a notice to cancel the task. But when the guards left, they all looked at Krillin coldly, their eyes full of hostility. Second shift. End of this chapter. Chapter 63. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 63. August 10, 2020. Chapter 63. The Evening Star reappears. Ska moved forward after everyone left. "What's wrong, Ska?" Krillin asked. "Oh." Ska sighed deeply. "I shouldn't have mentioned the immortal king just now. Princess has always wanted to be a qualified leader, but there are too many things to give up to be a qualified leader. Princess has been strict with herself for so many years, but she has treated us very leniently. We know that Princess has important responsibilities on her shoulders, but we all hope that Princess will be happy. There is no such thing as an illusory responsibility, and I hope we are just original workers living on this star, and not the Perseus survivors of what bullshit," Ska said sadly. Krillin listened carefully, nodded slightly, motioning for Ska to continue. "Princess takes the whole responsibility in mind. I can feel that Princess was happy with you just now. Maybe Princess has forgotten that she is the daughter of the king for a while, but I reminded you just now. But made Princess remember herself again," Ska said with some regret. "It's not a big problem, I'll enlighten Sial." Krillin patted Ska's shoulders, comforted. Ska looked at Krillin suspiciously. Slowly, an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Krillin seems to have come back with Seer, don't they? For a while, Ska was in tears, so many people were worried about Princess, and it is not impossible to die alone with the character of Princess. Now it seems that although Krillin is an alien, he is not bad. Krillin looked at Ska in a weird way, and his goosebumps fell. What the hell? Krillin patted Ska. Oh. No. Ska shivered. Leave first without me. Krillin said, and an instant transmission disappeared in place. Ska couldn't help nodding as she watched Krillin's disappearing figure. Krillin appeared directly outside the lookout, but Krillin didn't dare to go directly into the house. It would be bad if some embarrassment happened. I'm going in, said Krillin, who moved towards the maid outside the lookout. I have to ask what princess means. The maid moved towards Krillin. Well, hurry up. Krillin politely laughed. Seeing this, the maid also looked at Krillin a little higher. A so-called polite person will not easily eat cold shoulder wherever he goes. Princess is inside, you can go in. The maid returned and conveyed the meaning of princess. Okay. Krillin greeted with a smile and walked inside. Xiao was sitting in that somewhat absent-minded. Krillin sat next to Xiao all of a sudden, grabbed Xiao's little hand and asked, why all of a sudden? I'm back, and I don't even say hello. Xiao knew that Krillin was coming, and was not surprised by Krillin's actions, but Krillin's words made him a little flustered, and he still cared about Krillin in his heart. I just wanted to say too much, and I kept my mouth shut for a while without saying a word. Xiao was a little flustered, and looked at Krillin aggrieved with tears in the corners of his eyes. Krillin saw Seer's aggrieved appearance and immediately knew that he was wrong. Krillin suddenly leaned towards Seer, held Seer in his arms again, slowly wiped the tears from the corners of Seer's eyes with his fingers, and said in a distressed tone, what are you doing? You don't need to tell me, I understand you. I understand you. The 4 words directly touched Seer's heart. And the grievances in his heart were immediately released, lying on Krillin weeping in his arms. Krillin slowly patted Seer's shoulders like a child, and said slowly, I will be with you in the days to come, and I will bear your pressure together. Westy'all heard Krillin's words, nodded, but did not raise the head. After a long time, Xiao's choking in Krillin's arms was much quieter. Krillin slowly twisted the beautiful hair of Xiao Silver in his hands, and said, okay, when you cry, you will become a little cat, come and raise the head and tell me to take a look. P. Xiao frantically shook his head and said in a naughty tone, no, if you cry if you don't look good, don't look at it. It looks good, I will kill anyone who says it looks bad, I love watching it. Krillin said rather shameless. However, when Xiao heard Krillin's words, his heart was still sweet, and he slowly raised his head. I had just cried comfortably. At this time, Sier's eye circles were slightly swollen, and there were tears on his glass-like pupils, making his eyes more crystal clear and near transparent. Krillin was amazed by Xiao's eyes. Isn't it bad looking? Seer asked Krillin, who was staring at him. No. Of course not, on the contrary, it looks great. Krillin replied truthfully. Searle saw from Krillin's performance that Krillin wasn't lying, but at this time, Pucci couldn't help laughing out loud. That's right, you should laugh more when you laugh at you being so good looking. I used to love to laugh, but then. See ya, the thought flashed silently in your mind. Since Krillin likes to laugh at himself, then he will laugh a little more in the future. Xiao had some firm thoughts in his heart. Let's go out for a walk, it's boring to stay indoors. Krillin moved towards Xiao. Xiao was also nodded when he heard it, and felt that it was really boring to stay in the house all the time. Krillin stood up and was about to pull up Sier when he saw Sier opened his arms and looked at Krillin with a smile. Krillin was happy all of a sudden, and Krillin bent down and stretched his arms around Sier's waist, gently hugging him and pulling Sier up. Let's go. Sier, who had just stood up, took Krillin's hand and moved towards the outside of the house. This is the original Chale. Krillin sighed in his heart, what kind of pressure turned this girl into another person? But Krillin didn't slow down and ran out of the house following Seer. Time is like fine sand, it always goes by quietly. 10 days later. In 10 days, Krillin and Seer were like a couple who just got together for a long time. They are all crooked together. Krillin just held Seer's hand every day, or held Seer to play on Zishan Star. Krillin didn't do anything too much. Seer's heart has just been opened. Krillin's original intention was to influence Seer by little, not just one battle. Seer is still very fragile now, and Krillin can only share it with Seer. Yale is beautiful, not stressful or frightening. Sial and Krillin are also very happy to play Zishan Star together. Krillin is always full of love for himself, does not put too much pressure on himself, and always cares about himself. Krillin went back to the tree where he lived as usual. Originally, Krillin wanted to go to Seer to sleep, sleeping on the ground, but after thinking about it, it would be more comfortable to sleep on the tree, and he rashly suggested. Sial is probably going to be embarrassed too. What's the matter with Ska? Seer looked at Ska, who came in a hurry, and suddenly had some bad premonitions in his heart. Princess, there is news from the remnants of the foreign system, and the evening star has reappeared. Ska's expression was a bit painful. Ska wanted to hide it, but with the reappearance of the evening star, the child people will feel a little bit, and those with powerful spirit power are easier to perceive. Now it is better to tell Princess in advance and deal with it as soon as possible. Sial heard the news from Evening Star, and believed reluctantly in his heart, but he closed his eyes and sensed it with all his spirit power, and then Sial slowly sat down. Go get ready. Sial's tone was very low and a little hurt. When Ska heard this, she moved her throat and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. This is what every generation of a mortal king must do. Just obey. Yes. Ska's face was full of loneliness, and her tone seemed a little shaken. Watching Ska walk out slowly and prepare slowly, Sial couldn't help but flash tears in his eyes, and he thought of Krillin. Thank you Dragon God for your big reward, and thank you book friends for your support. One more delivered. End of this chapter. Chapter 64. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 64. August 10, 2020. Chapter 64. I'm here. Strong people usually only solve problems by themselves. Sial has always been under huge pressure by himself. In his mind, he remembered what Krillin said that day in his arms, I will bear your pressure with you. With Sier relying on him, he became much more at ease. Immediately after that, Sial's face suddenly turned pale. Salza is the subordinate of Frost Demon notorious, its evil influence spreads throughout the East area, how can he let Krillin be involved? The evening star has reappeared. I am afraid that this time I went to find traces of 9 deaths and still alive. Sial thought pessimistically. Thinking of Krillin, Sial smiled sweetly, and then his face became solemn. Krillin must not be implicated, Krillin is not a child of Perseus, and Krillin should be left Zishan immediately. Seeing. Yes, after the final power is revealed, I am afraid that even Zishan Seeing will be exposed, and Krillin must be left quickly. Sial is now thinking about Krillin's safety, but one's own clansmen can't escape, the mission makes the clansmen have to go. Sial walked slowly towards the tree where Krillin lived, his face was very low, he was wandering and he didn't know how to speak. Krillin noticed Seer's arrival, and thought to oneself with a smile on his face, it's only been a while, do you miss me so soon? Krillin's movements were not slow, he quickly jumped behind Seer, and hugged Seer before Seer was able to guard his waist. Did you miss me? Krillin grinned badly. Sial seems to be accustomed to Krillin's sneak attack, and said quite mischievously, I just miss you, let me down quickly. Yoa, actually admit it. Krillin slowly lowered Sial to the ground. Searl turned around and threw himself into Krillin's arms. Before Krillin could react, he only felt his lips were blocked by a piece of heat and softness. Sial was holding Krillin in his arms, and his movements were very unfamiliar. Krillin looked at Seer's lips that shone like cherry blossoms, and his heart was a little hot for a while. Seer had already taken the initiative to this point. If Krillin didn't take any action, he would be a real beast. Not as good. Krillin gently brushed away the beautiful hair on Cial's forehead, holding Cial's delicate little face in both hands to launch an attack. Cial is just a rookie, how do you know what a real kiss is like? Just thought it's over with just a kiss, but Krillin is old fox. Cial sensed Krillin's attack and opened his eyes wide, looking at Krillin unfathomable. Krillin looked at Sier's eyes opened wide in his arms, bright and intelligent in his glass-like pupils. He was struggling a little, but Krillin was killed and unwilling to let go. Under the guidance of Krillin step by step, Cial gradually gave up struggling, closed his eyes, and his clenched teeth loosened a little, and Krillin took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Cial's tongue was pulled out by Krillin. This kiss is timeless. After a long time, Krillin felt a tinge in his mouth, a touch of salty taste, a tear stained Cial's cheek, and the tears slowly fell to the corners of the two people's mouths. Krillin was a little panicked when he saw this, so he slowly let go of Seer and said anxiously, "Seer, don't cry." After that, Krillin wiped Seer with his hands. "Er's tears." Cial is somewhat unable to breathe. And his heart is a little sweet. Krillin felt even more anxious when he saw Seer didn't speak. "Leave Zishan seeing," Seer said lightly, and the tears that had just stopped swirling in his eyes again. "What?" Krillin thought he heard it wrong. "Leave Zishan seeing," Seer repeated again, and the tears were uncontrollably left behind. Krillin tapped on Seer's cerebellum a few times. "What nonsense, it's still daytime." Seeing Krillin's action, Seer clicked the sun through himself into Krillin's arms again and burst into tears. "Let's go, just go, there's so much nonsense." Krillin hugged Seer in his arms, and his other hand slowly eased. He said softly on Seer's back, "Didn't I tell you, I will bear your pressure with you. Besides, I'm already half an English immortal," Krillin said deliberately. Cial heard Krillin say that he was a half-English immortal. He couldn't help feeling a little strange, raised the head to look at Krillin with bright and intelligent glass-like eyes. His eyes were full of question marks. Krillin saw this smirk and pointed to his lips. "No, it's already stamped, I'm already half an immortal, and you're half an earthling." Cial heard Krillin say this, and suddenly thought of himself and herself just now. Krillin still stretched. Cial's face turned red, and some dared not look directly at Krillin. Krillin helped Seer to the side and asked, "What happened?" Seer looked a little hesitant when she heard Krillin's words. Still didn't want to tell Krillin, and he was more determined to protect Krillin. Krillin looked at Seer, who was just shaking his head. Krillin pretended to be angry. "If you don't tell me now, I'll go to Ska now, when the time comes." Don't. Cial stopped Krillin, who was about to leave. "The evening star has reappeared." The words Cial said were very weak. "It's evening star again, is it still fake news this time?" Krillin asked reflexively. After all, he had already been fooled once last time. Cial smiled bitterly, but still looked at the head. "I've already felt, an evening star has indeed reappeared." "When did it happen?" Krillin said again asked. "It should have been 10 days ago. At that time, I only had a slight feeling in my heart. I thought it was an illusion, but today Ska is here. This time I am a real feeling. Now," Cial said with a bit of loneliness. "We're about to go, this time you follow us out of the wormhole and leave." Cial said softly, a little afraid to look at Krillin's eyes. "Look me in the eyes," Krillin said coldly. Cial shivered, but didn't look up. "Look into my eyes." Krillin's voice was stronger and more unmistakable than before. Cial felt aggrieved and raised the head to stare at Krillin. Krillin's eyes flashed brightly, but Cial understood the message in Krillin's eyes. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, it's nothing special. I'm with you." Sial looked at Krillin's eyes with the incomparable grievance in his heart just now, and immediately became disappeared. She jumped into Krillin's arms and hugged Krillin so tightly that she didn't want to let go. We are going to the main star of Perseus, as well as the immortal king, the heroic companion. The enemy is armored squadron, the enemy is very strong. Sial said in a low voice in Krillin. Krillin wielded Sial's beautiful hair, said with a smile in his mouth, "Silly girl, even if you don't say it, I'm going to find Salza. The main purpose of my visit to the Persian department is to find energy, and kill Salza along the way. Armored squadron, Tui, just clay chickens in front of me," Krillin said slightly coquettishly. Salza has a power level of nearly 200,000, plus his square. Seer said worriedly. Krillin rubbed Sial's crying face after listening, said with a big smile, "I now have 470,000 power level." Sial's eyes widened. Boss, a little sluggish. Second update. End of this chapter. Chapter 65. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 65. August 10, 2020. Chapter 65. Clay Chickens. Seer knew Krillin might be stronger than himself, but didn't expect Krillin to have 10,000 power level. He only has 150,000 power level. Sial was extremely shocked at this time. This information is a bit huge. Krillin saw Seer sluggish aside, laughed, held Seer's beautiful face in his hands, and said word by word, "Now you can rest assured." What a little fool! Krillin fondly stroked Sial's smooth beautiful hair. Sial has just reacted, and his face is bulging, as if he is angry with Krillin. Why didn't he tell himself earlier, and he hurt himself all ugly, in front of Krillin? When will you leave? Zai Shansing has already gotten the news, and Salza, who is in the Persian system, must have known earlier. As soon as possible, I sense that the evening star is about to be born, and must get the evening star. Seeing Krillin's serious question, Sial put away his little temper. Ska has already gone to prepare, and can leave tomorrow. Seer said to Krillin again. No, the two of us can go. Ska and the others are too weak. If they follow, it will only be more dangerous. Krillin said with serious analysis. Sial just shook one's head, and said, "They will go, this is the mission." Krillin heard the mission and a ridicule in his heart. Fuck, can't do anything about it, just protect them when the time comes, unless Cooler comes in person. Alright then. Krillin had no choice but to say. Siyar thought that Krillin would try to stop Ska and the others, didn't expect Krillin to compromise directly. Krillin defended himself like this, and Siyar felt a warm current in his heart. Sial felt guilty and moved, and hugged Krillin tightly. Krillin felt that he was holding his palm with some force, so he looked towards Sial, who was pregnant. Sial was slowly closing his eyes, and moved towards Krillin on tiptoe. Krillin couldn't understand where he smiled when he saw this. This little girl is asking for a kiss. Krillin leaned forward slightly, kissing Sial's cherry blossom-like lips. Sial felt a slight chill on his lips, his body trembled slightly, and he took the initiative to stick out his uvula. "Princess is ready. Well, you can go any time." Ska had already changed into battle gear. Sial looked at the people below and said loudly, "People of Perseus, the evening star has reappeared. I will definitely bring the evening star back to me on this trip, and we will be able to recreate it. Back to the main star." Sial's voice was full of penetrating power, and the people of Perseus below were very excited. Once the evening star is brought back, the people of Perseus will become free, and the mission of guardianship will be completed. Long life Princess! Long life Princess! The voice below was impassioned, and every survivor knew very well that this should be the last fight, and it failed. Perhaps the Persian civilization disappeared. Let's go! Sial gave the final order. Krillin looked at Siyar on stage with a bloodthirsty coldness in his eyes. This is probably the result of Siyar's experience in countless cruel battles. Sial is afraid that such bloodthirsty coldness is engraved in her bones. Fortunately, I met her long ago. Krillin teleported to the spaceship early after Sial said he was leaving. Ska has learned that Krillin has nearly 500,000 power levels and is willing to help him move. Ska is excited, speechless. With Krillin on this line, Princess will have no surprises. The spaceship has risen to the sky, passed through the atmosphere of Zishan star, moved towards the wormhole and flew towards the vicinity of the wormhole. After the leading spaceship, there are dozens of medium-sized interstellar spaceships with 50 fighters. This is already the last defensive force of the Persian system. Salza, Captain, will Seer really come? Asked an alien in an ugly battle suit, with a cap like a melon rind on his head, and a green complexion moved towards Salza. Salza gave a wicked smile. Dory, she will definitely come. Her last fake news inspired her, not to mention the fact that Evening Star really reappears this time. Salza sat on the main star of Yingwu, looked at the red giant star in the center of the star system, and his heart was fiery. Only relying on these ores of the Yingzhan system can increase their power level by more than 10x, although it is only a temporary increase, but if I get Evening Star, can my power level increase by 10x permanently? Maybe not more than that. Come on, after all, Evening Star still depends on you to activate. Salza licked his lips, a wicked light in his eyes. Ska passed through the wormhole at high speed and drove from the second layer to the first layer. The fighters of Perseus all have high power level, and they don't control their ki by tournament, plus the number and concentration are large. They were detected by Salza's troops as soon as they arrived in the Perseus system. Krillin clenched Seer's small hand and cast a reassuring look at Seer. Krillin knew that he needed to take full command of the situation next. Krillin lowered his voice and said forcefully, "Come closer to the red giant star, and encounter a patrol ship along the way to sink directly." Everyone felt a little relaxed when they heard Krillin's words. He is the current first expert, and he may also be considered his own half-king in the future. Most of the patrolling in the star system are small shrimps, and the guards with no difficulty defeated them. Dory watched the Persian spaceship gradually approach the red giant star, and killed so many of his own men. He moved towards Salza with some bloodthirsty and said, "Captain, let me deal with them." Salza said with a mysterious smile, "Dory, Niaz, the universe is not our home, let's go to the red giant to deal with them." Krillin has his own plans and is entirely his own in the universe. The group battle is also extremely inconvenient, so I deliberately made a high profile all the way, attracting those armored squadrons to the red giant to solve them together. Yingwu star was originally the companion star of Perseus, so Salza and the others naturally arrived at the red giant star first. The red giant star is the original Perseus star. After the supernova explosion, it became a red giant star. The environment has become extremely bad, but it is only for weakling, and the impact on combatants is not special. Big. The spaceship where Krillin is located starts at the beginning, and the spaceship behind follow closely from behind. Suddenly, a few strong energy blasts emerged from the red giant star and were moved towards the spaceship behind Krillin. The guards were a little anxious when they saw the high-speed energy blast, but when they realized they had no chance to escape, they couldn't help but closed their eyes when they saw the energy blast that was getting closer. When Krillin saw this figure flash, he appeared outside the spaceship, and with a flick of his hand, he neutralized the high-speed incoming energy blast. Krillin looked coldly at the sneak attack personnel below. "I saw 3 aliens walking out slowly. The leader was an alien with yellow hair, purple body and blue head. Next to the right hand was a disgusting alien with red body and multiple eyes, and next to the left hand was a disgusting alien with multiple eyes. It's a Hulk with green light all over his body. The key of 3 people is very evil and shows a demonic smile. System, analyze the disgusting alien below. Ding dong. Salza power level, 170,000, dangerous. Nia's power level, 163,000. Dory power level, 185,000. This is the legendary Cooler Armored Squadron? Look at some water. Krillin said inwardly. System, but what about the danger behind Salza? Krillin asked in confusion. I'm blind without explanation, I've already told you that danger is danger. Krillin moved towards Ska, who was behind him, and asked them to temporarily hide aside, like this fight scenes are not something they can participate in. Ska understood what Krillin meant, and the other players in the towards sent instructions, while Sial moved towards the figure and flew towards Krillin in a flash. Krillin landed straight, looked at the three people in front of him, and after a long silence he suddenly said, "Just the three of you clay chickens. One more update." End of this chapter. Chapter 66. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training, Chapter 66. August 10, 2020. Chapter 66, Playful Battles. Salza looked at Krillin somewhat dreaded. Krillin just blocked his energy just now. Blast, I think it has some strength. Nias on the side was confused and patted Salza, asked, "Boss, what do you mean by clay chickens?" Salza was a little embarrassed to hear Nias ask himself, but he was the captain, must know more than the team members. Salza said after a moment of silence, "Maybe it's a compliment to us, but maybe I can't tell." Krillin couldn't help laughing when he heard Salza's words, but Krillin didn't point it out. Sial landed gently, snuggling next to Krillin. Salza watched Sial arrive, greed in his eyes. Salza's gaze was accurately caught by Krillin. Krillin was a little annoyed. "Fuck, I really want to dig your eyes out." Krillin's hands appeared, white light hit three people. Three people watched the powerful ki blast and didn't dare to hold it big, so they quickly moved towards and dodged. Krillin's energy blast was like a long dragon, leaving a deep crater on the path. The white smoke. Salza's squad swallowed carefully while watching the giant pit, and was surprised by the energy blast destructive power. A drop of sweat dripped from Salza's head, and he quickly pressed the scouter in his eye socket. Diddy. Power level, 50,000. Salza looked at Krillin's power level, sighed in relief. Not as high as Seer's power level yet. Just now three people were scared by Krillin's key potential. "Nias, go and deal with that baldy, Sial to me." Salza assigned the task. "Yes, Captain." Nias on the side had also checked Krillin's power level, but it was a bigger trash. Dory, one piece against Seer. Although Salza has the last trump card, it's useless now. Seal on the side saw that Krillin was angry because he was angry, and his heart was sweet. When the two people were tired, Nias's voice resounded inappropriately. "What's the name of the little trash over there? Come and die for this, sir." Krillin pointed to himself and asked. "What do you mean, it's you?" Nias said and jumped and moved towards two people. Nias just howled on purpose, distracting the opponent's attention in an attempt to achieve one-hit kill intent. Salza and Dory glanced at each other, both nodded with ki burst, moved towards Sial. The Krillin figure flew out in a flash, and the three people of them all leaned forward. Krillin said with a sneer, "Don't blame me for bringing it to the door." Kunlun 3 legs. Krillin's 3 legs flashed out quickly, kicking three people's chins, and three people flew upside down like kites with broken strings. Dong dong! 3 people drew 3 beautiful landscape lines on the surface of the hard red giant star. The 3 people kept bouncing, and it took another 100 meters to go out before they finally stopped. The question marks on the faces of the guards hiding aside. Rail moved towards his face and asked, "What happened to Ska just now?" Ska didn't relax and kept shaking his head. "I don't know either, I just saw the Krillin figure flashing, and the 3 people flew out backwards." Hateful. Salza resisted the pain in his body and stood up slowly, fiercely looked towards Krillin and pressed the scouter again. Diddy. Power level, 50,000. Salza got annoyed and threw the scouter out. Dory and Nias also stood up slowly, but at this time they didn't dare to underestimate Krillin. "How long until the evening star reappears?" Krillin asked suddenly, moving towards Sial. Sial also reacted from the battle scene just now. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, it seems that you can still have a good time. Krillin is bad, said with a smile. Krillin suddenly rushed towards the three people. The three people had suffered a big loss by underestimating the enemy just now. At this time, they did not dare to relax a little, and concentrated attention completely resisted Krillin. The four people started a close fight. Krillin's fist wind was fast and heavy, and the three people united to resist a little. Nia's power level is relatively weak, so naturally it is Krillin's focus. Krillin's punch was actually hitting Nia's. Nia's obviously felt that he was under heavy pressure and was scrambling to deal with it. Krillin's ki burst shook off Salza and Dory, and the light in his left hand flickered. Salza and Dory were shaken back. Seeing the movement of Krillin's left hand, he couldn't help but yelled, "Not good." "What?" Nia's was a little puzzled, but Krillin saw Krillin's shining hand on his head, and suddenly sweat beaded on his forehead. Nia's whispered in his mouth, "What are clay chickens?" Krillin saw this, sneered, "Ask King Yema to go." After speaking, he pressed his hand slightly, a strong light of energy flashed. Ah! Ah! Nia's was hit in the head by the energy blast, and flew out along with it, and the energy blast pushed Nia's to fly far away. Bang bang bang! There was a loud noise, and there was no more screaming from Nia's. Krillin indifferently said, "Since you have chosen sneak attack, you should prepare for death earlier." Both Dory and Salza looked at Krillin in disbelief. Nia's is similar in strength to his own, so he was eliminated so easily. "The evening star is here!" Siyar suddenly shouted, and after saying that, the whole person slowly flew into the air. I saw Seer Floater in the air, muttering old and mysterious words in his mouth, and white light appeared all over his body in a moment. The guards were all excited when they saw this scene, and cried out, "The evening star is coming!" Dory looked at Krillin with the idea of running away. Thought, run away from here to find King Cooler. Salza watched Siyar slowly calling out to Evening Star, and felt quite unwilling in his heart, but he still had a trump card, but he had to let Dory hold Krillin for a while before he could get a chance to gather energy. Salza gives Dory a look, then hides back while Krillin looked towards Sial. Dory gets a message from Salza, "You stand against Krillin for 2 minutes, I'll gather the energy, and when I gather the energy is Krillin's death." Dory is a little strange, and I don't know if the captain has the last trump card, but the captain's words still have to be listened to. Dory gathers energy in his hands, moved towards Krillin and hits. Krillin was a little annoyed as he watched Sial be interrupted all of a sudden. "Sample, you still have the courage to attack." Krillin moved towards Dory after saying that. Dory chose not to choose defense but to fight Krillin recklessly. Dory has a power level of nearly 200,000. At this time, it is more like fighting for his life, and Krillin is difficult to defeat for a while. But the difference in power level is huge, and Dory was accidentally knocked out by Krillin. Krillin put his hands together again, blue light flashed in his hands, and shouted in his mouth, "Turtle, send an energy wave." Dory's battle talent is still quite strong. It was already adjusted when it flew out in midair, and it landed on the ground with the help of energy. An energy wave was also moved towards Krillin in his hand, and the two people's energy wave stagnated for a short time. Dory's mouth twitched slightly, and Krillin had some ominous premonition in his heart. Second update. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 67. August 10, 2020. Chapter 67, Blood Color Glaze. Sial was floating in midair at this time, with his eyes tightly closed, using spirit power pulls the evening star, and Sial's whole body emits a milky white light, which looks very holy, giving people a feeling that can only be seen from a distance. The hard surface of the red giant star is rumbling, and some folds have already appeared. The enormous pressure inside the red giant star makes the cracks on the surface become larger and larger, emitting red rays of light from the cracks. Sial was also a little happy to see it. This scene is consistent with the ancient legend. When the evening star reappeared, its path was bright, and the surface caved in the ocean. Sial was concentrating attention, completely mobilizing his own spirit power at this time, slowly pulling the evening star, without feeling the danger of Ki at all. Salza hid aside and secretly used the pure high-energy ore of the Persian system. In a short period of time, his strength soared by nearly 10x. Salza did not choose to rescue Dory, but lurked aside and waited. With Sial summoned Evening Star. Although the British immortal clan watched Seer from a distance, they never noticed Salza's figure. Kacha! There was a loud noise, and a larger gap cracked on the surface, and the Evening Star emitted more fiery rays of light, soaking the sky above the Perseids. Salza saw this, and his heart was filled with unquenchable greed. A super-powerful energy blast moved towards Siyar. Siyar immediately came from the joy of regaining composure, looked at the energy blast that hit him, and wanted to launch a space ability to escape, but it seemed to be frozen at this time. A huge sense of powerlessness appeared in his heart, and his face became pale. Krillin's Ki Gongbo was engaged in a brief confrontation with Dor's energy blast, and Krillin saw Dor's smile suddenly felt ominous. Krillin subconsciously glanced at Sial, and saw a powerful energy blast heading straight for Sial. If Sial hit this energy blast, he would immediately vanish fragrance and crumbled jade. Not good! Krillin shouted. The energy in his hand instantly increased several times, and the energy wave in his hand became several times thicker. Dory watched as he was instantly submerged in energy and yelled, "Salza, why didn't you save me?" Ah! Dory was swallowed by Krillin's Ki power wave. The whole person was distorted and deformed by the powerful energy. Krillin looked at the energy blast that was heading towards Sial, and felt the powerful terrifying energy contained in it. Even if he tried his full strength, he might not be able to resist it. Looking at the approaching energy blast, Krillin did not. Without any hesitation, instant transmission started. The energy blast had already arrived in front of Siyar, who had already closed his eyes in despair. Krillin suddenly flashed in front of Sial, turned her back to the incoming energy blast, and hugged Sial in front. The Hong powerful energy blast slammed into Krillin's back. Cough cough. Krillin coughed, blood dripping down Sial's delicate cheeks. A huge smoke appeared. Krillin's body was shaking, unable to move in pain, but he felt that his back no longer belonged to him, and the ditto was dripping with brown blood, which was after being scorched. The color, the back is already badly mangled or mutilated. Siyar just felt a little warm on his face, and the whole person just fluctuated. Siyar slowly opened his eyes and saw Krillin. Krillin brow beaded with sweat at this moment, with a more painful expression on his face. Sial suddenly panicked. Krillin blocked the fatal blow for him just now. Sial's eyes turned red all of a sudden, wiped the blood stains from the corner of Krillin's mouth, just saw Krillin's back of misery. "Don't look, Krillin is blocking Seer's sight a little," he said with a smile on his face. Searle was shocked when he saw Krillin's injury, and then became extremely angry. Krillin knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Salza's power level was at least over 1 million, so he had to let Seer and the others leave. Krillin endured the pain, twisted and rushed out of the smoke from the explosion just now, put his hands in front of his forehead, and shouted with some difficulty in his mouth, "Solar flare." Salza also belongs to the kind of aliens who rely on vision to capture the traces of battles. Salza looked at his energy blast in the middle of Sial, and smiled evilly, looking at the hands that released the powerful energy just now, this powerful energy blast. The feeling made Salza more determined to get the evening star. Salza saw a silhouette emerge from the smoke, and immediately turned his eyes away from the silhouette that flashed out. "Ah, my eyes!" Salza was stabbed in the eyes by the strong light emitted by Krillin, and the energy blast in his hand poured out all around. Krillin didn't hesitate, and immediately returned to Sial's side, pulling Sial to teleport to the spaceship where Scar was located. These actions were completed in a blink of an eye. Krillin suddenly appeared in the spaceship, but Krillin stumbled and flew out. Sial sat safely on the ground. Hoo! Krillin panted heavily, his hands trembling. He took out a senzu bean from his pocket, slowly put it in his mouth, and chewed. Sial looked at Krillin beside him, his glass-like pupils gradually turned blood red. Krillin finished eating the senzu bean and recovered from his serious injuries immediately, and a carp jumped up from the ground. Krillin moved towards Ska with a serious look on his face and said, "Take Seer, hurry and evacuate." Ska sluggish nodded. Only Seer remained unmoved by the side, and Krillin tugged at Seer. Sial opened Krillin and grabbed his hands, and said gloomily with bloodthirsty coldness all over his body, "I'm going to kill him." Krillin looked at Seer. Liuli's pupils had completely turned bloody jade, and she knew that Seer had been stunned by anger at this time. Krillin knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he had to repeat, "Ska, get out." "But, Princess Shi." Ska was a little worried. Said, "I'm here, don't worry." Krillin said lightly. After saying that, Krillin held Seer's face with his hands and looked at Seer seriously and said, "Hide later, I won't let you come out, don't come out." Sial seems unmoved, his eyes still full of blood. "Did you hear that?" Krillin snapped. Sial's blood-red eyes regained some brightness and nodded slightly, then was drowned in blood again. Sial clenched his hand, holding an unknown red chain in his hand. Krillin grabbed Seer, teleported out, and placed Seer in the other corner of the red giant. "Stay here and don't move," Krillin said loudly again, before teleporting out. Sial stood looking in the direction of Krillin, as if he could see the battlefield beyond 1,000 miles. Salza was caught off guard by Krillin's solar flare just now, and the same move won't work the second time. Salza watched the smoke dissipate, Sial disappeared, and his little baldy from sneak attack just now disappeared. He couldn't help but get furious, hateful. "My evening star." Having said that, Salza towards the direction where he lost the scouter just now. He just lost the scouter in a rage, and now he has to rely on the scouter to find the location of Seer. With a swish, Krillin appeared behind Salza and kicked him towards Salza. Salza's current power level has skyrocketed by nearly 10x, and Krillin's small movements were naturally discovered by Salza with no difficulty. Salza grins and grabs Krillin's legs with both hands, ready to attack. Krillin put the other foot on Salza's back, taking advantage of the situation to distance himself from Salza. An update is coming. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 68. August 10, 2020. Chapter 68 Today, Achieve Small Goals. View Attribute. Ding Dong. Target, Salza, Power Level 1.5 million. System, how do you do it, Salza's power how did level suddenly increase so much? Krillin asked inwardly as he distanced himself from Salza. Salza uses pure Persit. Those Persites have extremely high energy and can burst out superpower in a short period of time. System said lightly. Even if you have 1.5 million power level, I will kill you today. Anyone who dares to hurt Seer, Krillin will send him to see King Yema. I said, even if Cooler came today, it can't save you. Krillin was extremely angry. It is obviously unrealistic for Krillin to defeat Salza's 1.5 million power level with a power level of 500,000, but Krillin has his own considerations. Salza's burst of energy is definitely not infinite. He was exhausted and I could definitely kill him. Salza saw that Scar and their spaceship was about to take off, and pointed his finger to the sky, and an energy blast was fired. Seeing this, Krillin also condensed an energy wave and successfully intercepted Salza's energy blast. Ska and the others took advantage of this opportunity and disappeared without a trace. Little trash, you have successfully angered me. Salza said with a cold expression moving towards Krillin, looking at Ska and the others who were running away. Krillin was also helpless. Why do people always call me little trash? Do you know what happened to the people who called me little trash? Salza expressed some confusion. That's death. Krillin suddenly loudly shouted, moved towards Salza's surprise attack. Salza also greeted him when he saw this. Salza's speed was even a few points faster than Piccolo Lin, and every punch was powerful. Krillin had no choice but to switch from attack to defense. Salza showed a mocking expression. What's the matter? Little trash, weren't you still very handsome just now? Salza was ecstatic. This feeling of having superpower is really great. Unaffected by Salza's taunts, Krillin looked very serious, predicting Salza's next attack point. Aliens' attacks are mostly rough, just relying on powerful energy to attack randomly, and the attack is very unstructured, as long as you are happy in your heart. On the contrary, Earthling pays great attention to one move one style, how to make his chi play a key role, which may be the advantage of innate's weak race. Krillin always defends 7 and 3 and has strict tactics for each step. Salza was happily attacking Krillin, and the anger in his heart was reflected in his attacking posture. However, Krillin discovered a fatal problem. Salza's attack is so strong, but his ki is draining faster than him. Salza now has a constant supply of energy sources, and Salza's energy will be exhausted in about an hour. The system reminded kindly. Krillin was a bit overwhelmed when he heard it, knowing that every minute and every second is extremely important on the battlefield. It seems that he must take the initiative to lure Salza to attack. Krillin deliberately sold a weak spot to look like it was under-defended. Salza was also delighted and seized the moment, punching Krillin in the back, knocking Krillin fiercely downward. Salza gathered energy with both hands and moved towards the bottom. Bang bang bang! A deep hole was punched in the hard surface below, and bursts of white smoke came out. Sial at the other end seemed to see that Krillin was heavily injured, the hand holding the red chain couldn't help clenching tighter, and he was about to fly towards Krillin, and then Sial. The eyes flashed, the action stalled. Hoo-hoo! Krillin was floating above the sky, wiping the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth again. Fuck, it's really hard. After saying that, Krillin he took out a senzu bean from his bosom and filled it in his mouth. Instantly Krillin's state returned to his best. Salza probably used a lot of energy for that blow just now. Just like that, fly a kite and kill him. Krillin wiped his palms and floated down. Hey Salza, here I am again. Krillin said, moving towards Salza and grimacing at Salza. When Salza saw Krillin completely undamaged standing in front of him, he could not help but wipe his eyes, but without thinking about it, he immediately moved towards Krillin and attacked. Krillin quickly stepped back again, and the energy wave in his hand moved towards Salza, and Salza had no choice but to release the energy blast. Krillin's ki power wave was instantly wiped out. Unleashing energy blasts consumes more stamina than melee combat, and Krillin does it on purpose, seducing Salza. The huge impact of energy left the surroundings devastated and covered with impact craters. Cr watched Krillin's continuous retreat, and his heart was even more anxious. Cr didn't know Krillin's tactics, he just thought that Krillin lost to Salza. Krillin took a big step back and steadied himself on the ground, his hands in a classic pose, bursts of blue light from his hands, and shouted, Kamehameha! P. Salza didn't want to get entangled with Krillin when he saw this. He wanted to get rid of Krillin as soon as possible, and he also condensed an energy blast in his hand. The two energies are entangled together, and the surrounding air has become blurred due to the huge energy. Krillin's hands burst with blue veins, and he used up all his strength. However, Krillin's ki gongbo was pushed back by little. Seeing this, Krillin showed a mysterious smile, as long as you exert force. Seeing that Krillin's ki gongbo was beaten back, his eyes were completely filled with blood red, and he was completely irrational at the moment, only a single thought in his heart, whoever dares to hurt Krillin, I will kill him. Who? Sial launched the Space Force, appeared directly on the upper left of Salza, and released energy in his hand moved towards Salza. Before Krillin's smile could be put away, he felt that Sial's key had come, and Krillin secretly shouted in his heart, "I'm afraid this is to cause trouble for me." Salza was even more happy when he saw Seer on the side, and he was too worried to find Seer, didn't expect to deliver it directly. Salza noticed that Seer took out a chain item like a red crystal in his hand, and his heart was suddenly filled with greed. Krillin had to flee Salza's attack range, but Krillin was still rubbed by Salza's energy blast on half of his shoulders. Krillin shrugged his shoulders, slammed a senzu bean quickly, then teleported to Seer, and protected Seer, who was in anger. Krillin scolded, "Isn't it forbidding you to come out?" Sial's face was full of bloodthirsty coldness, "Kill." Krillin seeing this, "There is no other way, so I have to protect Sial and step back." Salza saw Evening Star, how could he give up, so he moved towards Krillin and chased after him. Salza kept releasing energy blasts, Krillin hugged Sial and kept dodging, and was chased by Salza in a moment. GG. Salza blocked Krillin's way and laughed evilly. "System, how long until he runs out of energy?" Krillin asked System. 5 minutes. If you are releasing the energy just now, there may be 1 minute left. System's words made Krillin sigh in relief. "Sial, step aside and leave it to me." Krillin put down Sial in his arms. Sial's blood-red glazed eyes didn't loosen at all, Sial didn't speak, and coldly shook the head, ready to attack Salza. Now Sial is fighting for Krillin, anyone who dares to hurt Krillin is his enemy. Let her fight. When Krillin tried to stop again, System's voice sounded again. "Sial is fighting for you, and it is likely to be washed away." Krillin had to be nodded, but Sial and lose rationality was just listen to what the person in your subconscious has to say. At this time, Krillin had nod. And Seer naturally rushed forward. A flash of red light flashed, and Sial had reached Salza. What? How did Sial's power become so much stronger? Krillin watched as Sial was fighting Salza at the moment. Krillin soon noticed the red light flashing in Seer's hand before each attack. Is this, the Evening Star? Krillin thought boldly. Absolutely can't let Salza get Evening Star, he has been looking for Evening Star, he must know something, if he gets Evening Star, the problem may be troublesome. Krillin thought for a while before moving towards Salza attacked. Hateful. Salza said in a weak voice. Why does this woman suddenly have such a strong power level? Is Evening Star really that powerful? Salza has already begun to think of a way to snatch Evening Star, as long as Evening Star gets his hands, he will be able to obtain powerful energy forever. Salza was thinking about it when Krillin's kick came tight, and Salza was kicked out. Be smart, I'm here and you want to capture Evening Star. Krillin coldly said. Salza saw Krillin coming, and Krillin was too difficult to deal with, plus another not weak himself, Cr, and suddenly the idea of running occurred in his heart. Second shift, book lovers, if you don't like it, you don't need to rate me, if it's okay, then give me full marks. Haha quack. End of this chapter. Chapter 69. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 69. August 10, 2020. Chapter 69 Armored Squadron Destroyed. Krillin looked at Salza who fell to the ground and immediately knew what sly plan Salza must be thinking. With his own strength, the kick just now could not cause any substantial damage to Salza. Oh, one blow of your own will drain all your energy. Krillin sneered. Ha! Krillin sent out another powerful energy wave. Salza, who wanted to run, saw Krillin's Ki Gongbo attacking him, so he had to temporarily put down the idea of running away, and gathered energy with both hands to catch it. I'm afraid you won't pick it up, now it's dead end. The two energies are entangled. At first, Salza's energy was stronger than Piccolo's, and Krillin's energy was slowly pushed back, but before Salza was happy, he felt a huge sense of powerlessness. Krillin was also struggling to support, but Krillin felt the pressure on his hands suddenly relieved, and knew that it's time. Krillin's hands slammed. Just now the energy wave that was still deadlocked suddenly turned into an overwhelming victory. Salza saw that his energy was beaten back, his eyes opened wide, and the terrifying among the pupils was infinitely magnified. Bang! Salza was hit straight and there was a huge explosion in the distance. Seeing this, Xiao was going to step forward. Krillin took Xiao's hand and pulled Xiao into his arms with a little exhaustion. "It's okay, Salza was defeated by us," Krillin said softly, combing Seer's beautiful hair with one hand. Xiao didn't settle down all of a sudden, but Krillin's embrace was very strong, and the restless Xiao was hugged fiercely by Krillin. Krillin calmed down slowly, and after a while, it seemed to have played a big role. Xiao just quietly pressed against Krillin's chest, as if listening to Krillin's powerful heartbeat. His eyes softened a lot. "Hateful, hateful. Today, my armored squadron is completely destroyed, which makes the arrogant Salza unacceptable." Salza, who was covered in a difficult situation, slowly wriggled, his body was scorched, zhzh of sound. "I'm going to report to the King Cooler." Salza slowly climbed out of the giant impact crater. "I'm afraid you have no chance." Krillin came over, lightly saying. Salza hears Krillin's voice like seeing something very terrifying, and pupils are amplified a lot. "I'm King Cooler's subordinate, do you dare to kill me?" The panicked Salza moved out of Cooler in an attempt to shock Krillin. Krillin saw this, laughed heartily. "Why is it so hard for people to understand a truth?" "What?" Salza asked subconsciously. Krillin burst out suddenly, "How can someone like you change? You can only die." Xiao closed his eyes. Krillin looked at the evil fiercely Xiao of Salza was pressed into his arms. Baiu, puff, Krillin's hand condensed a destructo disc, Krillin waved gently, and Salza broke into two pieces. Salza's eyes opened wide and slowly fell down with a face full of unwillingness. Now Krillin has more important things to do. There is still Salza's troops on the heroic companion star. Krillin is now in the past to collect the bottom, but Krillin is more concerned about the Persit ore left by Salza's troops. With this energy, Salza suddenly increased his power level by 10x. There must be a lot of Persit, and now Krillin is going to copy their old bottom. Krillin teleported to the vicinity of the phantom, and found that Seer had already fallen asleep in his arms, but he was still holding the evening star tightly in his hand. Yael took a peck on the face, and Princess hugged onto the spaceship. Krillin put Xiao on the bed and gently untied Xiao's red shirt. After taking off the shirt, Xiao was left with only a set of slightly tight upper body. Intimate clothing, which is also to make it easier to fight. At this moment, Xiao's figure was embossed and raised by the tight clothes, and his chest bulged slightly like a pair of dormant pigeons. Krillin's heart suddenly became hot. Xiao's body was full of battle marks, and his face was stained with a lot of dust. Krillin took a wet tissue and slowly wiped it on Xiao's face. Krillin's movements were very light and gentle, lest he would wake up Xiao who was sleeping. After a while, Krillin looked at Xiao's beautiful cheeks, which had been wiped completely clean, but there was still some water. "Bead," Krillin's nodded, expresses her satisfaction with her work. Krillin slowly pulled the quilt over and gently covered Xiao, then moved towards the control room. "Wait." Krillin stepped back again, this time taking a peck on Xiao's crystal clear lips, like dragonfly touches the water lightly. Krillin walked to the control room. Xiao pulled the quilt away at once, covering himself entirely. Xiao's heart was thumping, his eyes were bright and blinking. "Krillin just now seems to have taken off my clothes. Target, Yingwu Xing, move forward." Krillin came to the control room and moved towards the console and issued an instruction. "Yes, target Yingwu Xing, arrive in an hour." The console made a mechanical sound. Krillin looked at himself in tatters, especially with his back completely bare, and was a little sorry for a while. Just now he only cared about Seer. After saying that, Krillin moved towards the bathroom. The running water washed Krillin's sturdy body, and Krillin felt a little relieved in his heart. Why am I delusional? I'm getting high again. Krillin elated taking a shower. Sial heard the sound of running water, and was also a little curious, so he lifted the quilt and glanced outside secretly. Krillin came out wearing only a pair of shorts, little brother holding his head high. Sial was a little scared, his face turned crimson, and the quilt covered his face, but he didn't dare to move. Ding! Yingwu Star has arrived. The console made a mechanical sound. Krillin had already put on the martial arts uniform and opened his eyes suddenly. Disappeared in place. On Yingwu Star, Alien has established a relatively large base, and a large number of fighters are busy back and forth. Alien's garrison is relatively strong, but it's clearly not enough to look at in Krillin's eyes. Who? An alien asked Krillin, stopping him. Do you know Salza? Krillin asked rhetorically. Of course I know, Salza Captain is a rare powerhouse in the universe. Except King Cooler, no one is the opponent of Salza Captain. Alien said proudly. Krillin is happy, it's good to know, Salza just died in my hands. The alien eyes open wide are about to say something. Go see your captain. Krillin's simple ordinary punch shattered Alien's heart and lungs. Krillin moved towards the warehouse where Persit was stored. Many aliens found traces of Krillin. After that, the aliens rushed towards Krillin like locusts. Krillin just gave a little key burst. And then shook all the aliens away. Go out. Quick, contact Salza Captain. A small alien captain shouted at Krillin in horror. Can't get in touch, said an alien in charge of communications in panic. What about Dory sir, and Nias sir? Alien captain a little not knowing what to do. Krillin had already walked to the Persit's warehouse, looking at the Persit that was piled up like a hill. Krillin couldn't help but grinned and said with a smile, you guys really worked hard. System, collect. Ding dong, obtained energy 10.5 million. The system's voice also seemed to have some tremors. Fuck, so much energy to squander again. Krillin was also shocked. One more update. Thank you all book lovers for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 70. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 70. August 10, 2020. Chapter 70. A big wave of energy. Krillin slowly ascended into the sky, looking at the base of the alien below, with a wave of energy in his hand. Very strong key. Turn into dust in the universe. Krillin said in a tranquil voice. A stout energy wave swiftly moved towards the alien's base. Red lights flashed everywhere in the alien base, and an alarm sounded. A huge amount of energy is coming. D-d-d. Boom, bang. The earth shook and the mountain was quivered. The base of the alien collapsed in an instant, and countless aliens wailed in pain. The explosion of the base caused a chain reaction, and many alien weapons and spaceships exploded. Krillin looked at the fire sea below with no sympathy in his heart. These are all vicious aggressors. Everyone's hands are covered in blood. On the contrary, Krillin may still get a merit in the end. Krillin figure flashed, and then appeared in the spaceship Phantom, and the hostility in my heart was immediately received. Target, Zishengzing. Krillin moved towards the console. Target Zishengzing, full speed ahead. The console made a mechanical sound. Sial also felt that there was a violent explosion outside, and the companion star of Yingwu was considered half of his hometown, and there was some sadness in his heart for a while. Krillin suddenly appeared beside Sial, grabbed Sial's hand suddenly, and sat down slowly. What are you looking at? West Yael naturally knew it was Krillin, and he didn't say anything to the head. They all deserved their sins, you don't have to feel sorry for them. Sierre was a kind girl. Seeing so many people dying in the fire sea, she couldn't help but feel a little unbearable in her heart, so Krillin had to transfer Cr's attention. "You don't know, you were so fierce just now that it scared me," Krillin said deliberately. Searle startled Krillin when he heard it, and he immediately diverted his attention. Ciel looked a little anxious, and looked at Krillin with some worry. Ciel didn't know what happened to him just now. It seemed that he had suppressed the hostility for so many years and was suddenly released. He couldn't control himself. Krillin looked at Seer's anxious eyes, laughed, his body twisted, moved towards Seer and moved closer. Krillin held Seer in his arms and said with some distress, "You lied, how could you be so cute that you scare me?" Seer saw Krillin rogue hugged himself, and suddenly realized in his heart, Krillin just did it on purpose. Ciel was about to free up his hand to hit Krillin, but Krillin was on his guard. He grabbed Ciel's wrist with both hands. Ciel struggled a bit, and found that Krillin was holding his hand tightly. He held it tightly, he couldn't break free. He opened his mouth and moved towards Krillin in a hurry. Krillin looked at Seer's glossy lips and smiled in his heart, "Hee, don't blame me for being impolite." "Aya!" Krillin exclaimed, then covered his face in pain. Ciel also knew that he was too excited just now, and hurriedly stepped forward to support Krillin, and said anxiously, "How? I didn't mean to." Krillin bit on purposely. The tongue said vaguely, "It hurts, it's bleeding." Ciel really saw some blood marks on the corners of Krillin's mouth, his face became more anxious, and his eyes were rolling in his sockets. Krillin absolutely didn't dare to crack a joke when he saw Seer's appearance. And quickly put his hand down, "I'm fine, don't believe me." Caer didn't seem to believe it, and really reached out to touch the corner of Krillin's mouth, until he checked that Krillin was really okay, and then he said with a puff of cheeks, "You know that you bullied me." Krillin again he stepped forward and hugged Cier, his head was on Cier's forehead, the nose tips of the two people touched. Krillin looked at Cier's wide eyes, and said affectionately, "It's too late for me to hurt you," and then again, "How can I bully you?" Ciel liked Krillin's feeling of pampering him so much, and the corners of his mouth were still raised playfully, "I don't care, you bully me." "Okay, then I'll bully you," Krillin said fiercely. "I'm not afraid, you can't beat me now," Cier said confidently. Krillin then recalled that Ciel was able to compete with Salza in a furious state just now, and Krillin quickly asked, "Have you got the evening star?" Cier seriously nodded, stretched out his hand, a red light flashed, and a chain-shaped red object appeared in his hand. Krillin then looked at Evening Star carefully. "Is this the Evening Star?" For this, the entire clan was chained to this starry sky. Even if they were slaughtered, they couldn't move? "No, here it is." Ciel gave Evening Star to Krillin. Krillin said jokingly, "Aren't you afraid that I will sneak away with the Evening Star?" "You dare?" Ciel didn't think so much. Ciel now completely believes in Krillin, even if he goes for Krillin, he is willing to do so. Ciel said somewhat not knowing what to do, "If you dare to run, I will bite you to death if you dare to run." Ciel bared his teeth fiercely said. Krillin badly said with a smile, "Do you bite like you did before?" Ciel blushed and whispered, "I don't want to talk to you." "System, check the Evening Star." Krillin put away his joking expression and said with a serious face. "Ding dong, chain of the Evening Star, key system only gave this information." "The key?" Krillin was a little confused. After so much effort wasted, is Evening Star still just the key? Krillin returned the Evening Star to Ciel, and asked in a serious tone, "What is the legend? How can I use the Evening Star?" Ciel accepted after the Evening Star. After thinking for a while, he said, "The rays of light of the Evening Star will neither increase nor decline. It is eternal and eternal." This is the same as the previous card said the same. Krillin couldn't help but think. Ciel looked at Krillin lost in thought, and tried his best to remember. "Ciel, you have to remember that when the Evening Star comes, the space-time power comes, and our mission of the Persians is completed. Immortal King moved towards Xiao Xiao kindly. Xiao said. There was a flash of light in the eyes of the young Seer, and the voice was clear, "Father, where can you see space-time power?" British Immortal King also pondered for a while. He said slowly, "Go back to Zhishengxing." Sier's recalled eyes were pulled back to reality, and his mouth was whispered, "Go back to Zhishengxing, there may be an answer." "What?" Krillin murmured, listening to Seer. "Maybe back to Zishan Star, there will be an answer, and space-time power will come," Seer said somewhat uncertainly. Krillin was confused when he heard Seer's words, "Power of time, I really feel good in those mysterious textures, but space power." Confusing, Krillin was a little puzzled for a moment. So he asked the system, "Do you know what's going on?" System fell silent and didn't want to pay attention to Krillin. "I'm going to give 1000 energy bounty." Krillin tempted. "Also ask the host to explore for yourself." System seemed to have been insulted by Krillin's 1000 energy, so he stopped talking. It seems that everything can only go back to what Zishan Seeing said. Krillin thought to oneself inwardly. End of this chapter. Chapter 71. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 71. August 10, 2020. Chapter 71. Testimonials on the Shelves. It has been written for 43 days and will be read on QQ tomorrow. First of all, thank you readers for your great support, and secondly thank you my editor is great, young lady Yang Yat. I am very excited to be on the shelves at the first time. It's so sad, I've written it for so long and I haven't seen what it looks like, woo woo woo. If you like it, you can ask for your support, read the first order on QQ. A wave of support may cost more than 20 cents a day. The support of readers is my biggest motivation, haha, no more to say, thank you. Although the data is not very good looking, Xiaosai will write this book carefully. Created a Q group, 104-575-8554. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training. Chapter 72. August 10, 2020. Chapter 72. Mysterious Key, 1 update, please order first. Dip, drive near the wormhole, the automatic cruise will fail. The console makes a mechanical sound. Stop making trouble, and go drive the spaceship. Sial said with a messy hair and a blushing face. Krillin also let go of Sial after hearing this, and said laughed, "I'll see if you dare to be skinny next time. I hate it, hurry up." Sial pushing Krillin with his hand, some resentful eyes moved towards Krillin and said. Krillin drove the spaceship through the wormhole smoothly. When passing through the wormhole, the evening star had something strange, the red light began to flicker, and the frequency of flickering became faster and faster as it got closer to Zishan Star. Krillin walked back again and sat next to Seer. Krillin looked at Sial's messy hair, and couldn't help but said, "Sit tight, don't move. Don't make trouble, Evening Star seems to be a little abnormal." Seer said earnestly, moved towards Krillin. "I'm not making trouble, I'm just brushing your hair." Krillin said sternly. "Yet, my hair is so messy." Sial sat and turned, his back to Krillin. Seeing this, Krillin also slowly sat aside. Krillin looked at Seer's galaxy-like beautiful hair, and slowly extended the hand, combing the messy hair in Seattle to the back. Slowly combed from the neck to the back waist, over and over again, and after a long time Krillin looked at his masterpiece and said with satisfaction, "Okay." Xia seeing how well Krillin combed her hair, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. "Did you often comb other girls' hair before?" "No, definitely not, if there is one, it will be your own mother." Krillin immediately vetoed, cracking a joke. "It would be great to admit it." Sial heard Krillin's words, his heart turned sweet, and there was a slight joy in his eyes. Krillin is the first time to comb his hair. "Yes, what did you say about Evening Star?" Krillin asked seriously. "Look." After saying that, Sial took out the evening star to Krillin again, and Krillin watched the twinkling in the heart of the growing evening star, think to oneself, sure enough, Twilight Star and Zishan Star have a great relationship. Let's hurry back as soon as possible, we may have an answer when we arrive at Zishan Star. Krillin said after thinking for a while. Sial nodded. The speed of the interstellar spaceship is quite fast, and it took less than 2 hours in total to reach the upper realm of the Zishan Star atmosphere. At this time, all the remnants of Zishangxing gathered near the lookout. Ska returned first and informed the remnants that Princess had retrieved Evening Star. The survivors learn that Evening Star has been found, all of them burst into tears, and Immortal's mission is about to be completed. When Princess entered the second layer, the Persian survivors could faintly feel that something was pulling them, and this feeling grew more and more stronger. Princess is back with Evening Star, long live! Ska was very excited, but at this time it was hard to restrain. Ska's shout instantly ignited the emotions of all the survivors of the Immortals. Everyone was very excited, tears were rolling, hands were shaking uncontrollably, and the corners of the mouth were speechless. Boom! With a sound, the spaceship landed on the Zishan Star, and with the landing of Sial, the rays of light emitted by the Evening Star became even brighter. When the survivors saw Princess coming out of the spaceship, they all fell to their knees and shouted, "Long live Princess!" Seal saw this in the scene, he said loudly with excitement that was hard to press, "People of Perseus, the Evening Star has returned, from now on, we are free and will no longer be tied to this piece of star domain." The survivors heard Princess's words, and it was already cheers streaming with tears. Welcoming back the Evening Star is the long-cherished wish of many generations, and today it finally came true. Sial threw it at will, and the Evening Star was thrown into the air. The Evening Star shone with a dazzling red light in the air, floating and spinning in the air, and then slowly moved towards the inside of the lookout. "Fly away! Ska, let them perform their duties." Sial moved towards Ska, instructed at the front. "Yes, Princess," Ska said respectfully. Krillin and Seer looked at each other and followed closely behind Evening Star. Evening Star's automatic actions must be strange. The two people passed by Sier's usual room. Krillin looked at it slowly, but Sier covered Krillin's eyes from the side. "Don't look, hurry up and find Evening Star." Finally, two people came to a hot spring, and the spring water was still billowing white smoke. "I never imagined that the lookout still has this beautiful place at the end. Why didn't Seer tell me?" Krillin asked curiously. Sial's little face was already blushing at this time. "This is where he usually bathes, how could Evening Star come here?" Immediately after, the Evening Star was above the spring, emitting all its light. The originally blue and cool spring water had turned red, and was still bubbling and surging. A moment later, the spring water was completely dry, leaving only a keyhole-shaped hole in the deepest part. "There's such a small hole here, why didn't I find it?" Sial couldn't help thinking in surprise. The Evening Star was still spinning above, and didn't mean to stop, but the light was already much dimmed. Krillin looked at the keyhole below, and immediately determined that the Evening Star in front of him must be the key, no doubt. Krillin jumps up and grabs Evening Star. "Ah! It's hot, smack!" Krillin's hands were emitting white smoke, and he took a few steps back, his palms very red. "It's all right, Krillin." Sial hurriedly ran to Krillin, holding Krillin's wrist lightly, looking at the slightly hot palm. Seer moved towards Krillin's palm, blowing out bursts of cool air, and said with some distress, "It must be very painful, right?" Krillin felt the palm of his hand. At first it hurts a lot, but after Sial blows like this, there seems to be a cool ki rushing past, and the palm is not so painful. On the contrary, there are bursts of sweetness in the air. "I'm fine, little problem, no pain at all," Krillin said in deadly earnest, holding on to the pain. "Pfft!" Searle burst into laughter when he saw that Krillin, who was obviously in pain, had to pretend to be serious. You're still laughing. Krillin tapped Seer's little head with his other hand. Krillin looked at Twilight Star with a look of fear, didn't expect this little thing to have such a strong energy. Krillin looked at it from a distance, as if he felt that his whole soul was burning. Seer looked at Evening Star and walked forward slowly, with a gentle wave of his hand. Evening Star automatically ran into Seer's hand. Seeing this, Krillin was helpless and ridicule said, "Fuck, this also has face recognition. Go and try." Krillin said cautiously. Then the two people slowly moved towards the bottom. As I got closer, I saw a cave in the hole, and the shape of the cave-in was exactly the same as the shape of the Evening Star in Seer's hand. What the hell is this? Krillin wondered. Sial stepped forward slowly, put Evening Star on the cave-in, and then stepped back to Krillin's side. The moment Twilight Star was placed on top, it seemed that the entire Zishan Star trembled a little, as if there was more freedom. The imagined red light coming 20,000 miles from the east did not appear. What happened? Krillin looked around. The first update, please book first, please recommend ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 73. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 73. August 10, 2020. Chapter 73 Apprentice Spacetime Manager, second update, please order first. Krillin's voice just fell, and the Evening Star will be released dazzling rays of light, a mysterious key spewed out. An old voice resounded, the tides rise and fall, and all things evolve with their own laws. I saw a void silhouette floating out of the hole, moved towards Krillin and west. Yale said. System, check attribute. Ding dong. Name, Garcia. Age. Race, British Immortal. Dimension, Level 7. Status, Remaining Energy. Krillin looked at the afterimage in front of him, and there was a Level 7 the dimension, cannot help but be terrified. This is the same dimension as Supreme Kai, God of Destruction. Daughter, come here. Garcia moved towards Seer kindly. Seer felt the close key from the afterimage, but Seer didn't dare to rush over, so he turned his attention to Krillin and wanted to ask Krillin's opinion. Garcia looked at Seer looking towards Krillin and couldn't help laughing, giving out that kind of old man's kind laughter. Krillin nodded. After all, this afterimage is a British immortal. It is very likely that it is an ancestor of West Yar, and it is unlikely to hurt Yar. Sial looked at Krillin nodding, then moved towards afterimage at ease and walked over. Sial bent down and said politely, I have seen the elder. Garcia looked at the polite Seer and was even more satisfied, nodded with relief. My name is Garcia, so I am the founder of the Yingzhan clan. The old man's voice was full of the vicissitudes of history. The mouth of Zeal opened wide. The Yingzhan family has existed for hundreds of millions of years. The old man in front of him actually said that he was the founder of the Yingzhan family. Isn't that? Seer felt the same origin of bloodline from the old man at the very beginning, and now he is even more convinced. Seer has seen ancestor. You are the Persian now. The leader of a clan? Garcia asked. Nodded by Sial, Jr. is the leader of the Persian clan now. Child, come forward. Garcia moved towards Sial's gentleness again said. Sial took another step forward, standing below the afterimage. I saw a cloud of white gas wafting out of Garcia's figure, which seemed very rich, passed over Sier's body, and then merged into Sier's body. With the fusion of this group of pure energy, Sial's ki has been strengthened a lot. I know the Perseus will be devastated, but it didn't expect that even the rubbish frost demon would dare to insult the Persians. Garcia seemed rather helpless after saying that. That's it, survival of the fittest. Garcia seemed to look more openly. The boy next to you, come forward. Garcia moved towards Krillin. Krillin didn't expect Garcia to call himself, but he went forward respectfully. Garcia looked at Krillin and couldn't help saying, Ye strange sound, latent talent is not good, but temperament is absolutely excellent. the most strange thing is that he can't see Krillin's time river. The civilization with you in the Perseus will not be cut off. Garcia laughed loudly. Krillin felt the same strange texture on Garcia's body that day. Krillin asked boldly, I dare to ask the elders, but I have mastered space-time power. Garcia listened to Krillin's question and laughed a little better, and said with satisfaction, little baby, it still has several points of eyesight strength. With your eyesight strength, I recognize this son-in-law, Garcia. It's gone. Garcia's most proud power was easily seen through by Krillin in front of him, and Garcia couldn't help feeling complacent. Yes, I'm one of the space-time managers, and I'm also the last god of time. That texture is what I left over from power of time. Garcia said proudly. It turned out to be a space-time manager. Krillin was horrified and could not calm down for a long time. The god of time is more mysterious than god of destruction, and his power is more peculiar. God of destruction can destroy everything in this space-time, but in other space-times you still exist, yes, but if the god of time destroys you, it will erase you in the long river of fate. If it is erased by the god of time, then in any space-time in this universe you will be erased, will cease to exist. The terrifying power had to horrify Krillin. Sir Ancestor, where are you now? Seer asked curiously, but Krillin was also a little curious. There are so many powerhouse life essences, it shouldn't be so easy to die. It's not that the old boy from Zalima gave me. Garcia noticed that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly closed his mouth. Anyway, it's just a piece of energy left by me, you don't care about the rest. This old boy Zalima must not have thought that I still have this trick, I just need to shape it. A powerhouse in the clan protects Ying immortal, then this gamble must be won by himself. Garcia thought to himself. Zalima. Krillin heard Zalima's name shivered again, as if Namekian's ability to create Dragon Balls was bestowed by Dragon God Zalima. Krillin was a little confused for a while, the ancient things were really messy. Then, boy! A quaint ring moved towards Krillin, flew over. Krillin took the ring and looked at it carefully. This ring is very simple, with a pattern similar to the strange texture on it, very deep, and the key on it is very thick. This is the ring of Space-Time Manager. Now you are temporarily apprentice Space-Time Manager, but it is up to you whether you can get the above to approve of your change. Garcia moved towards Krillin, smiled mysteriously. It turned out to be the token of the Space-Time Manager. Krillin was also stunned. What a great existence, it seems that Goku and Vegeta in GT were finally selected as the Space-Time Manager. Given by the elders, dare not quit. Krillin said, shameless. Garcia said with a big smile after listening, if you want to say it clearly, why do so much? Old ancestors' gift will be given to you, alone bear it. You deserve such a lot of pressure. Garcia said, and a strong energy essence emerged from his body. Mysterious key merged with this Sierre, and Sierre stood in the same place, as if there was no change. Siao was slowly absorbing mysterious key, and Garcia said again, Evening Star, it is indeed a key, the key to awaken my legacy energy, and it is also Zishan Star. The key to my life. As my descendants, it is normal to accept my gifts. Garcia said as it should be by rights. What do you mean by Zisheng's key again? Siao asked with bright eyes. Zishan Star is a movable planet. As long as you have the Evening Star, you can make Zishan Star travel through interstellar. Garcia revealed that I was genius. Garcia's legacy is more than just a gift. Wandering Earth. MMP Krillin couldn't help thinking of a movie he saw in previous life. Last but not least. A small evil aura has been found, and you can't deal with it for the time being. What? Evil key? How many energy fluctuations? Krillin asked cautiously. Garcia laughed, less than 500 million, more than 400 million. Krillin listened to Garcia's indifferent tone, and was shocked. Fuck, even Frisia, I'm afraid, this time, Cooler is actually provoked, and he is too fast. As the two people were talking, Seer had already absorbed energy. End of this chapter. Chapter 74. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 74. August 10, 2020. Chapter 74 washes away the lead. 3 shifts, please order first. Krillin looked at Seer, but had no direct feeling to the enhancement of Sial's power level. I just feel that Sial's temperament seems to be a little different from before. Krillin used to look at Seer's attributes. Name, Seer. Age, 80, equal to Earthling 17 years old. Race, English Immortal. Dimension, Level 4. Power level, 1.2 million. What, this dimension is? Level 4. Krillin was shocked. How old was it? Krillin looked at Seer's dimension and was happy for Seer from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, ancestor. Sial moved towards Garcia, bent over and thanked him. Krillin deeply felt that the temperament of Seer had changed a lot, becoming more ethereal. The bloodthirsty coldness that was hidden in the bottom of his heart was replaced by this ethereal spirit. Now, let Krillin use 4 words to describe Sial's words: wash away the lead. At this time, Sial has changed back to the original one. True self. Lead the British immortal to survive well. As long as you survive better than the bird named Kian, you will win. In the end, there was only one echo left, and Garcia had disappeared in front of the 2 people. In the end, Garcia's voice was hollow, but Krillin couldn't hear it. If he heard it, Krillin would have said, better to survive than name Kian? That means you already won, although Zalima also I left name Kian behind, but name Kian is a lump and simply doesn't make much use of Dragon Ball. Krillin walked over to Seer and asked, how do you feel? It's not bad. Sial said happily. After Twilight finished her mission, it flew up automatically and slowly landed in Sial's hands. It's just that the evening star has changed at this time. Now it is a very beautiful necklace, or it is more appropriate to use the chain of the evening star now. The chain of evening stars fell into Sial's hands, and Sial understood its purpose at once. He was the key that could manipulate Zishan star to move interstellar. Sial looked at the extremely beautiful chain of evening stars in his hand, and looked at Krillin in a sorry manner. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was self-evident: come and bring it for me. Krillin understood the request in Seer's eyes. Torts went to take the chain of evening stars and walked behind Seer. Krillin slowly brushed away Sial's soft and beautiful hair, and extended the hand to slowly move the chain of evening stars to near Sial's collarbone. Slowly brought the chain of evening stars to Sial. The 2 collarbones of Seer are still very obvious. At this time, it is matched with a very beautiful chain of evening stars. At this time, Seer is simply breathtaking. Krillin slowly extended the hand from behind and hugged Seer from behind. His hand was placed on Seer's tight and smooth belly, and his chin was on Seer's left side. Above the shoulders, there is only one nose away from the collarbone. 2 people quietly watched the dry spring water just now. The spring water was GGGG gushing out from the entrance of the cave. The current spring water is more alive than just now, at least 10x more intense. I'm afraid this was left by Garcia again. Krillin thought to oneself inwardly. Now there is a more important task. Cooler is coming. He and Seer have no choice but to choose Wandering Planet. Cooler's power level has reached 470 million, this. Don't run, wait to die. Krillin suddenly grabbed Sial's hand and twisted Sial's body over and moved towards Sial apologetically. I'm sorry, I think we have to escape. Cooler's strength is too strong, and he is far from his opponent at present. Sial looked at Krillin, who was apologetic, and couldn't help laughing again. It doesn't matter, where are you going? I'll go wherever. This is no longer an obvious confession. Krillin also looked at Seer very lovingly, touched Seer's delicate cheek with his hand. His eyes became firm as if to convey a message. This is only a temporary retreat. In the future, I will definitely bring you back. After saying that, Krillin, 2 people appeared in the guard center together. Ska. Krillin called out Ska. When Ska saw Krillin, she moved towards two people excitedly and said excitedly, "Just now, the rays of light of evening star illuminated the entire Zishan-Sing, and just now Zishan-Sing Liang. However, the shackles that bind everyone seems to have disappeared." Ska was quite excited and gushed. Krillin was also smiling slightly beside Sial, listening to Ska speak. When Ska finished, Krillin said slowly, "Ska, it's time for us to evacuate." "Evacuate?" Ska had some doubts. "Yes, the enemy this time is too strong, neither Sial nor I are opponents, so we have to evacuate." Krillin explained the reason to Ska. "Is the whole clan evacuated?" Now that the shackles have disappeared, and a large-scale evacuation is now carried out, Ska does not feel that it is wrong. "That's right, the entire clan is evacuated," Sial added. "Okay, I'll prepare for the spaceship." Ska was about to prepare for the spaceship. "Wait, no need." Sial and Krillin said at the same time. The two people had a very tacit understanding. Krillin smiled and signaled Sial to continue. "Now that we have the evening star, we can directly move the entire Zishan star to evacuate," Sire said with a faint smile. Ska seems to be frightened. Although Zishan star is not very big, it is extremely difficult to move a planet. Ska whispered, "No wonder it exists forever." Krillin also felt an evil powerful ki approaching at this time, and said, "Prepare to evacuate." Sial closed his eyes and slowly communicated with Evening Star. Evening Seeing flashed, but received the order, and then the whole Zishan Seeing moved, and then Zishan Seeing deviated from her original orbit, moved towards the first layer of flying Go. Krillin said again at this time, "Go to the Straw Hat Star system first, there is still a suffering race." If Krillin left them alone, they would definitely turn into cosmic dust in Cooler's wrath. Sial was slightly nodded, indicating that he had understood. The goal of Krillin's trip is the northwest of the East area. The northwest of the East area is relatively close to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The influence of Frost Demon is still somewhat restrained in the face of Galactic Patrol. On the westernmost star of Pluto, it seems that there is still a shadow of the Divine Fruit reality found before. Krillin must get the essence of Divide Fruit. The essence of Divide Fruit can not only increase the power level, but also replenish the lost life energy. Although one's own dimension has increased, the corresponding lifespan has also increased. But it doesn't mean that his companions don't need it. Watching his companions grow old is extremely cruel. As for Seer, life essence is already high. And now it has been raised to level 4 dimension by Garcia's old ancestor, so this issue is not to be considered. Krillin stood at the highest position of Zishan Star, watching Zishan Star like a comet across Earth, with a long tail heading east. End of this chapter. Chapter 75. Dragon Ball's Strongest Training Chapter 75. August 10, 2020. Chapter 75. The First Confrontation with Cooler. Fourth update, please order first. Zishan has already left the second layer, and now in the Persian system, preparing to move towards the northwest of the east area. Suddenly Krillin felt a throbbing in his heart and a strong unease. Not good, Cooler has arrived. Zishengxing's goal is too big. If Cooler uses Energy Blast, Zishengxing has no hope of escaping. Cooler's movements are too fast. Krillin couldn't help thinking, now he had no choice, he had to hold Cooler. Sial, listen to me. Krillin said solemnly. Sial looked at Krillin's sudden expression, and even guessed a few points. Sial also said with a worried look, I don't listen, I'm going to. You're gone, who will operate Zishengxing? Krillin asked suddenly. That's right, what if I go to Zishan Star? Sial was hesitant when he went to fight and protect the clansmen. Cr, listen to me, I have the ability of instant transmission, but I can still run if I can't beat me. Can your clansmen run? Krillin analyzed again seriously. Seal hated his incompetence in the face of the decision, and lost self-control for a while. Krillin said again, after I go to hold Cooler, you can turn on space jump, don't wait for me, escape this star domain first, remember to wait for me where I said before. After saying that, Krillin stepped forward and hugged Seer, moved towards Seer's cherry blossom-like lips, and kissed fiercely. Remember, even Garcia said I was a good son-in-law. Krillin's figure slowly disappeared in place. Ska looked at Princess being indecently assaulted by Krillin again, and it was a bit difficult to stand there, pretending not to see it. Ska just knew there was going to be a migration, but she didn't know the danger was coming. Seeing Krillin's disappearing figure, Sial swore in his heart, even if you die, you will find Krillin, but the current urgent task is still according to Krillin's instructions. After Krillin disappeared, he swiped Cooler's key with key sense, and suddenly Krillin's complexion greatly changed, his face was pale and colorless. What kind of key is this? Krillin just felt like a free man walking freely in the plains, shepherds, and suddenly heaven landed a boulder weighing tens of millions of pounds, fiercely pressing on the grass. Come on, I can't breathe. Krillin is also afraid, his power level is no different from delivering food, but if he doesn't go, even if Krillin can take Seer to escape, but Shansing may no longer exist. Even Saturn is doomed. What is the fear? Now it's not a question of whether to go or not, the question is how can I hold Cooler? It seems that I can only seduce Cooler by little, and I have a good time playing with him. Krillin already had a measure in his heart. On that dark purple planet, Krillin identified Cooler's key and teleported over. Cooler is standing with one foot on a rock, one hand on his chest, scarlet eyes, purple-black lips, 2 lines of blood and tears under the eyes on his face, bright purple shell, pale skin, 3-fingered feet on rocks. Cooler raised his other hand, fingertips slowly gathered purple energy, and the direction of fingertips was moved towards Zishengxing. By a red-purple light shot out. Krillin didn't dare to care too much when he saw the purple light coming out. The current Cooler is only the first form. And this energy has an intensity of 500,000. Krillin put his hands together and a blue light shot out, intercepting Cooler's death beam. The frost demon race usually judges things with the eyes. Cooler gave Krillin a sideways glance, then put down the movements in his hands, not moving towards Zishengxing to attack. Krillin also descended slowly stopping in front of Cooler. Name, Cooler. Race, Frost Demon. Power level, 800,000, first form. Full power level, 470 million. Cooler's attribute Krillin has been known through system. Cooler puts a lot of pressure on Krillin, and Cooler exudes an evil coldness. The corner of Cooler's charming mouth showed a smile and asked in a gloomy voice, "Did you kill my armored squadron?" Krillin's main purpose now is to delay time. Now naturally, Cooler wanted to get off the topic, so he replied harmlessly, "What? Armored squadron? I haven't seen it, I've only heard of a idiot named Salza." Cooler listened to Krillin's words. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Gudong. Krillin swallowed hard. Cooler was too insidious, his own just tried to guide him, but he didn't fall for it. "I'll give you 2 choices now, be this king's subordinate, or choose to die," Cooler said cynically. "Okay, you look strong, so it should be a good choice," Krillin also said tentatively, pretending to obey him. "Oh ho ho!" Cooler laughed loudly. Krillin's pupils flashed a nervous expression. "Damn! It seems you are impossible to obey, I can only turn you into dust in the universe." Cooler suddenly changed his style and said coldly. Krillin now understood in his heart, Cooler just said this just to tempt himself, since he can kill his armored squadron with no difficulty, he must have some ability, such a person. How can you take refuge in others without thinking? Even more, how armored squadron is Cooler's subordinates, the universe knows it, and since he knows it and dares to kill them, he must have had enough before. Ready? Krillin knew that Cooler was completely furious now as he saw the murderous aura emerging from Cooler's body. "Wait, Cooler, don't you want to know who I am? Krillin decided to take Cooler in the end. Oh! Cooler was about to attack when he stopped and made a questioning sound. Krillin laughed heartily and said, "That's right, this sir is King Frisia's subordinate, your armored squadron is gone, and King Frisia's Jinya force will be the number one in the universe from now on." Krillin laughed loudly when he finished speaking, trying to make the taunting effect the best. When Cooler heard that he was the subordinate of his dear younger brother, the anger in his heart was hard to contain, and he even used this method to curb his expansion. The Cooler figure flashed, it was moved towards Krillin's surprise attack, and the three-fingered foot was moved towards Krillin's head. Krillin has been watching Cooler's actions with concentrated attention completely. Krillin's eyes flashed a panicked expression, and it was difficult to avoid a heavy blow from Cooler. Krillin paced back, but Cooler's tail suddenly threw away, and Fiercely's center was in front of Krillin. Hong knocked Krillin into the rubble, kicking up a large area of dust. Cooler looked at the dust in the sky and stopped when he was about to chase. Frost Demon Race always pretended to be elegant. Usually shaking the red wine glass in his hand and looking at one after another planet was invaded and kept itself clean at all times. Krillin was surrounded by dust. At this time, Cooler was naturally unwilling to come forward. End of this chapter.